Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Konoha. I Danzo am the true third Hokage. 1th. Chapter 1. This time, I will never give way. Chapter 1. Konoha 15 years. The ninja villages of the four countries have pushed the ninja world war to an unprecedented climax. Second Hokage and Second Tsuchikage died together, and Cloud Shinobi has now signed a deal with Konoha. But in the process of signing the agreement, there was an accident that no one thought of. Just when Second Hokage Senju Tobirama and Second Raikage had just completed the agreement, Jinjiaoyinjiao suddenly came out with Cloud Shinobi Ninja. Ninetales became sane and killed Second Raikage directly, which is bound to kill all Konoha shinobi here. And Senju Tobirama was also seriously injured, and fled towards Konoha with the remaining elite ninjas. It's been half a year, and the plot is finally moving like a timeline. A young man next to Senju Tobirama ran at a gallop, mumbling words in his mouth. But since a group of people were running in a hurry, they had no idea what this person was talking about. And the only person who can say this sentence is the traveler who knows the timeline of Hokage. Lin Feng. Oh no, he should be called Shimura Danzō now. Originally a modern office worker, he crossed over to the world of Hokage by some kind of chance and coincidence, and took away Shimura Danzō. That's right, that Konoha Black Hand, an extremely old silver coin. It can be said that it is the Black Hand that runs through the entire ninja world, creating the darkness that deals with Konoha at its root, the darkness that even Anbu ninjas cannot touch. Shimura Danzō. At first he was devastated, he didn't expect that he would become Shimura Danzō through time travel. But fortunately, he has received all the memories of his predecessor, and what he is most satisfied with is this handsome face. You know, even Tsunade and Shizune can't help but blush when they find Shimura Danzō's young photos in the future. You can imagine how handsome he was when he was young. Shimura Danzō knows how cruel the war is, so he has been serving as the second Hokage guard. After all, Senju Tobirama's strength is not a joke. So Shimura Danzō got a disguised protection, and waited silently for an opportunity. And this opportunity is coming today, and he has been waiting for it since time travel. An event that no one could predict, a choice that determines Konoha's future. But Shimura Danzō is also very clear that there is someone who has been waiting for an opportunity. That is my good friend, the most powerful person among Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The others are naturally ignored. Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura are not qualified. This is especially true for Uchiha Kagami. He is a member of the Uchiha clan, and it is absolutely impossible for him to have the opportunity to become Hokage. The remaining two are Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who are the most powerful candidates for the future Hokage position. Soon, Shimura Danzō collected his thoughts. Because it is really important to escape now, after all, there are two lunatics, Jinjiaoyinjiao, chasing after him. But what made Shimura Danzō curse secretly was that Second Raikage was beheaded directly after holding on to the golden and silver corners for less than 10 minutes. But it is very normal to think about it carefully. The two of them have the 6 paths ninja and the chakra of 9 tails. Second Raikage's aging frame was good enough to hold out for a few minutes. Senju Tobirama galloped with a solemn face, but he could still feel the terrifying chakra approaching slowly behind him. At this moment, his face was so serious that it was about to drip water, and his black pupils exuded an inexplicable light. Soon, a look of determination appeared on his face, as if he had made some important decision. Tread. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama stopped walking like the wind. My lord, second generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others hurriedly stopped and returned to Senju Tobirama's side and asked with puzzled faces. Although they know that there are powerful enemies chasing after them, they dare not question Senju Tobirama's behavior, because he is the backbone of everyone. Senju Tobirama's eyes sparkled, and he took a slow, deep breath. The person chasing after us is Jinjiaoyinjiao, chakra who owns 6 paths ninja and 9 tails. Senju Tobirama said slowly, then we have to stop. Mitokado Homura's eyes widened suddenly, and his words were full of panic. Because he knew that if he didn't run at this time, if he was really caught up by those two monsters, he would really be unable to run. And at this moment, the time to decide the outcome has arrived. Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Senju Tobirama's mind instantly. With the enemy behind, Senju Tobirama chooses to stop, which means he wants to. God-level selection has been activated. Option 1. Hesitate for a second, give up the future position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and follow the development of the plot. Mission reward, win Style Grandmaster full level. Option 2. Compete for the position of Hokage and cut off the path of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Task reward, obtain the unactivated body of the Uzumaki Clan. Boom. In an instant, Shimura Danzō's eyes shone with a frightening light, and his body erupted with an invincible aura. Pulling out the long blade behind his back, he swung it suddenly, and a gust of wind swept up in an instant. Master second generation. You go. I'm dead. Shimura Danzō has a dignified look, his eyes are full of determination and that shocking immobility. There is quite an overwhelming momentum, which makes people shocked by Shimura Danzō for a while. This guy. In the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion suddenly changed, his pupils constricted, full of endless shock. Because he never thought that Shimura Danzō was one step faster than himself, just one step. Danzō, from today, you will succeed the third Hokage of Konoha village, and no one will have any objections. Senju Tobirama gave a relieved smile. Immediately after pulling out the Golden Thunder sword from behind, the aura of the peak cage level suddenly burst out at this moment and rushed directly to the rear. After I'm done, as for Konoha, I'll leave it to you, Danzo. At this moment, Senju Tobirama's back became extremely stalwart, like a giant in the sky. But Shimura Danzō smiled inwardly. Shimura Danzō, never give way. Chapter 2. Sarutobi, if you hesitate, you will lose. Chapter 2. Senju Tobirama has made this decision since he was hunted down by Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Although the result was beyond his expectations, after all, he initially thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take the lead. It seems that this guy Danzo has been with him for so long, but he has learned a little bit. Senju Tobirama won't take sides because he knows it's a fair fight and Sarutobi Hiruzen lost. If you hesitate, you will lose. Resisting the Golden Horn and Silver Horn with his life, buying time for these Konoha's future hopes to escape, this is the only thing he can do. If you make him 20 or 30 years younger, return to the peak period when he fought alongside his elder brother Senju Hashirama and killed Uchiha Izuna. Golden Horn and Silver Horn. It's just a group of rats. But the years are not forgiving after all. No matter who it is, the edges and corners will be smoothed by the years. Escape. Shimura Danzō gave an order, and the five quickly fled in the direction of Konoha. There must be no hesitation at this time, otherwise Senju Tobirama's death will be in vain. On the way to escape, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep look at Shimura Danzō, with unwillingness and resentment shining in his eyes. He hated himself why he didn't stand up earlier. Just a second away, the third Hokage of Konoha village belonged to him. But everything is in the past, and the seeds of regret are quietly planted in his heart. Quick, keep up. Shimura Danzō was the only one who could not be opened, and directly killed a bloody path for the few people behind him. Wind-style ninjutsu was flailing wildly like chakra, and couldn't stop at all. His momentum was like a rainbow, and his body was dripping with scarlet blood, like a Shira who came out of hell. But upon closer inspection, Shimura Danzō's complexion hasn't changed much, and there are no scars from the Cloud Shinobi ninja on his body. The blood is purely from the slain Cloud Shinobi ninjas. A road made alive of Cloud Shinobi's renegade corpses. This guy's strength, how did it suddenly increase so much? And chakra is like endless. Uchiha Kagami and others were extremely shocked, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, who almost looked at the god-killing Shimura Danzō with unstoppable eyes. He can be said to know Shimura Danzō's strength very well, even better than himself. Between him and his brother, he has not completely reached the cage level. But now Shimura Danzō's momentum and strength have completely surpassed his own, and even vaguely reached the level of his teacher Senju Tobirama. And this also made Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion a bit gloomy, and he couldn't help feeling heavy several times. If this is the case, then Shimura Danzō is hiding something deeper than himself, which is really creepy. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help feeling cold. This friend of mine, how deep is he hiding? Even I don't know his details. Soon, in the state of Shimura Danzō's killing god, they broke through the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi and returned to Konoha's camp. What's going on? What do you say about this look, Master Second Generation? The Konoha Shinobi followers who came to the rescue were shocked when they saw this tragic scene. We fell for it. Cloud Shinobi's Golden and Silver Horns suddenly rebelled, killed Second Raikage, and severely injured Lord Second Generation. Teacher, in order to cover our retreat, stay alone to prevent the enemy from pursuing. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a choked and sad tone with tears in his eyes. It is really touching, and the rendering power is extremely strong. No, where's that Danzo guy? Uchiha Kagami suddenly realized that Shimura Danzō was not in the crowd, and not on their side. He was still by my side just now. Why did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Mitokado Homura was also shocked. Because he has been running crazily after breaking out of the siege, he who was originally on Shimura Danzō's left wing can't care about the opponent. Roll your eyes. A ninja of the Hyuga clan had bulging veins beside his eyes at this moment, and the white eyes instantly opened to look into the distance. Soon, he spotted Shimura Danzō in the tyrannical chakra waves. He seems to have killed back again. The Hyuga ninja spoke with a trembling voice. With white eyes, he could of course see the invincible posture of Shimura Danzō, and the Cloud Shinobi ninjas fell under his butcher knife one by one. Kill back. What? This guy is crazy. Mitokado Homura and the others suddenly lost their voices in shock. Going back, he doesn't mean anything. Hokage's position is obviously already firmly seated. Sarutobi Hiruzen also couldn't understand what Shimura Danzō meant by this act. Because he knew that the other party was also an ambitious person, and he would never do such a stupid thing. But Sarutobi Hiruzen really couldn't guess what the reason for Shimura Danzō's killing back was to save Senju Tobirama. If that's the case, then he can only. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help flashing a trace of coldness in his eyes. Shimura Danzō went back to rescue Second Hokage who died on the way, but was killed, so Hokage's place would be left vacant. And as the most outstanding disciple of Second Hokage, he should succeed as the new Hokage, Third Hokage. He is an ambitious person, and those who achieve great things don't stick to small details, and of course, he can't be soft-hearted. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply understood a sentence that Shimura Danzō said by chance. If you hesitate, you will lose. Shimura Danzō, the little theater inside Sarutobi Hiruzen, is of course unclear, and he's not out to go back and rescue Senju Tobirama. The reason why he went back was because he remembered that Silverhorn was beheaded by Senju Tobirama, Golden Horn was severely injured, and the Six Paths ninja tools were left behind. He came back for two purposes. First, get the ninja tools handed down from Sage of Six Paths. Second, let Senju Tobirama tell himself what he had studied during his lifetime when he was dying. This is his purpose. Chapter 3. Senju Tobirama's Last Order. Chapter 3. In the forest, the fighting is fierce. The battle between Senju Tobirama and Golden Horn and Silverhorn has reached a fever pitch. At this moment, the Golden Horn and Silverhorn have already floated the Nine Tails chakra in the body around the body. They've gone completely insane, influenced by the Nine Tails chakra, and just want to tear apart the Senju Tobirama in front of them. Sure enough, these two lunatics are not so easy to deal with. Senju Tobirama's face was pale, bloodline emerged from the corner of his mouth, holding the Golden Thunder sword stuck on the ground. Obviously, at this time, he was at the end of his strength, and the reason why he was able to persist for so long was entirely due to his Flying Thunder God technique. As the battle intensified, Senju Tobirama beheaded Silverhorn with a Flying Thunder God slash. But it also irritated Jinjiao, who still had a sliver of reason, and completely broke out the anger in his heart, and he was bound to die with Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama used Flying Thunder God slash again, but this time he didn't dodge it as smoothly as Silverhorn. Pooh! The Golden Thunder sword pierced into the center of the Golden Horn, and likewise, the right hand of Nine Tails chakra, covered with golden horns, pierced Senju Tobirama's chest, and blood continued to flow down. Go away! Senju Tobirama's gaze turned hard, and a tyrannical aura burst out from his body, and he kicked away Jinjiao who wanted to attack again. Boom! Jinjiao's body suddenly hit the boulder in the distance and sank, lying there with Ben unable to move. And Senju Tobirama staggered back a few steps and finally leaned against the trees behind, with a painful look on his face. If an ordinary person had been injured so badly by Senju Tobirama, he would have died long ago. But Senju Tobirama's physique is different from that of ordinary people. It is the body of a fairy from the Senju family, and its vitality and chakra are many times greater than ordinary people. It can be known from the time that Nine Tails can last for so long after the Vortex Kushina is drawn out. It is also Jinchuriki. The Vortex Kushina can also release the diamond chain and leave a message, but Gaara, who is one-tail Jinchuriki, died directly. Die, Senju Tobirama, die. Jinjiao stood up slowly, whispering frightening words. Looking directly at Senju Tobirama, his eyes are full of murderous intent and endless anger. Boom! Jinjiao stepped on it suddenly, and his body was ejected like a cannonball, directly attacking Senju Tobirama. There was a sharp sound of piercing through the air. This time, the direction of Golden Horn's attack was Senju Tobirama's head. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes in despair, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. Anyway, he is already a mortal person, it's just a journey ahead of time to ease his pain. The red chakra figure is approaching, and the terrifying killing intent erupts at this moment. Just when Golden Horn's right hand was about to touch Senju Tobirama, a black shadow suddenly sprang out from Senju Tobirama. Boom! I saw that Jinjiao's body was hit by a terrible blow in an instant, and flew directly to the rear like a missile. The strong smell of blood immediately passed into Senju Tobirama's nose. Opening his eyes, a bloody man appeared in Senju Tobirama's sight dripping with blood. The originally blurred vision became clear at this moment, and the pupils shrank suddenly, looking at the person standing in front of him in disbelief. He is naturally very familiar with this chakra wave, that is Shimura Danzō, who was previously appointed as the third Hokage of Konoha village by himself. Danzo, you. Senju Tobirama's tone was full of trembling and shock, but also a hint of relief. After all, in a desperate situation, he really never thought that someone would come back to save him, and this person is the one who was about to control the entire Konoha. Shimura Danzō didn't choose to answer Senju Tobirama, but directly and quickly stepped forward and pierced the Golden Horn's heart with the blade. At this moment, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of the vertical and horizontal ninja world officially fell. Tobirama-sensei, sorry, I'm still late. Shimura Danzō walked up to Senju Tobirama and knelt down, his eyes full of sadness and grief. Tears flowed down his cheeks, forming two tear streaks. Ha ha ha, Danzo, sure enough, I saw the right person. Senju Tobirama looked at Shimura Danzō in front of him, and smiled wildly, not paying attention to the wound on his body. Ms. Tobirama, Shimura Danzō is a little confused, shouldn't Senju Tobirama be a wry smile? Life and death depend on fate, wealth and honor. Didn't you say this sentence? Senju Tobirama seemed to be returning to the light, with a sunny smile on his pale face. These words also made Shimura Danzō stunned. Because this sentence is a sentence he said casually when he traveled to this world, but he did not expect to be known by Senju Tobirama. Konoha village has you, I am at ease. But I want to ask you one thing, help me take care of the Senju clan, and train that child Tsunade to be an excellent ninja. In this way, I can face my eldest brother. Senju Tobirama finished all the words in one breath, and then his body slowly became stiff. Immediately afterwards, at this moment, the right hand that was originally raised also fell to the ground. Shimura Danzō reached out and closed Senju Tobirama's eyes, complexities shone in his eyes. I will take care of the Senju clan. As for whether Tsunade can become an excellent ninja, it depends on her talent. Shimura Danzō stood up and made a big salute to Senju Tobirama. If possible, he also wants to heal Senju Tobirama, so that Konoha can have an extra insurance. But it's a pity, the heart has been pierced, and Senju Tobirama is hanging on this breath because of his thoughts on the Senju family. After ordering Shimura Danzō, he has no nostalgia for this world. Chapter 4, Future Third Raikage meets Third Hokage. Chapter 4, A generation of heroes will eventually perish. Shimura Danzō silently mourns Senju Tobirama. If Senju Hashirama is compared to the cornerstone of developing Konoha, then Senju Tobirama is the one who perfects Konoha, a real pillar. Konoha is well organized under the governance of Senju Tobirama, creating Anbu, ninja school, and various mechanisms. And it also perfectly dealt with the Uchiha clan, making them stable for a long time. If it weren't for the Nine Tails Rebellion, the timing of the Uchiha coup might have been pushed back a bit. But there is no denying that Senju Tobirama handles these things perfectly. So such a person deserves respect from Shimura Danzō. Shimura Danzō returned to Senju Tobirama after taking the Six Paths Ninja of Jinkaku and Yinkaku into the system space. Whoosh whoosh, just when Shimura Danzō was about to carry Senju Tobirama on his back, dozens of figures appeared in front of their eyes instantly. And their costumes are none other than Cloud Shinobi's ninjas. In an instant, Shimura Danzō's face became icy cold, his eyes flickered with coldness, and his killing intent surged. Take the Golden Thunder Sword from Senju Tobirama and face the dozens of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. This Konoha ninja, don't get me wrong. We are the subordinates of Second Hokage. Just then, a tall, bronze-skinned Cloud Shinobi ninja stepped out of the crowd. Shimura Danzō immediately understood the person's identity after seeing the person's appearance. Isn't this the Third Hokage in the future? I didn't expect to meet here, but it's normal to think about it. According to the plot of the original book, Senju Tobirama severely wounded Golden Horn, and died after beheading Silver Horn. Then Third Hokage came out to pick up a bargain, killed Jinjiao and went to Konoha to apologize. I have to say that Third Hokage is a man, at least he dares to act. What, does Cloud Shinobi still want to kill Konoha? Shimura Danzō sneered. As Second Hokage dead, if you're not blind, you should be very clear. I was not annoyed by Shimura Danzō's sarcastic remarks, instead he stepped forward and bowed 90 degrees to Senju Tobirama. If you want to do it, then do it together. The Golden Thunder Sword in Shimura Danzō's hand shone with light, and traces of lightning surrounded the sword. The momentum is like a rainbow, as if it can penetrate the sky, and this blood-stained body directly makes everyone in Cloud Shinobi have a strong sense of oppression. Your Excellency, please don't misunderstand. Cloud Shinobi made a mistake first, and I will personally go to Konoha to apologize after this matter is over. Get out of the way. Ai's roar directly made all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas get out of the way. I hope that what you say will come true. Shimura Danzō left without Senju Tobirama on his back, leaving such a sentence coldly. If conditions permit, Shimura Danzō really wants to kill all these Cloud Shinobi ninjas here. After all, there is the future Third Hokage here, and killing it can solve a lot of troubles. But compared to taking over Hokage and sending Senju Tobirama's body back to Konoha, Shimura Danzō chose the latter. This benefit is greater to him than killing the future Third Hokage. Master Ai, is it really okay for us to let him go like this? Looking at his strength, he is likely to be the successor of Third Hokage in the future. A Cloud Shinobi ninja looked at Yayui with a complicated expression and said. After all, Konoha is at odds with Cloud Shinobi at this time, and if Jinjiaoyinjiao kills Second Hokage, then Konoha will become a deadly enemy with them. What, do you still think the relationship between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi is not rigid enough? If we dare to kill him and take Senju Tobirama's body, then Konoha will be with us forever. Consequences, have you thought about it? Yayui's thick and majestic voice sounded, and this also caused the face of the Cloud Shinobi ninja who asked the question to change suddenly. He forgot, this truce was proposed by their Cloud Shinobi, because Cloud Shinobi really couldn't run out. Konoha's raiding force made them helpless and unable to resist at all. If the fight continues like this, I'm afraid Cloud Shinobi will really perish. Even if they don't die under Konoha's hands, the surrounding Mist Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are still eyeing them. Once he and Konoha fall into a state of immortality, then Cloud Shinobi is really over. Put away the corpses of Jinjiaoyinjiao and their ninja tools. After taking a deep breath, Yayui adjusted her emotions and said. Master Ai, their ninja tools are not here. Soon a shout came, causing Yayui's face to change suddenly, and then hurried to Jinjiaoyinjiao to check. The ninja tools they held had long since disappeared without a trace. However, it is not difficult to see signs of the use of Six Paths ninja tools in the surrounding battle traces. In other words, their ninja tools were taken away by someone, and that person could only be the one who was alive and carried the longest. The one who left with Senju Tobirama on his back. Thinking of this, Yayui's face turned livid. That is the ninja tool left by the legendary sage of Six Paths, and it is extremely powerful. If it is used by an elite Jonin, it may be able to fight against cage-level powerhouses without losing the slightest disadvantage. It can be said that a ninja village can have one more cage-level strong man. Yayui couldn't help clenching her fists, with anger in her eyes. But he knew that it was too late to catch up now, and Konoha's reinforcements had already arrived. If you catch up, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. I can only wait until I go to Konoha to negotiate and exchange things back. Yayui is very aware of the importance of Six Paths ninja tools. So no matter what the price of the sheep, he must get those ninja tools back from Shimura Danzō. Chapter 5. the strong of the Sengoku era, the curtain comes to an end. Chapter 5. Soon, Shimura Danzō escaped from the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi with Senju Tobirama's body on his back. And Konoha's troops also responded to Shimura Danzō at this moment. Danzō, this way. Uchiha Kagami unleashes a huge fire style, instantly presenting a huge wall of fire that directly blocks the Cloud Shinobi rebel troops chasing behind. And at this moment, everyone was shocked. Because Shimura Danzō's did exactly what they had previously guessed. He really slashed back into the ring to get Second Hokage back. Soon, under the cover of Konoha reinforcements, Shimura Danzō carried Senju Tobirama back to the Konoha camp. Danzō, how's he doing in second generation? Quick, medical class. Get the people from the medical class to come over. At this moment, all the ninjas in Konoha were in a mess, and the medical ninjas from the medical class also rushed over at this time. But Shimura Danzō ignored it and slowly laid Senju Tobirama flat on a rock in the distance. At this moment, people saw the situation of Senju Tobirama clearly. The heart has been pierced, the eyes are closed, and the body has lost its original majestic vitality. In an instant, the moods of all Konoha's ninjas became extremely heavy. His eyes were filled with sadness and pain, and tears were streaming down his face. No one expected such a result. Sengoku, the ninja powerhouse known for his speed, fell like this. Shimura Danzō still did not speak, but silently took off his Konoha forehead protector and placed it in front of him. The rest of the ninja followed Shimura Danzō and took off their ninja forehead protector. This is the highest respect for Second Hokage. Senju Tobirama was a competent Hokage, and during his reign Konoha reached an all-time high. His reputation can be said to have overshadowed First Hokage Senju Hashirama, which is enough to show how successful his Hokage is. Go back to Konoha, and bury Master Second Generation first. As for the matter of Cloud Shinobi, it will be calculated in the future. Shimura Danzō's voice was mixed with chakra, resounding in the ears of all Konoha ninjas. The voice was full of majesty. No one dared to question Shimura Danzō's words, and no one dared to refute them. Because he recited Senju Tobirama back, they already had a feeling that Shimura Danzō was Third Hokage in their hearts. Afterwards, Shimura Danzō carried Senju Tobirama on his back, and walked backward step by step. On the way, Konoha's ninjas also consciously gave way to Shimura Danzō. Immediately afterwards they departed with Shimura Danzō. The faces of all the people present were full of sadness, and some ninjas who had been helped and instructed by Senju Tobirama burst into tears. For a while, the atmosphere of Konoha's troops fell into an extremely depressed state. But only one person's expression was a bit uneasy. That is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just now Shimura Danzō was able to command all Konoha shinobi, which means that some people have begun to recognize Shimura Danzō. In this case, wouldn't his chances of becoming a Hokage be even slimmer? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel heavy several times. The death of Second Hokage and Second Raikage officially brought the First Ninja War to an end. This Ninja World War can be said to be extremely tragic. Except for Tsunagaku who did not participate in the war, all the shadows of the other four countries died. After Shimura Danzō carried Senju Tobirama back to Konoha, he also fell into a coma, and Konoha, the country of fire, fell into great sadness. Second Hokage, Second Raikage, Second Tsuchikage, Second Mizukage. The death of these four shadows announced the end of the Sengoku era of powerhouses. The legends they wrote are enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Among the leaves, there is no leader among the dragons. Shimura Danzō is in a coma, and no one dares to bury Senju Tobirama's body. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not mention the burial, and could only wait for Shimura Danzō to wake up. In the Senju family, the young Tsunade got the news of Senju Tobirama's death, and passed out crying directly in the arms of Mito. Whirlpool Mito was also in tears, with sadness all over his cheeks. Master Mito, should we bury Master Second Generation immediately? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked cautiously. Udatain Kaharu, Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kagami beside him also looked serious, with sadness in their eyes. The reason why they asked this is because Uzumaki Mito is currently the head of the Senju family, and Senju Tobirama is her uncle, so it is natural for her to make the decision. The third Hokage appointed by Tobarama, is it Shimura Danzō? Vortex Mito stared at the four people in front of him and said slowly. But it's not difficult to hear the sadness in her words, even though she has suppressed it as much as possible. Yes, Danzō took over the position of Hokage before Second Hokage and has parted ways. Seeing that everyone was silent, Uchiha Kagami hesitated for a while and spoke. Uchiha Kagami's answer caused a slight change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, but it was quickly covered up. Since he carried Tobarama back from the battlefield, and is the future Hokage, this matter will be decided after he wakes up. Vortex Mito's answer made the faces of the three people present full of astonishment. What does she mean by doing this? But only Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted. Whirlpool Mito knows that the Senju family depends on Shimura Danzō, so he chooses to do so. And the most important thing is that if the Senju clan supports Shimura Danzō, then his Hokage position is really hopeless. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't prevent this from happening because he was not qualified to obstruct Mito's decision. Go to Miss Shinobi as fast as you can and get an ice escape ninja to freeze Tobarama's body. Until Shimura Danzō wakes up. Yes, I will start to do it immediately. Mitokado Homura nodded solemnly in response. After all, the only thing they can do now is this. Konoha. The dynasty has changed, the sky has changed. Chapter 6. Wake up, go to the Senju tribe. Chapter 6. The next day, Shimura Danzō woke up from his lethargy. Did you fall asleep? Sure enough, the load on your body is still too great. Waking up, Shimura Danzō muttered to himself, looking at the sun in the sky. Although he now has the body of a half-sage, the consumption that day was too great, and he carried Senju Tobirama's body all the way back to Konoha. After all, fighting out from Cloud Shinobi's encirclement and then fighting back and out, these 3 times put Shimura Danzō's body load to an extreme. The same is true for the mental aspect, so I selectively fall into lethargy. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's start preparing to take over Hokage's position. However, you still have to change your clothes first. Shimura Danzō looked at the hospital gown he was wearing and smiled wryly. Unexpectedly, he was just unconscious from exhaustion, but was sent directly to Muya Hospital. Click. At this time, the door was opened. Tuan, Master Danzō, are you awake? It is not difficult to see from the clothes held by the other party that he is the ninja responsible for taking care of Shimura Danzō. Well, give me the clothes first. Shimura Danzō nodded and took the clothes from his hands. Quick, go and tell Mito-sama, Danzo-sama has woken up. The ninja immediately roared out the door, and the voice could be heard clearly by the entire Konoha hospital. But it's not hard to hear the surprise in his words. Obviously, Shimura Danzō's awakening is great news for him, no, for Konoha. I slept for a few days. Shimura Danzō was not surprised by his actions, but just shook his head and asked. One day, if Mr. Danzo's health is fine, please hurry up and preside over the overall situation. The ninja's tone was a bit bitter, as if there was something unspeakable hidden. What's going on? What happened to Konoha? Shimura Danzō's brow furrowed. Could it be that the second Hokage of Sunagaku is taking advantage of the war to invade the Fire Nation? The body of Master Second Generation has not been buried. Master Mito said that no matter what, you must wait until you wake up before you can bury Master Second Generation. Because you are the third Hokage appointed by the Second Generation project, Mito-sama will stand up to everyone's opinions and be so resolute. Konoha Shinobi explained to Shimura Danzō the events of the day in an orderly manner. Shimura Danzō's expression changed after listening, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Whirlpool Mito, is he showing his favor to me? Shimura Danzō murmured inwardly. Whirlpool Mito's behavior is equivalent to that the other party has already shown their side, and the Senju family supports him to be elected as this Hokage. With the support of the Senju clan, his position among Konoha is much more stable, basically no one can shake it. After all, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and everyone knows this truth well. Even with the loss of First Hokage and Second Hokage, Senju is still the #1 family in Konoha. Well, I will naturally do my best when I am dragged by others. A faint smile appeared on Shimura Danzō's face. Even if the Senju clan doesn't show favor, he will let Senju develop safely. Familiar with the plot, he knows that in the future Senju, only Tsunade can shine brightly in the ninja world. The others are not too threatening before the awakening of Wood Style, and Shimura Danzō is not so sensitive yet. It's time to meet Mito the Vortex. After Shimura Danzō changed his clothes, he greeted the ninja and headed to the Senju clan. Walking on the street, he found that the whole Konoha and even the civilians were in a sad mood. The noisy children in the past were also silent, silently looking at the rock statue of Second Hokage in the distance. It can be seen that the extent of Senju Tobirama's reputation among the leaves is really shocking. But this is also a very normal thing. After all, Konoha has been thriving since Senju Tobirama took over, whether it is the economy or the overall strength of the ninja. And a series of policies for civilians are extremely preferential treatment, such a Hokage, who doesn't like it. Soon, Shimura Danzō came to the Senju clan land. The Senju tribe showed a heavy burden, and they all mourned for Senju Tobirama. And a member of the Senju tribe saw Shimura Danzō coming, and obviously recognized him, and was stopped by Shimura Danzō when he was about to speak. Where is Mito-sama? I want to see her. Shimura Danzō's voice was so soft that it didn't bother anyone else. Master Danzō, please follow me. Shimura Danzō's attitude made the Senju people feel better. Originally, he thought that the other party was about to succeed Third Hokage, so he would put on airs, but he didn't expect to be so approachable. Tap tat tat. Shimura Danzō followed in the footsteps of the Senju tribe, and soon came to a courtyard. I have to say that Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama's foundation for the Senju family is really too big. The size of this courtyard alone is impressive, not to mention the size of the entire Senju family's land. Without Shimura Danzō's crossing, I am afraid that the Senju clan will be a piece of cake in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly swallowing up the place. Mito-sama, Danzo-sama has arrived. The Senju tribe knocked on the door twice carefully and said, "Come in." A beautiful female voice came from the house, and then the Senju tribe opened the door to signal Shimura Danzō to enter. Shimura Danzō quickly entered it, and 2 figures came into view. The red-haired middle-aged woman is the Vortex Mito with 9 tails sealed in her body. The traces of the years have already appeared on her face, but it is not difficult to see that the other party was a charming beauty when she was young. And lying in her arms was a lovely little blonde loli in her sleeping position. The only person in Konoha who can sleep in Mito's arms is her eldest granddaughter, Tsunade. Chapter 7. Uzumaki Mito's way of lining up. Chapter 7. Sorry, Mito-sama. Shimura Danzō bowed slightly, his words full of apology. After all, Senju Tobirama died to save them, so Shimura Danzō and others still owe the Senju clan. It's Tobarama's decision, I understand his feelings, so you don't have to feel guilty. Vortex Mito's eyes are full of indescribable complexity. Thank you for bringing back Tobarama's body. This kindness will always be remembered by the Senju family. Whirlpool Mito's words undoubtedly affirmed Shimura Danzō and also showed that he stood in line. And Uzumaki Mito also knew Shimura Danzō's deeds from Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, and there was absolutely no trace of fraud. A man who can fight back to the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi with his own life, carrying a corpse back from the chaos. This courage, this friendship, can be said to be unprecedented. Since you have awakened, you will preside over Tobarama's funeral. After all, you are the third Hokage appointed by Tobarama, and the one who carried him back from the battlefield. There was a little sadness in Mito's tone, and the eyelashes of Tsunade in her arms trembled slightly, as if there was a sign of waking up. Well, I'm going to start preparing for the teacher's funeral. Shimura Danzō nodded and said, originally wanted to leave, but suddenly remembered Senju Tobirama's last words before he died, and turned to face the Whirlpool Mito again. Mito-sama, the teacher asked me to personally teach Tsunade before she died, so that she can become an excellent ninja. Of course, if Master Mito teaches this child himself, I don't have to intervene. The two words of Shimura Danzō made Uzumaki Mito's complexion change slightly, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes, but it soon became clear. It took only a moment for her to understand Senju Tobirama's intentions. Senju Tobirama had already planned everything, so that Shimura Danzō was firmly tied to the Senju clan's chariot. Use this favor to let Shimura Danzō take care of the Senju clan until he retires from the position of Hokage. I have to say that this is a very good calculation, even Mito Uzumaki didn't expect Senju Tobirama to even count this. If Tsunade is the direct disciple of Third Hokage, then Senju's position in Konoha will be very stable and will not be threatened too much. Since it's Tobarama's last words, follow them. When Tsunade is old enough, I will let her study with you. Whirlpool Mito gently caressed Tsunade's back, looking at Tsunade's cute sleeping face with a smile. This eldest granddaughter can be said to be her last thought. I see, I'm going to prepare for the teacher's funeral first. After Shimura Danzō said goodbye, he opened the door and left, heading for the place that would soon be his. The Vortex Mito looked at the closed door, fell into deep thought, and then crystal tears flowed down from his eyes. Tears dripped down Tsunade's sculpted cheeks, and then Tsunade seemed to wake up. Seeing that Tsunade was about to wake up, Uzumaki Mito hastily stopped his tears. She can't show her weak side in front of others, otherwise Senju will really be bullied. Soon, Shimura Danzō came to Hokage's office. Click, open the door and enter. But the scene in front of him made him a little strange. The four people in front of him are his companions, Uchiha Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzō's strange expression was because Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting on the Hokage office chair at the moment, looking at the documents. He made this Hokage position seem to belong to him. When Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and saw Shimura Danzō, his expression became awkward. Even with a face as thick as a great wall, he couldn't stand the weird look in Shimura Danzō's eyes. Mitokado Homura and the others didn't say anything, and looked at the two as if they were watching a show. After all, Third Hokage is Shimura Danzō, but you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are sitting in his Hokage's place. No matter how good the relationship is, there must be a limit. Obviously, they have other ideas. Even if these two are a pair of life and death, good brothers, there has to be a dividing line in this regard. Danzō, I'm sorry, I thought you were still in a coma, so I took care of the recent government affairs for you on my own initiative. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled awkwardly, then hurriedly left the Hokage office chair and sat next to Uchiha Kagami. A set of movements, smooth, to cover up embarrassment. But when he left, there was a trace of reluctance in his eyes, which was extremely secretive, but Shimura Danzō still captured this subtle expression. It's okay, Sarutobi, it's different who is Hokage, whoever we are with whoever. How about I go and tell everyone that you will be the Hokage in the future? Shimura Danzō showed a comprehensible smile on his face, which made it impossible for anyone to feel any trace of malice. And what he said made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face even more embarrassing, and Uchiha Kagami, Mitokado Homura, and Uchiha Kaharu even gloated. Let you Sarutobi Hiruzen give orders all day with Second Hokage on weekdays, no one will help you this time. No, Danzō, you are the third Hokage appointed by the teacher. The reason why the teacher did this must be that you think that your ability is stronger than ours, and you can lead Konoha to glory. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the desire in his heart, waved his hands and smiled awkwardly. But in fact, I really want to respond to Shimura Danzō's words, but if he does so, it will show his ambition for the position of Hokage. Now all he has to do is make Shimura Danzō think he has no aspirations for the Hokage position, and, Alright, prepare for the teacher's funeral, using Konoha's highest standards. So Konoha members must be present, and those who are not present will be expelled from Konoha. Shimura Danzō sat on the Hokage office chair with a cold expression and said in a serious tone. And Shimura Danzō's words made everyone's hearts tremble, because they all know that Konoha has changed, and the new Hokage will use his wrist to tell Konoha, and even the whole ninja world. Konoha was not defeated by the death of Second Hokage. Chapter 8. The Funeral of Senju Tobirama. Chapter 8. Konoha 15 years. June 5th. For civilians in the ninja world, this may be a day when the flames of war die. But for everyone in Konoha, this is a sad, sad day. There was no light in the gloomy sky, and terrifying dark clouds enveloped the entire Konoha. Light rain poured down from the sky. Today, a founder and a pioneer of Konoha prosperity will be buried here. All the villagers of Konoha village put on black mourning uniforms, the ninjas also put away their forehead protectors, and the civilians folded their hands in silence. All the puppet readers lost their former vitality, their eyes were low and full of grief. The iron law of the ninja's iron law. A ninja must not shed tears at any time, and must not reveal his feelings. This sentence is what Senju Tobirama told them. But in the past, this sentence, which was kept in mind by the Chunin practitioners, has lost its effect today. No matter who it is, every ninja, every Konoha civilian has an unconcealable sorrow on his face. Everyone stared at the coffin on the Konoha square, letting the rain slap their cheeks. Some people closed their eyes tightly, bit their lips lightly, and fought back the tears in their eyes. Some people looked up at the sky, letting the rain drip down their cheeks, and the tears and rain combined, making it impossible to see. Some strong ninjas patted their companions gently, silently comforting those around them. Everyone is mourning, and no one dares to speak out at this moment. Uchiha's clansmen and their patriarch also had complex expressions, full of emotions in their hearts. Because Senju Tobirama did not treat them badly and let them set up the Konoha garrison. Although far away from the political center of the village, the prestige of the Uchiha clan has reached its peak in Konoha. So for this man who was both an opponent and a companion, they couldn't even feel a little joy in their hearts. But they really admire Senju Tobirama in their hearts. No one dares to make mistakes because of his strong political skills. Whirlpool Midoki looked at Senju Tobirama quietly with tears streaming down his eyes. Tsunade beside him was already crying loudly, and hurriedly wanted to step over the coffin to touch Senju Tobirama. Soon, Tsunade passed out from crying. Master Mido, let me hold her. Shimura Danzō saw a trace of exhaustion appearing between the eyebrows of Uzumaki Mido, knowing that the other party was really tired these days, so he wanted to take Tsunade in her arms. Well, thank you, Danzo. Uzumaki Mido didn't refuse either, and handed the Tsunade in his arms to Shimura Danzō. In the front row, there are a few people standing, they are all disciples of Senju Tobirama who are closest to him. Vortex Mido, Tsunade, Shimura Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, Uchiha Kagami. The next ones are Konoha's high-level officials, family patriarchs, and the Senju clan. In the end, the ninjas and Konoha civilians all prayed for Senju Tobirama in their hearts. Cover it. Shimura Danzō realized that the time had come, and whispered to Mitokado Homura beside him. Crack, flop. Soon, Senju Tobirama's coffin was closed. Woo 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 woo. The sound of mourning flutes resounded across the sky, and dark clouds enveloped the entire sky. Boom. There was a thunder in the sky, and it rained heavily in an instant. Senju Tobirama was finally buried under the eyes of everyone crying. Buried next to Senju Hashirama. Tread. Shimura Danzō came forward first, holding a white chrysanthemum and placing it in front of Senju Tobirama's tombstone. Looking at the portrait of Senju Tobirama, Shimura Danzō stood in front of the tombstone and fell into a moment of thought. No one dared to urge Shimura Danzō, because everyone knew that at the moment he was the appointed heir of the Second Hokage. Already the Third Hokage, but there is no coronation ceremony. Teacher Tobarama, let's go. Soon, Shimura Danzō went down. Vortex Mido's eyes were filled with grief after putting down the white chrysanthemum, and his figure was shaky, as if he was about to faint. Master Mido. Shimura Danzō stepped forward to support Mido Whirlpool. Then Uchiha Kaharu gave Uchiha Kaharu a look and asked her to hold the Whirlpool Mido down to rest. Tsunade woke up again, holding Senju Tobirama's tombstone tightly and refused to let go. The sound of crying seemed to resound through the sky. But in the end, he was tired of crying, and Shimura Danzō picked him up and handed it to the Senju clan. Everyone placed the white chrysanthemum in their hands in front of Senju Tobirama's tombstone, and then bowed deeply. An old man in Konoha recited the merits of Senju Tobirama during his lifetime. Everyone listened carefully, for fear of missing any word. Soon, the old man finished reading the last word and closed the text. Soon, the funeral was over. Many people left the cemetery slowly with painful expressions. But there are also many people who did not leave, but stared closely at the portrait of Senju Tobirama. What's more, they have passed out from crying and fell directly on the ground unconscious. From this point, it can be seen that the Hokage of Senju Tobirama is very competent, surpassing the shadows of Senju Hashirama and even the other 4 countries. He is the pioneer of Konoha, a person who dedicated his life to Konoha. He could have chosen to use the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, but in his twilight years he chose to use his life to pave the way for Konoha's future hope. Where the leaves dance, the fire is also alive. The firelight will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. This is Senju Tobirama's will of fire. The legend has come to an end, and a new heir to the will of fire has emerged. This time, Senju Tobirama did not choose the wrong person. He chose Shimura Danzō, which was the most correct choice. Fallen flowers are not heartless things, into chunny more quadrangle. This is the best line of poetry that explains Senju Tobirama Hokage's career. There is no absolute good person, and there is no absolute bad person. Senju Tobirama may have some disgrace in his life, but he is a respectable ninja. Chapter 9. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn ninja tools are in my hands. Chapter 9. Konoha Village, Conference Hall. At this time, the conference hall was full of people, and those who can sit here are the high level and mainstay of Konoha and the patriarchs of various families. The person who can let them stay here in peace is naturally Third Hokage Shimura Danzō. Guys, if there is anything inconsiderate about my Hokage, please bear with me. Shimura Danzō glanced around, a faint smile on his face. Although it was a kind face, no one dared to raise any contempt for this young Hokage. He is the third Hokage designated by Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and he has been with him for so long, which is really impossible to underestimate. Master Hokage, Cloud Shinobi, what should we do? Uchiha Kagami asked aloud at this moment. Senju Tobirama's death is because of Cloud Shinobi's golden and silver horns. Even if Jinjiaoyinjiao rebelled and died together with Second Hokage, they still couldn't swallow this breath. Because the impact of this incident was too great, the morale of the ninjas in Konoha was extremely low, and the sacrifice of Second Hokage was also a major loss for Konoha. Don't worry about Cloud Shinobi, their future third Raikage will come to apologize in person. Shimura Danzō spoke slowly after pondering for a long time. What, Master Hokage, you are joking, how could Raikage come to our village? Everyone was shocked and expressed their disbelief in what Shimura Danzō said. Because this is so ridiculous that it is simply unbelievable. Third Raikage came to Konoha to apologize. This is simply nonsense. Doesn't he know how bad the relationship between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi is now? Even if Konoha came, everyone would definitely not let him go back alive. Of course I'm not joking. As for whether I'm telling the truth, let's wait and see. Shimura Danzō said calmly with a serious face. After explaining some things and informing various departments to pay attention to recent movements in other countries, the meeting was adjourned. Shimura Danzō, who had just returned to Hokage's office, had no time to rest when the door of the office was opened again. Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4 people came together to Hokage's office and seemed to have something to say to Shimura Danzō. Let's talk about it first, come and help me with government affairs. Gives me a big head. Shimura Danzō pointed to the mountains of documents on the table and on both sides of the table with black lines all over his head. Forehead. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others didn't know what to say. But they can see that if they don't help the other party to deal with these government affairs, they probably won't listen to a word from them. The time soon came to the evening, and the documents were almost finished. Uchiha Kagami and others lay on the sofa with a tired look. They didn't expect Hokage to deal with so many things on weekdays. Without their help, Shimura Danzō might have to deal with it for a few days to finish it. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one who didn't feel tired at all, but was very excited about this kind of thing. Others naturally didn't have the time to pay attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzō noticed all of this. It can be said that this guy is really suitable for Hokage, but it is only suitable. He, Shimura Danzō, is more suitable for Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tell me, what do you want from me? Shimura Danzō sat on the Hokage office chair, looked at the 4 people in front of him and said seriously. Danzō, are you really that confident over Cloud Shinobi? You must know that they are a group of lunatics. It is impossible to negotiate with Konoha so calmly. Maybe the war will continue to break out. Uchiha Kagami said with a serious face. Konoha lost a strong cage-level player, which was a huge blow to them. If Cloud Shinobi fights Konoha again at this time, I am afraid it will be really difficult to resist Cloud Shinobi's army. Don't worry, I have already met the other party when I came back from carrying the teacher. And it was the future third Hokage who made way for me and promised to come to Konoha. Besides, the gold horn and silver horn ninja tools are still in my hands, they have to come. Shimura Danzō's faint smile was full of confidence, and his words made everyone's eyes hot and full of shock. All the gold horn and silver horn ninja tools are in your hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in disbelief after swallowing deeply. You must know that the ninja tools of Jinjiaoyinjiao are the ninja tools handed down from the legendary sage of 6 paths. The power is unparalleled, even the cage-level powerhouses have to avoid the edge for the time being, not daring to confront it. In the early days of the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen once had a brief fight with Yinkaku, and the function of the golden rope is still fresh in his memory. If it weren't for the help of Shimura Danzō and others, I'm afraid he would have died under the control of Silver Horn. And Jinjiaoyinjiao also relied on the prestige of the 6 paths ninja tool to traverse the entire ninja world. He forced Cloud Shinobi and Konoha, who were disparate in strength, to a tie, resulting in heavy casualties for the troops facing Jinjiaoyinjiao. If it weren't for the presence of Senju Tobirama and the many successes of the raid plan, I am afraid that Konoha would really be defeated by Cloud Shinobi's attack. Well, when I carried it back to the teacher, I put away the 6 paths ninja of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn in advance. These words of Shimura Danzō made Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood suddenly heavy to the extreme. If that's the case, then it's a bit difficult for me to start. No wonder you think Third Raikage will come in person. If it's a 6 paths ninja, it's worth their time. Mitokado Homura nodded and said clearly. Shimura Danzō still had a faint smile on his face, but turned his attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The subtle expression change didn't escape Shimura Danzō's eyes, it just didn't get noticed. Sarutobi, I am Hokage. Chapter 10. Tsunade, are you Sarutobi Danzō? Chapter 10. The next day, Shimura Danzō left the Hokage building after dealing with Hokage affairs. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others helped him deal with a lot of affairs yesterday, so he didn't spend much time today. And, the people in Konoha are not dead, and all affairs don't have to be handed over to Shimura Danzō. If all the big and small things are handed over to Shimura Danzō, what will the rest of the ninjas in charge of this do? So today's Shimura Danzō came to the clan land of the Senju clan for a rare leisure time. He did not forget to promise Senju Tobirama's last words, teach Tsunade himself to make him a good ninja. At first Shimura Danzō refused, but Tsunade's cute appearance is really pitiful. And Uzumaki Mito also showed that he is on his side, and being close to the Senju clan is not a bad thing. By the way, return Senju Tobirama's weapon, Blade of the Thunder Spirit, to the Senju clan. Although this sword is a treasure, Shimura Danzō is not very interested, so he might as well return it to the Senju clan as a favor. By the way, you can get a wave of favorability, so why not do it? Master Third Hokage, why are you here? There was a scream, which was quite familiar to Shimura Danzō. Turning around, this person is the same Senju who led Shimura Danzō to the location of Mito in the vortex last time. Well, I have some teacher's relics here, I was busy before and I forgot, now I will return them. Shimura Danzō nodded, so that's how it is. My lord, please go ahead. I believe you should still remember the location of the yard. After hearing Shimura Danzō's intention, the Senju tribe's tense expression relaxed a little, as if some weight had been lifted. It can be seen that he is still under a lot of pressure when facing Shimura Danzō, otherwise he would not be so serious and nervous. Remember, by the way, what's your name? When the Senju tribe turned to leave, Shimura Danzō suddenly stopped him and asked. Back to Master Hokage, my name is Senju Jo Chang. Opening square bracket question mark. For a moment, Shimura Danzō was shocked by the other party's name. Seeing Shimura Danzō's expression suddenly froze, his eyes were full of shock. Senju Jo Chang's expression became more tense, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. You must know that Mito-sama once gave an order that the Senju clan must not make enemies with the current Hokage, otherwise they will be expelled from the Senju clan. But Shimura Danzō was very shocked after hearing his name, which made Senju Jo Chang's mood sink to the bottom of the valley, and cold sweat poured down his back. Fire! Hokage-sama, may I ask, is there anything else? Senju Jo Chang tried his best to control his emotions, and said in a warlike manner. But the trembling and fear in his voice can be heard completely. Obviously, he was frightened by Shimura Danzō's sudden behavior, otherwise how could such a big man be so dignified? No, it's nothing, you go and do your work. Shimura Danzō quickly waved his hands after realizing his gaffe. Senju Jo Chang felt relieved when he heard the words, and he hurriedly left Shimura Danzō's sight with oil on the soles of his feet. Sure enough, Otherworld really has all kinds of names. Shimura Danzō's inner complaints. Immediately afterwards, he tidied up his emotions and left, walking towards the place where the vortex Mito was. When Shimura Danzō came to the courtyard last time, he found Mito, the vortex, sitting in the courtyard at this time. And not far away, there is a little blonde loli sitting cross-legged on the rock, her eyes closed. This little blonde loli is Tsunade. Whirlpool Mito was also surprised when he saw Shimura Danzō's arrival, and got up hastily. Third Hokage, why are you here? Uzumaki Mito's address immediately made Shimura Danzō smile wryly. Master Mito, please don't insult me, you should call me Danzō, I don't dare to accept this title. Shimura Danzō said helplessly with a wry smile on his face. Okay then, I'll ask you to call you Danzō. Whirlpool Mito had a look of apology on his face, but he was very satisfied in his heart. Mito-sama, I'm here to return the teacher's belongings. After speaking, Shimura Danzō took it out from the Vice-Admiral Blade of the Thunder Spirit in the system space. Zzz. The golden lightning on the blade of the Thunder Spirit danced crazily, and a rich and familiar chakra pervaded the air. And the chakra attached to it is obviously left by Senju Tobirama during his lifetime. Blade of the Thunder Spirit. Vortex Mito murmured while looking closely at the lightning-flashing sword in front of him. After a long silence, you accept this sword. You are the appointed Hokage of Tobarama, so you are naturally qualified to inherit this sword. Don't say no. Vortex Mito shook his head and pushed Blade of the Thunder Spirit to Shimura Danzō. There was an unquestionable tone in the last sentence, which made Shimura Danzō unable to refuse for a while. Oh well, Shimura Danzō had no choice but to smile bitterly, and could only reluctantly take back the Blade of the Thunder Spirit again. You just came today, let Tsunade meet you. Just as the Whirlpool Mito's voice just fell, the eyes of Tsunade, who closed his eyes and meditated in the distance, opened his eyes at this moment. Shui Ling's eyes were full of curiosity and looked at Shimura Danzō in front of him. Are you the Sarutobi Danzō that Second Grandpa said? Amount. Please ask for some flowers and evaluation tickets, and work hard every day for 5 updates. Chapter 11. Tsunade, call me teacher, understand? Chapter 11. As soon as Tsunade's words came out, the scene became very silent. Shimura Danzō looked embarrassed, looking at the little lowly Tsunade in front of him with some dumbfounding. Uzumaki Mito looked warm and angry, and then reached out and knocked Tsunade hard on the head. Ah, it hurts. Grandma, what are you doing? Tsunade held his forehead in pain, and there was a mist in his eye sockets. A pained expression appeared on the powder-carved jade face, his eyes were full of puzzlement, and his tone was questioning. From this point, it can be seen that Uzumaki Mito didn't hold back at all, and directly gave Tsunade a big fruit to eat. Be serious, he will be your teacher from now on, Shimura Danzō. Call the teacher. Vortex Mito's serious look is full of majesty. The majesty of the head of the family instantly became full, causing Tsunade to stretch his neck, and Shuiling's eyeballs rolled several times. No, why should he be my teacher? Could it be that he is better than second grandpa? Tsunade trotted to the distance and made a grimace and refused directly. In her heart, the only people who can teach her are grandma and second grandfather, so why should others teach her? But Uzumaki Mito didn't speak at this time, instead he turned his gaze to Shimura Danzō. Indeed, this kid has good talent, coupled with the teachings of Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Mito, his strength is far beyond his peers. So it's normal to have a bit of arrogance in my heart. Shimura Danzō needs to show his hands before Tsunade can obediently learn from him. Oh, I may not be as good as the teacher, but it is more than enough to teach you a little girl. Shimura Danzō naturally understood what Uzumaki Mito meant, so he looked at Tsunade with a smile and teased. In this way, if you can use second grandpa's flying thunder god, I will consider you as my teacher. Tsunade put his hands on his hips and smiled smugly. And Uzumaki Mito frowned, because Tsunade's condition was too much. You must know that Flying Thunder God technique is Senju Tobirama's famous stunt, and he relied on this to kill Uchiha Izuna. But the way of cultivation is extremely harsh, and it is simply not something ordinary people can cultivate. Many people have tried to practice Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique in the past, but none of them succeeded and all failed. To practice that kind of thing, you must have the talent for space-time ninjutsu, otherwise you will not be able to practice successfully. Tsunade is obviously endangering Shimura Danzō, otherwise such conditions would not have been stated. Tsunade, you. Just when Uzumaki Mito wanted to speak for Shimura Danzō stopped him with a look. God-level choice. Option 1. Refuse Tsunade's conditions, and cannot accept Tsunade as an apprentice. Task reward. Obtain the Mount Myoboku Sage Art Cultivation Method. Option 2. Accept Tsunade's challenge and accept Tsunade as an apprentice. Task reward. Flying Thunder God Proficiency Level 1. Get a trace of Ashura's original chakra. The door-to-door reward is really a good system. Shimura Danzō felt Ichiraku in his heart after seeing the reward for option 2. Okay, I accept your terms. Remember to call me teacher in the future. Shimura Danzō smiled faintly at Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of shock, and a thought suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that Shimura Danzō has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Hey, talking nonsense. Second Grandpa's Flying Thunder God technique is not something everyone can practice. Seeing that Shimura Danzō was so confident, Tsunade struck without hesitation. But an ominous premonition suddenly rose in her heart. Shimura Danzō is very likely to be Flying Thunder God technique. Task rewards have been issued. Suddenly, Shimura Danzō had a lot of new knowledge in his mind, as well as that trace of mastery of the power of space. Obviously, this is the characteristic of the initial cultivation of the Flying Thunder God technique. Little girl, watch it. Shimura Danzō took out a kunai from his trouser pocket, and then attached the mark of Flying Thunder God. Whoosh, I saw him swipe hard, and kunai instantly flew into the sky like a cloud-piercing arrow. The speed was so fast that he couldn't see clearly at all. Flying Thunder God technique. Call out. I saw Shimura Danzō's figure instantly disappeared in place. That's right, is gone. Instead of stepping on the ground and flying into the air, in an instant, Shimura Danzō appeared above the sky for tens of seconds, and slowly fell from the sky. This scene shocked Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade. Especially Uzumaki Mito, she could clearly feel a tremor in the space just now. The rest may not be able to perceive the subtleties of space, but Uzumaki Mito can. What Shimura Danzō used just now is the Flying Thunder God technique developed by Senju Tobirama. But the proficiency is not high, otherwise the surrounding space will not have the slightest tremor. Tsunade, on the other hand, looked at the scene in front of him with dull eyes, a little at a loss. How could the Flying Thunder God technique, which was said to be difficult to practice, and the ninjutsu with the highest degree of difficulty, be learned so easily? Crack. Suddenly, kunai stood in front of Tsunade. Immediately after a strong wind hit, Tsunade suddenly felt his body being hugged. Little girl, how are you? The soft and light voice rang in her ears, instantly making Tsunade's face turn red. BD, you copper smelter, put me down. Tsunade struggled violently immediately, his face was flushed, full of girlish shyness. Be polite and call the teacher, otherwise I will hold you all the time. Shimura Danzō didn't put down the struggling Tsunade immediately, but said with a teasing smile. But it is impossible for a strong woman like Tsunade to give in so easily, and she struggled for several minutes. But, unable to break free from the shackles of Shimura Danzō. In desperation, Tsunade could only yell helplessly, "Teacher," but it is not difficult to hear that there is still dissatisfaction in Tsunade's tone, but it is more angry. Since she was only hugged by her relatives since she was a child, now that she was suddenly hugged by a strange man, she was naturally extremely angry. Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade in the courtyard who was teased by Shimura Danzō Flying Thunder God, and showed a gratified smile. Chapter 12. Little Tsunade, calm down and think. Chapter 12. Tsunade, if you haven't cultivated well, then don't blame me and report to Mito-sama. Shimura Danzō looked at the lazy Tsunade in front of him and smiled slightly. But the threat in the words made Tsunade curl his lips. HMPH, they will threaten me with grandma. And I have learned all the things you taught, so I don't need to practice at all. Tsunade complained to Shimura Danzō with a disgruntled face. Indeed, as the princess of the Senju family, Tsunade has been exposed to much more things than ordinary people since she was a child. With Senju Tobirama and Vortex Mito accompanying him in training, both his vision and strength are far beyond his peers. That's why Tsunade was so impatient and full of arrogance in his heart. Oh, that's it. If you can snatch this bell from my hand, I will no longer be your teacher. On the contrary, if I win, then you have to obey me obediently. Shimura Danzō shook the bell in his hand and chuckled. TCH, it's a trick to deceive children. Do you think I don't know that you know the Flying Thunder God technique? Tsunade looked at Shimura Danzō with disdain and said. She had been teased by Shimura Danzō Flying Thunder God in the compound of the Senju clan before, and she already had a shadow in her heart, so she won't be fooled this time. I won't be using the Flying Thunder God technique this time, speed alone will suffice. Shimura Danzō's words immediately made Tsunade's eyes light up, and Schweling's eyeballs rolled a few times. You are not allowed to cheat. Tsunade showed a fierce expression and said to Shimura Danzō with claws and claws. Of course, I'm Third Hokage after all, and that would deceive a child. Shimura Danzō shook the bell in his hand again and laughed. Hooked. Seeing Tsunade's eager look and the confidence shining in his eyes, Shimura Danzō felt Ichiraku in his heart. The rules are very simple. Use all your means to grab the bell from me. Of course, you must have the determination to kill me, otherwise you won't be able to get the bell. Shimura Danzō's tone suddenly became serious, not as joking as before. And this sudden seriousness made Tsunade slightly taken aback, and then nodded quickly. Then, let's start. As soon as Shimura Danzō's voice fell, a kunai flashing with cold light instantly pierced Shimura Danzō's face. Little girl, it's pretty good. Shimura Danzō didn't evade, but also took out the kunai and waved it, directly knocking Tsunade's kunai away. Water style. Clear water. The speed of Tsunade's printing is extremely fast. A large amount of clear water by the river instantly turned into a wave and hit Shimura Danzō. Then Tsunade jumped into the water and headed straight for Shimura Danzō, a series of movements that were as fluid as they were perfect. Earth style. Earth flow wall technique. An earthen wall rose instantly, directly resisting the shock wave. The bell. It's mine. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. Tsunade hit Shimura Danzō directly with a punch, and there was amazing power in the punch. Shimura Danzō didn't hit hard, instead he jumped back, not giving Tsunade a chance to attack. Boom. Tsunade hit the ground with a punch, and there was a loud noise, and cracks appeared on the ground. Strange power boxing. It seems that it was not taught by Uzumaki Mito, but Senju Hashirama. Shimura Danzō vaguely remembers that in a Hokage game he played in his previous life, one of Tsunade's skills is the same as Senju Hashirama's, and they are all fists. There must be some connection between the two, otherwise it is impossible for Tsunade to learn without a teacher. HMPH. Coward. Don't hide if you have the ability. Tsunade snorted coldly when he saw Shimura Danzō dodging away. But there was a smug look on his face. Isn't this guy very powerful? It's not that he didn't dare to take his own fist. Huh, I'm just afraid of hurting you. Shimura Danzō shook his head and smiled after tying the bell around his waist. But his seemingly plain smile was full of sarcasm in Tsunade's eyes, and she couldn't stand it because of her bad temper. You copper-smelting BD. Tsunade suddenly became angry, and then rushed directly to Shimura Danzō with one step. Sure enough, the weakness is still too obvious. Shimura Danzō sighed helplessly after seeing Tsunade so excited. Tsunade is too easily irritated. If someone takes advantage of this on the battlefield, I am afraid that there will be nothing left. That's why Shimura Danzō chose to say this, he wanted Tsunade to control his temper. Shimura Danzō then engages in a fierce taijutsu battle with Tsunade. I have to say that Tsunade's strength is indeed strong, and this strength can already rival Chunin. But the attacks were haphazard, all flawed, and Shimura Danzō was able to defeat her at least 6 times during her attack. That's the difference in combat experience. Damn, this guy is so strong. Tsunade gradually became irritable when he saw that his offensive was not working at all. For Tsunade's attack, Shimura Danzō faced it very easily, without any pressure at all. It's time to end it. Shimura Danzō's sudden words stunned Tsunade. What's the meaning? Could it be that he was able to defeat himself from the very beginning? Call out. In an instant, a sharp piercing sound sounded, and Tsunade's expression froze. A gust of fist blows her flowing golden hair, and Shimura Danzō's fist appears in front of his eyes. How is it possible? Tsunade stared at the sandbag-sized fist in disbelief. She can feel how fast the opponent is, it's all about speed, and she doesn't rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. Little Tsunade, how are you? Shimura Danzō retracted his fist and his face appeared before Tsunade's eyes. I lost, Tsunade said in a low voice like a flat tire. She couldn't accept this reality, because she felt that there was not a big difference in strength between herself and the guy in front of her. But the speed shown by the other party just now completely surpassed her cognition. This time, she was convinced. Tsunade, your temper needs to be curbed, this kind of easily irritated personality is not good. And the mind is completely calm, and you have to learn to think about the enemy's next move or even the next few steps. This is the most basic thing for a ninja. Recklessness is a big taboo. Shimura Danzō spoke earnestly. Tsunade was taken aback. Originally, she thought that the other party would mock her proudly, but she didn't expect Shimura Danzō to point out her shortcomings instead of doing so. That's all for today's practice, remember to calm down, otherwise nothing will be successful. Shimura Danzō stepped forward and rubbed Tsunade's head, then left with a smile. But this time Tsunade didn't resist as before, but enjoyed Shimura Danzō's touch head kill. Chapter 13. The inventor of Izanami is Uchiha Kagami. Chapter 13. At this time, Shimura Danzō was leisurely processing the files on the desktop. There are not many files at this time, so Shimura Danzō seems to be handy in handling them without the slightest discomfort. It's pleasant, such a life. Shimura Danzō has never felt so relaxed. Hey, is this information about the Uchiha clan? Shimura Danzō looked at the encrypted file on the desktop, then picked it up and murmured. This document seems to be left by Senju Tobirama, and it probably records everything about the Uchiha clan. Driven by curiosity, Shimura Danzō opened this top-secret document. The owner of the Uchiha clan Mangekyo Sharingan. FK. There are 10 people. Shimura Danzō couldn't sit still, looking at the information in this document with a shocked expression. There are detailed records of those Uchiha ninjas who have Mangekyo Sharingan, even Uchiha Kagami is among them. He suddenly forgot that the era he was living in was not long after the end of World War I, and this was the period when the Uchiha clan was at its peak. Geniuses come forth in large numbers, and the number of strong men who survived the Sengoku era is too numerous to count. This is simply a huge time bomb for the village, and it cannot be solved at all. Uchiha Kagami's older sister, Uchiha Yuri. Shimura Danzō frowned, because he seemed to have heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember who it was. Uchiha Yuri, creator of Izanami. Official character evaluation. Uchiha Yuri is undoubtedly a great ninja. When most of the clansmen are immersed in power to kill each other, she can overcome the desire for power, and in order to save her companions, she will not hesitate to sacrifice her own eyes. It's a pity that this female senior may be too low-key, otherwise she will definitely be able to shock the ninja world like First Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Hiss. Man, Uchiha turned out to be so brilliant. Shimura Danzō gasped suddenly. He said how could it be so familiar, it turned out to be the creator of Izanami. It seems that the infighting of the Uchiha clan is about to start, and it should be for the position of patriarch. Otherwise, why would they frequently use tricks like Izanagi's? Shimura Danzō muttered to himself. He is sure that this time is definitely the most powerful period of the Uchiha clan, and it is no problem to overthrow the entire village. The owners of the 6 Mangekyo Sharingan, no matter how weak they are, will suddenly soar to Kage level in strength, which is the horror of Uchiha. However, in this infighting, most of the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan will die, leaving only a few. One is Uchiha Kagami, the other is the tribe who was cast Izanami, and the last one is naturally Uchiha Zili who used Izanami. I'm quite interested in this Uchiha Zili. Shimura Danzō put the document away and went into a drawer. Judging from the photos, Uchiha Yuri's appearance is not inferior to Tsunade at all, very similar to Azuki Shion decades later, and has purple hair. Just find a chance to get in touch with it. Although it is said to be a member of the Uchiha clan, the current Uchiha clan can still use it. A small plan suddenly rose in Shimura Danzō's mind. Boom boom boom. While Shimura Danzō was thinking about how to contact the Uchiha clan, there was a knock on the door of Hokage's office. Shimura Danzō could only temporarily put his thoughts away. Please come in. Click. The door was opened, and an old acquaintance who couldn't be more familiar came into view. Sarutobi, why are you here? Shimura Danzō was slightly surprised when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen appear. Shouldn't Sarutobi Hiruzen be resting at home? Why come to his Hokage office when he is free? Danzō, I don't think Captain Anbu can be left alone for a day. Recently, Anbu's discipline has been a little lax, and someone needs to rectify it. Anbu is the last line of defense to defend the village. Don't you think it would be better to have a capable person take it? Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. His eyes were full of solemnity, and his tone was filled with the feeling of worrying about the village. But that is to say, he can say such things directly to Shimura Danzō directly, and it would be really embarrassing for someone else. No way, who made them, good brothers in life and death? He went through fire and water for his brother, and as for when he stabbed twice in the back, he didn't know who would stab whom. Shimura Danzō laughed out loud when he heard this. He thought of many ways for Sarutobi Hiruzen to find him a job, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so direct. Although it is implied, it is completely express. You're right, I've been dealing with documents recently, and I don't have time to clean up Anbu. Shimura Danzō nodded slightly in approval of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Yes, and there have been some problems with Konoha's enchantment recently. Anbu unexpectedly didn't find out and report it in time to fix it. If I hadn't discovered it early, I'm afraid there would be some strange people in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately nodded in agreement. But it's not hard to see the smile and complacent look in his eyes. As for the candidate for Anbu's new captain, I already have an idea in mind, and I will definitely not disappoint you, Sarutobi. Shimura Danzō stood up and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen, giving him a meaningful look in his eyes. Danzō, you Didn't expect you to trust me so much. Tears welled up in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly. He thought the other party would refuse, but Shimura Danzō agreed so readily. Sure enough, he deserves to be a good brother in life and death. What do you think of Homura? He has a lot of courage, a cool head, and he was the captain of the Anbu branch. I think he is a good candidate. Question mark 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 question mark. Meow meow meow. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's excited expression of ready to accept Shimura Danzo's commission froze. What? Mitokado Homura. Chapter 14. Hiruzen, who is with whom in this relationship, Team Anbu. Chapter 14. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a state of extreme bewilderment and shock for a while, unable to recover from it. I've made it clear, but I still don't understand something so simple and clear. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to bring up the roar that happened at Shimura Danzo's neckline. But rationality told him that he could never do this, because the other party was Third Hokage, the ruler of Konoha. It is no longer the Shimura Danzō who can play with him, there is a gap in identity between the two. Sarutobi, what's wrong with you? Is there something uncomfortable? Shimura Danzō turned around and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a concerned face. After all, the other party's expression looked distorted, as if he was in a state of extreme excitement. I see, you are happy for that kid Homura, aren't you? That's right, after all, we are students under the teacher. You must be happy for him to be the captain of Anbu. Shimura Danzō smiled with satisfaction. If he can, he really wants to laugh out loud, and laugh out loud. Well, I'm really happy for Homura, it's an important position after all. We'll have to have a good time celebrating then. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He originally thought that Shimura Danzō could understand what he meant, but he didn't expect the other party to misinterpret it so seriously. Listen, is this what people say? Ah, Sarutobi, I originally wanted you to take this position, but I thought that the relationship between you and me is like brothers in life and death. If I do this, you will definitely misunderstand that I regard you as my subordinate, so in order to maintain our relationship, I can only let Homura take charge. Shimura Danzō said with a regretful face. This regretful expression fully expressed that he wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to be the captain of Anbu in his heart. But in order to keep the relationship between friends unchanged, Mitokado Homura was appointed as the captain of Anbu. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched wildly several times. My heart suddenly spit out a mouthful of depressed old blood. Relationships don't matter. Why do you think that my friendship as the captain of Anbu is indifferent? What the hell are you pretending to be in your mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared in his heart. But there is still a smile on his face. It looks plain, but there has been a huge wave in his heart, like a tsunami coming. Relax, Sarutobi, we are still best friends, people who can trust each other's backs on the battlefield. Shimura Danzō patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and gave him another meaningful look. Then he left Hokage's office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in the office with a look of astonishment. BD. Danzo, you BD. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared crazily in his heart. If it was really on the battlefield at this time, he really wanted to give this guy Shimura Danzō 2 swords. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi oh Sarutobi, I laughed so hard. On the edge of the Konoha barrier, Shimura Danzō laughed wantonly. Thinking of the way Sarutobi Hiruzen looked just now, Shimura Danzō really couldn't help it. Although he is a professional Hokage, a professional ninja, no matter what happens, he won't laugh, unless he can't help it. Huh, don't laugh, let's see what's wrong with Konoha's enchantment first. After adjusting his emotions, Shimura Danzō looked at the transparent barrier in front of him and murmured. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen said that, it proves that there must be a problem with Konoha's enchantment, otherwise he would not have taken the opportunity to come to Hokage's office to ask Shimura Danzō for a position as Captain Anbu. I have to say that this guy's wishful thinking is really good, but he met an Oscar winner like Shimura Danzō. Then Shimura Danzō stretched out his right hand, and chakra gathered in his hand and slowly penetrated into the barrier. Ordinary people certainly can't do this, but Shimura Danzō has seen something about the Konoha barrier from the materials left by Senju Tobirama, so he knows how to check whether the barrier is damaged. Otherwise, he wouldn't come directly, it might as well let Konoha Anbu investigate. Although there is a small problem, has it been fixed by Anbu? It seems that it still needs to be strengthened. I remember that Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have a scouting crystal, but how did that thing be made? Shimura Danzō was lost in thought for a moment. After all, the reconnaissance crystal can see every corner of Konoha clearly, so it has a great effect on Shimura Danzō. Konoha's enchantment was set up by the Uzumaki Clan. It's okay to ask Uzumaki Mito about it. Maybe Uzumaki Mito knows how the scout crystal works with the enchantment. Soon, Shimura Danzō made up his mind. After all, he still wants to use the scouting crystal to watch the situation of the Uchiha clan, so it has to be done as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō rushed to the Senju clan as fast as he could. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Do you want to use the enchantment to make a reconnaissance crystal that can observe the whole village? Uzumaki Mito frowned and looked at Shimura Danzō in front of him and said. Shimura Danzō was overjoyed to hear Uzumaki Mito's question, which showed that it was possible. Yes, after all, I just took over the village, and Anbu has not enough people, so with the scouting crystal, we can do a lot of things, and we can also get enough manpower. Shimura Danzō nodded. I can't do it, but Konoha's enchantment was reinforced by one of my nieces. If it was her, it should be able to do it. Uzumaki Mito's words made Shimura Danzō cheer up. Great, thank you Mito-sama, I'll send someone to the country of the vortex to invite your niece over. Shimura Danzō couldn't wait anymore. After all, it would be much better to complete the investigation of the crystal earlier. Why are you so anxious? Wait for me to write a letter to explain to her, otherwise you really won't be able to invite her. Uzumaki Mito gave Shimura Danzō a blank look and smiled helplessly, but he didn't mean much to blame. Then he spread out the paper on the side, picked up a pen and started writing a letter. And Shimura Danzō caught a glimpse of Uzumaki Mito's handwriting and admired secretly. As expected of the daughter of a big family, it really is a grandmaster calligraphy and painting. Soon, Shimura Danzō was attracted by Uzumaki Mito's profile, and looked at him with admiration in his eyes. Not to mention, at this time, Uzumaki Mito seems to be in her mid-30s, and the knife marks of the years don't seem to be too obvious on her face. But Shimura Danzō's actions are unclear to Uzumaki Mito, who puts her heart and soul into writing the letter. Chapter 15. Uchiha Yuri appears, curiosity for Danzō. Chapter 15. Sure enough, to be happy in life is to be happy. Shimura Danzō lay on the hill of Hokage Rock, enjoying the comfort of the majestic breeze blowing on his cheeks. Originally, he wanted to develop this scouting crystal by himself, but he didn't expect this barrier to be so complicated. Although Shimura Danzō can be cracked, it still takes too much time, so there is no need to do it like this. But this enchantment is in the hands of others, so there is no sense of security. Shimura Danzō said with emotion. No wonder Konoha would not say anything about the demise of Uzumaki, but just rescued the container of the next generation of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The country of the vortex holds the lifeline of Konoha's enchantment. If it is wiped out, it will be great news for Konoha. After all, no one likes that outsiders can hold the only key at the door of their house all day long. Therefore, the demise of the vortex kingdom is inevitable, and Shimura Danzō will not stop it by then. After all, the demise of the country of vortex would be harmful to him but not beneficial. At most, it is to preserve those precious sealing techniques and enchantment scrolls. As for people, it doesn't matter. I didn't expect Third Hokage to be lazy. Suddenly, a beautiful female voice came. The voice is as crisp as a yellow warbler, light and exquisite, and it sounds extremely comfortable. This voice was a little strange to Shimura Danzō, and he had never heard this voice before. Driven by curiosity, Shimura Danzō sat up and looked behind. The visitor was dressed in a simple black kimono. The woman's face was like a hibiscus, her eyebrows were like long willows, and her deep black eyes were as attractive as black holes. The snow-like skin makes people look like they can't help but want to kiss fangs. Long lavender hair hangs down her waist, like a dusty fairy. This outfit, are you from the Uchiha clan? Shimura Danzō carefully looked at the classical woman in front of him and said with a hint of surprise in his tone. After all, the kimono of the Uchiha family in the village is the most obvious, simple, without any bells and whistles, that is, there is a sign of the family emblem on the back. Yes, my name is Uchiha Yuri, and I am the older sister of Third Hokage companion Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Yuri said softly. There was a faint smile on her face, making it impossible to see what was going on in her mind. Is she Uchiha Juri, the legendary figure who developed Izanami? The official evaluation is not even lower than the genius female ninja of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Shimura Danzō carefully looked at the alluring woman in front of him. After systematic analysis and reminders, Shimura Danzō knew her and knew her appearance. However, it is completely different from the person in the photo, and the person looks much better. Does Jing have such a beautiful sister? It's so embarrassing not to tell me. Shimura Danzō smiled with a hint of surprise. From this point of view, it can be seen that Shimura Danzō does not have the airs of Hokage at all, but has a kind of approachable feeling. Is it like this? Then when I go back, I must teach that guy Jing a lesson, but he never mentioned me in front of his friends. Uchiha Yuri's exquisite laughter sounded again. There seems to be some magical power in this laughter, which makes people intoxicated. After chatting for a while, the two got to know each other better, and Uchiha Yuri silently gave Shimura Danzō a good score in his heart. He is personable, with a humble attitude, and a gentle tone, and the eyes that look at him are free of any impurities, very pure. This made Uchiha Yuri feel a little strange, and began to question himself. Is there really such a pure person in the world? Third Hokage's view of Konoha. No, how do you think of Konoha? Suddenly, Uchiha Yuri asked aloud. It seemed like an easy topic, but Shimura Danzō could sense that the other was testing him. This made Shimura Danzō have to think of one of the official evaluations of Uchiha Yuri. There's no narrow nationalism, and he is a great strong man who really thinks about the village and the country. It can be said that this Uchiha woman who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan loves the current Konoha village very much, otherwise she would not have been guarding Konoha in a low-key and silent manner. Hearing Uchiha Yuri's words, Shimura Danzō did not speak, but took a deep breath and looked towards the sky. And Uchiha Yuri did not leave immediately, but went to the edge of the cliff and sat beside Shimura Danzō, waiting for his answer. After all, she has been searching for this answer for a long time, and no one has ever been able to fully answer her. So she wanted to hear what the newly appointed Third Hokage had to say about this issue, which was also the main purpose of her coming here to meet Shimura Danzō. Where the leaves fly, the fire burns. The shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and sprout new leaves. When you want to protect yourself and be someone you cherish, the true power of a ninja will be revealed. Just like Sensei protected us back then, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself for the sake of the next generation of ninjas. After a long silence, Shimura Danzō spoke slowly. This is the will of fire, and this is Konoha. Konoha is a big family, and no one can break it, no matter who it is. Uchiha Yuri was completely stunned. Thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind, and the first few words of Shimura Danzō's will to fire rang through her mind. She didn't expect Shimura Danzō to answer like this, it's simply impeccable. This answer is exactly the answer she had been looking for in her heart. Suddenly, the way Uchiha Yuri looked at Shimura Danzō changed a lot. She became interested in this man who could utter such philosophical quotes. Chapter 16. The Problem of Konoha Barrier, the Arrival of Uzumaki Lingshui. Chapter 16. Time passed quickly, and a week passed. The relationship between Shimura Danzō and Tsunade has gradually improved a little because of the fight that day. Tsunade also got used to such a caring teacher, and even saw the shadow of the second grandfather in him. Seeing that the two can get along so peacefully, Uzumaki Mito also showed a relieved smile. Originally, she was worried that Shimura Danzō would not be able to educate Tsunade, but now it seems that she doesn't need to worry about it. While Shimura Danzō was training Tsunade, an Anbu suddenly appeared beside him. Master Hokage, the Uzumaki clan has arrived at the entrance of the village. Shimura Danzō was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that Anbu's movements would be so fast. After all, the journey between the Land of Fire and the Land of Vortex is a bit far away. Originally, I thought it would take half a month to arrive, but I didn't expect it to arrive after only a week. I see, you go down first. Shimura Danzō nodded, and then the Anbu ninja disappeared into a trace. Tsunade, please stop for a moment, there are guests coming. Shimura Danzō called out to Tsunade who was training, and this made the other party a little confused, but stopped. Guest, teacher, whose guest is it? A look of doubt appeared on Tsunade's delicate jade face. She was very curious about what kind of guests could be greeted by Konoha's third Hokage in person. It's Mito-sama's niece, your cousin. Pay attention to politeness later, your cousin has a very close relationship with Mito-sama. Shimura Danzō rubbed Tsunade's head and instructed. I see. Tsunade also nodded after Shimura Danzō explained who the guest was. If it was her past, she would have snorted coldly and dismissed it, but after some education from Shimura Danzō, her arrogant temper has also put away. Her temperament was just got used to by Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama back then, plus she is the eldest lady of the Senju clan and no one dared to oppose her, that's why she was like this. But Shimura Danzō doesn't care about these things, since you are my student, you have to be obedient to me. The Uzumaki tribe naturally did not stop at the entrance of the village, and went to the Senju tribe's clan land under the guidance of Anbu. When Shimura Danzō brought Tsunade to the place where Uzumaki Mito was, he saw Uzumaki Mito talking and laughing with a red-haired woman with the same hair color. The red-haired woman is naturally the Uzumaki tribe who came to Konoha, that is, the niece of Uzumaki Mito. The age of the other party seems to be about the same as Shimura Danzō, and his face is somewhat similar to Uzumaki Mito. Plain and simple home clothing, with the Uzumaki family emblem on the back, black eyes full of beauty, like tenderness like water. With a beautiful face and long red hair scattered around her waist like a waterfall, she is another rare beauty. As Tsunade back, Danzō you are here too. Uzumaki Mito quickly noticed Shimura Danzō and Tsunade standing not far away, so he waved to them. When Uzumaki Mito said the word Danzō, the red-haired woman's beautiful eyes showed a look of surprise, and then she turned around. Seeing the two people, one big and one small in front of her, the red-haired woman sized them up carefully. As this Konoha village's third Hokage, Shimura Danzō, the red-haired woman looked at Shimura Danzō subtly. Although it was very secretive, Shimura Danzō still noticed it, but he didn't point it out. After all, it is difficult for her not to know the other party. The deeds of Shimura Danzō and the matter of taking over Hokage have spread throughout the ninja world, and it is simply an existence that everyone knows. Danzō, Tsunade, let me introduce you. Her name is Uzumaki Lingshui, she is my brother's daughter, and she is also a person who participated in the development and improvement of Konoha Barrier. Danzō, don't underestimate her. This child's talent in sealing an enchantment is a once-in-a-century genius among the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mito introduced. When she said the latter sentence, she couldn't help but have a trace of pride on her face. After all, Uzumaki Lingshui is so good, even Uzumaki Mito is full of praise for her. Tsunade, call cousin, cousin. Tsunade suddenly burst into a flower-like smile, and sweetly called out to Uzumaki Lingshui. Uzumaki Mito also nodded with a smile. It can be seen that she likes this niece very much. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very sensible. Ahem, Mito-sama, we'll talk about your matters later, let's talk about the enchantment first. Shimura Danzō sat aside and watched the three women chatting with some embarrassment. After all, he really valued the investigation of crystals, and the sooner he finished it, the less troublesome things Shimura Danzō would have to deal with. As third Hokage in a hurry to investigate the crystal, Uzumaki Lingshui asked. Well, I'm in a hurry, otherwise I wouldn't have asked Mito-sama to write a letter to invite you. Shimura Danzō nodded. Because he feels that Konoha's enchantment is still a little unstable, and the scout crystal can be made, he can send some Anbu to inquire about the handling of tailed beasts in various villages. Danzo, is there something wrong with Konoha's enchantment? Uzumaki Mito asked with some concern. She originally thought that Shimura Danzō just wanted to use the enchantment to create a detection crystal, but things were not as simple as he imagined. Well, there is a small problem. Since Miss Lingshui is here, I believe the problem will be resolved soon. Shimura Danzō nodded. In this case, then Lingshui, you should go with Danzo to see the status of the barrier. Stay well for a few days after solving the enchantment, Uzumaki Mito hurriedly said after realizing the seriousness of his gaffe. Lingshui understands, Aunt, don't worry. Uzumaki Lingshui nodded obediently, and then asked Shimura Danzō to lead the way to the Konoha border. Third Hokage, please lead the way. Chapter 17. Uzumaki Lingshui's Inner Theater. Chapter 17. Along the way, the two didn't talk much, but the civilians and ninjas on the street all greeted Shimura Danzō. Naturally, Shimura Danzō greeted everyone with a smile on his face, responding to those who greeted him one by one. But they didn't ask about the woman next to Shimura Danzō. After all, people who can be with Third Hokage are basically not easy. And some things are better not to know, and I know in my heart what to ask and what not to ask. It wasn't until Uzumaki Lingshui and Shimura Danzō walked into the Konoha forest that Shimura Danzō's face seemed to relax, without the smile and seriousness. Poochie. All of a sudden, there was a delicate laugh, and I saw Uzumaki Lingshui's laughter was as delicate and clear as a melody. The glamorous face bloomed with a smile like a flower in full bloom, which made people look fascinated. What's Miss Lingshui laughing at? Is there something dirty on my face? Shimura Danzō didn't understand why Uzumaki Lingshui suddenly laughed. Sure enough, a woman's heart is a sea needle. It just feels a little weird. I didn't expect that you, Third Hokage, are not very used to greeting others frequently. This is not like the shadow of a village. Uzumaki Lingshui smiled and joked towards Shimura Danzō. At this time, Shimura Danzō seems to be the most real. Before, he seemed to be wearing a mask. No way, as a Hokage, you must have some majesty, otherwise you won't be able to convince the public. Shimura Danzō spread his hands and said in a helpless tone. His appearance made the smile on Uzumaki Lingshui's face more intense, but there was no trace of ridicule, it was a kind smile. Third Hokage is more fun than I thought. I thought it would be as rigid as Second Hokage or Uncle. Uzumaki Lingshui smiled lightly. After all, the image of the shadow of a village is basically serious or not angry, and they all have senior and strong qualifications. Originally, she thought that Shimura Danzō would be an uncle in his 30s or 40s, but seeing her now has slightly overturned her perception. Shimura Danzō is not a mature and stable middle-aged uncle, but a young man of his own age. Yushu was facing the wind, handsome and unrestrained, with a comfortable feeling on his body. And the most important thing is that Senju Tobirama did not let someone with seniority take over as Third Hokage, but let this young man take over the position of Hokage. It can be seen how high his expectations for Shimura Danzō are, otherwise he would definitely not pass the position of Hokage to him easily. Maybe it's because of my youth. Shimura Danzō smiled noncommittal. Okay, here we are. Shimura Danzō stopped suddenly, and Whirlpool Lingshui also stopped and did not continue to move forward, but carefully felt the invisible barrier in front of him. Miss Lingshui, don't worry about checking, don't worry about safety. Shimura Danzō whispered while sitting on a rock nearby. Well, then I started checking the enchantment, and I hope Third Hokage won't let others bother me. Vortex Lingshui nodded, then closed his eyes and stretched out his right hand to touch the barrier. Call out. A few seconds later, a figure appeared next to Shimura Danzō, and he slowly took off his mask, revealing a familiar face. This person is Mitokado Homura, who was appointed as the new Anbu captain by Shimura Danzō a few days ago. Master Hokage, is this Mito-sama's niece? Mitokado Homura whispered. After all, he also heard the conversation between Shimura Danzō and Whirlpool Lingshui just now. Well, let the Anbu members evacuate all the ninjas and villagers within a radius of 100 meters, and no one can disturb Miss Lingshui to check the situation of the enchantment. Shimura Danzō said with a serious tone. And his serious tone immediately made Mitokado Homura's face tremble. Yes, this is what I will do. After speaking, Mitokado Homura put on the Anbu fox mask again and left this area. Not only does she resemble Mito, but she also resembles Kushina. Shimura Danzō carefully looked at Lingshui's profile and whispered. To be honest, at first he thought that what he saw was Kushina, but he didn't ask because he thought that the mother would not be there. After Mito's explanation, he finally instructed the other party's name, Lingshui Whirlpool. Fortunately, I didn't ask aloud, otherwise the scene would be a little awkward. If I'm not mistaken, she may be Kushina's mother. Shimura Danzō murmured. The appearance of Uchiha Lingshui in front of him is comparable to that of Uchiha Yuri, and two peerless beauties appear in Shimura Danzō's cognition at the same time, which makes him seem a little tired of aesthetics. Maybe it was because he had seen too many beauties that he was not as surprised when he saw Whirlpool Lingshui for the first time as he was when he saw Uchiha Yuri. Being idle and bored, Shimura Danzō began to stir the flowers and plants around him. The breeze blows, and the flowers and plants dance around Shimura Danzō, like a fairy descending. And Shimura Danzō narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying the gentleness brought by the wind. Perhaps because of Grandmaster Wind's style, Shimura Danzō has a close affinity for Wind, as if there is a feeling of companionship. Half an hour later, Whirlpool Lingshui let go of his right hand that was touching the barrier and opened his eyes again. Sure enough, there is a small problem. Whirlpool Lingshui breathed a sigh of relief. It could be seen that her consumption seemed a bit high. Then he turned around and was about to speak when he found Shimura Danzō resting his eyes with his eyes closed. The smooth and fair face has sharp edges and corners, glowing with charming color, and the bridge of the nose is straight. Handsome facial features, perfect face, so Whirlpool Lingshui was fascinated by it for a while. Look carefully, it's quite handsome. Whirlpool Lingshui shook his head to get rid of the thoughts in his heart, and then wanted to step forward to have a closer look at Shimura Danzō's appearance. And just as she was moving, Shimura Danzō's eyes slowly opened and stared at the Whirlpool Lingshui. Miss Ling Shui, has the barrier been resolved? Hoo. For a moment, a blush appeared on the jade face of the vortex, and her delicate body trembled suddenly, as if she had been frightened. Chapter 18. The barrier was deliberately destroyed. Chapter 18. Miss Ling Shui, what is this? Shimura Danzō looked at Uzumaki Lingshui in confusion. He sensed Uzumaki Lingshui the moment he turned and started, and then slowly opened his eyes. No, nothing. Uzumaki Lingshui's voice suddenly became weaker, and he was a different person from before. There was a hint of shyness in the words, but why, Shimura Danzō had no way of knowing. Uzumaki Lingshui took a deep breath to adjust his gaffe. Enchantment. Let's talk about the enchantment. Uzumaki Lingshui's tone suddenly became serious, and Kianmei's jade face showed a trace of solemnity. And this expression also made Shimura Danzō's heart tremble suddenly. His figure was upright, and his expression was Yanu. Miss Ling Shui, please tell me. Shimura Danzō's heart sank slightly, and he said with a slightly heavy tone. Since Uzumaki Lingshui was able to say this, there must be something wrong with the enchantment, otherwise he would not have shown such an expression. There is something wrong with the enchantment, and it was deliberately destroyed by someone. But it was repaired again. Although it has been repaired, the chakra in the enchantment is obviously not left by the Vortex tribe, but a strange chakra. After Uzumaki Lingshui finished speaking in one breath, he looked at Shimura Danzō quietly and did not continue speaking. Because she has already said this, I believe Shimura Danzō should also be able to understand her meaning. That is among the Konohas, there is a traitor, and this spy understands Konoha's enchantment structure, and is very aware of the weakness of the enchantment. This person is a huge threat to the whole Konoha, a huge hidden bomb. If it is not done well, Konoha may be invaded because of this person, and then Konoha will collapse. Interesting, that guy Sarutobi can actually control Konoha's enchantment. Shimura Danzō murmured in surprise. If it was someone else, he might investigate thoroughly and then kill that person. But he didn't forget what Sarutobi Hiruzen said when he came to Hokage's office that day, and he also used the restoration of the barrier as an introduction to propose to be the captain of Anbu. As expected of the most outstanding strategist in the ninja world, he has done a good job in this aspect, but it's a pity that the heavenly clothes have seams. Suddenly, Shimura Danzō had a plan in mind, a plan against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage, if you want me to find out that person based on this chakra, then I can only say sorry in advance. My current ability is not enough to do this. Uzumaki Lingshui made an apologetic voice after seeing Shimura Danzō sinking into deep thought. She doesn't have that ability, and the main purpose of her coming to Konoha is to visit Uzumaki Mido, and also to check the enchantment and make scout crystals. Being able to help this, Uzumaki Lingshui can be said to be benevolent, showing the loyalty of the alliance to the fullest. Of course this is not necessary, but Miss Ling Shui please make the scout crystal out as soon as possible. Shimura Danzō shook his head and laughed. He had already identified the person who would destroy the barrier and restore it, and the main reason for inviting him was to make a scouting crystal that could observe the entire Konoha. That's good. Uzumaki Lingshui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Shimura Danzō wanted her to find out who was behind the scenes based on chakra. How could she do that kind of thing? But luckily the other party didn't embarrass her. Suddenly, Uzumaki Lingshui turned her beautiful eyes a few times, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Then how will Third Hokage plan to repay me? Uzumaki Lingshui's words made Shimura Danzō startled for a moment, but he quickly realized it. Indeed, after all, it is really unreasonable to invite the other party from the country of Vortex all the way, without some reward. Well, what Miss Lingshui wants, I will try my best to satisfy you, of course, on the premise that it does not touch the interests of the village. Shimura Danzō said slowly after pondering for a while. Money, I don't lack, and ninjutsu, the Uzumaki country is no less than your Konoha. I really don't seem to know what I want. Uzumaki Lingshui looked up to the sky with a look of distress and embarrassment and sighed slightly. Indeed, after all, Uzumaki Lingshui has a high status in the country of the Vortex, and he basically gets what he wants. So she has a lot of things, unless it is something more exotic. Well, Miss Lingshui can tell me when she thinks about it. Anyway, there is no such thing as a deadline. Seeing that Uzumaki Lingshui was in distress, Shimura Danzō smiled lightly. Is it like this? I didn't expect Third Hokage to be so caring, and to take care of a girl like me. Uzumaki Lingshui said a little flattered. Originally, she expected Shimura Danzō to put on a look of rushing to get rid of his impatience, but she didn't expect this to be the result. Naturally, as Konoha's Third Hokage, I will not break my promise. Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly. Okay then, I'll tell Third Hokage when I've figured it out. And don't call me Miss Ling Shui, anyway, I'm of the same age, you can just call me Ling Shui from now on. Uzumaki Ling Shui took a few steps forward, and couldn't help getting closer to Shimura Danzō. Okay, then you can call me Danzo in private from now on, you don't have to be so respectful. Shimura Danzō naturally felt that there was no problem and agreed directly. After all, saying less than 2 words can indeed save a lot of energy and saliva, and it is quite good to make friends with someone like Uzumaki Ling Shui. A ninja of this caliber is rare, and most likely Uzumaki Kushina's mother, so there's nothing wrong with getting closer. Come on, Danzo, don't you plan to show me around Konoha village as a landlord? Uzumaki Ling Shui's eyes were shining brightly, the white snow in front of her delicate body trembled slightly, her slender and moving figure danced in front of Shimura Danzō like an elf, but her bones were graceful and elegant, appearing very lively. The breeze blew, and the girl's long red hair fluttered in the wind. Shimura Danzō's eyes were engraved with this peerless beauty. Since you have said so, Ling Shui, then I will naturally not refuse. Shimura Danzō shook off the messy thoughts in his head, and then followed Uzumaki Ling Shui's pace. Is anyone watching? Please ask for some flowers. It would be great if there are 10,000 flowers before it goes on the shelves. Chapter 19. Shocked. The green grassland above Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. Chapter 19. In the next 2 days, Uzumaki Ling Shui made the reconnaissance crystal using the enchantment. And this also made Shimura Danzō owe an extra debt of favor. Well, anyway, the country of the vortex will definitely be besieged by then, and then this love can be repaid in a logical manner. Shimura Danzō looked at the scouting crystal in his hand and whispered softly. At first, he planned to let Uzumaki country to fend for itself, but the appearance of Uzumaki Ling Shui made him change a little. A girl like Uzumaki Ling Shui may be a good wife candidate, but just think about it, there is no need to be attached. Let it go. What he has to do now is to stabilize the power in his hands, and then he has to beware of the civil strife of the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan will not miss the expected civil strife, and it took advantage of Senju Tobirama's death before the civil strife. They should have put their minds on the position of Hokage. After all, there are still some people in their clan who covet the position of Hokage. As for his marriage, he hasn't thought about it yet, but he really likes Uchiha Jiraiya and Uzumaki Ling Shui. Or wait until Tsunade grows up. Damn, isn't Shimura Danzō smelting copper? This is going to go to prison with the Dragon King. No, it's too evil. Shimura Danzō shook his head to shake off the messy thoughts in his head. Then, let me see how effective this scouting crystal is. Shimura Danzō touched it lightly, injecting the chakra in him. The method of using Uzumaki Ling Shui has been taught to Shimura Danzō, so many places of Konoha can be seen. Not bad, clear enough. As Konoha's land area actually that big, Shimura Danzō was secretly surprised. If it wasn't for the reconnaissance crystal, he might not have known that Konoha's land area would be so vast. Why is there anyone here? Shimura Danzō frowned, and quickly shifted his perspective to a hidden place in the Konoha forest. Because there were 2 black shadows passing by just now, although they were very fast, they still couldn't escape Shimura Danzō's sharp eyes. FK. Shimura Danzō subconsciously yelled as he pulled the camera in and saw the true faces of the 2. Isn't this Mitokado Homura? And the woman next to him is Sarutobi Hiruzen's fiancé, Lake Biwa. For a moment, Shimura Danzō felt his head became messy. What does this mean? This is too outrageous. Looking at the mysterious behavior of the 2, could it be that they are carrying Sarutobi Hiruzen behind their backs? Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō looked down with great interest for a moment. No matter who saw this explosive scene in front of them, they were extremely shocked. If it gets out, this is the #1 scandal in Konoha. In the woods. Homura, I miss you so much. Lake Biwa is in the heart of Mitokado Homura. Obviously, the relationship between these 2 people has reached that point, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to make such a shameful move. I miss you too, but Danzo ordered me to take over as Anbu's captain. I have too many things to spare. And we have frequent contacts, Sarutobi will definitely see something. Mitokado Homura also took the move, and the speed of the car gradually increased. Let's start quickly. After all, time is running out. It will be bad if we are discovered. Then the 2 started a big battle in the forest, and the scene was really amazing. And Shimura Danzō in Hokage's office looked wonderfully at the influence in the investigation crystal. Sarutobi, you are too unlucky. Shimura Danzō gasped in admiration. Without this reconnaissance crystal, he might not have known that Mitokado Homura had such a relationship with Lake Biwa. That is to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head is a green grassland at this moment. The scene was somewhat unsightly, although Shimura Danzō couldn't hear the sound. But judging from the expression on Bawako's face, it can be seen how fierce Mitokado Homura is. Good guy, it's really amazing. Shimura Danzō sighed again, and then turned off the image in the scout crystal. Although you can watch one for free, Shimura Danzō has already had a lot of experience in his previous life, and he looks disdainful towards this kind of thing. Since these 2 people dare to meet, it means that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been kept in the dark. Shimura Danzō lay back in his chair and thought, you must know that Lake Biwa just got engaged to Sarutobi Hiruzen not long ago. Although it is said that the family is married, there seems to be some blood here. Judging from the actions of those 2, it was not the first time they had done this. They were extremely skilled and had fought in the forest many times. Interesting, very interesting. At this moment, a sophisticated plan suddenly rose in Shimura Danzo's heart, which was simply perfect. Since this guy Sarutobi Hiruzen has been coveting his Hokage position, he has to exert some revenge or pressure on him. After all, turning grief and anger into motivation, but whether this anger Sarutobi Hiruzen can resist is another matter. At this time, Shimura Danzo only needs to wait until Sarutobi Hiruzen's wedding comes. Homura, why do I feel as if someone is watching us? Lake Biwa put on his clothes after the battle, and said with a strange expression on his face. Although this place was very secret, she always felt that someone was watching them. How is it possible? You are too suspicious. It is not the first time we have come to this place, so it is impossible to be discovered. Mitokado Homura shook his head in denial. After all, this can be said to be his private territory, and basically no one can get close to it. If there is, it will also trigger a small enchantment he arranged to be perceived. Well, I'll go back first, otherwise Sarutobi will be aware of the problem. After saying that, Lake Biwa quickly left the woods, and Mitokado Homura also watched her go. It turns out that Bawako's hunch was right, they just didn't know that Shimura Danzo had a scouting crystal in his hands. Chapter 20. First Encounter with Orochimaru, The Cool Side. Chapter 20. It's been a few days since the incident at Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa. Shimura Danzo also didn't investigate what happened to these two people, but this is the best way for him to hit Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, it must be uncomfortable for anyone to be green-hated. But what Shimura Danzo can confirm is that Lake Biwa doesn't seem to like Sarutobi Hiruzen, otherwise he wouldn't have done such nasty things with Mitokado Homura. Hey, this kid looks familiar. When Shimura Danzo inspected Konoha and passed by the cemetery, he saw a back with long purple hair, and always felt as if he had seen it there. After a flash of memory in his mind, Shimura Danzo finally remembered who this figure was. Orochimaru. No. It should be called Little Shiwan now. God level choice. Option 1. Go forward and talk to Orochimaru and accept him as an apprentice. Task reward. Fire Style Grandmaster full level, immortal body activation rate 10%. Choice 2. Ignore and leave, there will be no intersection with Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen will accept him as a disciple. Task reward. Release wind style without seal, get a trace of Ashura's original chakra. A cold female voice sounded again in Shimura Danzo's head. But this time Danzo was a little hesitant, because these two rewards are really delicious, and he wants them both. But he understands that he cannot have both fish and bear's paw, he can only give up the fish and take the bear's paw. I choose number 1, Shimura Danzo said silently in his heart. The selection is successful, and the reward will be issued automatically after the host executes the selection. Tread. Shimura Danzo's footsteps sounded slowly, and then he walked to Orochimaru's side. When he stopped beside Orochimaru, he turned and looked at Shimura Danzo with surprise in his eyes. Master Hokage. The young Orochimaru's eyes flickered in shock, and a nervous look appeared on his face. Because he never realized that the person standing beside him was Third Hokage. Although he had no contact with the other party, Orochimaru heard about Shimura Danzo's fame and deeds very early. Since taking over the position of Hokage, he has been working diligently, and has been well received by many ninjas and civilians, and has a high reputation. It can be said that Shimura Danzo is an excellent Hokage, and the people below have never had any complaints about him. But why did Shimura Danzo appear here? Shouldn't the other party be processing documents in Hokage's office at this time? So don't look at Orochimaru's young age, but his mind is much more mature than his peers, especially after his parents died in the war, he still knows a lot. Son, what's your name? Shimura Danzo looked at Orochimaru in front of him with a gentle smile. The good-natured smile coupled with Hokage's identity made Orochimaru's heart not vigilant. After all, the other party is the shadow of a village, so how could he have any evil thoughts about a child of him? Back to Hokage-sama, my name is Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked up at Shimura Danzo, and said flatly, I'm sorry for the death of your parents. Shimura Danzo rubbed Orochimaru's head, then looked at the two tombstones in front of them, with a strong apology in his tone. Master Hokage, don't blame yourself. War is so cruel, my parents told me before they left. After all, life is too fragile. Orochimaru immediately shook his head to signal Shimura Danzo not to feel guilty. Life and death are fate, everything is predestined. But those last words made Shimura Danzo's heart flutter. Sure enough, Orochimaru began to understand the fragility of life from this time on. Shimura Danzo looked at Orochimaru in front of him and sighed slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. The children of the Hokage world are too precocious, so precociously precocious. But this is also a very normal thing, because of the war, many children know how cruel the war is. Orochimaru, do you want revenge? Shimura Danzo said suddenly out of nowhere. He wanted to see if there was any seed of hatred in Orochimaru's heart, if so. Revenge. There's no end to such things as hatred. Besides, war is so cruel, maybe the ninja who killed my parents also died in the chaos of the war. Orochimaru's words made Shimura Danzo nod secretly. If other people said such words, he might think that the other party was a time traveler. But the person in front of him is different. He is Orochimaru, a child with an extremely precocious mental age, who can only be described as evil. It's a pity that Orochimaru in the original book failed to embark on a correct path and was obsessed with studying immortality. Although it was successful in the end, I still made myself look like a man or a woman. Now that Shimura Danzō is here, take advantage of Orochimaru's state of not being so obsessed with immortality to lead the other party to another path, a path that is beneficial to Shimura Danzō. Yes, I am very pleased to have this understanding. Shimura Danzō glanced in satisfaction and Orochimaru smiled lightly. Thank you Hokage-sama for the compliment, most of the things my parents taught me. Orochimaru didn't show any complacency, but said very modestly. There is no trace of deceit in the words, and it can be seen that Orochimaru's parents have taught him a lot. For some reason, Shimura Danzō suddenly became a little interested in his parents. To be able to teach such a monstrous child, what kind of person are they? But it's a pity that the two have passed away, and they can only be resurrected with impure world reincarnation, but Shimura Danzō is not yet willful to that extent. Then Orochimaru, would you like to be my disciple? Shimura Danzō stared at the two tombstones in front of him and said slowly. As soon as this remark came out, Orochimaru was slightly taken aback, and looked at Shimura Danzō in disbelief. Master Hokage, you. Orochimaru, who is known for his calmness, can't help but stutter at this time. He didn't expect Shimura Danzō to say such shocking words all of a sudden. But Shimura Danzō didn't answer, still looking at Orochimaru with that kind and soft smile. For a while, Orochimaru was at a loss. Chapter 21. Orochimaru's hesitation, Third Raikage arrives. Chapter 21. Orochimaru was obviously too shocked by Shimura Danzō's words to answer. He didn't expect the other party to say such a thing. The pale little face turned red, which seemed to be caused by inner tension, but Orochimaru looked more like a normal person at this time. What, don't you want to? Shimura Danzō's eyes were dim, and there was an endless sense of loss in his tone. As if thinking that Orochimaru had rejected him, a sense of frustration flooded the area. And this sudden change made Orochimaru panic for a moment, and he didn't know what to say. Master Hokage, you asked me to think about it, this is a bit too abrupt. Orochimaru, who was composed of calmness and wisdom, suddenly felt his head froze at this moment. After hearing Orochimaru's answer, Shimura Danzō was also a little taken aback, but soon figured it out. Indeed, after all, a third Hokage suddenly accepts him as a disciple, even Orochimaru can't accept it for a while. Then think about it carefully, and you can come to Hokage's office to find me at any time if you want. Shimura Danzō also knew that this matter should not be rushed, so he said slowly after thinking for a while. This matter has to be done slowly. After all, Orochimaru is a precocious guy, so he naturally has a lot of things to think about, and he will also weigh the pros and cons of becoming a Hokage disciple. But for Shimura Danzō it's no big deal. It would be best if Orochimaru could become his equal's disciple, and then the people of his own Hokage faction would also grow. Although the Shimura clan has a certain status among Konoha, it is not that important. If Shimura Danzō hadn't become Hokage, I'm afraid the Shimura family would be a second-rate family until now. That's why Shimura Danzō chooses to cultivate talents, to cultivate people from the Hokage family. This is his purpose. He won't be intoxicated with power like Sarutobi Hiruzen, though. If Shimura Danzō remembers correctly, in the original book, Namikaze Minato did not fully grasp the real power after he ascended to the position of Hokage, and Sarutobi Hiruzen listens behind the curtain, behind him. From this point, it is enough to see how obsessed Sarutobi Hiruzen is with power, and he can hardly extricate himself. Thank you Hokage-sama, I will think about it carefully. Then I will take my leave. Orochimaru took a deep breath after hearing Shimura Danzō's answer. He thought it would irritate Lord Hokage, but this Hokage seemed good-natured and approachable. Well, let's go. Shimura Danzō didn't stop him, but instead made a way for Orochimaru to go. Tread. Orochimaru left in a hurry. Shimura Danzō couldn't help but smile when he saw the flustered back. Orochimaru in this period is quite interesting, quite cute. Compared with the future Orochimaru, this, Shaoshimaru, in front of me is more likable. What should I teach him? For a moment, Shimura Danzō fell into deep thought. You must know that Orochimaru is a man who masters core technology. Although his strength is not that exaggerated, what he has mastered can subvert the ninja world. So Shimura Danzō found himself at a loss as to what to teach Orochimaru. Master Hokage, a hurried shout pulled Shimura Danzō back from his thoughts. I saw an Anbu ninja quickly jumping to his side from a distance. Judging by his speed, it was certain that he was eager to find Shimura Danzō. What's the matter, so flustered? Seeing that Anbu ninja was so eager, Shimura Danzō frowned and said. Cloud Shinobi is here. Third Raikage came in person, with only 2 people with him. Anbu ninja said quickly in a very fast tone. Tisk, I thought Third Raikage wouldn't be coming, it seems this guy is still thinking about 6 paths ninjas. Shimura Danzō frowned, and a weird smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, the truth about the deaths of Second Raikage and Second Hokage was made public to the ninja world, otherwise they would have been intercepted and killed by Konoha Shinobi when they entered the territory of the Fire Nation. They were able to enter the Fire Nation in this way because Shimura Danzō greeted the ninjas on the frontier as well as the daimyo's forces. Otherwise, Third Raikage would have entered the territory of the Land of Fire so easily. You must know that this is the head of the 5 great powers. Even if Second Hokage dies, the majesty still remains. Where are they? Shimura Danzō stretched and said calmly. It has been personally led by Captain Homura to the Hokage office. The Anbu ninja replied in a hurry, for fear that Shimura Danzō would know the news a second later. Go to the Uchiha clan and inform Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Juri to make sure they stand around the Hokage office building in case negotiations break down. In addition, tell Sarutobi Hiruzen to take 5 Jonin and 10 Chunin to search for hidden Cloud Shinobi ninjas within 10 kilometers outside Konoha. If there is, then shoot to kill. Shimura Danzo's eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. As expected of Master Hokage, the plan is so thorough. The Anbu ninja said secretly in admiration. Yes, I'll do it now. After Anbu ninja nodded and answered, he turned into a black shadow and disappeared in place. Are you going to talk about a truce? Then you, Third Raikage, will bleed profusely. As for the 6 paths ninja gear, fantastic. Shimura Danzō looked up at the sky and murmured, sneering as he spoke the last sentence. He will definitely not return the 6 paths ninja tool, no matter what the conditions are. If Third Raikage dares to do something, then Shimura Danzō is confident that the opponent will stay in Konoha completely. After all, the current Konoha can be said to be the pinnacle of combat power. There are Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Yuri, Uchiha Kagami, and Uzumaki Lingshui with Grandmaster Seal and Enchantment, so Shimura Danzō is very confident to kill the opponent here. If it is really not possible, then please Vortex Mito shot. It just so happens that he also wants to see if Uzumaki Mito can really control the 9 tails in his body. Chapter 22, Uchiha Chiri's sister and brother's change of Shimura Danzō. Chapter 22, Shimura Danzō didn't go directly to Hokage's office in a hurry, but returned home and put on the Hokage imperial robe. After all, this is arguably an important meeting, so Shimura Danzō doesn't intend to wear his usual clothes. Shimura Danzō soon came to the front of the Hokage office building. Master Hokage, you are finally here. After seeing Shimura Danzō's appearance, several high-level officials in Konoha village had a wry smile and surprise on their faces. The whereabouts of their Master Hokage are really erratic. If Anbu hadn't expanded his staff, Shimura Danzō might not be found for a while. Well, Third Raikage, are they waiting up there? Shimura Danzō asked after nodding slightly. Yes, Third Raikage and his 2 guards are already waiting for your arrival, Lord Hokage. A high-ranking Konoha said hurriedly. Jing, Miss Zeely, I have to trouble you 2 to act as my guards this time. Suddenly, Shimura Danzō smiled slowly towards a corner. You really know how to call people. There were 2 swords in the corner, and these 2 people were Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Zeely, 2 brothers and sisters. It seems that Third Hokage wants to give Third Raikage a blow. Uchiha Yuri smiled softly. Although the 2 did not directly agree, judging from their words and demeanor, they agreed to Shimura Danzō's somewhat unreasonable request. But Hokage-sama, they are Uchiha. Shimura Danzō's face suddenly became indifferent, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his deep black eyes, and he glanced at the senior Konoha who spoke. The people on the side hurriedly stopped him, and then directly apologized to Shimura Danzō. What about the people of the Uchiha clan? They are all villagers of Konoha, do you want to treat them differently? Or are you questioning the teacher's cultivation of Uchiha Kagami? Shimura Danzō's words suddenly made the man's body and mind fall into an ice cellar in an instant, and his body trembled a little. Yeah, he forgot. Uchiha Kagami was a bodyguard next to Second Hokage, and Second Hokage trusted him a lot. By saying this, he is questioning that the decision of Second Hokage is wrong. For a while, cold sweat broke out, fighting Kiki. Danzo, forget it, the Third Raikage is still waiting for us up there. After seeing the scene froze, Uchiha Kagami's voice sounded slowly, and this also gave Shimura Danzō a step down, and it also made a glimmer of hope rise in the eyes of the senior Konoha. I'll forgive you today. Shimura Danzō flicked Hokage's imperial robe and walked into Hokage's office building with a cold snort. At this moment, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Zeely looked at each other, and both saw the complexity and gratitude in their eyes. Uchiha Yuri had mixed feelings in his heart, and thousands of thoughts emerged. She didn't expect that Shimura Danzō would actually speak for the Uchiha clan. From this point, it can be seen that Shimura Danzō really inherited the will of Second Hokage. One treats everyone in the village equally, and treats others without colored glasses. Uchiha Yuri's impression of Shimura Danzō improved a lot, and he became more and more fond of this young Hokage. Uchiha Kagami felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. Looking at Shimura Danzō's back, he seemed to see his teacher. Teacher, your choice is correct. A gleam flashed in Uchiha Kagami's eyes. Shimura Danzō is a person worth following, as can be seen from the selfless spirit just now. But Shimura Danzō didn't think so much. The reason why he said this is because Uchiha Kagami is his good friend, and Uchiha Yuri may be his future wife. If it was another Uchiha tribe, he might not say it so seriously. Then Uchiha Yuri and Uchiha Kagami followed Shimura Danzō to the Hokage office. Only the few messy high-ranking Konohas were left behind. But they won't be at the top of Konoha anytime soon, because Shimura Danzō is going to have a big change soon. Hokage office. Third Raikage sat on the sofa with an upright posture and closed his eyes. Next to him were 2 Cloud Shinobi ninjas, a man and a woman. The man has short blonde hair and fair skin. The woman's skin is bronze, which is similar to Third Raikage's complexion, but her figure is extremely hot, making it difficult to look away. She was holding a document bag in her hand, and it seemed that there were many documents in it. Click. The door was opened. Mr. I haven't seen you for more than a month. Have you become the Raikage of the third generation fire? Shimura Danzō looked at Third Raikage, who was sitting on the reception sofa, and smiled brightly. I didn't expect Third Hokage to be you. It's been a long time since I left the battlefield. Third Raikage opened his eyes and stared at Shimura Danzō in front of him. The young man in front of him, who was about his age, was obviously the one who carried Second Hokage away from the battlefield. Breaking out of the siege did not escape, but jumped into the encirclement of Jinjiaoyinjiao's rebel forces for a corpse and then fought out again. Even in his heart, this courage is extremely admired. How can such a kind and righteous person not be admirable? His two guards are not simple. Third Raikage quickly noticed Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yuri following behind Shimura Danzō. Although the two of them covered up their aura, they looked no different from ordinary people. But he could feel that subtle change. The strength of the two people in front of him was definitely not weaker than him, even stronger than him. And this also shocked him. Konoha is simply crouching tiger, hidden dragon, there are so many strong ones. This also made him decide in his heart that he would never have any bad relations with Konoha within 10 years. Because Cloud Shinobi really can't fight, and can only rely on recuperation to recover. Third Hokage, I'm here to fulfill the promise I made on the battlefield. Third Raikage said slowly after taking a deep breath, and this also caused a flash of surprise in Shimura Danzō's eyes, and his face was slightly moved. Because of the promise made by the Third Raikage, but to worship the Second Hokage. After all, his age and status are here. To go to worship is to follow the etiquette of juniors, but he is Third Raikage. If he walks like this, that means Cloud Shinobi is showing his favor to Konoha and wants to get rid of it quickly. Drop the war. Let's talk about it here. The Uchiha clan is divided into two factions, the pro-Konoha and the rebel faction. The pro-Konoha is headed by Yuri and Kagami, and the rebel faction is those Uchiha ninjas who cast Izanagi, and almost all of them died in the end. Officially, Uchiha Kagami died at the age of 25. If it is normal, then Uchiha Kagami should have died in this struggle in the original book. Chapter 23. Conditions for Peace, Want 6 Paths Ninja Gear. Chapter 23. Third Raikage can be said to be a man, and he also has the responsibility of being the shadow of a village. And since he was able to do this, it meant that he really came to seek peace with Konoha sincerely this time. At present, most countries have entered a state of peaceful coexistence, and only Konoha and Cloud Shinobi are left in the entire ninja world. Of course, if it weren't for the deeds of Jinjiaoyinjiao, I am afraid that the ninja world has already entered a peaceful period of calm and calm. After sincerely worshipping Senju Tobirama, he returned to the Hokage office and began to discuss peace with Shimura Danzō. Third Hokage, you are also very clear about the purpose of my coming, and this time I came with a sincere heart. Third Raikage's thick voice sounded, full of sincerity. Obviously, he really wanted to end the war as soon as possible, otherwise he wouldn't be so humbled to Shimura Danzō. Both Konobi and Cloud Shinobi have been greatly traumatized by this war. The peace talks between Cloud Shinobi and Konobi have already been decided by Second Raikage and Second Hokage. I also know how much Cloud Shinobi hurt Konoha, and we are very sorry for the death of Second Hokage. But the two rebellious ninjas, Golden Horn and Silver Horn, are dead, so I hope to be able to make friends with Konoha again. Besides, if Second Hokage is still alive, he certainly doesn't want the war to continue. So Cloud Shinobi will compensate Konoha at a higher price, and I only hope that Konoha can make peace with Cloud Shinobi. A phone call from Third Raikage spelled out everything in this negotiation. But it can be fully seen that Cloud Shinobi really can't continue to fight with Konoha, otherwise it won't be 20 years before he can regain his previous strength. In addition, Senju Tobirama's death was due to the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and they were wrong first, so Third Raikage was so humble and wanted to ask for peace. Third Raikage, I can see that you long for peace. Shimura Danzō said with a faint sigh. I have to say that Third Raikage is very far-sighted and knows what it means to be able to bend and stretch. No wonder he was able to bring Cloud Shinobi village to the pinnacle of prosperity during his reign. His vision and courage are really amazing. Since Third Hokage is so sincere, if I refuse, the flames of war will continue to burn, which will be bad news for the ninjas and villagers of the two countries. Shimura Danzō's black eyes stared at Third Raikage, the depth of which was as attractive as a black hole. This is my compensation from Cloud Shinobi, please take a look at Third Hokage. As soon as Third Raikage finished speaking, the bronze-skinned woman with a hot figure beside her handed the document in her arms to Shimura Danzō. Obviously they came prepared, so they have already made an agreement on compensation. After careful inspection of the Shimura Danzō result file, it was found that the content contained in it was quite different from the conditions previously negotiated between Senju Tobirama and Second Raikage. Because Senju Tobirama was killed by Cloud Shinobi's betrayal during Cloud Shinobi's alliance ceremony, the previous conditions could not be used at all, so this time Cloud Shinobi made a treaty that is beneficial to Konoha. After all, the one who killed Senju Tobirama was Jinjiaoyinjiao, and the two even attacked the venue as Cloud Shinobi ninjas, and even killed Second Raikage. After a long time, Shimura Danzō slowly closed the folder and nodded in satisfaction. Third Raikage, I hope you Cloud Shinobi will actually do what the treaty says. Shimura Danzō smiled faintly, but the invisible killing intent in the words made the two Cloud Shinobi guards tremble suddenly except for Third Raikage. It's natural, I'm here for peace talks with Konoha with sincerity. Naturally, I won't break my promise on this kind of thing. Third Raikage shook his head seriously and said, if there is no problem, sign a peace agreement. Shimura Danzō spread out the document in his hand to the last page, and the agreement in front of Third Hokage also spread out to the last page. The bottom right corner is blank, only the signatures of the two shadows of a village are missing. As long as there is a signature, the first ninja war can come to a perfect end. Wait, Master Hokage, I have one more request. Third Hokage said in a deep voice after struggling with his eyes for a long time. Oh, what actually made Third Hokage ask for it in person? Shimura Danzō said with some surprise. But there was a cold smile in my heart. Here we come. Here comes the theme. The main purpose of this negotiation is indeed for peace between the two villages and to end this first ninja world war. But the second most important purpose of Third Hokage is the Six Paths Ninja Tool, which is a big killer, a ninja tool that can make an ordinary person leapfrog in an instant. When we were cleaning the battlefield, we found that Jinjiaoyinjiao's ninja tools disappeared without a trace. And only Third Hokage and Second Hokage have fought there, so I would like to ask whether the ninja tools of Jinhorn and Silverhorn are in the hands of Third Hokage. Of course, Third Hokage is free to ask, as long as I can get it, I just want it. I just want Third Hokage to return the Golden and Silverhorn ninja tools to Cloud Shinobi. The words of Third Hokage made Shimura Danzō's face become a little indifferent, and he no longer had the same smile as before, as if he was a different person. The ninja tools of the Golden Horn and Silverhorn are indeed in my hands, but I don't intend to hand them over to Cloud Shinobi. So please give up, Third Hokage. Shimura Danzō said in a flat tone with an indifferent face. As soon as his words came out, Third Hokage couldn't sit still for a while, his face changed slightly, and his fists couldn't help clenching. It seems that just as he thought, the Six Paths Ninja may really not come back, unless, war. Chapter 24. Third Hokage's Regression, the End of the First Ninja World War. Chapter 24. Shimura Danzō's decisive tone made Third Hokage and the two Cloud Shinobi ninjas beside him sink into the bottom of their hearts. The other party did not hide it, but generously admitted that the Six Paths Ninja tool was in his hands, but he was determined not to give it to Cloud Shinobi. Obviously, Shimura Danzō also knows how important the Six Paths Ninja gear is. Third Hokage, Jinjiaoyinjiao used this Six Paths Ninja tool to put Second Hokage to death. Now you want me to return to Cloud Shinobi village, it's a bit too ridiculous. As soon as the words fell, Shimura Danzō's momentum began to gather, and he directly confronted Third Hokage. Not only him, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Zili also began to gather amazing momentum after seeing Shimura Danzō's movements. 3 auras, that man doesn't seem to have reached the cage level completely, but the purple-haired woman next to him is unfathomable. Third Hokage found himself somewhat afraid of that purple-haired woman. And Shimura Danzō's strength is at the cage level. He has experienced it on the battlefield. After all, he can come and go freely in the encirclement of Cloud Shinobi Rebellion. Without cage level strength, it is absolutely impossible. This made Third Hokage's complexion start to become serious, his heart became extremely heavy, shock and more disbelief flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Konoha's background to be so strong, and at the same time, he couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. If he had violently started just now, I am afraid that even he would have difficulty getting out of this Konoha. As expected of someone who can bring Cloud Shinobi to the pinnacle of prosperity, his temper doesn't match his appearance. Shimura Danzō could feel Third Hokage suppressing the anger in his heart, and at the same time lamented the depth of the opponent's city. After all, this is a Six Paths Ninja tool. If used properly, it is equivalent to an extra cage level powerhouse. How could they bear such a temptation? Is there really no room for negotiation? Third Hokage still asked a little unwillingly. After all, Six Paths Ninja tools are too powerful. If Konoha can get them, it will be even more powerful. No. If Third Hokage wants to get back the Six Paths Ninja, see you on the battlefield. I, Konoha, will accompany you to the end. Shimura Danzō's tone was firm and domineering, showing no fear of going to war with Cloud Shinobi. Because he knew very well that Cloud Shinobi needed to recuperate at this time, and he definitely didn't dare to fight against the behemoth Konoha. But if they really want to fight, Shimura Danzō will not be afraid of him. After all, the Uchiha clan at this time has not expanded to the point where it will be decades later, and they still listen to orders. With so much fighting power, Shimura Danzō has no fear of Cloud Shinobi. Third Hokage misunderstood, Six Paths Ninja tools belong to Konoha from now on. Third Hokage's tone was a bit reluctant, and the faces of the two Cloud Shinobi ninjas behind him had turned a little livid. But they know that at this time, they can't be arrogant. If the two villages go to war, the loser will definitely be Cloud Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi can't afford it anymore. Then, Third Hokage, sign the agreement. The chilling expression on Shimura Danzō's face disappeared without a trace, and a kind smile appeared instantly. This change of expression made Third Hokage and the two Cloud Shinobi ninjas behind him twitch several times, secretly slandering in their hearts. Rao is clear about Shimura Danzō's character. Uchiha Kagami's face can't help but have some subtle changes at this time. If you change your face, you will change your face. Is this Hokage? Love. Seeing Shimura Danzō's change of expression, Uchiha Yuri couldn't help but smile in his heart. He really is a competent Hokage, and Senju Tobirama's choice is not wrong. Soon, in this sacred and solemn Hokage office, Third Hokage and Third Hokage signed a peace agreement. A seemingly permanent peace agreement, but it is unclear how long it will last. But in this agreement, Cloud Shinobi can be said to have suffered a lot. Even if the compensation is Third Hokage, it is a pain, and the same is true for the region. It can be said that the winners of the First Ninja World War are none other than the Land of Fire and Konoha. Konoha can rely on Cloud Shinobi's compensation to quickly restore the lost economy and reach a new peak. Then, the war is over. Third Raikage. Shimura Danzō stood up slowly and shook hands with Third Raikage. It was impossible to know what kind of conspiracy was hidden under the kind smile. Yes, the war is over. Third Raikage nodded and breathed a long sigh of relief. The handshake of the two made peace, which represented the complete end of the First Ninja War. The entire ninja world has since entered an era of peaceful development. Senju family, the courtyard where Mito Uzumaki lives. Ling Shui, what do you think of Danzo? Uzumaki Mito took a sip of tea, a smile bathed in the spring breeze appeared on his face, it was so comfortable. Sometimes Uzumaki Lingshui even thought that his aunt was the same age as him, and her face didn't look like an old man at all. Facing this sudden question from Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Lingshui quickly answered. Third Hokage is also pretty nice. I was still wondering if Third Hokage might be a middle-aged uncle on the way, but I didn't expect him to be so young. I still have a pretty good impression of him. Uzumaki Lingshui thought for a while and said slowly. After all, after getting along for a while, she found that Shimura Danzō is a very gentle man who puts her first in many things, which made Uzumaki Lingshui feel warm in her heart. Uzumaki Mito was taken aback by her words, his eyebrows stretched, and he slowly put down the teacup in his hands. The smile on his face changed a little, and he didn't continue talking. Taking a closer look, Uzumaki Mito's smile is like an ant's smile, and he seems very satisfied with Uzumaki Lingshui's answer. If this is the case, Lingshui and Danzo seem to be a good choice together. Of course, Uzumaki Mito didn't say it, but murmured in his heart. Chapter 25. Peace comes to the ninja world. Chapter 25. The news of the peace talks between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha spread throughout the ninja world. But it didn't cause too much trouble, after all, it was already doomed before. It's just because Cloud Shinobi's golden and silver horns disrupted the meeting, otherwise this ninja war would have ended a long time ago. The first ninja war is over, and the era of peace has come. Whether it is a ninja or a civilian, they can breathe a sigh of relief. Because of the war, the economies of both the 5 major countries and the surrounding small countries have suffered a huge impact. Now that the war is completely stopped, it means that some businesses that have been stopped due to the war can be carried out again. And trade between countries can also be exchanged, and ninjas don't have to be unable to accept escort missions because of war. The cessation of the ninja war is simply a ray of hope for businessmen. The Konoha shinobi who were outside also got a rest and returned to Konoha village one after another. A rare peace. Shimura Danzō handles official business slowly on the roof of the Hokage building, enjoying the warm spring breeze. Teacher, teacher. A clear voice like a yellow warbler sounded from the entrance of the rooftop, and a figure quickly rushed to Shimura Danzō's side. What's the matter, little girl? Seeing that Tsunade was in such a hurry, Shimura Danzō slowly put down the document in his hand. Can't I come to play with you if I have nothing to do? I haven't seen you for several days. Tsunade's eyes were resentful, and his tone was full of endless resentment, like a little BCH waiting for her husband to return. Oh, I was negligent. But there is no way. After all, as a Hokage, the teacher has a lot of documents to handle personally. Shimura Danzō rubbed Tsunade's little head, and then pulled out a chair beside her to sit next to him. It's so boring. Teacher, when will you teach my second grandpa's Flying Thunder God? Tsunade lay on the desk and fiddled with some scattered documents, muttering with a small mouth. Because she liked the Flying Thunder God technique of the second grandfather since she was a child, it is so handsome that she has been pestering to learn it. But due to some reason Senju Tobirama has been shirking, and now Shimura Danzō, who also learned the Flying Thunder God technique, has become his teacher, and he is definitely willing to teach himself the Flying Thunder God technique. So Tsunade came to Shimura Danzō after completing the training course given by Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but the Flying Thunder God technique really requires talent in space. Sensei Tobarama must have told you that people without spatial talent cannot practice the Flying Thunder God technique. Shimura Danzō said helplessly, clutching his forehead. Tsunade's problem is not once or twice, everything is good, but Shimura Danzō's obsession with Flying Thunder God makes Shimura Danzō quite a headache. He tested once. Tsunade is equal to 0 on the talent of space ninjutsu, it is almost impossible to learn it, unless there is a system like Shimura Danzō. Moreover, Tsunade has an unusually high talent in medical ninjutsu, so medical ninja is the most suitable for Tsunade. Oh well. For a moment, Tsunade grabbed the pillow in Shimura Danzō's arms like a deflated ball and fell asleep directly. There was a look of anger, which caused Shimura Danzō to show a doting and gentle smile. After getting acquainted with Tsunade, Shimura Danzō found that savage and self-willed appearance was shown to outsiders, but now this little girl character is Tsunade's true nature. She would only act like this in front of people close to her. If it was someone else, she would have settled the matter with her fists long ago. Looking at Tsunade's pink and delicate face, with her nose breathing evenly, Shimura Danzō gently stretched out her hand to straighten her messy hair. The tenderness in the eyes flowed out as if it wanted to turn into the essence of water. It was obvious that Uzumaki Mito's training sessions had exhausted Tsunade physically and mentally, but she came to see Shimura Danzō anyway. Flying Thunder God is just a Jiko and actually wants to meet Shimura Danzō, after all he hasn't seen anyone for days. Little girl, since I've become a Hokage, I can keep you safe for the rest of your life. Shimura Danzō thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, he picked up the blanket that had been prepared and covered Tsunade's body, and then continued to pick up the documents that had been put down and continued to read. Tread, tread. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded between the roof corridors, which made Shimura Danzō's face change slightly, and he hastily put down the documents in his hand. Call out. In an instant, the figure of Shimura Danzō appeared at the entrance of the corridor. And the Konoha shinobi who came up was startled when Shimura Danzō suddenly appeared, but he understood when he saw Tsunade sleeping soundly on the table. There was a hint of understanding and envy in his eyes, and he thought to himself. Hokage-sama is so gentle. When she froze, Shimura Danzō's voice sounded softly. Let's go ahead and let the child rest for a while. Chapter 26. Hiruzen, why are you wearing a green hat? Chapter 26. Master Hokage, Master Sarutobi is already waiting for you in the office. As soon as she said this, Shimura Danzō felt a little strange. Why did that guy Sarutobi Hiruzen come to him? Could it be that he discovered the affair between Lake Biwa and Mitokado Homura? For a moment, Shimura Danzō's expression changed slightly. If this is the case, it will be exciting. It is simply the biggest scandal since Konoha was established. Then I will resign first, and there are still unprocessed documents in hand. Well, let's go. Shimura Danzō nodded slightly, indicating that the other party could leave. Tisk tisk, what expression should I use to face Sarutobi Hiruzen? Shimura Danzō looked at Hokage's office in front of him and didn't move on, but stopped to think. If I didn't know about the matter between Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa, I would be able to face it calmly, but it's different now. He wanted to laugh whenever he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, although he was professionally trained, except when he couldn't help it. Ha, calm down, maybe this guy Sarutobi is here to pick on me. Shimura Danzō shook his head to shake off those messy thoughts and murmured. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to him so hastily, there must be something important, otherwise he would not have come directly to Hokage's office so simply. After taking a deep breath to adjust his emotions, Shimura Danzō slowly pushed open the door of Hokage's office. And the next scene made him a little dumbfounded. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was wearing a green hat on his head, sitting on the sofa and fiddled with the green scene. And the green of the potted flower matches the hat. The corners of Shimura Danzō's mouth twitched a few times when he saw this scene, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw something wrong with the way Shimura Danzō looked at him, so he asked curiously. Danzō, is there something wrong with me? Why do you have weird eyes? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a puzzled face. It seems that I have washed my face when I went out, maybe I haven't washed it thoroughly. No, you have a nice hat. Shimura Danzō took a deep breath and tried hard to calm down the turbulent waves in his heart and said calmly. Really, I also think it's pretty good looking. It fits the wood style of the first generation project. I have to collect it. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled proudly when Shimura Danzō praised his green hat for its beauty, then took off his hat and continued. Danzō, may I lend you to wear it for a few days, it's quite comfortable. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzō, who had just picked up the teacup to drink water, coughed suddenly. Cough cough cough. No need, this hat suits your temperament quite well, you should keep it for yourself. Shimura Danzō wiped the water from his mouth and smiled reluctantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words startled him, it was like Ten-Tail's tailed beast bomb exploded in his heart. It seems that this guy has not realized that there is a green grassland on his head. To be honest, Shimura Danzō really wanted to laugh out loud at this moment, but he held back forcibly. Because he has been professionally trained, he will not laugh no matter what. It really fits my temperament, that white-haired kid has pretty good eyesight. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled after fiddling with his cuckold. Indeed, it fits your temperament very well, and I strongly agree with that. Shimura Danzō hastily agreed, but at this moment, his heart was already filled with laughter, and he couldn't control it at all. Let's get down to business, Sarutobi. It must be something important for you to come to me in person. The smile on Shimura Danzō's face disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a serious expression, with an imposing manner on his body. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen also put away his cuckold, and his figure became upright. Don't make fun of official business, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have something important to come here this time. Well, you guessed right. Listen to the mirror, you refused to return the 6 Paths Ninja to Cloud Shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked cautiously with a subtle tone. And what he said made Shimura Danzō's eyes narrow, and he began to sneer in his heart. When I asked why he came to visit me suddenly, it turned out that he had put his mind on 6 Paths Ninja tools. But superficial skills still need to be sufficient, and his complexion is still calm as a lake. Well, after all, it is a 6 Paths Ninja tool. If it is returned to Cloud Shinobi village like this, I am afraid it will pose a great threat to us. Shimura Danzō replied seriously. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed in his heart, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Danzō, can you give me the 6 Paths Ninja equipment to study? I want to know what kind of secrets are in it. Don't worry, I will definitely keep it safe, and no one but me will have access to 6 Paths Ninja tools. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a solemn voice. All the words reveal one meaning. All this is for Konoha. Good guy, I'm afraid that if I borrow something, I won't repay it. Shimura Danzō sneered inwardly after seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's awe-inspiring look, a little admiring this guy's acting skills. And Shimura Danzō can be sure that if this guy Sarutobi Hiruzen figured out how to use the gourd, he might really do it to himself. Because he knows very well how obsessed Sarutobi Hiruzen is with power, as long as it is intensified to a certain point no matter what the price is. Chapter 27. Danzo, you'll regret it. Sarutobi, I am Hokage. Chapter 27. Sarutobi, I really want to give you the Six Paths ninja tool for your research, but there are too many mysteries in it, and it is something handed down from the Sage of Six Paths. So it's better for me to study it myself. If you get hurt, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Shimura Danzō looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a serious face and said. This all for you tone made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly gloomy, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzō didn't agree, and he still had a face and tone that was good for him. But fortunately, the city of Sarutobi Hiruzen is deep enough, and it is not directly expressed, but there are some subtle changes. But Sarutobi, don't worry, if I research the secret of the Six Paths ninja tool, I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. Shimura Danzō stepped forward and patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and laughed. Who made us good brothers, you say yes. After saying this, Shimura Danzō continued to drink tea with a smile, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely annoyed by his laid-back and relaxed look. Danzo, you'll regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Shimura Danzō a cold look, then picked up the green hat and walked straight out the door. At this moment, he couldn't hide the anger in his heart anymore, and left directly before the anger broke out. Sarutobi, I am Hokage. Shimura Danzō's voice instantly became cold, and there was a hint of warning in his words. Obviously, he was telling Sarutobi Hiruzen who was in charge of Konoha now, who was the third Hokage of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned when he heard Shimura Danzō's words, his face turned ashen and became extremely ugly. Crack, both fists couldn't help clenching, and the sound of bones being taunted suddenly and slowly sounded. Immediately afterwards, he left the Hokage office building as quickly as possible, and walked directly to the Sarutobi family. Ha 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 ha, Sarutobi, you really made me laugh. Shimura Danzō watched Sarutobi Hiruzen leave and laughed loudly. But fortunately, the sound insulation in Hokage's office is not so strong, so the ninjas working downstairs can't hear Shimura Danzō's worse and faster laughter. But he didn't come to mention the Six Paths ninja, I seem to have really forgotten. Shimura Danzō let out a laugh and calmed down to think. Since I became Hokage, I haven't checked the Six Paths ninja gear I brought back from the battlefield. System, release the Six Paths ninja tool. Shimura Danzō murmured inwardly. The backpack function of the system is really convenient and saves Shimura Danzō a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic to be held by Senju Tobirama's body in Six Paths ninja gear, unless he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Therefore, the backpack function of the system has given him a lot of advantages. A golden rope, a 7-star sword, a red gourd, a plantain fan, and an amber bottle. Among them, the 3 ninja tools, the golden rope, the 7-star sword and the red gourd, are used together and are indispensable. The most lethal one should be the plantain fan, which can ignore the nature of chakra and release 5 kinds of chakra attribute nature transformation attacks at once. The power can be compared to the released A-level escapism, even stronger. The only disadvantage is that the amount of chakra consumed is too large. If it is not for Jinchuriki or the Vortex tribe, it is impossible to use it multiple times. After all, not everyone has a chakra as vast as a river in their body, so the conditions are extremely harsh. The reason why Jinjiaoyinjiao can use it easily is because they have the chakra of 9 tails in their bodies, and they also have the vast chakra that devours the flesh and blood of 9 tails, so they can use it. This banana fan seems to be interesting. Shimura Danzō didn't pick up the plantain fan and weighed it several times in his hand, whispering with interest. Call, with a slight wave of Shimura Danzō, an attack mixed with the 5 chakra attributes of fire, water, wind, thunder and earth was suddenly generated. Boom. This attack suddenly shattered the Hokage office door and the surrounding walls, and the Hokage building became a little trembling at this moment. Enemy attack, what's the situation? Someone dared to attack the Hokage building. For a moment, everyone in the Hokage building panicked when they heard the horrific explosion. And Shimura Danzō subconsciously retracted all the Six Paths ninja tools except the Basho fan into the system space. Master Hokage, what happened? Whoosh, clang, crash. In an instant, the glass in Hokage's office was smashed, and dozens of Anbu ninjas patrolling around directly entered Hokage's office. And when they saw the scene in front of them, their faces under the mask changed slightly, and they looked at the scene in disbelief. Then they looked at the ninja tools in Shimura Danzō's hands and suddenly realized. It turns out that Hokage-sama is testing the power of ninja gear. Wait, no, why did he use his office to test the power of ninja tools? All of a sudden, many Anbu became a little messy, unable to see through the thoughts of this third Hokage at all. Sorry, I tried the power of Genin for a while, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Shimura Danzō looked at the scene in front of him with a helpless smile. He never imagined that the plantain fan would be so powerful that it could reach such a level with just a single wave. This thing is quite suitable for Tsunade, I think she will like it very much. Anyway, I haven't given her a gift yet, so I'll give her the banana fan as a gift. Shimura Danzō smiled lightly in his heart. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to know what Shimura Danzō was thinking, he would be really PD off. The 6 paths ninja he wanted to survive was simply given to a little girl by Shimura Danzō. What about life and death brothers? Tsunade, who was sleeping on the rooftop, was also woken up by the vibration. She looked around in a daze, and found that she was the only one on the rooftop, and Shimura Danzō had long since disappeared. Teacher, where are you? Tsunade yelled and walked towards the stairs. Chapter 28. The Hyuga clan's courtship, twins' birth. Chapter 28. Konoha is a little noisy today, and the streets are filled with some festive atmosphere. What happened? It's so lively. Shimura Danzō put down the document in his hand and looked curiously at the crowd in the distance. After all, such a lively situation is indeed rare among Konoha. Oh, I was negligent. Master Hokage, today the Hyuga clan gave birth to a pair of twins. This is an invitation from the Hyuga clan. I hope you can go to the Hyuga clan to congratulate in person. The female ninja who was sorting out the documents for Shimura Danzō suddenly panicked, and then hurriedly handed the invitation card that was put aside to Shimura Danzō. It's okay, you have been busy with me all morning, go to rest first, I will go to the Hyuga clan to see. Shimura Danzō accepted the invitation with a gentle smile, not blaming the other party. Many thanks. Then Hokage-sama, I'll take these documents back to sort out, and I'll sign them after you come back from the banquet. With a happy smile on the face of the female ninja, she picked up the documents on the table and bowed to Shimura Danzō before leaving Hokage's office. Have the 2 brothers of the Hyuga family been born yet? Shimura Danzō murmured softly, looking at the ceiling with Jayu lying down. Without the reminder from this little secretary, he might not have known that Hyuga Hazashi and Hyuga Hiyashi would be born today. He has some knowledge of these 2 people, after all, they are the fathers of Hinata and Neji in the future. Hey, it's rare to have a free time, so let's go and see the Hyuga clan. After all, the invitations are sent here. If you don't go, I'm afraid it will be really embarrassing. If an ordinary Hyuga clan was born, it would not be eligible for Shimura Danzō to go to the Hyuga clan at all. The identities of these 2 people are somewhat different. They are the sons of the current patriarch of the Hyuga clan, which means that one of them is destined to take over the branch house, and the caged bird mark is set on his forehead. Shimura Danzō sneered at the branch house system of the Hyuga family, and even laughed at it. Because of the existence of this system, the Hyuga family has produced a god-level genius over the years, a person who can stand side by side with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. And that person is the peak powerhouse of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tenin. For this person, Shimura Danzō went to investigate some information, and the system also told Shimura Danzō a lot of information about Hyuga Tenin. Hyuga Tenin can be said to be the most glorious Hyuga tribe in the millennium. He has white eyes with thousands of pupils above white eyes, a realm that all Hyuga tribes have never reached. Because he traveled a little later, he has never seen the true face of this Hyuga Tenin, only heard about his deeds. Back then, First Raikage could be said to be full of vigor in the ninja world, but it was defeated by Hyuga Tenin. Even the ninjutsu that the Yayu family is proud of is easily cracked by Hyuga Tenin's 8 trigrams palms and gentle fist. And that battle made First Raikage deeply understand that Hyuga Tenin's white eyes are different from ordinary Hyuga tribesmen, and Hyuga Tenin also gave an explanation. His white eyes are called Thousand Eyes white eyes, and they are stronger than ordinary white eyes, just like the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Since then, First Raikage fell into a slump and died of depression, and Hyuga Tenin also passed away one after another. But Shimura Danzō knew about this person's toughness, and he was able to make Uchiha Madara ask himself if he wanted to launch a coup to seize power together. From this point, we can see how powerful Hyuga Tenin is. It is a pity that after the death of Hyuga Tenjin, the Hyuga clan has a faint tendency to decline. The reason is because of the unfair inheritance system between the clan and branch house. Bai Yan's true inheritance ability has been greatly hindered. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō shook his head helplessly and sighed. Because he can't change the concept of the Hyuga clan. After all, the branch house system of this clan has been passed down for thousands of years, and it cannot be changed overnight. Putting away these cluttered thoughts, Shimura Danzō left the Hokage office directly for the Hyuga clan settlement. The street is still quite lively. As expected of Konoha's third largest clan, the influence is quite large. Shimura Danzō watched the scene in front of him with a relieved smile on his face. From this point, it can be seen that Konoha did not decline under his governance, but instead recovered the trauma caused by the Ninja World War. And the next thing to do is to strengthen Konoha and make Konoha's overall strength to a higher level. After all, Shimura Danzō himself is not sure when the Second Ninja World War will come, and it would be better to plan early. Master Hokage is here, quick, make way for Master Hokage. Suddenly, a Konoha civilian noticed Shimura Danzō's approach and shouted loudly. At this time, the crowded crowd became orderly and gave way to Shimura Danzō one after another. And this scene also made Shimura Danzō dumbfounded, only a helpless wry smile. Don't worry about me, I'm just here to participate in the banquet of the Hyuga clan, everyone have fun. Shimura Danzō said with a helpless wry smile. He really doesn't want to be so conspicuous, it makes him feel a bit domineering after all. As Master Hokage here, I have been waiting for a long time. Suddenly, a tall middle-aged man walked out of the gate, his eyes were white, and his body was filled with a steady aura, and this was only able to exude from a person who had been in a superior position for a long time. The person in front of him is the current head of the Hyuga clan. Excuse me, please trouble the chief Hyuga to come out and greet you in person. This is a gift for your son. Shimura Danzō nodded, and then took out the prepared gift. The Hyuga clan seemed to be showing favor to him, otherwise they would not have come to invite him, and the head of the clan would not have come out to greet him in person. Ha ha ha, Mr. Hokage is able to come to my Hyuga clan, which is already flourishing, so it's a bit of a nuisance. Please come in quickly. There was some humility and respect in the Hyuga patriarch's tone. Obviously, he didn't despise the young Hokage in front of him because of Shimura Danzō's age, but instead treated him as a superior. This made Shimura Danzō nod inwardly, and he was completely sure that the attitude of the Hyuga clan towards him was friendly. If this is the case, it will save a little trouble, and with an extra help, Hokage's position will become more stable. In this case, it will be much easier to deal with the problems of the Uchiha family in the future. Then Shimura Danzō, surrounded by the chief Hyuga and the elders of their family, stepped into the gate of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 29. Apprentice Orochimaru, Research 6 Paths Ninja. Chapter 29. The fact that the Hyuga family showed affection to Third Hokage made many families in Konoha also express their affection. At first they were still a little vacillating. They didn't know much about this Third Hokage at all, and they were afraid of being on the wrong team. But now it is different. Shimura Danzō has two big family supporters of Konoha behind him. Senju is firmly standing behind Shimura Danzō to support, and now Hyuga also supports Third Hokage, so they naturally have nothing to hesitate. After all, with the support of the two major families, the position of Third Hokage has been completely stabilized. Of course, all this was obviously beyond Shimura Danzō's expectations. Originally, he planned to start with the Uchiha clan first, and through contact with Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Zili, who would have thought that the Hyuga clan would come out like this. His Hokage position seems to be too smooth, basically no one will hinder him. But Shimura Danzō was really clear in his heart, because his Hokage was personally designated by Senju Tobirama, and there were so many people present, so no one dared to question whether his Hokage was qualified. The main reason is that Shimura Danzō was not afraid of life and death, and dared to fight back from the chaos again to carry Senju Tobirama's body back. Only this, which is the main reason why Shimura Danzō is firmly in the position of Third Hokage. After all, Senju Tobirama had a high prestige in Konoha during his lifetime, and many people respect and love this Hokage, so there will not be too many doubts about his decision. It can be said that the situation is very good, unless Shimura Danzō suffers a brain convulsion and kills himself, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen has absolutely no hope of turning the tables. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the news, he was completely stunned, and then locked himself in the house and did not go out for several days. No one knew what happened inside, only some angry roars and the crisp sound of broken porcelain could be heard. Of course Shimura Danzō is aware of these situations, after all his Anbu has been keeping an eye on Sarutobi Hiruzen's whereabouts. Incompetent rage, oh, what a pity, I am Hokage, Sarutobi. Shimura Danzō murmured with a smug smile. This Hokage battle can be said to be completely over, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has no hope of a comeback. Unless he can kill Shimura Danzō, but this idea may be difficult to achieve. Be angry, Sarutobi, you are still more angry. Shimura Danzō looked at the Sarutobi clan's land in the distance, with an extremely strange smile on his face. He was really eager to see what kind of expression Sarutobi Hiruzen would have when he knew he was cuckolded. After all, this is the greatest shame for a man. Will he commit suicide directly after being hit? However, based on his understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, this guy has a strong heart, and he will probably stay alive until he takes the position of Hokage. Click. While Shimura Danzō was thinking about these things, the door of the office was suddenly opened. A thin figure walked in. When Shimura Danzō saw the person in front of him, he sat up straight, with a flash of surprise in his eyes, looking at the sudden child in front of him. Then, a clear smile soon appeared on his face. How is it, little guy, have you thought about it? The purple-haired and black-eyed child in front of him is the Orochimaru who said to think about it earlier. After that meeting, Shimura Danzō never met the Orochimaru guy again, and it had been a long time. I've thought about it, Hokage-sama. I want to be your student, I want to become stronger. Orochimaru said with firm eyes and a firm tone. Obviously, he has experienced some things during this period of time, otherwise he wouldn't just come to him like this. But as for what Shimura Danzō experienced, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. After all, accepting Orochimaru as an apprentice is not harmful to him. And he also believes that he can educate Orochimaru well, and he will never follow the old path of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original book. That's right, little guy, I'm glad you can have this awareness. Shimura Danzō walked forward with a serious tone and looked down at Orochimaru in front of him, his eyes were full of satisfaction. But my heart is full of joy. Orochimaru became his apprentice, which means that Konoha Sannin and Sarutobi Hiruzen will no longer have any relationship. And the 6 paths ninja in my hand can be considered useful. Orochimaru's wisdom and talent are naturally beyond doubt. It can be said that he is the smartest person in the ninja world, otherwise he would not have mastered the core technology. Then Orochimaru, from now on you will be my student of Shimura Danzō. Shimura Danzō said in a solemn tone. And Orochimaru also made a big salute to Shimura Danzō, a teacher-student etiquette. There was excitement in Orochimaru's eyes because he knew that not everyone could be Hokage's disciple. And he also aspires to become a real strong man comparable to Kage level, so that he can survive in this ninja world. The last words of his parents and his death made Orochimaru deeply understand the importance of strength. If you want to improve your strength and bring your talents to the ultimate level, you need a good teacher. And for Orochimaru, Shimura Danzō is the best teacher. No one in Konoha can be more suitable than him. Orochimaru, what I am about to teach you is profound, and you must not reveal it to anyone but me. The learning process will be very hard. If you quit now, there is still time. Shimura Danzō stared at Orochimaru in front of him with a serious face, and said with a heavy tone. This made Orochimaru's expression shudder, and his body tensed up involuntarily. He didn't expect that the teacher would value him so much, and would teach him something so profound that no one else could even know it. I'm not afraid of hard work, teacher. To become stronger, I am willing to face anything, Orochimaru said solemnly with a serious face. From this point, we can see how determined Orochimaru is to becoming stronger. Good, since you have this mental preparation, then I can rest assured. Shimura Danzō suppressed a smile in his heart and said seriously. Orochimaru can never imagine that he would let him study Six Paths Ninjas and develop fake Six Paths Ninjas. If it was someone else, Shimura Danzō might not expect it, but the person in front of him is Orochimaru, so he thinks the other person can succeed. And if he devoted himself to the research of Six Paths Ninja equipment, Orochimaru would not have the thought to study immortality. Doing this is killing two birds with one stone. It just takes less time to practice ninjutsu to improve strength. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō wanted to boast that he was a little clever ghost. How could he be so smart? Chapter 30. Uzumaki Mito's abnormality. Are you going on a blind date? Chapter 30. Senju family, Uzumaki Mito residence yard. Danzo, you thought you had seen me, the old lady, and you haven't come to see me for so long. Uzumaki Mito was still drinking the tea he made and said slowly. Although these words were full of anger and blame, no blame could be heard at all from this tone. It seemed to be ridicule instead. This, Master Mito, there are really many things in the village that I can't get away from. No, I'll come to Senju to have tea with you as soon as I have time. Shimura Danzō didn't change his face, his heart didn't beat, and there was a helpless wry smile on his face, showing that he was the weak side. Among Tobarama's few students, you are the one who has the most heart. Even if you become a Hokage, you don't hold power over others. The others haven't been to the Senju family since Tobarama's death, and they seem to want to get rid of Senju as soon as possible. Uzumaki Mito's eyes were like cold pools, his tone was faint, and his willow eyebrows frowned. Although the Whirlpool Mito is already very old, but because of the 100 healings mark, his appearance has been kept at around 30 years old. Whether it's temperament or appearance, they are all well crafted, and they are simply exercising one's concentration. Shimura Danzō hastily cast his eyes away from the teacup, because he found that he was not immune to Uzumaki Mito, and sometimes he was attracted by the elegant and noble temperament of the other party. But this is also normal. Uzumaki Mito's charm has not been fully revealed, otherwise Shimura Danzō may really be overwhelmed. Maybe they have something important to be busy with, and they don't have any free time. Shimura Danzō could only helplessly perfunctory. After all, Uzumaki Mito's question is really offensive. Even if other people were not present, Shimura Danzō would not say this behind others. Busy. No matter how busy you are, can Hokage be as busy as you? I know exactly what they are thinking. Uzumaki Mito's tone was still flat, but a trace of resentment could be heard from it. However, she also understands the truth that people take tea to cool down. If there is no third Hokage, Shimura Danzō, who has been helping the Senju clan, something might happen. And this is where Uzumaki Mito is thankful. She is grateful that Senju Tobirama passed the Hokage position to Shimura Danzō before his death, and not someone else. If someone else took over the position of Hokage, I am afraid that the Senju clan will really be severely suppressed, and it will not be what it is now. After all, the prestige of the Senju family among Konoha is too high. No matter who takes over the position of Hokage, the Senju family will not allow the Senju family to dominate. But fortunately, Shimura Danzō did not do this. He chose to get close to the Senju clan and help the Senju clan. The most correct decision in Senju Tobirama's life was to pass the Hokage position to Shimura Danzō, at least according to Uzumaki Mito. And at this moment, Uzumaki Mito's gaze towards Shimura Danzō became softer and full of tenderness, as if it was about to overflow like water. FK, what the hell is going on? Shimura Danzō averted his eyes, not daring to meet Uzumaki Mito's eyes. Why did Uzumaki Mito suddenly look at him with such gentle eyes? The direction of this FC King plot suddenly became serious. Shimura Danzō was really a little flustered, because if Uzumaki Mito really launched an offensive, he was not sure if he could really be Lu Shahui. But look at Uzumaki Mito carefully, he seems to be pretty, not even Tsunade. Mature and fit, with a high forehead, a straight nose bridge, a pair of shining almond eyes, soft eyes with a little spoiling. As for the figure, I don't need to say much, just refer to the future Tsunade and reduce it a little bit. It can be said that this is too lethal for Shimura Danzō, who has been a man for 2 lifetimes. If it was a woman of the same age, he would definitely parry it casually, but for a mature woman like Uzumaki Mito, it was a bit difficult to control. But it's a pity that he has a virgin complex. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō's originally chaotic heart suddenly became extremely calm. Danzo, What's the matter with you? Are you feeling unwell? Why do you feel that you are in a strange state today? Uzumaki Mito pouted slightly, put down the teacup in his hand and asked softly with concern. No, it's just that I suddenly remembered something, please ask Mito-sama to care. Shimura Danzō shook his head and laughed. But the smile does look a bit far-fetched, even a child can see it. Uzumaki Mito didn't point it out either, just smiled. Danzo, you're about the same age, haven't you considered getting married and having children? Puff. When Shimura Danzō heard this sentence, the tea he just drank was sprayed out in an instant, but fortunately he didn't spray it on the whirlpool Mito, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Why did Mito-sama suddenly ask such a question? Shimura Danzō wiped off the stains on his clothes in embarrassment, smiling brightly. After all, Uzumaki Mito was a little bit outrageous, which made him unable to react for a while. You're not young anymore, don't people who are almost 25 think about their life's major events? Uzumaki Mito is a little mysterious, but there is a little ambiguity in his eyes. This made Shimura Danzō a little ashamed, and then hurriedly said. Master Mito, let's not talk about this matter. I just became a Hokage not long ago, so I want to focus on the construction of the village. These things will be discussed later. Shimura Danzō hastily evaded. This scene is so familiar, like my mother forced me to go on a blind date in my previous life. What later? I'll tell you directly. What do you think of Ling Shui's kid? I'll try to match the two of you if possible. Uzumaki Mito gave Shimura Danzō a full look, and then said bluntly. Ling Shui. For a moment, Shimura Danzō was taken aback. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Mito would actually set his mind on whirlpool Ling Shui. Chapter 31. Unintentional tenderness made Uzumaki Ling Shui fall. Chapter 31. I have to say that what Uzumaki Mito said really surprised Shimura Danzō. That's right, Ling Shui's child, Shui Furong, looks even more beautiful than when I was young. You have a good personality, and you don't have a small temper. You are also the eldest lady of the Uzumaki family. It is more than enough for you as Hokage. Uzumaki Mito carefully analyzed the advantages of Uzumaki Ling Shui to Shimura Danzō, lest he didn't know. Master Mito, can we not talk about this matter? And now that I'm Konoha's third Hokage, I don't have time to take care of these things. Shimura Danzō refused with a helpless wry smile. Although the relationship between myself and Uzumaki Ling Shui is quite good, it has not developed to the point of talking about marriage. At most, I have a good impression. Coupled with Uzumaki Mito's sudden questioning, his thoughts became a little messed up for a while. After all, he is now thinking about how to boost Konoha's economy, so he has time to deal with it. Shimura Danzo's answer made Uzumaki Mito's face darken and became a little gloomy. What do you mean by not talking about it? Or do you think our family Ling Shui is not worthy of your third Hokage? Uzumaki Mito's voice had a tinge of yin and yang, biting the words, third Hokage, to death, with a heavy tone. It can be seen that Uzumaki Mito is very dissatisfied with Shimura Danzo's answer, otherwise he would not have shown such an expression. Master Mito, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that. I mean, I really don't have time to care about these things now, so I can't give Ling Shui the happiness he wants. Shimura Danzō said hastily after seeing the vortex. Mito got angry. If the explanation is not clear, God knows what Uzumaki Mito will do next. So you still have thoughts about Ling Shui? Hearing Shimura Danzo's answer, Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up. At this moment, Shimura Danzō also had a secret feeling in his heart, realizing that he had fallen into Uzumaki Mito's trap. I have a good impression, but it's really not to the point of getting married directly. Facing the current scene and Uzumaki Mito's pressing questions, Shimura Danzō had no choice but to admit that he really had a crush on Uzumaki Ling Shui. After all, such a beautiful girl, with a well-behaved personality, knows how to care about others. Who doesn't love such a treasured girl? It's just that Shimura Danzō doesn't have the mind to talk about emotional matters now. If you talk to him about Konoha's development, Shimura Danzō will definitely chat with you for a few days with great interest. It's okay, as long as you have a good impression, feelings can be cultivated slowly. Whirlpool Mito nodded in satisfaction after hearing Shimura Danzo's answer, with a kind smile like an ant on his face. Obviously, she is very satisfied with Shimura Danzo's answer, which has met her expectations. Okay, you busy person, go back and deal with the documents, and save me from delaying your work. After getting Shimura Danzo's answer, Uzumaki Mito immediately issued an order to expel the guest, which also made Shimura Danzō unable to react for a while. But after saying goodbye with a wry smile, he got up and walked towards the gate of the Senju clan. And at this moment, a figure flickered behind the room, and Shimura Danzō glanced there from the corner of his eye, with a helpless expression on his face. He had already found out where Uzumaki Ling Shui was eavesdropping, but he didn't point it out. After all, if Uzumaki Ling Shui was broken just now, I am afraid the scene would really become very embarrassing. Forget it, let's take one step at a time, who knows what will happen in the future. Shimura Danzō murmured inwardly. He has never had this kind of thought after traveling to the Hokage world for so long, but now that Uzumaki Mito said this, his dusty heart throbbed at this moment. And just as Shimura Danzō left the Senju clan, Uzumaki Ling Shui from the back of the house slowly walked out. There was a touch of shy blush on her fair and jade-like face. Although it was very faint, it was not difficult to see that it was caused by Shimura Danzō just now. Ling Shui, my aunt has done her best. If you really like him, you have to go after him yourself. Uzumaki Mito continued to drink tea and said slowly, but his tone had a hint of humor and subtlety. Thanks auntie, I think I know what to do. Whirlpool Lingshui nodded and said. Originally, she was very angry when she heard Shimura Danzo's refusal at the beginning, and wanted to come out and grab Shimura Danzo's collar and ask loudly why the other party didn't like her. Ugly, she is not ugly. Right now, there may not be a second girl who is more beautiful than her in the entire Uzumaki clan or even the entire ninja world. Moreover, his personality is gentle, and he has never left a bad impression on Shimura Danzo. So she really couldn't understand why Shimura Danzo would refuse like this. Until later, Aunt Mito made a small plan to let Shimura Danzo express her evaluation of herself in her heart. When Shimura Danzo said that he had a crush on him, the anger that was about to explode disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was that shy blush, Xiaojabiyu's look that one couldn't help but feel sorry for. Shimura Danzo is not only handsome, but also Hokage. The most important point is that he is very gentle with others, especially when he gets along with himself, which makes it impossible for people to leave half of him. Who doesn't love such a man? Moreover, Uzumaki Lingshui found that during the time spent with Shimura Danzo, his heart was quietly captured by the other party, or it was a self-strategy. It may be because of Shimura Danzo's unintentional gentle offensive that Uzumaki Lingshui sank into it. Of course, Shimura Danzo himself is not clear about this. After all, in his eyes, he owes two big favors to Uzumaki Lingshui, so it is normal to treat her better. It's just that the relationship between the two has become better by mistake. It's good that you understand, if you like it, you have to hold on to it. After all, Danzo is surrounded by a woman whose appearance and identity are not inferior to yours, so you should be careful. Uzumaki Mito nodded in relief. For a moment, Uzumaki Lingshui became extremely sensitive, like a frightened kitten. Uchiha Yuri, sister of the current patriarch of Uchiha, would you like to write about the canonization ceremony of Third Hokage? The boss in the comment area reminded me that because Senju Tobirama died before, I didn't dare to write about the succession ceremony for fear of being sprayed by the bosses. Chapter 32. The assistant resigns and recommends a new assistant. Chapter 32. Shimura Danzo returned to his Hokage office and lay on the sofa thinking, turning over and getting up occasionally. Am I being disturbed? Shimura Danzo let out a wry smile. He found that his heart suddenly became a little chaotic, and he couldn't calm down and think about things at all. After returning from the Senju clan, he found himself a little restless, and the pure and lovely image of Uzumaki Lingshui always appeared in his mind. This time shaking his head didn't have much effect, these things lingered in his mind. Boom boom boom. Just as Shimura Danzo was thinking wildly, there was a knock on the office door. Shimura Danzo hurriedly stood up, straightened his body and returned to the office chair, taking a deep breath to adjust his emotions. Please come in. Click. Chizuru Shin opened the door and appeared in front of Shimura Danzo. Chizuru Shin is Shimura Danzo's Hokage assistant. Kion, why are you here? Are there any documents that have not been processed? Shimura Danzo said with some doubts when he saw Chizuru Shin's appearance. I obviously gave the other party a vacation today, why did she still come to Hokage's office? I saw a look of hesitation on Qian Hexen's face, but he became firm again in an instant. Master Hokage, I'm here to ask you to resign. There was a hint of panic in Qian Hexen's tone, but it was more determined. It can be seen that she has made a lot of determination for this decision, otherwise she would not have come to Shimura Danzo at this time. Please resign. Kion, is there something wrong with me? You can point it out with confidence, I will review myself. Shimura Danzo was surprised when he heard Chizuru Shin's resignation, and then quickly and consciously attributed the problem to himself. After all, there are subordinates who would resign for no reason, obviously there is a reason. No, it's not about Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, you are really gentle and treat me very well. It's just that Assistant Hokage's work is so heavy that sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy. So I want to ask Mr. Hokage to resign from the position of Assistant Hokage. If this continues, I feel that something is going wrong with me. Qian Hime shook her head hastily, and then explained the reason for her resignation. This is really her voice. Because from the moment she became Hokage's assistant, she never had a free space. Tomorrow, I have to face these mountains of documents, and after processing, I find that it is dark and I don't have any time for myself. As that's so, I was negligent, I apologize to you. Shimura Danzo's tone was full of apology. No, Master Hokage, you don't need to apologize, it's me who should apologize. Chizuru Heart panicked after seeing Shimura Danzo apologizing like himself, and hurriedly waved his hands. Take a rest if you're tired. After all, I'm not someone who squeezes people out. Shimura Danzo smiled lightly, this smile was relaxed and full of ruthlessness, which made Chizuru Heart feel less guilty. But you have been Hokage's assistant for so long, you must recommend someone to take your position. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a headache for me to face these documents alone. Shimura Danzo immediately added, there are so many files that Hokage has to deal with, even if it is distributed to some other ninjas, there are still many files that Hokage needs to watch in person. Therefore, Shimura Danzo must ask the other party to find a new assistant for him before Chizuru Shin leaves. A new assistant. Chizuru Heart was very happy after getting Shimura Danzo's consent, but began to think again. You must know that the position of Assistant Hokage is very important. It must be someone who can be trusted, and must have sufficient ability. At this moment, a purple shadow suddenly appeared in Chianhei's mind. This person had been following Hokage-sama during the previous peace talks. Although she was said to be from the Uchiha clan, Hokage-sama seemed to trust her. Moreover, Chizuru Shin himself secretly observed the purple-haired woman, and found that she was very calm. Whether facing the aura of Third Raikage or Master Hokage, she was able to maintain her calm. From this point, Chianhexen thought that the other party was good enough to serve as Hokage's assistant. Master Hokage, what do you think of the purple-haired Uchiha who followed you during the previous peace talks? Chizuru asked cautiously. The reason why she recommends people from the Uchiha clan is that the current Uchiha clan is not as sensitive as their status in the village decades later. At this time, the Uchiha people can still get along with each other, but they are too arrogant, so not many people are willing to be friends with them. You mean Uchiha Yuri? Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly lit up, and Uchiha Yuri's face like an angel bathed in the spring breeze suddenly appeared in his mind. Yes, I think she is very suitable to be the new Hokage assistant. As for the future, it depends on what you think, Master Hokage. Seeing Shimura Danzo's appearance, Chizuru Heart secretly thought something was wrong. From this point, it can be seen that the relationship between the two people is obviously quite good. If nothing else, the new Hokage assistant is the Uchiha Juri. I understand what you mean, you go down first, I will think about it. Shimura Danzo calmed himself down and nodded. Then I'll go first, Master Hokage, please think about it slowly. Chizuru Shin left Hokage's office with a comfortable smile on her face. After all, from now on, I don't have to face those files anymore, and I don't have to get up early and late, and I can go to play with my friends. This is called life. For a moment, Chizuru felt that Master Hokage was so pitiful that he had to face this mountain of documents every day. Uchiha Yuri is Hokage Yuri. It might be a good choice. Shimura Danzo murmured, looking in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Because in this case, he is equivalent to being able to further understand the situation of the Uchiha family. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo thanked Hyunzuxun a little bit. If the other party didn't say that, he really had no excuse to go to Uchiha Yuri. Chapter 33. Danzo, why don't you marry my sister? Chapter 33. After 2 days of deliberation and the torment of a mountain of documents, Shimura Danzo resolutely decided to recruit Uchiha Juri. No wonder Chizuru resigned. These documents are really a headache to deal with, and there is no one to help Shimura Danzo sort them out. It really made Shimura Danzo a little bit powerless. Even if Shadow Clone is used to deal with it, the final fatigue will return to the main body, and the torture will be even greater. But how should I speak? Shimura Danzo was at a loss. He didn't know how to tell Uchiha Yuri about this. After all, it's too stupid to rush to directly tell the other party whether you want to be a Hokage assistant. Let's ask that guy Uchiha Kagami to make a date. Shimura Danzo suddenly thought of the identity Uchiha Yuri described that day, and Uchiha Kagami happened to be her younger brother. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo immediately jumped up from the sofa, shook his head, and left Hokage's office. Konoha, the tavern outside the Uchiha clan. Jing, how do you think I should talk to your sister? Shimura Danzo said a little depressed after taking a sip of his drink. For ordinary people, Shimura Danzo can go straight up and look for it, but Uchiha Yuri is different. He always feels that this woman is different from others. Plus with her strength, would she be willing to be a Hokage assistant for herself? This is obviously a bit whimsical. No matter how weak the Uchiha people with Mangekyo Sharingan are, they are elite Jonin, let alone Uchiha Yuri, who has such a high official evaluation. Most likely a woman capable of surpassing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. You guy, should I praise you or scold you? Uchiha Kagami stared at Shimura Danzo in front of him with a strange expression, and sighed helplessly. Originally, he thought that Shimura Danzo was interested in his sister, so he asked him out to discuss countermeasures. But I didn't expect this guy to be so straight, and I wanted Uchiha Juri to take the position of Hokage's assistant to help him with the documents. This made Uchiha Kagami doubt Shimura Danzo's sexual orientation for a while. Doesn't he have any interest in Uchiha Juri? You must know that in terms of appearance, no one in the Uchiha clan can compare to his older sister. Even among the whole Konoha, there is only the girl from the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Lingshui, who can compete with her. But Shimura Danzo didn't have any idea at all, which made Uchiha Kagami lose his breath. What does it mean to praise me or scold me? I didn't make a mistake. Shimura Danzo frowned and said in displeasure. His words made Uchiha Kagami a little angry. Because one day later, Uchiha Zili went to collect information about Shimura Danzo in private, and Uchiha Kagami certainly knew about these behaviors. He'd rather have Shimura Danzo marry his sister if he could, after all those people in the clan, UBD, I really want to punch you. I beg you to be a little lecherous, can you? Are you really not interested in my sister? Uchiha Kagami saw that Shimura Danzo didn't have the slightest enlightenment, and said with a look of hatred. What, we are talking about business affairs now, why are you mixing personal feelings? Shimura Danzo was speechless. Why does he feel that he is being forced to marry him now? Do they all think that he is destined to be an old leftover man in the future? Joke. With his handsome face and his current reputation, it's only a matter of minutes before he wants a girl to post. What is mixed with personal feelings? What I'm telling you now is business. Uchiha Kageme's tone suddenly became a little agitated, and this also made Shimura Danzō frown, realizing that something was wrong. Uchiha Kagami is an extremely calm person on weekdays, and he would not be so emotional at all. Mirror, did something happen? Naturally, Shimura Danzō was not annoyed by Uchiha Kageme's faux pas. After all, he knew the character of the other party very well. But Uchiha Kagami didn't go back directly to Shimura Danzō. Instead, he drank a sip of wine and got up and grabbed Shimura Danzō's shoulder with a serious face. Danzō, can you marry my sister? Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. For a while, Shimura Danzō was a little messy. Why did he feel that the scene in front of him was a little familiar? Jing, are you drunk? Shimura Danzō spoke in confusion. After all, Uchiha Kagami seems to have drunk a lot before he came, as can be seen from the bottles on the table. It could be seen that he was in a bad mood, otherwise he wouldn't have drunk to soothe his sorrows. As the saying goes, drinking to relieve sorrow, and sorrow is even more sorrowful, and adults understand this truth. I'm not drunk. Danzō, mark my words. If you came to be my brother-in-law, it might be a good choice. After all, you are really handsome. Damn, why am I not so handsome? After saying these words, Uchiha Kagami didn't stay too long, and stumbled out of the bar. Shimura Danzō was left with a dazed face, not knowing what the other party meant just now. Don't think too much about it, Kagami is unreliable, I'll go find Uchiha Zili by myself. Shimura Danzō shook his head with some headaches and murmured helplessly. Why does it feel that the people around are weird? The war is obviously over, shouldn't there be happy smiles on their faces? Why does he feel that many people are frowning? Just as he got up, the owner of the tavern suddenly appeared in front of Shimura Danzō. That, Master Hokage, your friend didn't give you any money just now, look at this. The corners of Shimura Danzō's mouth twitched several times, and he opened his wallet with some distress. Good guy, I said why would I leave all of a sudden? Chapter 34, could it be? I like Uchiha Jiraiya. Chapter 34, Shimura Danzō's trip was not in vain, at least he knew where Uchiha Jiraiya was now before Uchiha Kagami left. However, his appearance just now caused Shimura Danzō to fall into a brief thought, thinking carefully about what Uchiha Kagami said just now. If it were me, could it be that there is something about Uchiha Zili that the marriage contract cannot be fulfilled? Soon, Shimura Danzō was drawing his own conclusions from this few words. Uchiha Jiraiya is likely to marry someone he doesn't like, and that person Uchiha Kagami also hates very much. But if this is indeed the case according to the normal direction of the plot, Uchiha Zili has since disappeared after getting married and no longer appears in people's vision. Only the legendary Izanami is left to people, and this is the last impression people have of her. Suddenly, in Shimura Danzō's mind, Uchiha Jiraiya was wearing a wedding kimono. The lavender danced with the wind like a waterfall, and a little makeup on her alluring and beautiful face had already defeated all the women. The captivating black eyes and the happy smile on his face. And the groom next to him is obviously Shimura Danzō himself, because this is his brain-filled world, so he subconsciously fantasizes that the groom is himself. Do I really like Uchiha Jiraiya? Shimura Danzō asked himself. He has met Uchiha Jiraiya quite a lot. When he leaves the Hokage building and returns home, he will meet Uchiha Zili who was shopping. But it was just a greeting, and there was no continued deep friendship, so I just had dinner and chatted occasionally. It's a pretty good friend, but it's not enough to achieve that kind of heart-pounding feeling. Forget it, let's take this kind of thing one step at a time. Let's see if she wants to be Hokage's assistant. Shimura Danzō decided not to think that much first. If this is the case, then he also has such a good impression on Uzumaki Lingshui. Does he want to marry 2 wives? Shimura Danzō shuddered slightly at the thought. What a dangerous thought. Needless to say, the strength of Uchiha Jiraiya, once the Mangekyo Sharingan is opened, no one can live a life. Shimura Danzō didn't know Uzumaki Lingshui's words, but God knows what would happen if the other party was in a hurry. So the harem needs to be cautious. Those who succeed are called Wuhei Shidao, and those who fail are just watching with a smile in the sky like Brother Chang. According to the description of the mirror, Uchiha Zili at this time should be on the mountain behind the Hokage office building. Shimura Danzō murmured. He didn't know why Uchiha Jiraiya liked to go to that mountain so much, but the wind there was really comfortable. In the scorching summer, enjoying the shade under the big tree and the breeze blowing is simply a great joy in life. The only downside is the lack of a mobile phone. Hokage Rock. It was a familiar place, a familiar person, and the woman who smelled the fragrance of violets. Miss Zili, good afternoon. Shimura Danzō looked at Uchiha Jiraiya, who was lying on the lawn with long purple hair casually, and greeted with a smile. Hearing this voice, Uchiha Jiraiya slowly got up and looked at Shimura Danzō, his dark eyes showed a hint of surprise. Third Hokage, why did you appear here? There was surprise in Uchiha Hari's stirring voice. Miss Zili, it's private time now, you should just use your usual address. After seeing Uchiha Jiraiya using the honorific title, Shimura Danzō suddenly smiled helplessly. Having known each other for so long, Uchiha Jiraiya still hasn't changed completely. Sorry, Danzō, I was negligent. Uchiha Jiraiya immediately realized that he bowed slightly to apologize. This series of actions fully shows the noble and elegant momentum of Uchiha Zili, which is vividly displayed. Danzō, why do you have time to come here today? I remember that Hokage's workload is not ordinary. Uchiha Yuri chuckled softly. There is a hint of joking in the words, as well as surprise and surprise. The smile is exquisite, the face is like nectar and spring breeze, which makes people feel comfortable. This is why Shimura Danzō likes to get along with Uchiha Jiraiya. Because there is no pressure to get along with her, I feel that my whole body can be relaxed, and the same is true when speaking. Oh, don't mention it, my assistant Shianhexen resigned 2 days ago because she couldn't stand the torture of so many documents. So I want to come here to relax. Shimura Danzō sighed and said helplessly. There is sadness on his face and exhaustion in his words. It can be seen that Hokage's work has made him a little out of breath. Uchiha Yuri's eyes flashed with worry after hearing Shimura Danzō's words. No wonder you show such a look, it's because of this. Uchiha Yuri suddenly realized, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. After all, the Shimura Danzō in front of him is completely different from the usual him. It seems that Hokage's work is really heavy. Yeah, these 2 days are overwhelming me. Shimura Danzō sighed loudly as he collapsed on the lawn next to Uchiha Yuri. Then you haven't found a new assistant. After all, Hokage's work really needs to be shared. Uchiha Yuri asked with some doubts. With so many civil servants in the Hokage building, it is impossible for Shimura Danzō to find a suitable one. I found it, but none of them are suitable for processing. There is only the last person left. It is the one recommended by Chizuru Shin to me before she left, saying that she is definitely qualified for the position of Hokage's assistant. Shimura Danzō shook his head and smiled wryly, but the words that followed made Uchiha Yuri a little curious. Who? Uchiha Yuri's eyes were filled with the words, I'm curious. Shimura Danzō stood up slowly, staring at Uchiha Yuri's deep black eyes and said slowly. It's you, Miss Jerry. Chapter 35. Zeely's assistant is in place, and the movement of the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 35. Wow Darcy. Surprise and a little panic appeared in Uchiha Yuri's calm and beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that the person recommended by Chizuru Shin would be herself. You must know that she is from the Uchiha clan. Yes, since it was recommended by Chizuru, I think Ms. Chiri is absolutely capable of serving as Hokage's assistant. Shimura Danzō nodded without any hesitation. His purpose is not just as simple as wanting a Hokage assistant, but to see how strong Uchiha Yuri is. What exactly is her Mangekyo Sharingan ability? This is what Shimura Danzō is most curious about, otherwise he would not have made up his mind to find Uchiha Yuri. And the other party is also the key figure for him to deal with the Uchiha family in the future. After all, in the official evaluation of Uchiha Zeely, there is a sentence of loving Konoha. That is to say, in the face of the narrow-mindedness of her own family, this goddess will choose the village. No wonder Uchiha Kagami has such thoughts. It seems that Uchiha Zeely's influence on him is indispensable, so Uchiha Yuri is definitely someone worth wooing. But, Danzo, I'm from the Uchiha family. You should have heard about the Uchiha clan from Second Hokage. Uchiha Yuri looked at Shimura Danzō with a complex expression, and the expression in his beautiful eyes was also the same. Because the Uchiha clan used to be Senju's mortal enemies, and Shimura Danzō is so close to Senju, wouldn't the people of Senju mind? What about the Uchiha clan? Didn't Uchiha Kagami once serve as the guard of the Second Hokage? It's not that the Uchiha clan can't believe it, but they can trust individual Uchiha clansmen who are sincere for Konoha. And Miss Yuri, you are the Uchiha tribe that is as special as the mirror. Shimura Danzō's eyes are full of sincerity, without any impurities in his eyes, and there is no trace of lying in his words. Danzo, you. Uchiha Yuri obviously didn't expect Shimura Danzō to say such a thing. At this moment, ripples appeared in the calm state of mind that was originally calm. She can feel that Shimura Danzō's sincerity is real, without any deceit, and the other party doesn't care if she is from the Uchiha clan. If you care about this, I'm afraid you won't come to find yourself. And you must know that the Uchiha tribe serves as Hokage's assistant, then he must bear some words on this Hokage. Uzumaki Mito from the Senju clan was sure to talk to him too, but he mustered up the courage to look for himself. This sincerity, Uchiha Yuri was unable to form words to refuse for a while. Okay, I promise you. After some deliberation, Uchiha Yuri said slowly. Putting other things aside, Shimura Danzō's courage alone is worth her saying yes. Excellent. Thank you very much, Miss Zeely. A look of surprise appeared on Shimura Danzō's face, and an unconcealable excitement burst out of his heart. Then Miss Zeely, let me take you to familiarize yourself with the work of Assistant Hokage. Shimura Danzō hurriedly said, because the Hokage office has too many large files to deal with, it is necessary to start working immediately. So anxious. It seems that you are really distressed. Uchiha Yuri covered her red lips lightly and said in surprise. Yes, please come with me. After finishing speaking, Shimura Danzō jumped directly in the direction of the Hokage rock. From this point, it can be seen that Shimura Danzō is really in a hurry. Seeing Shimura Danzō in such a hurry, Uchiha Zeely also realized that there is really a lot of work in Hokage's office, and immediately started to catch up with the other party. The other side of the world. The country of the vortex. You guys go to Konoha to bring back Uzumaki Lingshui. It's ridiculous. It's been 2 months and I still don't know how to come back. Above the lobby, a middle-aged man with a square face said in a stern voice. And the person who can call Uzumaki Lingshui like this and say such words must be the elder of Uzumaki Lingshui. But, where is Konoha, and Mito-sama is here. If Miss Lingshui doesn't want to come back, what should we do? The ninja of the Uzumaki clan below said slowly. If Uzumaki Lingshui really didn't want to come back, it would be really inappropriate for them to do it in Konoha. Although Konoha's second Hokage passed away, I heard that the third Hokage was not a vegetarian. Hey, Konoha, after Senju Tobirama passed away, let a young boy take over. I want to see what he dares to do to my Uzumaki clan. Don't forget, his Konoha barrier was constructed by our Uzumaki family. The middle-aged man in the lobby suddenly sneered. Now Konoha does not have Senju Tobirama, and there is no threat to him at all. It is ridiculous for a young boy to take over third Hokage. That's right, we hold Konoha's lifeblood in our hands. The eyes of the Uzumaki people below suddenly lit up. Why didn't they think of this? Take this letter and go. If that third Hokage dares to stop you, you will give this letter to him. The middle-aged man in the lobby suddenly said coldly. Then dumped a letter to the Uzumaki man in the middle. Yes, let's go to Konoha. As soon as the words fell, the three members of the Uzumaki family left the lobby and walked out the door. Little did he know that Konoha's third Hokage is not a brat. Chapter 36. My Hokage, it's not your turn to tell me what to do. Chapter 36. Soon, word spread that Shimura Danzō had appointed Uchiha Yuri as Hokage's assistant. The civilians and ordinary ninjas felt nothing, but it had a great impact on many families and some personnel of Konoha, and there was a silent uproar in an instant. Many people were a little confused by Shimura Danzō's decision. Who would have thought that Shimura Danzō would let a girl from the Uchiha clan serve as Hokage's assistant, and let the other party touch Konoha's secrets? This also made Konoha's high-level officials quite angry, but the Uchiha family was the most puzzled. What the hell is this third Hokage doing? Could it be that there is some conspiracy in it? However, Shimura Danzō didn't pay attention to the words from the outside world, and he was processing the documents leisurely, and he had a beautiful assistant to catch his eyes. It's a pity that I can't be a secretary when I have something to do, and I can be a secretary when I have nothing to do. Besides, women like Uchiha Zili are not the kind of women who have no power to restrain chickens, and they might just be a Susanoo. Click. Suddenly the door was pushed open, and several old people walked into Hokage's office slowly. These people are none other than the Konoha high-level elders who prevented Shimura Danzō from using Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yuri as guards on the day of the peace talks. What, are you guys free to come and see my Hokage today? Shimura Danzō put down the document in his hand, and looked at the elders in front of him with a smile on his face. Third Hokage, this matter of assistant Hokage is a bit too hasty, she is a member of the Uchiha clan. The high-level executive named Sarutobi Mitsui Konoha suddenly said in a deep voice. He didn't pay any attention to Uchiha Yuri, who was lowering his head and processing the documents. Obviously, he didn't pay attention to the other party at all. When Uchiha Yuri heard this sentence, his hands trembled slightly, and his soft eyelashes trembled a little. This moment is finally coming. Although she believes what Shimura Danzō said earlier, her actions far outweigh her words. For some reason, Uchiha Yuri's heart suddenly throbbed, even she didn't feel it. She hoped in her heart that Shimura Danzō would really do what she said. Shimura Danzō did not answer Sarutobi Mitsui immediately, but observed the change of Uchiha Yuri's complexion from the corner of his eye. Shimura Danzō smiled with satisfaction at the look of complexity and expectation on the opponent's face. Third Hokage, are you listening to what I'm saying? Sarutobi Mitsui's complexion was not very good, and he said with a gloomy face. This guy is too defiant, doesn't he really think that no one can rule him when he becomes the Hokage? And he is one of the 3 advisors appointed by Second Hokage, why does Shimura Danzō ignore him? Appointing a girl from the Uchiha family to serve as the Hokage assistant who is in touch with Konoha's secrets is simply absurd. Elder Mitsui, who is Hokage? In an instant, Shimura Danzō erupted with a fierce aura, his black pupils glowed with icy coldness, the desk trembled violently, and documents fell to the ground one after another. But Sarutobi Mitsui and the others were immediately frightened by Shimura Danzō's fierce aura and took a few steps back, struggling to stabilize their figures. I do things. Is your consultant able to dictate? Or, you want to launch a coup d'état and take my position as Hokage? Shimura Danzō smiled coldly for a moment. A trace of murderous intent emerged from the words, making Sarutobi Mitsui suddenly feel as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar like a Shira. For a moment, the language that had been organized in the mind could not be blurted out at this moment. Because Shimura Danzō directly put a big hat on him, a hat of rebellion and coup, enough to make the Sarutobi clan perish. You nonsense. I'm just here to ask why Third Hokage wants a person from the Uchiha clan to serve as Hokage's assistant, and why it can be involved in a coup d'état. Uchiha wolf ambition, sooner or later something will go wrong. Sarutobi Mitsui blushed from anger, and hastily retorted. After all, if he keeps silent, it means that he really has the intention of a coup d'état, and even if he jumps into the sea of the Vortex Kingdom, he won't be able to wash it away. And the reason why he came to question Shimura Danzō is because this is the best time to impeach Hokage, until then. Then what does my choice of assistant Hokage have to do with you, an old BD? Konoha, I have the final say. Shimura Danzō stood up suddenly, and a terrifying wind-style energy instantly hit Sarutobi Mitsui's body. Boom! Sarutobi Mitsui's body instantly shot out like a cannonball and directly smashed the door of Hokage's office, and then embedded it on the wall. Shimura Danzō, The two Konoha consultants and senior executives who accompanied them saw that Shimura Danzō dared to hurt people directly and looked at Shimura Danzō in disbelief. From now on, Sarutobi Mitsui, Sarutobi Green Mao, and Sarutobi Prairie are no longer Konoha's three major advisors. As for the matter in your hands, I will send someone to hand it over, go away. Shimura Danzō said with a cold tone, and this decision immediately made the remaining two ashamed, and they dared not say what they originally wanted to refute Shimura Danzō. Because they saw the long sword with lightning flashing in Shimura Danzō's hand, they couldn't speak at all. This is an accessory of Second Hokage, the weapon that has followed him in the ninja world for many years and is now in the hands of Shimura Danzō. In other words, this is a symbol, a true successor to the will of Second Hokage. No wonder the Senju clan supports Shimura Danzō so much. It turns out that Second Hokage values him very much, otherwise he would not entrust the blade of the Thunder Spirit to Shimura Danzō. Today, they can only think that they are unlucky and suffer. The Shimura Danzō in front of him is no longer the young man who just took over from Hokage. Afterwards, the two could only leave Hokage's office with Sarutobi Mitsui in despair. Looking at the messy Hokage office, Shimura Danzō felt a little happy. At first he really didn't know how to find an excuse to deal with the three old consultants, after all, they were appointed by Senju Tobirama during his lifetime. But it is different now, he has the support of Hyuga and Senju, and now he is popular, it is more than enough to abolish the three Konoha advisors and reappoint them. Uchiha Yuri looked at all this with a complex expression and Shimura Danzō with a cold expression sighed helplessly. Master Hokage, you don't have to do this for me. Chapter 37. Zeely, I can trust you unreservedly. Chapter 37. Jerry, since I asked you to be Hokage's assistant, it's because I have absolute trust in you. I believe you are different from the other Uchiha tribe, and also different from the Uchiha Madara who defected to Konoha. You really love this village and Konoha today. You have a sense of belonging in your heart. Shimura Danzō took a deep breath and spoke slowly. His words made Uchiha Zeely's brain froze at this moment. These three sentences of Shimura Danzō and that sentence are constantly echoing in my mind, because I have absolute trust in you. Her heart, which had been dusty for a long time, throbbed suddenly at this moment. In this world, I really want someone to believe in her and have a heart of trust in her. Okay, I'll take care of this matter properly, and you don't have to worry about those rumors. I'll shut them all up. Shimura Danzō's brow showed a cold murderous intent, and his words were full of the words of the superior. At this moment, Uchiha Yuri understood that this third Hokage, who had never made any major reforms to Konoha, was angry. How could she not see that Shimura Danzō is using this matter to push the boat along the way and remove those useless people who are deeply rooted in Konoha one by one? At this time, the eagle showed its sharp claws, and the tiger also showed its fierce fangs. But Uchiha Yuri felt his heart was warmed. Although it was said that this matter was used to cleanse, but the source of everything was because of himself, Shimura Danzō was angry. Someone cares. Suddenly, the way Uchiha Yuri looked at Shimura Danzō was no longer so flat, but with an invisible tenderness. Even Uchiha Yuri was not aware of this subtle change, but felt that he was more nervous when facing Shimura Danzō. I see, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Yuri said softly, you go back to rest today, and I have some documents left to deal with. Shimura Danzō thought that Uchiha Yuri felt guilty about today's incident, so he planned to ask him to leave work early to relax. Is this the end? Uchiha Yuri was slightly taken aback, and a look of astonishment appeared on his delicate jade face. Originally, she thought that Shimura Danzō would continue to let her work, but she didn't expect to let her leave early. Could it be that he hates himself? Suddenly, a powerless sense of loss flooded Uchiha Yuri's heart. Could it be that everything just now was false? But why do you give me tenderness and despair? Don't think about it, I think you are quite tired today, it's better to go back and rest and come back tomorrow. Shimura Danzō saw Uchiha Yuri's astonished look and the messy thoughts in her eyes, and immediately understood that the other party was starting to think wildly. Because Uchiha Yuri's eyes were terrified just now, it actually made Shimura Danzō feel a chill down his back. Is that so? I'm extremely sorry, Master Hokage, I was the one to be rude. Uchiha Yuri suddenly realized, a blush appeared on his face, then he bowed slightly to apologize and left in a hurry. The look just now was so embarrassing, even she herself didn't realize that she would lose her composure like this. And Shimura Danzō was a little strange looking at Uchiha Yuri's back as if fleeing. Why does it feel like she is weird, not like her usual at all? You must know that Uchiha Jiraiya was able to keep calm at any time in the past, even if Sarutobi Mitsui said that Uchiha Zeely did not have much reaction. But why did he suddenly become like a little girl? This made him a little confused for a while. Blushing. Does she like me? Shimura Danzō thought of Uchiha Yuri's honey blush earlier, and this idea suddenly came to his mind. No, how is it possible? One of the three major illusions in life, she likes me. Shimura Danzō was terrified by his delusion, after all, it was too ridiculous. But if you think about it carefully, Uchiha Jiraiya is indeed the best candidate for a wife. Although she is said to be Yuji fan, she is not that strong, but has the gentleness of Shaojabiyu and knows how to care for others. After all, it's just thinking about it, let's think about how to reshuffle the cards. Shimura Danzō shook his head to shake these irrelevant thoughts away and continued working. If Shimura Danzō knew the little theater in Uchiha Yuri's heart before, he might be really dumbfounded, and he couldn't even believe the fact in front of him. In his impression, Uchiha Zeely, who has always been a gentle big sister type, still has this little girl side. It's a pity that Shimura Danzō doesn't have mind-reading skills, otherwise it would subvert his perception of Uchiha Juri. I really lost my composure just now. Uchiha Yuri sat alone on the Hokage Rock Mountain, enjoying the breeze and whispered. Thinking of his gaffe just now, Uchiha Yuri really wanted to find the nearest place to go. But the scene of Shimura Danzō standing up for himself can't help but appear in his mind, and his heart is warm again. Except for his younger brother Uchiha Kagami, no one has been so gentle to him for a long time. So Uchiha Zili cherishes this hard-won tenderness and cares for it in his heart. Well, but what does that change? Uchiha Yuri's eyes dimmed for a moment. Because the Uchiha clan will not intermarry with foreign races in order to ensure the inheritance of Sharingan and the purity of blood. Not to mention her a woman who has activated Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if she wanted to, the Uchiha clan wouldn't agree. Chapter 38. Uprooting the power of the Sarutobi clan. Chapter 38 Feet. The three Konoha advisors were dismissed from their posts, and the staff of many departments also underwent a major change. No one expected that this storm would come so suddenly, and it was so fierce, they were not given any time to prepare. And what's even more frightening is that no one dares to stand up against Shimura Danzō's actions. Because they all know who is the third Hokage of Konoha village now, who is the one who has the most decision-making power. So naturally I won't stand up to impeach Shimura Danzō stupidly, even Sarutobi Hiruzen has to hold back. Even if many people in his Sarutobi family were kicked out of the Konoha power vortex, they would have to smash their teeth and swallow them in the stomach. It's not so much a purge as a blood exchange for the Sarutobi clan. But there is only one place where Shimura Danzō did not move, and that is the police force under the control of the Uchiha clan, which guards Konoha's safety. Shimura Danzō's ideas are not as extreme as those of Senju Tobirama and Danzo in the original book, and he has personally investigated the current Uchiha clan in depth. Everything must have a cause and effect. When Uchiha Madara wanted to take the Uchiha family away from Konoha, the entire Uchiha family disagreed. They really wanted to stay in Konoha. Because 1. They don't want to live a life of killing and licking blood, they just want the hard-won stability in front of them. At this time, the Uchiha clan has no intention of a coup against Konoha, and still wants to live a peaceful life in their hearts. But because of the taint of Madara, second generation began to study and prevent the Uchiha family. And Shimura Danzō knew very well what Senju Tobirama's intention was. It would be better to say that Senju Tobirama plotted the entire Uchiha clan to death. Create a guard force to try not to let the Uchiha clan go to the front and participate in major battles, in order to prevent the Uchiha clan from opening Mangekyo. This is why there will be so few members of the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan in the future. After all, Senju Tobirama knew from his research before his death that the main reason why the Uchiha clan started Mangekyo Sharingan was because of the loss of love. It can be said that Senju Tobirama had calculated the demise of the Uchiha clan before this, and the calculation was so deadly that there was no room for it. He counted that the arrogant character of the Uchiha clan will definitely be dissatisfied with the current power and want to go to the next level. At that time, they will turn their eyes to the entire Konoha, and that time will be the day when the Uchiha clan will be wiped out. Uchiha family, let's take a step and see what you do. Shimura Danzō murmured, staring at the sky outside the window in a daze. Then he moved his eyes to Uchiha Yuri, who was concentrating on reviewing documents for Shimura Danzō, and a smile could not help but be drawn at the corner of his mouth. After all, the current Konoha really needs strength, and there is no need for him to attack the Uchiha clan unless he really has a rebellious mentality. When that time comes, Shimura Danzō will definitely do it directly, without leaving any sympathy. In fact, the main reason is that Uchiha Zili and Uchiha Kagami gave Shimura Danzō a glimmer of hope for the Uchiha clan. Master Hokage, today's work has been completed, and the rest only needs your signature. Uchiha Yuri showed a gentle smile like a spring breeze after sorting out the documents. I see, let's put it here first. I still have some things to deal with today, so I'll go first. Shimura Danzō nodded in satisfaction, then spoke slowly. Is this like this? Then you go slowly. Uchiha Yuri was slightly taken aback, a little surprised that Shimura Danzō would say this. See you tomorrow then. Shimura Danzō smiled lightly, then walked outside Hokage's office, leaving a dashing shadow for Uchiha Yuri. Looking at the closed door, Uchiha Yuri bit his lips and looked at the office door unwillingly, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Just a little bit. Alas, I still dare not say it. The reason why Shimura Danzō left Hokage's office in such a hurry was because he hadn't visited Orochimaru for a long time. I couldn't help laughing when I thought that that guy had been thrown to Tianti to study Six Paths ninja tools since he was accepted as an apprentice. By the way, Tiantai is the grandfather of Tien, one of the future 12 little powers. After Shimura Danzō learned that the opponent had extremely high attainments in ninja equipment, he directly threw the Six Paths ninja equipment and Orochimaru to him. And Tianti was extremely shocked, because this is a Six Paths ninja. The ninja handed down from the legendary sage of Six Paths. This is what countless ninja toolsmiths wanted to pursue, but now I got it. So Tianti directly closed his ninja shop in the village, and immediately brought his equipment to the secret base prepared for them by Shimura Danzō to conduct Six Paths ninja research. Soon, Shimura Danzō came to the secret base that had been prepared earlier. Whoosh whoosh, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Shimura Danzō, and there was a trace of killing intent on their bodies. But when they saw that it was Shimura Danzō who came, they hurriedly restrained all their killing intent. Sorry, Master Hokage, we didn't recognize you. Anbu in the lion mask immediately apologized respectfully. Because the behavior just now was really disrespectful, assassinating Hokage is a capital crime, even Anbu is no exception. It's okay, it can be seen that you are doing a good job. Shimura Danzō waved his hand to show that he didn't care, but nodded with satisfaction. After all, this is the mission quality that an Anbu should have. You guys keep on patrolling, I'll go in and see Orochimaru and the others. Shimura Danzō shook his hand, indicating that they could leave. Yes, in an instant, the figures of several people disappeared in place, as if they had never appeared before. Chapter 39. Uzumaki Lingshui is also an old onmyoji. Chapter 39. Hey, Orochimaru, Tianti, it seems that the progress of your research seems to be pretty good. Shimura Danzō entered the base. There are a lot of weird ninja tools here, and there are only Orochimaru and Tianti in the huge base. Teacher, Master Hokage, why are you here? After seeing Shimura Danzō, Tianti and Orochimaru put down their things and walked over. Let's take a look at your research results on Six Paths ninja equipment. It seems that your progress is not very good. Shimura Danzō looked at the scrapped ninja tools and laughed. No way, after all, this is the ninja tool of the legendary sage of Six Paths. If it was so easy to research, Cloud Shinobi would probably have already armed it. Tianti smiled helplessly. Indeed, if Six Paths ninjas are really so easy to crack the mystery, I am afraid that the First Ninja World War has come to an end. Cloud Shinobi armed the ninjas below in batches. That's a fart, just admit defeat. Orochimaru, this kid shouldn't have caused you any trouble. Shimura Danzō asked Tianti with a teacher's seriousness on his face. And his question also made Orochimaru's body tense involuntarily, and his small face was full of seriousness. After all, the person in front of him is not only his teacher, but also the third Hokage of Konoha village. How come? This child's talent in ninja tools is far beyond my imagination, even more terrifying than the group of lunatics in the country of craftsmen. If you give him a few more years to grow, even my attainments in ninja tools will definitely not be as good as him. Hey, if Master Hokage didn't accept him as your disciple, I really want to snatch him over. Tianti glanced at Orochimaru, who had a smug look on his face, and sighed helplessly. After all, Orochimaru's talent is the most outstanding person he has ever seen. If cultivated, he can really surpass all ninja blacksmiths. Haha, Tianti, you are joking. I know exactly how much this child weighs. Even though Shimura Danzō said so, the smile on his face never weakened. When someone praises his disciple, he, as a master, is naturally happy in his heart. Tianti, you can continue to work first, I will have a chat with this kid Orochimaru. Tianti nodded in disbelief, and then continued to invest in the research on Six Paths ninja tools. And Shimura Danzō took Orochimaru out of the base and chatted for a walk. Although I haven't been able to personally teach you how to practice, it can be seen that you are very interested in the research of Six Paths ninja tools. There was a slight apology in Shimura Danzō's words. Teacher, you are Hokage, it is the greatest favor to accept me as a disciple and let me study Six Paths ninja tools. How dare I ask for anything else? Orochimaru shook his head and said there wasn't much of a problem. You really deserve to be a good apprentice of the master. Shimura Danzō was obviously surprised by Orochimaru's understanding, a relieved smile appeared on his face. After the two chatted for a few words, Shimura Danzō did not stay too long. After all, this would delay the research process of Six Paths ninja tools. Konoha. The gate of the Senju clan. Shimura Danzō stood at the gate of the Senju family, a little afraid to go in. After all, I have never been to the Senju family since the last time Uzumaki Mito forced a marriage. Although it was due to busy schedules, most of the reasons were that Shimura Danzō didn't really want to see Uzumaki Lingshui, and that would be a little embarrassing. Because Uzumaki Lingshui was eavesdropping on those things last time, but he didn't point it out. Click. The door of the Senju family was suddenly pushed open. Two figures walked out of it, one red and one gold, one big and one small, and two beauties. The red-haired woman is petite, but the scale in front of her is not small. Her long red hair like ink is scattered around her waist, and her beautiful face is full of tranquility. This kind of girl looks like Xiaojabiyu's girl next door, sometimes gentle and sometimes mischievous. The same is true for the little blonde girl. She is a beauty at such a young age, her pink and jade carved face makes one want to kiss her. And these two people are Uzumaki Lingshui and Tsunade. When they saw Shimura Danzō standing at the door of the Senju clan, their reactions were different. Uzumaki Lingshui's small face, swish, a blush appeared on his face, and his eyes did not dare to meet Shimura Danzō. But Tsunade was different. The moment she saw Shimura Danzō, her eyes were full of unconcealable joy. She rushed up and jumped into Shimura Danzō's arms, screaming sweetly. Teacher. Facing such a lively and active Tsunade, Shimura Danzō was a little overwhelmed, and it took a lot of effort to get him off of him. When Uzumaki Lingshui saw the scene where the two were so intimate, he felt a bit of sadness in his heart, as if he was jealous of Tsunade. Lingshui, long time no see. In order not to be awkward, Shimura Danzō also greeted Uzumaki Lingshui with a smile. Tuan. Danzo. Long time no see. Uzumaki Lingshui was a little nervous for a while, and stuttered, so he hurriedly corrected it. Teacher, you haven't come to guide me in training for a long time, I'm almost bored to death. Tsunade looked at Shimura Danzō resentfully and said, my own teacher is really different from other people, and I can't teach myself to practice every day. I can't help it, after all, Hokage is too busy. Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly, expressing that he had no way to escape. And I heard you recruited a girl from Uchiha to be Hokage's assistant, how about that? Isn't that assistant pretty? Tsunade asked in a mysterious tone. But the sound was not small, and it happened to reach Uzumaki Lingshui's ears. This also made Uzumaki Lingshui's face a little stiff when he was in a good mood, and his heart sank slightly, and the eyes he looked at Shimura Danzō also became subtle. Yeah, Danzo, isn't that Uchiha girl pretty, otherwise how can I get the position of assistant Hokage? The smile that was as bright as the sun was full of tenderness. It seemed to be just an ordinary greeting, but Shimura Danzō felt a little weird in his eyes. FK, are you an Onmyoji too? For a moment, Shimura Danzō didn't know how to answer Uzumaki Lingshui's question. He definitely couldn't say it because he belittled Uchiha Zeely's appearance, but if he told the truth, he had a hunch that today's end might be miserable. What to do? Wait online, urgent. Chapter 40. Whirlpool Lingshui is going back to the Kingdom of Whirlpool. Chapter 40. God-level choice. Option 1. Belittle Uchiha Yuri's appearance, make Tsunade and Uzumaki Lingshui feel better. Task reward, immortal body enhanced by 10%. Option 2. Forcibly change the topic, neither side will offend. Task reward, obtain illusion immunity, a trace of Ashura's original chakra. I choose the second one. Shimura Danzō said calmly in his heart. The second option can be said to be the safest, so there is no need for any hesitation. Reward has been issued. In an instant, Shimura Danzō felt that the chakra in his body suddenly increased again, and he would be able to accumulate it soon. Ahem. Let's go in first, after all, the influence here is not good. Shimura Danzō did not answer the questions of Uzumaki Lingshui and Tsunade, and turned into a phantom and flashed directly into the door of the Senju family. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to react like a thunderbolt. Tsunade hurriedly chased after her, but Uzumaki Lingshui did not move forward, only a cloud of mist appeared on her pretty face. Then slowly closed the door of the Senju family and followed the steps of the two to Uzumaki Mito's residence. Danzo, I heard you recently reassigned that girl from Uchiha to be Hokage's assistant. Uzumaki Mito asked Shimura Danzō with the same old god at ease. Well, Mito-sama, don't worry about any problems, Yuri is different from other Uchiha people. Uchiha Kagami is influenced by Yuri so that she thinks very differently from the rest of the tribe, so she can be trusted. Shimura Danzō nodded slightly. He didn't feel anything about Uzumaki Mito's question. Although the other party asked questions, he never interfered with Konoha's affairs. That's why Shimura Danzō trusted Uzumaki Mito, knowing that there are some boundaries that should not be crossed. Is it Zeely? Is the title already so intimate? Uzumaki Mito murmured inwardly. She suddenly became a little worried about her niece. After all, she must be the opponent of Uchiha Zeely with that character. You must know that as Hokage's assistants, the two of them can be said to get along day and night, and the so-called principle of getting closer to the water is not false. But it's just right. See if you like Lingshui in your heart. The corners of Uzumaki Mito's mouth curled up in an invisible subtle arc, as if there was some kind of conspiracy. Ling Shui, she is going back to the country of Vortex. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Shimura Danzō and said calmly, are you going back? After staying here for so long, it's time to go back. Shimura Danzō was slightly taken aback when he heard the news, but quickly realized it. After all, Uzumaki Lingshui has lived in Konoha for nearly 4 months, and it is very normal for her family members in Uzumaki to miss her. Seeing Shimura Danzō's flat reply, Uzumaki Mito continued. She may be going back to get married this time, intermarrying with someone from the Uzumaki family. This time, Shimura Danzō was taken aback, and his behavior made Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction in his heart. It seems that what he said someday was not a lie, and Shimura Danzō still has Uzumaki Lingshui in his heart. Married. Shimura Danzō obviously didn't expect such a result. After all, Uzumaki Mito wanted Shimura Danzō and Uzumaki Lingshui to be together not long ago, but now there is such a sudden change. Yes, Uzumaki Mito didn't continue talking, but drank his tea by himself. The effect had been achieved, and it was up to Shimura Danzō to act on him. For a while, Shimura Danzō couldn't accept it. It may be the inner possessiveness at work. After all, who would like to see such a beautiful girl wearing a wedding dress and holding another man's arm and walking towards the marriage hall? Obviously, Shimura Danzō is such a selfish and possessive man. He knew very well in his heart that he didn't want to see Uzumaki Lingshui marry anyone other than him. This is a common problem of every man, unless he has really reached the so-called sage realm, or gay. How, are you very reluctant? Uzumaki Mito narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled lightly. Well, I'm really reluctant. Shimura Danzō admitted generously after taking a deep breath. Because there is nothing to hide, from these operations of Uzumaki Mito, he knew that the other party did it deliberately. Although he doesn't understand why Uzumaki Mito is so persistent in marrying Uzumaki Lingshui to him, he can feel that Uzumaki Mito has no conspiracy. Since you have said that yourself, I don't need to say anything else. You should know what to do. I'm old, the only way to help you young people is to do this. Uzumaki Mito got up and stretched lazily. The beautiful curves appear in front of Shimura Danzō with the setting sun, and this scene forms a beautiful landscape. Ling Shui's child has a bad life, her parents died early, and her uncle wants to use marriage to win people's hearts. I hope you can cherish it. You were the first person to give her tenderness, and you also broke into her heart. Uzumaki Mito left this sentence to Shimura Danzō before stepping out of the yard. Sure enough, every man is possessive of beautiful girls. Shimura Danzō smiled wryly. After all, he really doesn't want to see Uzumaki Lingshui marry someone else, and it's better for Shimura Danzō to marry himself than to take advantage of others. Soon, Shimura Danzō also left the Senju clan. Not long after he left, Uzumaki Lingshui from the back of the room slowly came out. She was really afraid that Shimura Danzō would act like he didn't care. But the facts now seem that her previous worries were nothing, and Shimura Danzō's last words made the worries in her heart dissipate without a trace. Chapter 41. Jiraiya. Chapter 41. It has been several days since that conversation with Uzumaki Mito, and Shimura Danzō has had many meetings with Uzumaki Lingshui as appropriate. The two of them can still chat quite well, and there is not much embarrassment in terms of topics. And for Shimura Danzō, this is also a kind of enjoyment. After all, there is no need to deliberately hide anything when chatting with Uzumaki Lingshui, and the two communicate easily. However, Uzumaki Lingshui still has the character of the lively girl next door. When getting along, Shimura Danzō seems to be able to feel the warmth of the sun. But today the two are not together, because Uzumaki Lingshui was called back by Uzumaki Mito, so Shimura Danzō is also patrolling Konoha village. Anyway, Konoha has completely settled down now, and with the overnight efforts of Shimura Danzō and Uchiha Yuri, all those piles of documents have been processed. BD. Brat, it's you spying on the bathhouse again. Where are you going? Suddenly there was a loud noise, and a white figure quickly skipped past Shimura Danzō. When the person who was chasing after saw Shimura Danzō, his expression became respectful. Master Hokage. The man was holding a stick in his hand, and he looked out of breath, obviously a little bit out of strength. What's going on? Shimura Danzō frowned. Hey, that kid just now was called Jiraiya, who wanted to spy on the bathhouse all day long, yelling that he wanted to collect materials, and I just caught him right away today. The middle-aged man holding the stick said out of breath. Jiraiya. Shimura Danzō's eyes lit up upon hearing the name. Yes, does Lord Hokage know him? Seeing the surprise in Shimura Danzō's eyes, the middle-aged man said strangely. It's just a kid who peeped at the women's bathhouse. Could it be that he is a relative of Mr. Hokage? This is too bloody. No, I'm just curious about the surname. Shimura Danzō shook his head and laughed. But the kid probably ran away, and you're not a ninja, so it's hard to chase the kid. Oh, forget it, I will teach him a lesson next time, and Master Hokage will laugh. The middle-aged man gave a wry goodbye to Shimura Danzō with a wry smile, then turned and left. As Shimura Danzō said, how could he, a commoner, catch up with a strong ninja, or wait for the next opportunity to teach this guy a lesson? Jiraiya, I almost forgot that there is such a person among Sannin. Shimura Danzō flashed an amused smile. For Shimura Danzō, Jiraiya is a rare talent. It's not because of his achievements in ninjutsu or his strong strength, but because of the other party's talent in literature. After all, the best-selling ninja book, Kind to Heaven, is Jiraiya's own masterpiece, which makes the whole ninja world go crazy for it, even a man like Kakashi is addicted to it. From this, it becomes clear what an amazing talent Jiraiya has in writing novels. It can be said that if Shimura Danzō cultivates Jiraiya's literary talent, then there will be an unprecedented, big writer, in the ninja world. As for the type of text, Shimura Danzō suddenly had an evil plan in mind. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to meet Jiraiya and have a profound exchange with him about the charm of literature. Today is another day full of inspiration. Haha, sure enough, the only way to write a novel is to write the pictures you see into a novel. In the forest, a white-haired boy was waving a pen on his notebook wildly, with a trace of saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. And if you look closely, you will find that what this young man wrote is simply enviable to the point of shame, it is simply unsightly. But if you look closely, you can see that the writing, plot and aspects of the white-haired boy are simply impeccable, which is very shocking. What the hell is it? It's incomprehensible that a teenager can write so well in this area. Finished. After a while, Jiraiya raised the notebook in his hand and laughed excitedly. This can be said to be his most proud work, and it is also the first work on this subject in his life. Not bad, it's really good. Suddenly, a voice of appreciation came from behind Jiraiya abruptly, which directly made him jump back subconsciously. And when he saw the person in front of him, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Fire! Fire! Hokage-sama, Jiraiya has met Shimura Danzō. After all, it is impossible for him not to know Hokage in Konoha village. But the strange thing is that the other party actually appeared behind him, and also praised him for his good writing, which made Jiraiya's brain circuit suddenly a little insufficient. What, you seem surprised by my appearance? Shimura Danzō joked looking at the startled Jiraiya. It's more than just surprise. It's almost frightened to death. Jiraiya complained subconsciously, because what he wrote just now is really unsightly, and Master Hokage saw it. But I'm curious who taught you these things. A teenager can write so well. What shocked Jiraiya was that Shimura Danzō did not educate himself, but was curious about his own writing and what he wrote. Of course I read a lot of books on this subject, coupled with continuous practice. Don't look at how relaxed I am writing. In fact, I used to be a regular cave a long time ago, but I found that every time I went to the women's bathhouse, it stimulated my inspiration. So that's why you peeped at the women's bathhouse. Shimura Danzo's voice suddenly became colder, and this directly made Jiraiya's figure tense, and cold sweat broke out. The matter of peeping at the women's bathhouse has already let Mr. Hokage know. It's miserable now. Jiraiya was desperate in his heart, and he really couldn't explain it at this time. And just as he was trembling nervously, Shimura Danzo's words made him startled. Not bad, little one. Chapter 42. The book titled Loquat's Betrayal. Chapter 42. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. The respected and beloved Third Hokage is actually praising him. And I also appreciate that the novel I wrote is good, which simply subverts Jiraiya's worldview. In an instant, Jiraiya felt that her cognitive image of Third Hokage collapsed. There is a specialization in art. Even if you are writing this type of novel, I will not discriminate against you. After all, this is also a survival skill, and others may not envy it. Shimura Danzō shook his head and smiled slightly. It was a kind smile, nothing mixed in, only the expectations of an elder for the younger generation. Jiraiya could feel that there was no malice in Shimura Danzo's words, but instead, it was encouraging herself. For a moment, Jiraiya's eye sockets couldn't help but become a little moist. Because he knew that writing this kind of thing would definitely be hated by others, so he kept writing it secretly and waited until he grew up to publish it. This is one of his hobbies, and it can also be said to be lustful. But for this literary masterpiece, Jiraiya did not know how much effort was spent to understand the knowledge in this area, and worked hard to construct the plot. Hokage, my lord, didn't expect you. The tears in Jiraiya's eyes kept swirling, slowly streaming down her cheeks, with an excited look on her face. Because this was the first time he was understood by others, he didn't show disgust after learning about his preferences, but understood himself instead. Why are big men crying? 2 or 3 sentences will make you cry. How can you create better literary works in the future? Shimura Danzō put his hand on Jiraiya's white hair and smiled helplessly. No, I'm just so excited. No one has ever said anything like that to me. Jiraiya hurriedly wiped away her tears and said in a choked tone. Shimura Danzo's 2 short sentences really touched his heart, otherwise he wouldn't be so excited. Ahem, let me appreciate your work and see how strong you are. Shimura Danzō coughed twice before saying seriously, with a serious look and no other emotions, like a parent checking on a child's homework. If there is anything that needs improvement, please point it out, Lord Hokage, and I will improve it. Jiraiya immediately bowed 90 degrees and handed over the notebook to Shimura Danzō, as if to confess something sacred, otherwise it would not be such a big gift. Little did he know that the image of Shimura Danzō in Jiraiya's heart had become extremely tall, covering him like a giant. So, Shimura Danzō took Jiraiya's notebook and sat down on the floor to read from the first page. And Jiraiya is not idle, sitting beside Shimura Danzō and watching him quietly, he is waiting for Shimura Danzō to point out what he needs to modify. Sitting side by side, the two looked quite like master and apprentice, but what they were studying was a bit surprising. Good guy, you are worthy of being a leading writer in the ninja world. Although there is a little flaw in the plot, this superb writing can already make up for it. Shimura Danzō sighed secretly after closing the notebook slowly. It's a FG pity that Jiraiya is on the battlefield. If such a good literary talent is trained, he will definitely become a literary hero respected by gentlemen in the ninja world. How is it, Master Hokage, do you think there is any problem? Jiraiya stared at Shimura Danzō with a gleam of hope in his eyes. There are countless expectations and excitement in the words. Because this is the first time he has given his work to others, and this person is Third Hokage of Konoha village, which made Jiraiya very nervous inside, and his body even trembled uncontrollably. There is still a little improvement in the plot, and the writing is very good, but there is still room for improvement. Shimura Danzō mused, dragging his chin. The serious eyes in those serious eyes seemed to be discussing something important, but in fact they were discussing alternative literature. But overall it's very good, so let's keep going. Shimura Danzō's 2 words made Jiraiya's mood go from falling to the bottom of the valley and back to the top of the mountain in an instant. The ups and downs made him wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Then Hokage is very popular. Can you teach me about the plot? I believe you must know better than me. Jiraiya said slowly after taking a deep breath. This is a bold decision, and it is also a sentence that Jiraiya reluctantly said after a lot of inner struggle. Because he didn't dare to imagine that Master Hokage would snort and then laugh at his own naivety, even if he knew it was so, he would still ask. His inner thirst for knowledge does not allow him to be silent, and he must obtain a more perfect plot. Yes, but you have to listen carefully. I'll just say it once. It's up to you whether you remember it or not. Shimura Danzō looked serious, and his tone was full of solemnity. And what he said immediately made Jiraiya's expression become ecstatic, and then he hurriedly opened his notebook, with the words, seeking knowledge, all over his face. I will record everything, Master Hokage, I will never disappoint your expectations. Jiraiya's face was full of joy and excitement, and his whole body was in a state of extreme excitement. Okay, then I will teach you the knowledge about the plot. This is the knowledge taught to me by the seniors on the other side. Now I will pass it on to you. I hope you can carry forward these things. Shimura Danzō said heavily. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly felt that his blood was boiling all over, as if he had endless energy. Thus, Shimura Danzō began to preach to Jiraiya. You must know that he was the second Thorn Ape in his previous life, and Jiraiya's talent is extremely high, and it is easy to understand these things. Presumably it won't be long before Jiraiya's name will resound throughout the ninja world. After a long time, the two ended their conversation. Jiraiya got a lot of fresh knowledge and couldn't wait to start writing. Wait, your book hasn't been titled yet. Yes, the title hasn't been taken yet. Jiraiya was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Then, how do you feel about the betrayal of the loquat called Intimate Paradise? Good name, as expected of Mr. Hokage. It's really extraordinary. Okay, the name of this book is Loquat's Betrayal of the Intimate Paradise series. As for the names of the characters in it, I will modify them according to your instructions from Mr. Hokage. Jiraiya said with excitement, her face flushed. He had a hunch that this book would be a bestseller in this ninja world. Well, children can be taught. Shimura Danzō nodded in relief and smiled slightly. Chapter 43. Konoha Shakes, Vortex Mito Chakra Riots. Chapter 43. Something happened in Konoha today that put the whole village into a state of first-level alert. A terrifying aura erupted from the compound of the Senju clan, and the majestic chakra wave directly swept across the entire Konoha village. Mitokado Homura immediately got Shimura Danzō's order to evacuate everyone within 100 meters of the Senju clan. Only the current Jonin forces in the village and all the Anbu ninjas are left. Shimura Danzō is no stranger to this aura of coercion, because this wave is exactly Uzumaki Mito's chakra. Although the rest of the people didn't know why Uzumaki Mito suddenly burst into such terrifying chakra fluctuations, but Shimura Danzō knew it well. Because there are 9 tails in the opponent's body, that is to say, the sudden explosion of such a vast chakra this time is to suppress the 9 tails in the body. Mirror, Yuri, Homura, you guard this door, whoever wants to enter is allowed. If you enter by force, you can kill first and play later. Shimura Danzō left these cold words before closing the gates of the Senju clan. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. Mitokado Homura jumped directly onto the roof and sat cross-legged, while Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yuri also leaned on the pillar beside them. Judging from the expression on Shimura Danzō's face just now, it is likely that something serious happened to the Senju clan, otherwise they would not have explained it like this. Tread. Soon, a monkey-like figure jumped down from the air. At this moment, the figures of Uchiha Kagami and the three shook like ghosts for a moment and immediately surrounded the person. It's me, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Homura, mirror, stop quickly. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who shouted hastily when he saw the 2 blades on his neck in an instant. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then put the blade back into the scabbard. What's the matter with you? The reaction is so intense. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. After all, this is in front of the gate of the Senju clan, so what they did was a bit too fussy. Third Hokage has an order that no one should approach the Senju clan. Those who violate the order will be killed without mercy. Uchiha Yuri's cold voice sounded slowly, which also made Sarutobi Hiruzen notice her. But Sarutobi Hiruzen dare not underestimate this beautiful woman in front of him. You must know that Uchiha Kagami is his younger brother, and all this ability belongs to her. It is conceivable how powerful this woman is, even Sarutobi Hiruzen has to be afraid. Sure enough, something big happened, otherwise how could it be so serious all of a sudden? There was a hint of clarity in Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone. He is very clear about Shimura Danzō's character, and it must be very difficult for the other party to treat him like this. But Sarutobi, what are you doing here? I remember that Jonin was not in charge of security, why did he suddenly come here? Mitokado Homura said with some doubts. I clearly passed on the order of Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no reason to understand. I'm not worried about what happened to Mito-sama, so I wanted to come and have a look. After all, we are the teacher's students. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled brightly, and these words made several people roll their eyes and close their eyes, but they didn't say it out. There was a bit of indifference and disgust in Uchiha Juri's eyes, but it was clearly covered up. I'm concerned at this time, I'm afraid it's not the weasel giving the chicken New Year's greetings. Since Senju Tobirama passed away, except for Shimura Danzō who came often, only Uchiha Kagami came to greet him once in a while, and the other disciples and guards basically never came. He didn't even come to offer incense to Senju Tobirama, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's words are not afraid of people laughing. At that time, even his face thicker than the wall probably won't be able to withstand others pointing at his back. So the scene was so embarrassing, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of leaving, so he began to chat with Uchiha Kagami cheekily. In the end, Uchiha Kagami's character is not so indifferent, and he still has friendship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he didn't drive him away directly, so he chatted first. At the same time, Shimura Danzō also came to Uzumaki Mito's residence. Tsunade and Uzumaki Lingshui were absent. Presumably, he was stunned by Uzumaki Mito's powerful aura at close range. And there is a golden figure in the center of the courtyard. It should be said that the golden chakra completely covers the whole body. At this time, she was sitting cross-legged on the rock, her eyes closed, and the person in front of her was Uzumaki Mido. It's just that her current state has soared to an extreme, and her momentum is as majestic as a rainbow piercing the sun. If it weren't for the enchantment she personally set up to cover chakra in the hospital, everyone in Konoha would have known about it. Master Mido, it seems that the matter has been resolved. The 9 tails in your body did not pose any threat. Shimura Danzō looked at Uzumaki Mido not far away and smiled slightly. And his voice was soon heard by Uzumaki Mido. Yu's face was full of seriousness, and golden flames appeared in his beautiful eyes. Uzumaki Mido's body was filled with pale golden light, as if covered by flames. It was very dazzling. On the front and back of the kimono on his body, Black Goblin appeared, as if it had been engraved on it. The same is true for the paper charms hanging from both ears. The flames can't burn the seemingly fragile 2 pieces of paper. I saw her eyes slowly opened, and when she saw that it was Shimura Danzō, her expression softened. Danzo, sorry for the trouble. Uzumaki Mido smiled apologetically, his words seemed to be filled with a little helplessness. Let's talk again after I suppress 9 tails. After speaking, Uzumaki Mido closed his eyes again. She didn't dare to use all her strength before, because she was afraid that there would be someone lurking in the leaves waiting for this moment. But now that Shimura Danzō is here, she can freely suppress 9 tails without caring about everything outside. Because the person she trusts most now is Shimura Danzō. And Shimura Danzō didn't continue to ask, he knew what Uzumaki Mido meant, so he took a deep breath slowly. He wants to see who dares to make trouble under his nose. Chapter 44. 3 years in Zon, the genealogy is still alive, just a small 9 tails, hee. Chapter 44. After a long time, the chakra waves emanating from Uzumaki Mido slowly gathered at this moment. And Shimura Danzō also relieved his vigilance at this moment, because he could feel that Uzumaki Mido had completely suppressed 9 tails, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Sorry, Danzo. Uzumaki Mido gradually opened his eyes and smiled apologetically. This is what I should do. Master Mido does not need to apologize. Shimura Danzō waved his hand to show that there was nothing serious, and he was just protecting Uzumaki Mido from any disturbance. But why did 9 tails suddenly riot? Could it be that Mido-sama, you can't suppress it? Shimura Danzō asked with a look of concern on his face. Although 9 tails does not pose any threat to his book, it can pose a great threat to Uzumaki Mido, who is Jinchuriki. After all, he didn't know what seal Uzumaki Mido was using. It's still very easy to suppress it, but this time he secretly accumulated most of his strength to break through the seal, which made me a little bit unprepared for a while. Otherwise, its strength is not enough to break through the 8-sign seal I arranged. Uzumaki Mido shook his head and said, 9 tails' strength is certainly strong, but his own strength is not weak, let alone the 4-element seal constructed by immortal art. It's just that Uzumaki Mido wasn't so vigilant about 9 tails for a while because he had been in peace for too long, which led to today's small situation. As that's so, no wonder. Shimura Danzō nodded slightly. After all, he can feel that Uzumaki Mido's strength is definitely not weak, let alone that she can now control 9 tails chakra. From the state of the golden-tailed beast just now, it can be seen that Uzumaki Mido has absolute suppression of 9 tails, and there is no need for tug of war like Uzumaki Naruto. Of course, Uzumaki Mido's own strength must be extremely powerful, otherwise it would be impossible to play 9 tails as a duo. It frightened Ling Shui and Tsunade. After all, they couldn't bear the oppression. Uzumaki Mido had a helpless smile on his face. And Shimura Danzō said slowly after being silent for a while, Master Mido, can you let me meet 9 tails? I want to talk to him. This decision of Shimura Danzō caused a slight change in Uzumaki Mido's expression, and surprise appeared in his beautiful eyes. Danzo, 9 tails, his hatred of humans cannot be eradicated. Uchiha Madara did too much damage to him back then. Uzumaki Mido said slowly after hesitating for a while. After all, 9 tails had been manipulated by Uchiha Madara using the Mangekyo Sharingan back then. After that fight, 9 tails was weakened by Senju Hashirama using wood style to absorb chakra from the body. In the end, he used the 4-element seal and sealed it in his body. From then on, he hated human beings to the sky. It's okay, I just go in and have a chat with it, there won't be any big problems. Shimura Danzō signaled Uzumaki Mido not to worry about himself. Okay then, since you insist on it. Uzumaki Mido nodded, but Shimura Danzō couldn't help but agree after all. Immediately after, Uzumaki Mido's right hand was slowly raised, and the onion finger slightly touched Shimura Danzō's forehead. Chakra was slowly injected into Shimura Danzō's brain from his fingers. For a moment, Shimura Danzō suddenly felt the darkness in front of his eyes. When he fully reacted, he found that he was already in a space full of water. The water was just over his heels, and Uzumaki Mido stood beside him. In front of him was a dark cage, a huge cage formed by red pillars, and above Shimura Danzō was a talisman. And this piece of paper completely restricts the freedom of 9 tails. Shimura Danzō carefully looked at everything around him, and found that it was no different from the space in Naruto's body. The only difference is that the 9 tails in front of me is a completed 9 tails instead of a partial 9 tails. And 9 tails, who was originally suppressed by Uzumaki Mido, saw the appearance of the two at this moment, his eyes instantly turned red, full of hatred and anger, and his flaws were about to split. Uzumaki Mido, The roaring sound resounded throughout the tailed beast space, its huge claws tightly grasped the sealed door made by Myayanman in front of it, and opened its bloody mouth towards Shimura Danzō and the other two. Come on, stop being incompetent rage. Anyway, in your life, just obediently be a DK. Shimura Danzō looked at the resentful Ninetales, and said in a frivolous voice. His frivolous voice made Ninetales even more furious, almost wanting to swallow Shimura Danzō in front of him in one gulp. BD. A mere human being dares to put on a condescending look. For Shimura Danzō's contempt, Ninetales' proud heart was instantly ignited with anger, and directly launched a fierce confrontation with Shimura in a team battle. But what is a small Ninetales, even if they have lived for thousands of years, but with that little vocabulary? 10% off, 10% off, 10% off water bottles. Shimura Danzō's previous life was a person who lived in the previous life of Zanfengtian wood expulsion. Just how strong is it? For 3 years in Zan, no one in the family tree ascended to heaven, and just 5 sentences left the other party speechless. And Shimura Danzō scolded Ninetales without swear words, and made personal attacks from various aspects. The vortex on the side, although Mito can't understand what some of Shimura Danzō's words mean. But from the tone and meaning, it can be heard that some indecent language is reproduced. This also made Uzumaki Mito smile helplessly. It turned out that Shimura Danzō used Ninetales as a decompression machine, and came in to swear a few words to release the pressure. ... Woohoo, it's much more comfortable, it's really cool to scold. Shimura Danzō's face was full of joy, all the unhappiness and depression in the past dissipated at this moment. Let's get out, Ninetales will be mad at you if this goes on. Seeing Ninetales with a face as uncomfortable as eating shit, Uzumaki Mito suddenly smiled helplessly. She also didn't expect that Shimura Danzō would have such a violent side. It seems that Hokage's pressure is not so great. Well, thank you Mito-sama. Shimura Danzō nodded happily, and then Uzumaki Mito left the tailed beast space together. Only the innocent Ninetales were left, because it was so helpless to be scolded by Shimura Danzō that it couldn't even keep up with the speed of the other party. This third Hokage, he seems to have an inexplicably familiar chakra. Ninetales regained consciousness and found that when she was perceiving the other party just now, she seemed to perceive a very familiar chakra in the other party's body. And this chakra is actually similar to that of the old man of 6 paths. Thinking of this, Ninetales' eyes suddenly filled with disbelief, and a terrifying thought filled his head. Is Shimura Danzō the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths? Chapter 45. Sarutobi, how much can you bear? Chapter 45. Shimura Danzō didn't know that Ninetales would sense Ashura chakra in him after he left. What's more, they don't know that Shimura Danzō has become strange in Ninetales' heart at this moment, even thinking that he is the reincarnation of Sage of 6 Paths. At this moment, he has returned to reality. Mito-sama, since the matter has been settled, I'm going to lift the alert. Shimura Danzō left after seeing that Uzumaki Mito was fine. Because Konoha is still on alert, and the Senju family is still protected by Anbu, he must personally give the order. Well, you go. Uzumaki Mito nodded. This time she didn't leave Shimura Danzō behind. Because Uzumaki Lingshui and Tsunade are both in a coma, in order to ensure their safety, Uzumaki Mito must stand by. After receiving Uzumaki Mito's reply, Shimura Danzō didn't stay too long, and disappeared into a black shadow in an instant. ... Let's lift the alert, it's just a false alarm. Shimura Danzō came to the gate of the Senju clan, looked at the 3 Uchiha Kagami who looked vigilant and serious, and said slowly. Has it been resolved? Then I will ask Anbu to notify everyone to lift the alert. Mitokado Homura didn't leave immediately, and there was a questioning look in his eyes. He is just an Anbu captain after all, and although he is friends with Shimura Danzō, they are subordinates on this occasion. So Mitokado Homura is very clear about the power he currently holds and who gave it to Anbu. Go ahead. As for the reason, let's say that Mito-sama has developed a new ninjutsu. If someone is deliberately spreading rumors, you know what to do. A cold light flashed in Shimura Danzō's eyes, which was fleeting. Yes, I see. Mitokado Homura nodded solemnly, then put on Captain Anbu's unique mask and left quickly. I'm sorry to bother you too. Shimura Danzō glanced apologetically at Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Yuri. After all, he was afraid that Ninetales would get out of control, so he specially bought 2 insurances, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Zili. Although this kind of thing is unlikely, Shimura Danzō must minimize all risks. It's nothing serious. Since it was a false alarm, then I have a task. I just accepted a mission, and then you were called back directly by someone. Uchiha Kagami smiled helplessly, but this smile was a bit weird. After winking at his sister, he left quickly, with an extremely chic back. Come on, follow me to appease the civilians. Of course Shimura Danzō understood Uchiha Kagami's intentions, smiled helplessly in his heart, and then said to Uchiha Yuri. After all, there was a lot of commotion this time, and many Konoha civilians were extremely frightened. As Hokage, Shimura Danzō naturally wanted to come forward to give an explanation. Otherwise, there will be panic, and I am afraid that some pressure will accumulate in people's hearts. Uchiha Yuri nodded, and quickly followed Shimura Danzō's pace. And Uchiha Yuri suddenly thought of the previous Sarutobi Hiruzen. His expression flickered, he seemed to be hesitating, but soon made up his mind. Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared shortly after you entered. Uchiha Yuri stopped Ju's footsteps and said softly, Sarutobi, didn't I remember that all the ninjas at the Konoha Jonin level deployed evacuation nets? What is he doing here? Shimura Danzō frowned suddenly when he heard this, his words were full of doubts. I don't know, he said he came to check on Master Mito's situation, but I don't think it's that simple. Uchiha Zili was also very puzzled, but he just had no clue. After all, Shimura Danzō couldn't understand the sudden arrival of the opponent, and even couldn't understand the operation of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Shimura Danzō knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was definitely not that simple in his heart. Are you kidding? At this time you suddenly come to ask about Uzumaki Mito's physical condition. Why didn't you come earlier? But it's the Senju clan that Sarutobi Hiruzen never came after Senju Tobirama's death. Oh, no, after the Senju clan expressed their support for the Hokage Shimura Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen completely broke off relations with the Senju clan. After all, this is an opponent to him, so why bother to make friends with him? Sarutobi, it's interesting. Shimura Danzō found Sarutobi Hiruzen more and more interesting. Although he couldn't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant by doing this, he felt that things were starting to get interesting. You must know that the 3 senior advisors of the Sarutobi clan were appointed by Senju Tobirama himself, and they have a very important voice in the village. However, Shimura Danzō dismissed their advisor positions directly and resolutely, but Sarutobi Hiruzen never came to him once. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to control Konoha for decades in the original book, and it is not unreasonable to survive every ninja war. In terms of forbearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to have reached the realm of a master. Come on, Sarutobi, just show me how tolerant you are. Shimura Danzō wanted to see if Sarutobi Hiruzen could continue to endure it like last time after learning that he was cuckolded. You must know that this is the taboo in a man's life, and no one can accept it. But whether Sarutobi Hiruzen can accept it or not, Shimura Danzō doesn't know. Anything that cannot be said is absolute, and there may be exceptions. Ah, don't dare to add more rules, the author has a handicapped party, so I can add as many as I can. Chapter 46, The Uzumaki Clan Comes. Chapter 46. After the Nine Tails riot was over, Konoha returned to its usual tranquility. Because Shimura Danzō personally stood up and explained, many people believed this fact, and there was no need to question it. After all, the war has just passed, and no one wants to return to that dire situation. These days are still so laid back for Shimura Danzō, and this Hokage is taking it easy. Uchiha Yuri's ability to deal with affairs is much faster than Shizoru's Shin, and this also makes Shimura Danzō very comfortable. Who doesn't like having such a beautiful little assistant who can be eye-catching? And at this moment, 3 uninvited guests appeared outside Konoha village, all with red hair and wearing vests that were much the same as Konoha. The Konoha shinobi who guarded the gate looked a little surprised when he saw the 3, and then he got up quickly. A ninja from the Uzumaki family. It should be to pick up Miss Uzumaki Lingshui. After all, Whirlpool Lingshui is among the leaves, so many people know her existence. Not to mention Mito-sama's niece, she often plays Konoha with their Hokage-sama, which makes some people start to doubt their relationship. Some people have already begun to speculate whether this girl from the Uzumaki family may be their future Mrs. Hokage. After all, first Hokage married Uzumaki Mito, and now third Hokage is marrying a girl from the Uzumaki family. The friendship between the 2 countries should be further promoted. Of course, this is what civilians and ordinary ninjas think. The rest of the people who know the situation are watching the attitude of this third Hokage. It is said that even Master Mito intends to let Uzumaki Lingshui marry him, but the result is nothing. A few friends of Uzumaki, are you here to pick up Miss Uzumaki Lingshui? The gatekeeper ninja stepped forward and said with a smile on his face. And those Uzumaki clan are certainly not those brainless villains, and this is Konoha, not the country of Uzumaki, so naturally they dare not be arrogant and domineering. Also smiled politely. Yes, Miss Lingshui stayed in Konoha for too long, the patriarch missed her very much, so he sent us to bring Miss Lingshui back. The leading Uzumaki ninja nodded and smiled. While the other 2 glanced around the Konoha village in front of them and the Hokage rock at the end, they were suddenly shocked. Is this Konoha? As the head of the 5 great nations, the #1 ninja village in the ninja world is indeed magnificent and breathtaking. Because the Uzumaki clan was born with superior perception, they felt dozens of tyrannical auras immediately locking them when they approached the Konoha gate. And these people are the Hokage founded by Second Hokage directly under Anbu, who are responsible for patrolling the village and cutting off everything that threatens the village. The people of the Uzumaki family can conclude that the lowest strength of these Anbu ninjas is to manage Chunin, and some people have even reached elite Jonin. It may be just a short distance from becoming a cage level strong. You 2, please wait in the hotel first, we have already arranged accommodation. As for the news, it has been communicated to third Hokage and Mito-sama, so we just need to wait for the reply. Another ninja who guarded the gate laughed after he finished tinkering with the things in his hands. Then trouble you 2. The leading Uzumaki ninja was not angry. After all, this is Konoha, not a place where they can run wild. Even if they have the capital to threaten Konoha village, they have to wait until they have to use it as a last resort. After all, judging from the various rumors about Konoha third Hokage that I learned on the road, this Hokage doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. At least 2 of Konoha's 3 major families have expressed their support for the third Hokage. So it's not as simple as a brat. If he was really a brat, it would be absolutely impossible for him to sit on the position of Hokage. For a while, Sannin of the Uzumaki family began to discuss countermeasures. Because it is very likely that Uzumaki Lingshui will not return to the country of Vortex with them, and some measures must be taken at that time. Whirlpool Clan is coming to take the Whirlpool Lingshui back. Shimura Danzō frowned slightly upon hearing the news. As Uzumaki Mito said, that day is finally coming. God-level choice. Option 1. Prevent Uzumaki Mito from returning to the country of Uzumaki, and leave him in Konoha. Task reward, immortal body increased by 15%. Option 2. Let him return to the country of the Vortex, and then be forced to marry. Task reward, the second brother disappeared for 5 years, and his body and voice gradually evolved into a woman. Hiss. The reward reminded in his mind immediately made Shimura Danzō gasp suddenly. If this reward is chosen wrongly, Shimura Danzō's life is probably really explained here. Female hosts are provided below. Suddenly, a virtual page appeared in front of Shimura Danzō. The woman on the screen has long black hair scattered around her waist like a waterfall. She has a graceful figure. The two fronts of her body are extremely magnificent. Her slender jade legs are covered with black silk. A bit of temptation. Good guy, I just want to play for real. Shimura Danzō was shocked by the sudden operation of the system for a moment, and quickly waved his hand to turn off the screen in front of him. I choose the first one. Choose successful. Mission rewards have been issued. In an instant, a warm current passed through Shimura Danzō's whole body. At this moment, he can feel that his strength has increased a bit, although it is not obvious, but it is better than nothing. Then, let me meet the ninjas of Uzumaki. Shimura Danzō's eyes shone with an icy coldness. At this moment, he remembered what Uzumaki Mito said to him. The country of the Vortex seems to be a bit ambitious. Chapter 47. The loss in Uzumaki Lingshui's eyes. Chapter 47. Senju Clan. When Uzumaki Lingshui learned that the Uzumaki clan was coming, his face that was originally brimming with joy froze instantly. The originally piercing and beautiful eyes were dim and colorless at this moment, and his mood fell to the bottom in an instant. What she was most worried about happened after all, and it was also the last thing she wanted to face. She doesn't want to go back to the country of Uzumaki. She likes Konoha, and likes the days when she gets along with Tsunade or Aunt Mito. The most important thing is that there is a person in Konoha who broke into her heart, and this is what she is most reluctant to part with. So, she didn't want to leave Konoha from the bottom of her heart. She didn't want to leave Shimura Danzō as well as Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. Ling Shui, I can't stop this matter. After all, according to the agreed time, you should indeed return to the country of the Vortex. Uzumaki Mito looked at the downcast Uzumaki Lingshui and sighed helplessly. Aunt Lingshui, are you going back? Tsunade tugged at the corner of Uzumaki Lingshui's light red clothes with small hands, and there was a faint mist in his eyes, and the pitiful eyes made people feel sorry. It seemed that crystal tears would fall from the eyes in the next second. For a while, Uzumaki Lingshui was a little reluctant to leave. She was too reluctant to be here. Danzo, don't let me down. Uzumaki Mito murmured silently looking at the blue sky. Because she knew why Uzumaki Lingshui returned to the village this time. As long as he returns to the country of Vortex, Uzumaki Lingshui will fulfill his marriage contract. If nothing else, by then, the bits and pieces between Shimura Danzō and Uzumaki Lingshui will be memories. Yeah, my cousin is going back. There's nothing to cry about. I'll come and see you next time. Uzumaki Lingshui regained his usual mood and softly comforted Tsunade. After all, for this princess-like girl, she really didn't want the child to cry. Tread. 3 members of the Whirlpool family walked through the corridor and came into the hall. Their originally plain and serious expressions suddenly became respectful when they saw Uzumaki Mito. Nothing else, because Uzumaki Mito is a respected existence in the Uzumaki family, and has a high attainment in sealing and enchantment. Not to mention that Uzumaki Mito's status is even more noble than theirs. After all, the other party was once the princess of the Uzumaki family. Uzumaki Ada, Uzumaki Ichiro, Uzumaki Naoki met Mito-sama. The 3 of them bowed 90 degrees to Uzumaki Mito at the same time, their faces full of respect. After all, this Mito-sama is a respected existence among the Uzumaki clan. If she is a male, I am afraid that the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan must be the person in front of me. But unfortunately, there is no if. I didn't expect someone to know me as an old woman. Uzumaki Mito was quite surprised by the performance of the 3. Mito-sama was joking. The patriarch has always missed you, if it wasn't because of family affairs that he couldn't leave. Presumably this time, I should come to visit in person and then pick up Miss Lingshui. Uzumaki Jongtai, who was standing in the middle, smiled lightly. Do you miss me? If I had thought about it back then, I'm afraid his position as the patriarch would not be as stable as it is. Uzumaki Mito sneered in his heart after hearing Uzumaki Ada's words. She is very clear about the cruel and merciless character of her big brother, and she is desperate for the position of patriarch. And she very doubts that the death of Uzumaki Lingshui's parents is really inextricably linked to her elder brother. Otherwise, how could he die so young? So Miss Lingshui is ready. If you are ready, then let's set off for the country of the Vortex. Uzumaki Jong saw that Uzumaki Mito didn't pay attention to him, and he didn't bother himself, and asked Uzumaki Lingshui. After all, taking Uzumaki Lingshui back to Konoha was their ultimate goal, and Uzumaki Mito was just incidental. But Uzumaki Lingshui didn't speak, and there was a trace of reluctance and expectation in his eyes. Looking at the gate of the Senju family in the distance, there is a glimmer of hope, as if someone will appear. Can you delay for another 2 days? I want to stay here longer. Uzumaki bit her pink lips lightly with her white teeth, complex colors flashed in her eyes. Miss Lingshui, please don't make it difficult for us, after all, we are only following orders. The patriarch can give you so much time, presumably there is enough time. Uzumaki Jongtai's complexion remained unchanged, but his tone became a little more serious. Obviously, he is bound to bring Uzumaki Lingshui back to the country of the vortex today, and no one can stop him. Uzumaki Lingshui cast his eyes on Uzumaki Mito for help, but Uzumaki Mito also shook his head helplessly, expressing that he could not help. And Tsunade has already been sent outside by Uzumaki Mito, and she cannot be allowed to mess around here. Otherwise, all that Uzumaki Mito has been waiting for will be in vain. For the happiness of her niece, she can be said to have taken great pains. After Uzumaki Lingshui stared at the gate not far away for more than 10 seconds, the hope in his eyes slowly turned into endless disappointment. It turned out that in his heart, she was just a friend after all. I'll go back with you. Just when Uzumaki Lingshui was about to speak, there was a whistling wind outside the door. A man appeared outside the door, and then he walked in slowly. And his appearance made Uzumaki Mito's dignified look relaxed at this moment, and his hanging heart also relaxed. The moment Uzumaki Lingshui saw him appear, the disappointment in his eyes instantly turned into joy and excitement. He came after all. Who are you? How dare you break into the Senju clan? When Uzumaki and Jongtai saw the sudden appearance of the young man, displeasure suddenly appeared on their faces, and their brows frowned. Could it be that the Senju clan is already a place where anyone can come in? And without knocking, you must know that when they came in, they waited outside for a long time before someone saw them leading them in. After all, this is Senju, the largest family in Konoha, so etiquette is naturally indispensable. The young man said coldly. Konoha Village Third Hokage, Shimura Danzō. 2th. Chapter 48. She doesn't want to go, no one can take her away. Chapter 48. The faces of Uzumaki and Jongtai, three people suddenly changed, and their pupils shrank suddenly. But after seeing the expressions of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Lingshui, they believed that the young man in front of them was Third Hokage. Although they have not seen the Third Hokage, but from the statue of the Hokage rock, it can be seen that the Shimura Danzō in front of them is the Third Hokage. It turned out to be Third Hokage, really disrespectful. Uzumaki Ada, I apologize for the rude remarks just now. Uzumaki Jongtai bowed slightly, his words were full of apologies. Because he is not stupid, he knows who is the real power among Konoha, and he does not underestimate Shimura Danzō because of his age. After all, it was this ruthless man who straightened out the entire Konoha abruptly, and then signed a peace agreement with Third Raikage to stop the war. And the most important thing is that Third Raikage was unable to get back the 6 paths ninja tool held by Cloud Shinobi village Jinjiaoyinjiao. In other words, these ninja tools are currently on Shimura Danzō's body, which is what is shocking. You must know that the group of Cloud Shinobi guys are used to domineering. How can they allow such a powerful ninja tool to be in the hands of others? But they were crushed in the hands of Shimura Danzō, and they couldn't get any benefit. If he hadn't collected the information on the way here, I'm afraid he would really foolishly think that this Hokage is a brat. Those who do not know are not guilty. I'm here this time for one thing. Shimura Danzō's voice was indifferent, full of the coercion of the superior and a trace of momentum. And this also made the three of Uzumaki and Jongtai look at each other, and there were some subtle changes in their expressions. While bearing the pressure of Shimura Danzō, they were also shocked that the opponent's strength was stronger than them, and they were able to oppress them so much that they couldn't hold their heads up. It seems that he returned to the Cloud Shinobi siege and backed out Second Hokage's body and jumped out of the siege again. I don't know what the Third Hokage is for. If we can help, we will do our best, Uzumaki Jongtai said with a polite look, as if they didn't care about the oppression Shimura Danzō had just given them. It's very simple, Uzumaki Lingshui's fate is up to her to decide. She doesn't want to go, and no one can take her away. Shimura Danzō didn't waste too much nonsense, and directly said his answer. And his words suddenly changed the faces of Uzumaki and Jongtai III, and they became a little livid and gloomy. When Uzumaki Lingshui heard Shimura Danzō's words, he couldn't control his emotions for a moment, and tears fell from his eyes. When Uzumaki Mito saw this scene, a relieved smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly towards Shimura Danzō. It seems that what I expected finally happened. As for what will happen next, Uzumaki Mito doesn't have to intervene. She has reached her limit, and it will be up to Shimura Danzō to do what she will do next. What does Third Hokage mean? Miss Lingshui is from my country of Vortex, do I have to go through your opinion if I want to go back? Uzumaki Jongtai's tone suddenly became a little harsh, directly confronting Shimura Danzō. If she wants to go back, I won't stop her, but looking at her like this, she seems very reluctant to go back to the country of Vortex. It would be a good choice to live in Konoha. After Shimura Danzō finished speaking, he looked at Uzumaki Lingshui again. Tell me, do you want to go back? Suddenly, the scene became silent, and everyone was waiting for Uzumaki Lingshui's answer. I don't want to go back, I want to stay here, I like Konoha, I like you. Danzō. At this moment, Uzumaki Lingshui finally spoke out the words that had been buried in her heart. This also means that this seemingly love war has come to an end at this moment, and Shimura Danzō persisted to the end. As for her last sentence, the expressions of Uzumaki Lingshui and the others became extremely ugly. Because they didn't expect that the matter would progress to such a point. If the patriarch knew about it, it might not be that simple. So do you want me to repeat it again? Shimura Danzō stepped forward and hugged the weeping Uzumaki Lingshui, then looked indifferently at the three people in front of him. Third Hokage, I advise you not to go your own way, or don't blame us. Uzumaki Jongtai knew that at this time it was really to the point of tearing his face. Then slowly took out the letter given to them by the Whirlpool Patriarch and then slowly opened it. It records how to open and close the Konoha barrier. As long as it is the Grandmaster's seal and barrier's Uzumaki family, they can remove the barrier at will. In other words, at this moment Konoha's solid protective cover is in the hands of Uzumaki Jongtai and others. As long as they are willing, the enchantment protecting Konoha will disappear instantly, and at that time, Konoha will be in danger. This is the technique to remove Konoha's enchantment. As long as I am willing, Konoha will be completely exposed in an instant. If war starts again, it will be bad for you and me, Third Hokage. Uzumaki Jongtai looked at Shimura Danzō and sneered proudly. But his appearance made Shimura Danzō laugh, as if he didn't take such a threat seriously. Oh, really? Then please show me the experiment. Shimura Danzō said in a mocking tone. It seems to be saying that if you don't remove this enchantment, you are my son. Good, good, good. It seems that Third Hokage is very confident in Konoha's defense, so don't blame me. A stern look flashed in Jongtai's eyes, and then he began to form seals quickly, and the chakra in his body was mobilized accordingly. Untie, he shouted sharply, and chakra erupted instantly. But the result didn't seem to be what he expected. The enchantment covering Konoha was still intact, and there was no sign of being lifted or destroyed at all. After trying several times in a row, Uzumaki Jongtai found that this is useless at all. Chapter 49. Threatening me. Are you sure you can walk out of Konoha alive? Chapter 49. How is it possible? How could the patriarch's method be ineffective? Uzumaki Jongtai's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was full of shock. Because Konoha's enchantment was personally designed by their Uzumaki clan, why couldn't he close it? Could it be that the enchantment has been modified, and the originally prepared backhand can no longer be used? Go on, I can give you a few more opportunities to experiment. Shimura Danzō's eyes twinkled with a smile, and a sneer formed at the corner of his mouth. The people of Uzumaki no longer really think they believe in them like Senju Tobirama does. A long time ago, Shimura Danzō took Uzumaki Lingshui to modify Konoha's barrier structure. Although the defensive power has dropped a little, the method of opening and closing the barrier in the hands of the Uzumaki family has already laughed. A trade-off between fish and bear's paw, Shimura Danzō certainly chooses the latter. Because he does not allow Konoha's line of defense to be controlled by others, which is equivalent to controlling the lifeline of the entire Konoha. As a Hokage, he naturally does not allow such things to exist. Uzumaki Lingshui, you dare to betray us. Uzumaki Naoki suddenly roared. The originally livid and gloomy face became extremely angry at this moment, and his eyes were full of angry flames. And his words immediately made Uzumaki Ada and Uzumaki Ichiro instantly understand what was going on. Because the main purpose of Uzumaki Lingshui coming to Konoha is to repair the damaged enchantment of Konoha, and the second is to visit Uzumaki Mido. Moreover, Uzumaki Lingshui has a high attainment in enchantment, so changing the enchantment should not be too simple. But they didn't expect that Uzumaki Lingshui would actually do that, directly cutting off their last resort to threaten Konoha. It seems that you really don't know how to live or die, so let's get rid of you first. Shimura Danzō shook his head and looked at Uzumaki Mido. After all, this is a member of the Uzumaki family, and he wanted to see how Uzumaki Mido made his decision. He wanted to know what Uzumaki Mido's attitude was, although it didn't affect him from disabling the three in front of him. But Uzumaki Mido didn't speak, still looking at ease, then slowly got up and left. Master Mido, you. Uzumaki Jongta saw Uzumaki Mido get up and leave directly. His face suddenly became gloomy. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Mido would be so heartless that he didn't even care about the life and death of his own people. Boom. In an instant, a strong momentum erupted from the three of them, setting off strong winds. From this momentum, it can be seen that the strength of these three people is at the level of Jonin. Abolishing us, Third Hokage is too confident. Even if you are cage level, the sealing technique of my Uzumaki clan is not vegetarian. Uzumaki Jongtai and the others know very well that it is already a shame. If you don't use some means, I'm afraid it will be really difficult to leave this Konoha today. Go to Mido-sama, leave this to me. Shimura Danzō rubbed Uzumaki Lingshui's little head, and said with a gentle smile. The pampering in his eyes seemed to be like overflowing water, which directly made Uzumaki Lingshui's little face flush, looking shy and cute. Is it really okay for you alone? They are all masters of the Uzumaki clan, and they are very grandmaster sealing skills. Shyness is shyness, but Uzumaki Lingshui's face suddenly showed worry. Although she has confidence in Shimura Danzō's strength, she also knows how strong these three of her clan are. When the three join forces, maybe even a cage-level powerhouse may not necessarily be their opponent. Have some confidence in me, after all I'm Konoha's third Hokage. Shimura Danzō smiled confidently. The spring-like bright smile made Uzumaki Lingshui's worries dissipate a lot. Well, be careful. Uzumaki Lingshui nodded, and then left behind. Because she knows very well that being here at this time is dragging Shimura Danzō down, and leaving Shimura Danzō will let the other party let go and don't have to worry about herself. It's been a long time since I became Hokage. You three are lucky. Shimura Danzō stepped forward slowly, and directly forced the three members of the Uzumaki clan into the open space outside the door. After all, it's not good to break something. Do it, whoosh. In an instant, Naoki Uzumaki and Ichiro Uzumaki took out kunai and quickly attacked from both sides. Kuwu's cold light is exposed, as if it can be blown off. The movements are quick and fierce, and the shots are killer moves. It is not like the Uzumaki family only knows the sealing technique as the world says, but the actual physical skills are not very good. But, Shimura Danzō was faster, so fast that they couldn't catch it at all, and even left afterimages. I saw him appearing behind Uzumaki Jontai, who was preparing for the sealing technique in an instant. In an instant, he was unbelievable, like a ghost. How can it be? Uzumaki Jontai turned his head to look at Shimura Danzō, who appeared behind him in an instant. His eyes were full of shock, and his expression was terrified. This speed can only be achieved by one person, the late Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, known as the #1 speed in the ninja world. Could it be that Shimura Danzō has learned the speed of Senju Tobirama? No wonder being able to be designated as Third Hokage by Senju Tobirama. Is there anything impossible? You are just a frog in a well. Shimura Danzō sneered. A kick containing terrifying power was kicked out suddenly, and Uzumaki Jonta's body flew out like a shell in an instant. Immediately afterwards, it hit the wall, setting off a burst of smoke. But from Uzumaki Jontai's painful scream just now, it can be seen how terrifying the power contained in Shimura Danzō's kick is. Don't say that you must die, but it is certain that you will lose half your life. If it was an ordinary person who suffered this kick, he would probably have died. Fortunately, the vitality of the Uzumaki family is many times stronger than that of ordinary people, so this is the only breath left. But this is no different from death, or torture. Chapter 50. The scales are tipping towards Uzumaki Lingshui. Chapter 50. The faces of Uzumaki Naoki and Uzumaki Ichiro became extremely solemn at this moment, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. At this moment, they were filled with a sense of danger. And the source of this danger comes from Shimura Danzō in front of him. The traces of murderous intent emanating from it made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. It was obviously a hot summer season, but it was like being in the winter of December. Even as Jonin, they have experienced life and death missions, large and small, but they have never felt this way. Konoha, it's not a place where you can run wild. As soon as Shimura Danzō finished speaking, his figure turned into a phantom again and suddenly disappeared from the sight of Uzumaki and Naoki. Quick, use the diamond lock. The faces of the two of them suddenly changed, and Uzumaki Naoki roared decisively. This is their last whole card and the only hope to leave Konoha. Crash, several golden chains filled chakra stretching out from behind them, stabbing towards them in all directions. What they have to do now is to guard against Shimura Danzō's silent speed like Shinigami harvesting life. But before their Vajra locks were fully deployed, a muffled sound suddenly sounded from Uzumaki Naoki's abdomen. Pooh, piercing directly from the back of Uzumaki Naoki, there was a golden thunder light dancing on the sword, and then poured directly into Uzumaki Naoki's body. ZZ. In an instant, Uzumaki Naoki's body began to twitch. The electricity from the blade of the thunder spirit had already poured into his body, and he might not be able to move again. Too fast. Can't catch it at all. Uzumaki Ichiro's body jumped back quickly, and the chain head of the Vajra lock fell directly towards Shimura Danzō. But everything he did was in vain, and everything was nothing but illusion in the face of absolute strength. What's more, this level of adamantine sealing chains is not much of a threat to Shimura Danzō. If it is said that a strong man like Uzumaki Mito uses adamantine sealing chains, then Shimura Danzō will be a little more afraid. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the nation of Vortex will be hostile to the nation of Fire, and you, Konoha, will not be able to bear another war at that time. At this moment, Uzumaki Ichiro really panicked. After all, no one is safe from death, and Shimura Danzō doesn't seem to hold back the slightest bit, wanting to kill them. If one of the 5 great nations said such words, it might have some weight, but you, a small country of vortexes, must have lowered yourself too high. Shimura Danzō looked indifferent, and didn't take Uzumaki Ichiro's threats seriously. A-hole, since you want to kill me, then the whole Konoha has to be buried with me. Suddenly, a frightening madness appeared in Uzumaki Ichiro's eyes, and his ferocious face looked like a lunatic at this moment. He suddenly tore his shirt, and the black seal pattern on his body was revealed at this moment. Others may not recognize what the seal pattern is, but Shimura Danzō is very clear. Li Sixiong seal, come with me, to hell. At this moment, Uzumaki Ichiro was laughing wildly like a lunatic, raising his hands to make a seal quickly. Call out. In an instant, there was a trance in front of my eyes. Uzumaki Ichiro suddenly felt a burst of coldness in his hands, and then his pupils shrank suddenly, and a terrifying pain surged in an instant. His hands were severed by Shimura Danzō. For a moment, blood fell on the ground like spraying, and Uzumaki Ichiro screamed in pain. Ah, the heart-piercing screams are so horrific that no matter who hears them, they will be moved. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, dozens of black shadows jumped from outside the gate and half-kneeled in front of Shimura Danzō. Master Hokage, we are late. The voice speaking was none other than Captain Mitokado Homura of Anbu. His face under the mask changed slightly when he saw this scene. Clean up here, and then let the country of the vortex lead the people. Let them bring some property, otherwise. Shimura Danzo's voice was extremely cold, like the ice in the 9 nether hells, which made people tremble a little. But no one dared to question his behavior. Because he is Third Hokage, they are Hokage directly under Anbu, and have no right to ask why all this happened. The only thing they can do is to execute Shimura Danzo's order. Yes, Mitokado Homura nodded heavily, and then ordered people to start cleaning up the mess. And Shimura Danzo didn't leave, but chose to go to Uzumaki Mito's yard, because there were still people waiting for him there. Master Mito, I'm sorry. Shimura Danzo looked at Uzumaki Mito, who was sitting in the yard thinking, and apologized. After all, this is a member of the Uzumaki family, and Uzumaki Mito still expresses some feelings. Danzo, you don't have to apologize, you can blame them if you want to. I didn't expect them to threaten you with Konoha's enchantment. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and smiled lightly, saying that all of this is what they should be. After all, it is really unknown to threaten Shimura Danzo, the Hokage, with such a thing. The Uzumaki family has changed since the eldest brother came to power, and began to become arrogant and proud. Relying on the alliance of the Land of Fire and the sealing technique of the clan, they frantically plundered the resources of the small neighboring countries, and even showed some signs of reaching out to the Land of Water. The Uzumaki family, sooner or later, it will be destroyed by her elder brother. Danzo, are you okay? Uzumaki Lingshui hurriedly got up to check Shimura Danzo's physical condition. The anxious face was mixed with worry and a little panic, which made people feel sorry for him. After all, she knew the fighting power of the three of them. Although Shimura Danzo was very powerful, she was still worried. If it wasn't for Uzumaki Mito to stop her, I'm afraid she would have rushed over when she screamed just now. No problem, just leave everything to me. You can stay here with Mito-sama and Tsunade in peace. Shimura Danzo's face was full of tenderness, and his eyes were full of doting. When Uzumaki Mito saw the scene in front of him, he had mixed feelings and thoughts in his mind. Because Uzumaki Lingshui also has a strong competitor, Hokage assistant, Uchiha Yuri. Now the balance of love has begun to tilt towards Uzumaki Lingshui because of this incident. I don't know who will win in this battle. For the happiness of her niece, she can be said to have done her best. Chapter 51. Homura, since you're so busy, make way for Hiruzen. Chapter 51. I have to say that the vitality of the Uzumaki family is exuberant. Naoki Uzumaki barely survived after being stabbed through the abdomen by Shimura Danzo with the blade of the Thunder Spirit. The same is true for the other two, holding their breath reluctantly. However, under Shimura Danzo's orders, they were almost miserable, and lived a life that was worse than death every day. The reason why they were not killed was because Shimura Danzo wanted to use these three to blackmail some benefits from Uzumaki. After all, the country of Vortex will definitely not give up the combat power of these three Jonin levels, which will be a major loss. If it was Konoha, it would not be so painful, but the Uzumaki country is a bigger country. How many people with Jonin strength are there? In fact, Shimura Danzo didn't intend to attack the three of them at first, but when he said that he wanted to remove the Konoha barrier, Shimura Danzo started to kill. Now that you've made it this far, he won't let a saint like Senju Hashirama let you go. Back to reality. Another leisurely day, Shimura Danzo said while drinking the black tea brewed in Uchiha Yuri with a satisfied face. The news has been sent to the country of the Vortex. As to whether they come to get the people depends on their wishes. Anyway, Shimura Danzo has plenty of time. As for whether the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan loves the three Jonin, Shimura Danzo is not clear about this. Master Hokage, isn't it a little too much for you to do this? After all, the country of Vortex is our ally. Isn't it a bit bad to tear up your face at this time? A worried look appeared on Uchiha's face. After all, this has escalated to the point of view between countries, and doing so may provoke war at any time. Konoha had just ended the war, and if the war started again now, it might make the ninjas below feel dissatisfied and question his ability as Third Hokage. So Uchiha Yuri asked Shimura Danzo aloud after some deliberation. The Uzumaki family didn't dare to break the skin with me, because they knew that their strength was not enough to compete with Konoha. After all, there is only the Uzumaki family in Uzumaki, but Konoha has many families. They have only one way to go. That is to swallow your anger and change people honestly. A confident smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's face, as if he foretold everything in the future. And his self-confidence not only comes from himself, but also Konoha's strong strength and terrifying background. If Uzumaki really dares to go to war with Konoha, Shimura Danzo is confident that Uzumaki will be completely destroyed in less than 10 days. After all, he has too many people at his disposal, and his combat power can be said to be at the peak of Konoha at the moment. There are several cage-level powerhouses alone. What will the country of the Vortex have to challenge Shimura Danzo? Is that so? No wonder you are so confident, Master Hokage. Uchiha Jisato nodded his head and murmured. If this is the case, then the Uzumaki kingdom will not only have to swallow their anger, but also have to pay a little price to be able to take back the three Jonin. By the way, Yuri, please go and inform that Konoha Shinobi players during this period should not accept the missions related to the Uzumaki country. Just in case the people of the Vortex country will start a war in a hurry to avoid unnecessary damage. Shimura Danzo spoke to Uchiha Yuri, who was processing the documents, with a flash of inspiration. Well, I see, let's do it. Uchiha Jiraiya nodded, with a hint of admiration in his heart. Because Shimura Danzō considers everything to the smallest detail, no matter whether it is serious or not, it will be handled with care. Not long after Uchiha Jiraiya left, the door of the office was opened again, and an Anbu ninja walked in. But his mask is different from other Anbu ninjas, and Shimura Danzō also knows who is in front of him. Homura, there should be nothing wrong with those three Uzumaki. Shimura Danzō sat upright and said with a serious face to Mitokado Homura in front of him. I have destroyed them as you ordered. Mitokado Homura replied. He knew very well why Shimura Danzō did it so hard, and it was what the three Uzumaki clansmen deserved. To dare to threaten Shimura Danzō with Konoha's safety is tantamount to courting death. If it were Mitokado Homura, I'm afraid they would have killed these people on the spot. After all, someone has been holding the keys to your house and can pose a threat to you at any time. No one would want to do this. Although it is said that the country of the Vortex and the country of Fire are allies, the relationship is extremely close. But all this changed long after the death of Second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and now the person in charge is Third Hokage Shimura Danzō. So the previous set doesn't work anymore. You did a good job. It seems that the position of Captain Anbu is very suitable for you. Shimura Danzō nodded in satisfaction, and blurted out in a tone of great importance to Mitokado Homura. Hokage Big, hey, it's private time now, it's better first to call each other friends. Shimura Danzō immediately stepped forward and patted Mitokado Homura on the shoulder, shook his head and smiled lightly. And his words immediately moved Mitokado Homura, making him a little excited for a while. Sure enough, even if Danzō boards Hokage, he still treats him as a friend. In the future, no matter whether it is going up the mountain of swords or going down into the sea of fire, as long as Shimura Danzō says a word, he will not hesitate to say anything. Homura, you are not too young, when are you going to get married? Suddenly, Shimura Danzō pulled Mitokado Homura to sit on the sofa and asked with concern. And Mitokado Homura's face froze after hearing Shimura Danzō's words, but quickly smiled to cover it up. I am currently serving as the captain of Anbu, so I plan not to consider this matter until the next captain of Anbu is trained. Mitokado Homura replied righteously, but his words made Shimura Danzō's eyes turn subtle. I think it's not that you don't want to get married, but that the person you're marrying has been snatched away, so you can only secretly. Good, as expected of you, Homura. Sure enough, it is correct to let you take the position of Captain Anbu. In this case, you can give up the position of Captain Anbu to Hiruzen. Shimura Danzō laughed heartily. When Mitokado Homura heard this sentence, his face froze. Confused question marks were written all over his face. Question mark 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 question mark. What the hell? Give up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 52. Mitokado Homura, why don't you let your Hokage location go out? Chapter 52. Mitokado Homura never expected that Shimura Danzō would say that he would give way to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What the hell does this mean? Could it be that there is something he did that dissatisfied Shimura Danzō? Danzō, did I do something wrong? If so, you can just point it out and I'll fix it. Mitokado Homura said hastily, because the position of Captain Anbu is very important to him, it cannot be given to others so simply. No, you did nothing wrong. On the contrary, I am very satisfied with your performance during this period, and I can even give you a perfect score. Shimura Danzō's face is still full of smiles, without the slightest trace of fullness. But why did you ask me to give way to Hiruzen? It's a bit confusing to me. Doubt and incomprehension appeared on Mitokado Homura's face, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. If it is said that he lost the position of Captain Anbu, it means that he has fallen from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley. You must know that this position can be said to be below one person and above 10,000 people. It is not an exaggeration to describe it like this. According to what you just said, the position of Captain Anbu is indeed a bit of a drag on you. You might as well give Hiruzen the position of Captain Anbu, just as a gift from you and me for his wedding, what do you think? After all, we are brothers in life and death. Shimura Danzō gave Mitokado Homura a thorough analysis of all the stakes, without any flaws. And Mitokado Homura was almost fooled by Shimura Danzō's words and almost agreed. For a moment, Mitokado Homura didn't know how to refuse Shimura Danzō's request. If there is no last sentence of life and death brothers, Mitokado Homura may still be able to find a reason to refuse. But if he refuses, it means that his relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen is actually not very good, which creates a problem for Mitokado Homura. MD, since you are a good brother in life and death, why don't you give this Hokage seat to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Also, whoever is a life and death brother with Sarutobi Hiruzen, if he is really a good brother, he should reject this marriage. Mitokado Homura naturally didn't dare to say these two sentences, and could only curse secretly in his heart. After all, he had noticed that scene back then. If Shimura Danzō stood up one step later, the person who was now elected as Hokage is definitely Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen was 1 step late, 1 second late, but it changed the trajectory of his life and destiny. Seeing that Mitokado Homura was silent, Shimura Danzō also knew that things should be done to a certain extent, and they should not be too tight, otherwise it would not be fun. Haha, just kidding, don't be so nervous, my Captain Anbu. Shimura Danzō patted Mitokado Homura on the shoulder when he saw that Mitokado Homura's expression became a little nervous, and smiled lightly. And Mitokado Homura also smiled awkwardly, but cold sweat was already pouring down his back. He was indeed intimidated by Shimura Danzō. But there is also a sense of crisis in his heart, a sense of crisis from Shimura Danzō. After chatting with Mitokado Homura found an excuse to leave. After all, getting along with Shimura Danzō, Mitokado Homura always has a sense of foreboding in his heart. So I just found an excuse and left Hokage's office in a hurry. But Shimura Danzō looked at the back of Mitokado Homura leaving, but fell into deep thought. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Lake Biwa had an affair with Mitokado Homura, what kind of expression would he have? After all, Bawako and Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to be childhood sweethearts since childhood. Although the relationship between the couple has not been confirmed, the two have already made a marriage contract. But what they don't know is that Lake Biwa is already in good shape with Mitokado Homura. What's even more exaggerated is that Bawako and Mitokado Homura did not end their relationship after learning about the engagement, but instead became even more profitable. Judging from the first time I saw their skilled operations, it was obviously not the first time they had done this. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to find such a hidden place? Without this scouting crystal, even Shimura Danzō might not be able to know that the two of them are still having such a nasty affair. The reason why Shimura Danzō gave the position of Anbu captain to Mitokado Homura instead of the trusted Uchiha Kagami was because he wanted to see if Mitokado Homura had the courage to snatch the marriage. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been jealous of Hokage's position. In this case, it is impossible for Shimura Danzō to let his life-and-death brother live so easily. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden appearance in front of the gate of the Senju clan has aroused Shimura Danzō's alertness, it is better to take this opportunity to give him a little bit of annoyance. Killing him is not enough, it is better to play with him slowly and let him become Konoha's root. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō couldn't help showing a weird smile on his face, it looked so scary. This smile is like the Shinigami of hell, playing with the life and death of the world. It's time to start publishing your own love paradise. I don't know how the title of this guy's book has changed. Shimura Danzō murmured while looking at the sky. After all, the intimate paradise has been fully taught and modified by myself, as well as the plot. Coupled with Jiraiya's brains and superb writing, Shimura Danzō believes that this book will be sought after by many people. For some reason, Shimura Danzō suddenly wanted to see that day come sooner rather than later. Third update. I didn't expect it. I will explode the update too. Long lost. Please ask for flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation tickets, and rewards. Chapter 53. Research and Development of Counterfeit Six Paths Ninja Tools. Chapter 53. Konoha Forest, Secret Base. This place is still heavily guarded, not to mention strangers, even a bird cannot get close to 20 meters here. There are 10 Konoha Anbu, all of them are the top fighters among the Anbu, and they are also people that Shimura Danzō can trust. And they guard the two people in the secret base, and these two people are Orochimaru and Tianti. The reason why Shimura Danzō came here today is because Tianti sent someone to tell him that the first fake Six Paths Ninja has been researched. However, only counterfeit banana fans can be researched, and the mysteries contained in the other Six Paths Ninja tools are really incomprehensible, so we have to give up temporarily. After all, this is a ninja tool created by Sage of Six Paths, and ordinary people can't understand these things at all. Tianti, is this a fake plantain fan? Shimura Danzō waved the banana fan, made by Tianti himself curiously and asked. This is the ninja tool I set up based on the method used by Basho fan. Just infuse chakra to unleash the power contained within. But the fly in the ointment is that it can only be used once, and it will become waste after one use. Tianti sighed helplessly. After all, Tianti was not satisfied with the result that it could only be used once. If it wasn't for Shimura Danzō's order to notify him as soon as there is a result, otherwise he really wants to study for a while to improve this ninja tool. That's not bad. After all, you can't become fat if you eat everything in one bite. Shimura Danzō looked at the dejected Tianti with a smile and comforted him. To be honest, it was beyond Shimura Danzō's expectation that Tianti could produce a counterfeit in such a short period of time. It seems that the intelligence of people in this world is not as low as he imagined, otherwise how could a genius like Orochimaru be born? Orochimaru, why don't you give it a try? Shimura Danzō handed the Basho fan to Orochimaru, beckoning him to test it. Me. Orochimaru was suddenly called by Shimura Danzō, and he was slightly stunned and didn't react. Well, after all, Tianti also said that you have made a lot of efforts in these researches, so I might as well let you try. Shimura Danzō handed the Basho fan to Orochimaru with a satisfied smile on his face. Come on, the teacher has confidence in you. The words of Shimura Danzō immediately filled Orochimaru's heart, and he nodded solemnly. After all, it is the best favor for Orochimaru to be praised by Shimura Danzō. Then the three came to an open space. Orochimaru took a deep breath and poured chakra into the Basho fan. Drink. With a light drink, the banana fan shone with a strong light. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Dozens of thunderbolts formed in an instant and scattered towards the distance, like thunder in the sky. Boom boom boom. An astonishing explosion sounded suddenly, directly causing the surrounding ground to tremble. I saw black smoke slowly rising from a distance, and the huge rock was torn apart under the attack of lightning. Due to technical reasons, all I can do is reserve Thunder Chakra. You can't use the 5 elements chakra to attack like the banana fan. Seeing this scene, Tianti smiled helplessly. This is the limit of what he can do. The ninja tools of Sage of Six Paths are really not so easy to study. But Tianti has confidence. No, it should be confidence in Orochimaru. He believes that as long as the child is allowed to study for another 10 years, he will be able to crack all the secrets of Six Paths ninja tools. By that time, Orochimaru will become the most outstanding ninja master in the ninja world, bar none. That's pretty good, at least a small step has been taken. Shimura Danzō watched the scene in front of him with satisfaction. Although he can't teach Orochimaru himself, it's a pretty good ending to be able to pull Orochimaru back from the wrong path. And judging from Tianti's evaluation of him, Orochimaru has a strong learning talent, and he can learn everything quickly. From this point, we can see how enchanting Orochimaru's talent is. Then Shimura Danzō left after chatting with Orochimaru, a Hokage. After all, he still had a lot of things to deal with. This time it's just a regular visit to see how the research results of Orochimaru and Tianti are going. Hey guy, is this starting again? Shimura Danzō looked at this explosive scene in the investigation crystal, with a strange light in his eyes. After inspecting Konoha, he returned to Hokage's office, and just handed over diplomatic matters to Uchiha Yuri. He took out the investigation crystal and continued to observe Konoha. Originally thought that there was no good show to watch this time, but I didn't expect that Shimura Danzō had just switched to where Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa had a private meeting again, and things were progressing to a shocking part. Good guy, this trick of parking on the side and reversing into the garage is simply flowing. I saw Mitokado Homura press the clutch and shifted to third gear, and the speed soared to an astonishing level. And the road he passed was extremely smooth, and Mitokado Homura was galloping on it without slowing down at all. In the next second, Mitokado Homura stopped the steering wheel and adjusted the best position, and the speed was raised to the limit again. Gradually, Mitokado Homura rushed to the finish line after a burst of horn honking. The road was cleared, and light rain fell on the cars in the road. Good guy, this is too strong. Shimura Danzō silently closed the detection crystal and sighed. Chapter 54. Hiruzen, do you like green so much? Chapter 54. Shimura Danzō was lost in thought after closing the scouting crystal. He was thinking about whether to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a hint. After all, it would be a little uncomfortable for someone to be cuckolded. Boom boom boom. Just when Shimura Danzō was deep in thought, the sound outside the door suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Who will come? A gleam of displeasure flashed in Shimura Danzō's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. But he still straightened his body and adjusted his emotions. After all, he is Third Hokage, and the majesty he should have is still necessary. Please come in. As soon as Shimura Danzō finished speaking, the door was pushed open in the next second. The person who walked in was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen that Shimura Danzō had been talking about before. After seeing the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō's originally calm face showed a strange look at this moment. Because it was a coincidence that Sarutobi Hiruzen came here. After all, I just watched the battle between Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa not long ago, and then he appeared again. Shimura Danzō seemed to be able to see a shiny green grassland on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head at this moment. I heard the raindrops falling on the green grass. You taste, raindrops, drops on the grass, whose raindrops, whose grass. All this has to be savored slowly. Hiruzen, why are you here? Shimura Danzō said with a surprised face. After all, the current relationship between myself and Sarutobi Hiruzen can be said to be quite delicate, and the fact that I was dismissed from the position of consultant a few days ago probably made Sarutobi Hiruzen very annoyed. Because Shimura Danzō is suppressing their Sarutobi clan step by step. Although everything is reasonable, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows exactly what Shimura Danzō's purpose is. You must know that you have dismissed all 3 advisors of the Sarutobi clan, but Sarutobi Hiruzen has not made any voice so far. This made Shimura Danzō curious, how tolerant this guy is. Danzō, that means I can't come to your Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a bad tone pretending to be annoyed. Where is it? This is a life and death friendship between the two of us, life and death brothers, of course you can come. If the teacher hadn't specifically told me to take over as Third Hokage, otherwise I really want to give up this Hokage position to you. Shimura Danzō said with a regretful face. The truth is revealed, and it seems that there is no doubt at all, as if he really wants to give up the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. And his appearance made the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitch wildly, and the fist in his hand couldn't help clenching. Listen, is this a human language? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wants to give Shimura Danzō 2 knives directly, wishing to pull him down from the position of Hokage. Danzō, you don't have to belittle yourself. The teacher must have his intentions in passing the position of Hokage to you. After all, you are the teacher's most proud student. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed awkwardly, but there were already 10,000 mud horses galloping in his heart, so he almost took out his kunai and stabbed Shimura Danzō's chest. This is a good brother in life and death, and it is absolutely unambiguous. Hiruzen, I remember your wedding is coming soon, so let me congratulate you first. Shimura Danzō suddenly thought of the previous scene, and smiled flatteringly. Ha ha ha, Danzō, you must come to my wedding with Lake Biwa. A smug and proud smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, which made the smile on Shimura Danzo's face even more intense. Danzo, you see that you are not too young. When are you and that Miss Lingshui going to get married? After all, don't wait until my child and Bawako are born, you are not married yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip from his teacup, and said to Shimura Danzo in a serious tone. As if the elders were teaching the younger ones, it always made people feel a little uncomfortable. But this is something that Sarutobi Hiruzen can show off with Shimura Danzo now. After all, Shimura Danzo is still single now. And he is about to enter the wedding hall, entering the most glorious time of his life. His appearance immediately made Shimura Danzo burst into laughter, unable to extricate himself. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen said these words, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but think of the previous explosive scene, really wanted to laugh. If Shimura Danzo hadn't received professional training, I'm afraid he would really have laughed out loud at this moment. Ahem, you don't have to worry about this, Hiruzen. After all, I'm still Hokage now, and I have too many affairs to deal with, and I can't get away at all. Shimura Danzo coughed twice to hide his crazy smile, but his last sentence turned into a sharp knife and pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Because every time Shimura Danzo said that he was Hokage, he felt like his heart was stabbed. No way, after all, it is entrusted by the teacher, so I have to do my best to make Konoha strong. Pooh, another heavy knife stabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen in the heart, making the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face even brighter. Because he has learned how to hide his sadness with a smile. Every time Senju Tobirama is mentioned, he thinks of a scene on the battlefield. If I could have been faster at that time, even by a second, the Supreme Hokage position in front of me would have been my own. And the Hokage Imperial robe and Hokage hat on Shimura Danzo are also his own, not Shimura Danzo's. Boom boom boom, there was another knock on the door, and before Shimura Danzo could make a sound, someone outside pushed the door open and entered. It's a Konoha shinobi, and he's carrying what appears to be lunch or something. Master Hokage, lunch is ready. Well, put it here first, you go out, I have something important to discuss with Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo nodded, then motioned for the lunch to be placed on a nearby table. Then the Konoha shinobi nodded, quickly left Hokage's office and closed the door. Danzo, actually I came to you this time too. Hey, Hiruzen, let's eat first, and talk while eating. Let me tell you, the meals Zeely ordered are delicious, you really should try them. Shimura Danzo immediately stopped Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, and then motioned for him to come over for dinner. Good guy, with so many vegetables, Zeely probably needs to eat them. But, Shimura Danzo's eyes became subtler, as did the smile on his face. Come on, Hiruzen, eat more vegetables. Shimura Danzo slammed the greens into Shimura Danzo, causing the rice on his side to be green. Eat green vegetables, after all, green is more suitable for you. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that there was no problem, and nodded. Indeed, I also think green looks better. After all, Konoha is a country full of forests, so green can be said to be a symbol. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with reason. But at this moment, Shimura Danzo's heart was already laughing crazily. What kind of human suffering is this? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 55. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to establish roots. Chapter 55. Danzo, actually I came this time to tell you something. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly after taking a few mouthfuls of rice. Huh, let's hear it, I'd like to see what makes you come in person. Shimura Danzo's curiosity suddenly came up, and there was a hint of curiosity in his tone. Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to become Konoha's high-level advisor? If so, then Shimura Danzo really has to think about it. After all, he intends to keep the position of Konoha's senior advisor vacant all the time, and he doesn't intend to give it to anyone. Because this will make him unable to concentrate Konoha's power, so he may be restricted in his actions. Of course, Shimura Danzo will not engage in any dictatorship, he wants to leave the position of high-level consultant to the future Sannin. Look, you've been elected Hokage for so long, but I can't share your worries. Homura helped you so much after becoming the captain of Anbu, I feel a little guilty in my eyes. And I found that Anbu is extremely short of manpower recently, and there are no people in the village who can fill it. So I hope to create an Anbu training department, so that Anbu can be adequately staffed. Of course, I hope that the head of this department will be held by me. I believe that I can be qualified for this position with my ability. Sarutobi Hiruzen said what he had planned for a long time in one breath. But this time he learned the lesson and knew to add at the end that he should be the leader to train the personnel. And this is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's compromise and bow to Shimura Danzo. Because by doing so, it means that he bowed his head to Shimura Danzo and recognized him as Third Hokage. Since then, the game between the two has come to an end at this moment, and the winner is Shimura Danzo. You are right, it is indeed necessary to cultivate Anbu's talents. But this matter allows me to think about it. After all, this matter is a bit too important. It will take me a while to think about it. Shimura Danzo nodded approvingly at first, bringing a delighted smile to Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. But when he heard the last sentence, the expression on his face suddenly froze, and the hands holding the rice bowl remained motionless. The turbulent waves in my heart were as if a stone had broken the sky, and thousands of grass and mud horses were galloping in my heart. What else do you need to consider? Don't you trust me? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became a little anxious, and said directly with a little emotion. Because this is the best opportunity for him to intervene in Konoha's power, and it is the most direct contact with the high level, so this is too important to him. In any case, this opportunity cannot be lost. If Shimura Danzō directly appoints Uchiha Kagami as the leader, then Sarutobi Hiruzen really has no place to cry. Why is it always him who gets hurt every time? First the position of Hokage, then to the position of Captain Anbu, and this time the position of head of Anbu's training department. At this moment, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Because with the personality of Shimura Danzō, maybe he will really give the position of the leader to Uchiha Kagami. And Shimura Danzō laughed out loud when he saw the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. Hurry up, hurry up. But his face was still so calm, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't see any clues. Sarutobi, it's not that I don't want to start buying immediately. Look, you are ready to get married. I'm afraid to distract you if I create this department now, so this matter can be postponed for a while, and we can discuss it after your wedding. What do you think? Don't worry, I will definitely reserve the position of leader for you. After all, this is your suggestion, so you can rest assured. Shimura Danzō patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder with a tone of, I understand you, and laughed. As that's so, then I can rest assured. After Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Shimura Danzō's words, his hanging heart slowly relaxed at this moment. But, in an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled by Shimura Danzō's words, and his heart was almost in his throat at this moment. I hope that the trainers will be selected by me personally. There should be no problem with this. This sentence from Shimura Danzō made Sarutobi Hiruzen heave a long sigh of relief. He thought that the other party would go back on his word. Of course there is no problem with this. After all, the training of Hokage is directly under Anbu. It is natural and reasonable for you to choose yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily agreed, because he was afraid that this guy Shimura Danzō would suddenly say but. Come on, eat more dishes, it is good for your physical and mental health. Shimura Danzō smiled contentedly, then slammed the vegetables into Sarutobi Hiruzen's bowl. Hiruzen, a friend of mine asked me a question, and I'd like to hear your opinion. Shimura Danzō suddenly had a bad taste in his heart, and then said slowly. Oh, what's the problem? Let's hear it. This time it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn to be curious. After all, Shimura Danzō rarely asked him these things. He asked me, what should a man do if a woman betrays her man? Shimura Danzō asked in a flat tone, without any trace of other flavors. Betrayal. What kind of betrayal are you referring to? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't understand what Shimura Danzō meant. It refers to physical and spiritual betrayal, that is, derailment. And the person who cheated is still his best brother. What if that's the case? Shimura Danzō's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression serious, and he put down the bowl in his hand. This kind of thing is absolutely unforgivable. Even a brother will kill him with his own hands. Brothers and wives, don't bully them. And the two of them can have this kind of relationship. Presumably such a person is also extremely dirty. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said coldly. Because he is a person who is about to get married, he attaches great importance to this kind of thing, and even has a little disgust. But this kind of thing will never happen to me. After all, Lake Biwa is married to my childhood sweetheart, so there is no need to worry about this kind of thing happening. Okay, Hiruzen said it well. I'll tell him what you said. I'm sure my friend will be quite satisfied with this answer. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen looking so excited, Shimura Danzō had a big smile on his face. But if you look closely, this smile seems to have a hint of ridicule. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't watch carefully, but continued to eat the vegetables Shimura Danzō gave him with his head down. Not to mention, the vegetables are delicious, and it seems that Shimura Danzō's food is really good. Sarutobi, what you said is great, I hope you can do the same when the time comes. Shimura Danzō smiled and murmured inwardly. He seemed to be able to see the future Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression after learning about Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa. Chapter 56. The Omen of Civil Unrest in the Uchiha Clan, Intimate Paradise has been edited. Chapter 56. After sending Sarutobi Hiruzen off, Shimura Danzō smiled comfortably and stretched out in his chair. I have a lot of free time anyway, go see how Jiraiya's Kiss Heaven is getting ready. Shimura Danzō murmured looking at the clear blue sky. And just as Shimura Danzō was about to get up and leave Hokage's office, the door was opened again. But this time the person who came in did not say hello. No one else could have such power in the Hokage building except Hokage assistant Uchiha Yuri. And, of course, his adorable apprentice, Tsunade. But that girl Tsunade generally doesn't like to come to her side. After all, this is a workplace, and Tsunade is sensible and didn't bother Shimura Danzō. Jerry, is the matter over? Seeing Uchiha Yuri's return, Shimura Danzō greeted with concern. Well, it's been dealt with. Master Hokage, I would like to ask you for a leave today. There are some matters in the family that I need to deal with. A look of hesitation flashed across Uchiha Yuri's face, but he still said after struggling with his thoughts. I thought it was a big deal, just asking for a vacation. It just so happens that I have something to go out, so you can handle your own affairs in the way nationality at ease today. If you need help, just ask, don't treat me as an outsider. Shimura Danzō froze for a moment, then smiled and agreed. Because Uchiha Yuri rarely asked for leave during his tenure as Hokage's assistant, maybe because there was really something this time, otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Well, thank you, Danzo, then I'll go back first. A look of gratitude appeared on Uchiha Yuri's face, and then he left Hokage's office hurriedly. And Shimura Danzō stood by the window looking at Uchiha Yuri, who was jumping, with a strange look on his face. He could vaguely guess what Uchiha Yuri's reason for the way was this time. And according to the system prompt, Uchiha Kagami died at the age of 25, and this year Uchiha Kagami is already 24 years old. If Shimura Danzō's guess is correct, the Uchiha clan should be in civil strife, in order to compete for the position of patriarch. The reason why Uchiha Yuri rushed back so anxiously was probably because he wanted to mediate the infighting of the Uchiha clan. But he probably wouldn't do it directly, otherwise Zeely wouldn't have come to say hello to me before leaving. Shimura Danzō performed a brief analysis of Uchiha Yuri's actions just now, and was able to quickly guess that this was just the beginning of civil unrest among the Uchiha clan. But there is still a year before the real battle takes place. After all, it is impossible to do it right away, at least it takes a while to save up. It's still a year anyway, let's see first. Shimura Danzō had no intention of intervening directly in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. All he cares about is Uchiha Zeely and Uchiha Kagami, and the rest of the Uchiha tribe doesn't matter to him. Let's go and see how far Jiraiya's modifications to intimate paradise have gone. Shimura Danzō didn't hesitate this time and left Hokage's office directly, because he didn't know if someone would open this door again to find him. Konoha Forest. Shimura Danzō revisited the place where he met Jiraiya last time. But this time, Shimura Danzō could tell at a glance that it was less than 500 meters away from the place where Mitokado Homura fought Lake Biwa. In other words, a few hundred meters further east, you will arrive at the place where Mitokado Homura once raced. This thing is exciting just thinking about it. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō's expression became a little weird. What if he let Sarutobi Hiruzen come here? Lying and sleeping on the lawn where Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa once fought, the scene is exciting to think about. That's a nice idea to add Jiraiya to the Kiss Heaven. Shimura Danzō murmured with words in his mouth. Master Hokage. When Shimura Danzō was thinking about the philosophy of life, a voice suddenly broke his thoughts. I saw Jiraiya waving at Shimura Danzō and smiling. Yo, Jiraiya, you seem to be on time. Shimura Danzō smiled slightly when he saw Jiraiya suddenly appearing in front of him. How far has the creation of Kissing Heaven got? Asked Shimura Danzō. After all, today is the period agreed upon by the two, and Jiraiya also promises that it will be completely revised at this time today. Don't worry, Master Hokage. Since I had the courage to guarantee it before, I must have great confidence. Jiraiya said confidently. Ever since Shimura Danzō inspired his predecessor in the world that day, Jiraiya has been enlightened like a god. After bidding farewell to Shimura Danzō, he went back to his house and began to practice retreat. He didn't go out until 2 days ago. It can be said that this book will be his pinnacle work towards becoming a literary hero, and he is very confident that this book will sell well throughout the ninja world. Oh, are you so confident? Let me see. The curiosity in Shimura Danzō's heart suddenly became fierce, and then he took the notebook handed by Jiraiya. Master Hokage, I have modified the characters according to your request. And the same is true for the scene, I believe you will be very satisfied. Jiraiya's words were full of excitement, and her hands trembled a little. The more you say that, the more curious I get. Shimura Danzō smiled in surprise. Then slowly opened Loquat's Betrayal of Intimate Paradise and began to read carefully. The only sound left in the scene is the rustling of leaves and the soft whistling of the wind. Gradually, Shimura Danzō turned to the last page. Call. Shimura Danzō took a deep breath, which made Jiraiya's expression suddenly tense. At this moment, the time seemed like a year, which made Jiraiya very nervous. He cares a lot about Shimura Danzō's comments about Kissing Paradise, after all he is the first reader of the Kissing Paradise series. Jiraiya, you are beyond my imagination. I believe that this novel will shock many people. No, it will shock everyone who reads this novel in the ninja world. Shimura Danzō said with shock in his tone. Really? Great. Jiraiya suddenly jumped up and laughed happily. Because being able to get Shimura Danzō's praise is dozens of times better than anyone else's praise for him. But there is one thing I hope you can add to a new plot, for example. Afterwards, Shimura Danzō told Jiraiya about the plot he had just thought of. One is willing to speak and the other is willing to listen. I believe it won't be long before the Intimate Paradise series will become famous in the entire ninja world. Chapter 57. Writer Hero, Jiraiya's Growth Path. Chapter 57. Master Hokage, to be recognized by you, I. Jiraiya's tone was choked with sobs, and the tears that originally swirled in her eyes flowed down at this moment. Although he was trying his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, it didn't work at all. Because making love to heaven is too important to him, even beyond his own life. So Shimura Danzō can be satisfied with his work, which means he approves of Jiraiya. No, Jiraiya, it's not just my acknowledgement. Your work, no matter who sees it, will be extremely amazing, and it can even be called a masterpiece. Shimura Danzō grabbed Jiraiya's shoulder solemnly and said, 497. Because Intimate Paradise is not just 18x, the story in it is attractive, coupled with the teaching and modification of the old gentleman Shimura Danzō, the plot has reached a staggering level. A man is born between heaven and earth, and a man does not shed tears lightly. Hold back. Shimura Danzō's 2 words immediately made Jiraiya look cold, and then quickly stopped the tears that were streaming down. Yes, Lord Hokage. Jiraiya solemnly took back the copy of the Paradise of Intimacy handed to him by Shimura Danzō. Have you contacted the publishing house? Shimura Danzō suddenly thought that if Intimate Heaven is to popularize the ninja world, it must be printed in large quantities. Already contacted. The Nara family has already discussed with me, and they are willing to cooperate with me. Jiraiya hurriedly said as if suddenly thinking of something. The Nara family, if it's them, you can rest assured. Shimura Danzō nodded and murmured. Jiraiya, come on, I believe you can be a generation of literary giants in the ninja world. Shimura Danzō encourages Jiraiya, and these words made Jiraiya's blood boil all over, and he nodded heavily. Perhaps people in future generations will not know that the best-selling ninja series, the Intimate Paradise series, was born in this place. And those explosive plots in Intimate Paradise and the great sage in Jiraiya's mouth turned out to be Third Hokage of Konoha village. After parting from Jiraiya, Shimura Danzō came to the Senju clan again. After all, besides the Hokage office and home, Shimura Danzō felt that he had nowhere to go now. I will definitely not return to the office. After all, the little assistant is not here, and it is a bit boring to deal with documents alone. It's better to come and find Uzumaki Lingshui to flirt and enhance the relationship between the two. Hello, Master Hokage, Lord Hokage. On the street, many ninjas and civilians who came and went greeted Shimura Danzō with smiles on their faces and respectful eyes when they saw Shimura Danzō's appearance. This third Hokage is not easy. He solved the war as soon as he took office and then started a series of preferential policies. The mission of the ninjas was originally to draw 30%, but now it has been changed to 2 levels, and the tax on civilians has also been reduced a lot. After all, after the war, what Konoha needs is development, so Shimura Danzō did not hesitate too much about this aspect, and directly decided on it. This is the best time to win people's hearts and establish his Hokage prestige. Of course he will seize this opportunity. Master Hokage, Master Hokage. Suddenly a shout came from the front, which also made everyone look at the figure who shouted. Then, that figure rushed to Shimura Danzō, panting. Are you, Senju Jo Chang? Shimura Danzō saw the man in front of him, his eyes flashed with surprise. Because this person was the Senju tribe who brought him to meet Uzumaki Mido in the Senju tribe. Master Hokage still remembers me. Senju Jo Chang looked surprised, and said in disbelief. Of course I remember, after all, I met once. Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly. Could it be that he seems so forgetful? You must know that your memory is quite good. Let's not talk about that. Mido is looking for you because he wants something important. Just now I went to Hokage's office to look for you, but the person on duty told me that you were out, and I searched for a long time. Senju Jo Chang looked hasty, and his tone was full of urgency. His expression suddenly caused Shimura Danzō's original plain expression to change slightly, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. What's going on? Something happened to Mido-sama. A bad premonition suddenly rose from Shimura Danzō's heart. Another riot against Nine Tails. But it's possible, it will take a long time to suppress Nine Tails just now. Besides, with Uzumaki Mido's ability, it is impossible for Nine Tails to have any chance to take advantage of it. I don't know, Master Mido just asked me to inform you immediately. Senju Jo Chang didn't know exactly what happened, but he only knew that Master Mido's expression was very urgent when he ordered him. From this point, it can be seen that Master Mido must have urgent matters. Then I'll go first. Whoosh. Shimura Danzō's body suddenly turned into a black shadow for 3.5 minutes and quickly went to the Senju family. After all, the situation is urgent, and walking is a waste of time, so Shimura Danzō increased the speed to ultimate. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the door of the Senju clan. This time Shimura Danzō didn't knock on the door, and jumped into the courtyard where Uzumaki Mido was. And when he arrived at the yard, he found that there was only Uzumaki Mido in the yard, and Uzumaki Lingshui and Tsunade were not by her side, which made Shimura Danzō's face suddenly become extremely serious. Uzumaki Mido said with a strange expression after seeing Shimura Danzō's appearance. Danzō, Ninetails said he wanted to see you. Chapter 58. Ninetails is afraid of Danzō. Chapter 58. Uzumaki Mido's words directly stunned Shimura Danzō. His face was full of surprise, and he was stunned for a while. Shimura Danzō didn't expect that Uzumaki Mido called him here in such a hurry, because Ninetails wanted to see him. But what surprised him even more was, why did this guy Ninetails want to meet him? One must know that last time he scolded Ninetails so badly that he simply treated the other party as an object to vent. Now this guy proposes to see him, which is a bit too weird. Is it possible that Ninetails has a tendency to shake him again? Like to be scolded? Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō's heart couldn't help but become a little weird, and thousands of thoughts emerged in his mind. Ninetails wants to see me. This guy probably has some ulterior motives. Shimura Danzō asked with some doubts. After all, this was too weird, and Shimura Danzō had no idea what the purpose of Ninetails was. 26 inches I don't know, but he suddenly said he wanted to see you again. Even I don't know what his purpose is. Uzumaki Mido's expression was also full of doubts, he could only helplessly shake his head and sigh. But at the same time, he was also very curious in his heart. Could it be that there was something about Shimura Danzō that shocked Ninetales, otherwise how could he beg himself so hard? Thinking of Ninetales' pleading tone, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help showing a smile. And this smile immediately made Shimura Danzō a little puzzled. Master Mito, what are you laughing at? Shimura Danzō's question immediately made Uzumaki Mito realize that he had lost his composure, and then quickly regained his composure. Immediately afterwards, he told Shimura Danzō what he had just thought in his heart. After hearing this, Shimura Danzō could not help but become weird. Isn't this kind of behavior of Ninetales going to become Erha's rhythm? Ninetales looks anxious, and hasn't been rowdy and hoarding chakra since seeing you. It may be that there is something about you that makes him feel a little afraid, otherwise he wouldn't be so well behaved. Uzumaki Mito informed Shimura Danzō of his analysis. I have to say that Uzumaki Mito's analysis is very reasonable, and so many things can be analyzed just by clues. What's on me? This made Shimura Danzō a little confused for a while, and suddenly he was a little confused. It must be, otherwise he has become perverse since he saw you, so I will make such a conclusion. Uzumaki Mito's words made Shimura Danzō wonder what was in him. Half a mortal body, this does not count, but there are quite a lot of Senju Clan. 6 paths ninja tool, but I didn't keep that thing on my body, I threw it all to Tianti and Orochimaru. Could it be the source chakra of Ashura? Right, absolutely because of Ashura's source chakra, otherwise how could Ninetales propose to meet himself? Shimura Danzō immediately understood why Ninetales behaved like this, it was all because of Ashura chakra in his body. Shimura Danzō's eyes shone brightly, and Uzumaki Mito naturally saw it. Obviously, Shimura Danzō must be aware of something in his body, otherwise, how could he make the strongest tail beast Ninetales so fearful? It seems that you already have the answer in your heart. Uzumaki Mito nodded knowingly and smiled calmly. Well, Master Mito, let me go in and talk to Ninetales, maybe I can change the current situation. Shimura Danzō's words made Uzumaki Mito's beautiful eyes sparkle, and his face was slightly startled. Originally, she planned to ask what kind of thing was in Shimura Danzō's body, but after seeing the confidence in the other party's eyes, she dispelled this idea. Although the two can trust without reservation, Uzumaki Mito knows that there are some things that only she can know, just like she also has many important secrets that she did not tell Shimura Danzō. Well, I'll take you in right away. Uzumaki Mito nodded. Immediately afterwards, the blue light flashed on the hand again, just like last time, the slender white onion fingers once again touched Shimura Danzō's forehead. At the moment when Yusho touched Shimura Danzō's forehead, Shimura Danzō's eyes suddenly went dark, and he felt his whole head spinning. Tick-tock. Soon, the rhythmic sound of dripping water rang in Shimura Danzō's ears, and Shimura Danzō also slowly opened his eyes at this moment. But this time, Uzumaki Mito didn't appear beside Shimura Danzō, obviously she didn't enter the tailed beast space with him. Danzō, you have a good talk with him, I will strengthen the seal outside, in case of accidents. Uzumaki Mito's voice filled the space. Obviously, for the sudden situation of Ninetales, Uzumaki Mito naturally also needs to be vigilant and prepared. After all, the other party is a tail beast who has lived for an unknown number of years. Human, you are finally here. Ninetales opened his eyes were sharp, his face was ferocious, and his momentum was overwhelming. This is the ultimate beast pressure, even if it is not released, it can still make people feel depressed. But this level of coercion is of no use to Shimura Danzō, and he doesn't feel any sense of oppression at all. Hey, Ninetales, are you here to scold me? I've been quite upset recently, so I might as well scold you to relieve my anger. Shimura Danzō greeted Ninetales with a relaxed face, and teased with a smile on his face. After all, this is a sealed space, no matter how strong Ninetales is, they can't do anything to him, unless the seal shows signs of loosening. But Ninetales didn't get angry at Shimura Danzō like before, and then cursed at each other. The eyes are full of seriousness, as if they are thinking about something important. Humans, unleash your chakra. The tone of Ninetales is full of orders, which makes people sound very uncomfortable. You asked your father to release him, so release him. Woohoo, I'm so ashamed. Suddenly, Shimura Danzō's tone became strange. Chapter 59. Xiaoju, call out, Master Danzō, listen. Chapter 59. Ninetales frowned suddenly at this moment, and his face became a little unhappy. But it can be seen that he is trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart, trying to talk to Shimura Danzō with a peaceful mind. Because Shimura Danzō has something in him that he wants to find out, so he can't break his face with the other party at this time. Humans, I think we can calm down and have a good talk. Ninetales said calmly, suppressing the anger in his heart. The appearance of Ninetales made Shimura Danzō startled, his eyes full of surprise and amazement. Is this the Ninetales that dominates the ninja world and is known as the source of hatred? And at this time, Ninetales hated humans so much, they would talk to him in such a low voice. If this is the case, Shimura Danzō is more and more sure that Ninetales has sensed the Ashura chakra in his body, otherwise he would not have made such a move. Oh, Master Ninetales, who is arrogant and despises human beings, actually wants to have a good talk with me, an ordinary human being. You must have some conspiracy. No work. Shimura Danzō still had a calm smile, but his words were full of yin and yang, which directly made Ninetales' palm into a fist. The word Sichuan was wrinkled on the forehead, and the depths of the eyes were full of anger, but it was quickly suppressed again. Human, I didn't come to quarrel with you today. I want to know what that chakra in you is. Ninetales said slowly after taking a deep breath. And this time, he didn't beat around the bush, but directly explained his intention for coming. Because he is eager to know whether Shimura Danzō is the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths. After all, this chakra really gives him a very familiar feeling. Sure enough, it's because of the chakra, the source of Ashura. A gleam flashed in Shimura Danzō's eyes, and he murmured in his heart. It seems that when I came here last time, I let Ninetales perceive the source of Ashura chakra rewarded by the system in my body, otherwise the other party would never want to see me again. Not to mention the fact that he will not always endure his own yin and yang eccentricity. Thinking of this, a bad taste rose in Shimura Danzō's heart. I can let you know, but you have to call Master Danzō to listen. Shimura Danzō still had that breezy smile, but this sentence made Ninetales a little excited for a moment. Human, don't go too far. Ninetales suddenly said coldly. The icy voice was filled with frightening coldness, and one couldn't help but feel a tremor from the depths of the soul. You must know that even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama did not make him have any succumbing mentality. Now this tiny human actually let himself call him Master Danzō. It is simply ridiculous. He is a tailed beast created by the majestic Sage of Six Paths, and he is the strongest tailed beast. He has such a noble status. He is worthy of this human being in front of him. My request is not too much. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to, and I don't have to force it. After all, I'm not the one who wants to know about the chakra inside me. Shimura Danzō said to Ninetales with an indifferent face. Human, aren't you curious about the chakra in your body? He has the potential to make you a ninja master, even surpassing the likes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Ninetales' voice is full of allure. No matter who he said, his heart will be moved by these two words. Beyond Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, this sentence alone makes people's heart beat. You must know that these two people can be said to be the Sengoku duo, with the power of the two to calm down the existence of the entire ninja world. The first 5 Kages talk, Senju Hashirama single-handedly created a peaceful and prosperous world. The battle in the Valley of the End resounded throughout Ninsei. Everyone was shocked by these two peerless ninjas, and everyone was afraid of Konoha at that time. Before Senju Hashirama died, no one dared to break out of war, and they all obeyed the peace agreement obediently. Shortly after Senju Hashirama's death, the First Ninja World War officially broke out. His lifespan represents the period of peace, from which we can see how terrifying Senju Hashirama's strength is. Being able to surpass him now, that is equivalent to having the strength to rule the entire ninja world. But, it didn't appeal to Shimura Danzō at all, he even wanted to laugh. I'm not curious. Anyway, it's my stuff. Sooner or later, it will become clear. Shimura Danzō's words immediately made Ninetales feel a pain in the A, and for a while he couldn't refute this guy. So Ninetales, is there anything else you can do? If not, I'll be leaving. KAX. Shimura Danzō's tone was extremely quick, which directly surprised Ninetales. Wait, human, I think I can still agree to the condition just now. Ninetales hurriedly stopped Shimura Danzō. Because he knew that with the character of the other party, he would definitely leave directly, and the indifferent look on his face was not an act of faking. Now add some interest, change it to 3 beeps. Humans, don't push your limits. Ninetales was furious, and the Ninetales danced wantonly in the air. Mito is big, by Li Qian. Okay. I promise you, Ninetales is really scared, because this human being is just like everyone else, playing cards completely out of common sense. Come on, call, I'm listening. Remember, the tone should be respectful, and you can't be a little fake, otherwise it won't count. Shimura Danzō sat on the chair Uzumaki Mito prepared for him, looking at Ninetales with a smug smile. But in the eyes of Ninetales, this smile is very unbearable, and he can't wait to break the seal and send him a few tailed beast bombs directly. For a moment, Ninetales gritted his teeth, eyes full of anger. But in order to achieve his goal, he can only let go of his arrogant dignity for a while. Master Danzō, Master Danzō, Master Danzō. Chapter 60. Ninetales is a pain in the A, what about human greed? Chapter 60. These 12 characters, Ninetales are almost bitten out, each word is as uncomfortable as piercing the heart. Although the words were full of reluctance, Shimura Danzō could still feel the trace of respect in them. Ah, comfortable. Shimura Danzō nodded in satisfaction with a look of joy on his face. And Ninetales roared in a bad tone. Humans, it's time to fulfill your promise. The anger in the words is not hard to hear, but Shimura Danzō doesn't care about these things. After all, his goal has been achieved, and the process of Ninetales transforming Erha still needs a little time. Don't worry, since you have done everything, I will naturally not break my promise. Shimura Danzō waved his hand and laughed. Because he knew that tailed beasts attached great importance to promises, so Shimura Danzō would not break his promise if he wanted to subdue Ninetales. Shimura Danzō stood up, the chakra in his body condensed at this moment, and then turned into substance to cover his body. Then the source chakra of Ashura in that part of the body is also integrated into Shimura Danzō's body at this moment. And at this moment 660, Ninetales' pupils shrank suddenly, staring fixedly at the blue chakra surrounding Shimura Danzō's body. Because it senses a familiar chakra, and this chakra is from a long, long time ago. In an instant, memories from thousands of years ago flooded Ninetales' head like a tide, and at this moment he remembered who the owner of this chakra was. Sage of Six Paths, second son of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Ashura. Ninja's second-generation successor, and the first person who can use wood style. The world only knows that wood style is a blood inheritance boundary fused by Senju Hashirama. With wood style, it is invincible throughout Sengoku. But Ninetales is very clear that the first person who really used wood style was Ashura. It was used in the battle between Ashura and Indra that year, completely defeating Indra. Sure enough, this guy is the reincarnation of Ashura. Now, Ninetales has finally established who Shimura Danzō is. But it also dispelled the previous thought in his mind, because he was wondering if Shimura Danzō was the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths. But now the fog in front of him has dissipated without a trace, and the identity of Shimura Danzō in his mind has also surfaced. Human, do you want to become stronger? If you can properly use the chakra in your body, you will be able to surpass Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The voice of Ninetales seems to be full of magic, as if to induce Shimura Danzō. Hee, stupid human beings, be fooled. At this moment, Ninetales seemed to be able to see Shimura Danzō, a human being, admitting his mistake in front of him, and then respectfully called himself Da Ninetales. But, Shimura Danzō could see through what was going on in Ninetales' mind at a glance. Only a slight arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and a curious look appeared on his face. What, surpassed first-generation Megumi and Uchiha Madara? Shimura Danzō feigned surprise, and his tone was full of disbelief. HMPH, that's of course, the chakra in your body is comparable to a fairy, it's just that you haven't used the method. After seeing Shimura Danzō's reaction, Ninetales was overjoyed, and then hummed triumphantly. Please tell you. At this moment, even Ninetales himself didn't realize that he would become so childish. But, it might be better to say that he wanted to regain the face he had just lost from Shimura Danzō. After all, CGAE, Ninetales felt a great sense of humiliation from those three Danzo-sama earlier, so he must find his way back. Because human beings are greedy and insatiable, as long as there are enough benefits in front of them, they will not hesitate to ask for them. Ninetales is very clear about this, so he believes that Shimura Danzō will definitely be moved by this power. Because this is a force that can rule the entire ninja world, no one can resist this temptation. Cut, what method do you want to use? Forget it, anyway, my current strength is strong enough. Shimura Danzō said with a dull expression. Then dissipated the chakra covering the body, and didn't take this so-called ultimate force seriously. What the hell? Ninetales suddenly felt a pain in the egg, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. Why Shimura Danzō doesn't play his cards right? Doesn't he ask himself if there is a way to use this power? Wait, Danzō, don't you want to know how to use this power? For a moment, Ninetales was in a hurry. Even the address for Shimura Danzō was no longer human, but changed to the word Danzō, which he didn't even realize. I don't want to, anyway, there is no such strong person as Uchiha Madara and first-generation lord in the ninja world now. My cage-level strength is enough to walk sideways. Shimura Danzō spread his hands indifferently, saying that no one in the ninja world can threaten him. But don't you want to unify the entire ninja world? You must know that with this power, you can control the entire ninja world in your hands. Ninetales said hastily, but if you look closely, he seems to be persuading Shimura Danzō to ask him how to control the chakra. The ninja world has finally settled down. If there is another big war, and the people will be wiped out, then what's the point of unifying the ninja world? Sure enough, you-tailed beasts have bad intentions and want to kill humans. Shimura Danzō's eyes suddenly became extremely disgusted, and he even took a few steps back to directly distance Ninetales. The disdainful eyes made Ninetales stunned for a moment, but he couldn't refute Shimura Danzō. Today, he has hit the iron plate. Damn it, this person doesn't follow the routine at all, and the human beings are greedy. Why is he not greedy at all? Ninetales suddenly felt that his worldview had collapsed. No, it was his understanding of human nature. Shimura Danzō is said to be the strangest person he has ever seen in thousands of years of his life. Chapter 61, Strength. I don't lack that stuff. Chapter 61. At this time, Ninetales felt very fed, because he found that Shimura Danzō's eyes didn't have any yearning for power. It seems that the power that can suppress the entire ninja world is not worth mentioning in front of him. Such a person is really strange, so that Ninetales couldn't find a reason for Shimura Danzō to ask himself for a way to control Ashura's chakra. Ninetales, if your goal is only this, then I will take my leave. As Third Hokage, I still have a lot to deal with. Shimura Danzō looked at Ninetales' sore face, forced a smile and said flatly. There was impatience in his speech, and he seemed to feel that such a delay would be a waste of his time. Wait, Danzō, here I have a method to control this chakra. If you beg my uncle, maybe I will consider giving you alms. When Ninetales saw that Shimura Danzō wanted to leave, he was impatient and then said hastily. Please, forget it, I'll go out. Shimura Danzō glanced at Ninetales in disgust, and then his body turned into a ray of blue light and disappeared into the tail beast space. Only Ninetales was left with a bewildered expression. This guy, he's a FG weirdo. Wow, even Ninetales couldn't help cursing at this moment. He thought that he could win back a victory, but he didn't expect that Shimura Danzō had no interest in this power at all. Is this guy really human? Doesn't want anything, or does he simply disdain this great power? But no matter how Ninetales shouted, Shimura Danzō would not look back. After all, he had already returned to reality at this moment. I didn't expect Ninetales to have such a side, it's the first time I've seen it. After returning to reality, Uzumaki Mito said to Shimura Danzō with a surprised face. You must know that no matter how you talk to Ninetales, he always looks indifferent to himself, and there is even hatred in his eyes. So this also made Uzumaki Mito give up the method of communicating with Ninetales, and put his hope on Shimura Danzō. Sure enough, there was something about Shimura Danzō that shocked Ninetales that otherwise wouldn't. Danzō, don't you have any desire for that power? No, that's a power that can surpass Hashirama. Uzumaki Mito looked at Shimura Danzō with complicated eyes and said softly. She heard the conversation between Shimura Danzō and Ninetales in the space just now clearly, and she also heard Ninetales point out the mysterious chakra in Shimura Danzō's body. Able to surpass Senju Hashirama. What a terrifying existence this power is. Uzumaki Mito is very clear about this, and the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara is still vivid in his memory. It can be said that the level of that battle is unprecedented, and no one can surpass the strength of these two people. But Ninetales was able to say such words, while Shimura Danzō didn't feel any emotion, instead, he looked indifferent. Even Uzumaki Mito can't see through Shimura Danzō's inner thoughts. There is, but not very strong. Things like power often make people lose themselves, and I don't need to pursue such extreme power now. Shimura Danzō generously admitted that he was really attracted to Ninetales' method, but he didn't need it at all. After all, such things as strength still have to rely on oneself to steadily improve slowly, and then gradually become stronger to be interesting. If it suddenly soared to the six paths level, it would be boring, and life would be much less fun. And Shimura Danzō's answer made Uzumaki Mito tremble, and his expression was startled. She didn't expect Shimura Danzō's answer to be like this, far beyond her expectations. After all, this temptation is not something ordinary people can resist. Even she is a little moved. Uzumaki Mito found that Shimura Danzō is a very pure person, a person who can control his own desires. This kind of person is often the scariest, and will always surprise people at a certain moment. At this time, Uzumaki Mito understood why Shimura Danzō was appointed as Third Hokage by Senju Tobirama. Ask for flowers. Whether it is Shinshin, conduct, character, or work, these four aspects far surpass the rest of the disciples. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll call Ling Shui and Tsunade back. Don't leave tonight, just stay and have a meal. It just so happened that the Uzumaki clan sent some fresh ingredients, you are in luck. Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. Well, then I'll stay and have a meal. Shimura Danzō nodded, and did not refuse Uzumaki Mito. After all, he hasn't eaten with the Senju clan for a long time, so he just took this opportunity to have a good chat with them. Watching the back of Uzumaki Mito leaving, Shimura Danzō lay on the chair and began to think. Ashura's origin, chakra, he is not in a hurry to develop, after all, there is no shortage of such things now. What he is worried about now is whether Uchiha Jiraiya can handle the civil strife of the Uchiha clan well. If it really doesn't work, then I can only forcefully intervene. Shimura Danzō murmured softly, looking at the blue sky. Because Uchiha Zili is very important to him, he absolutely does not allow the other party to suffer any harm. And Uchiha Kagami, as his friend, naturally wants to help, not to mention that the other party is his future brother-in-law. But if this is the case, how should Uzumaki Lingshui explain it? Could it be said directly, I have a showdown, Ling Shui, I want to marry both of them. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō couldn't help sweating from behind. This idea is too dangerous, and it must not be said as a last resort. Forget it, let's take a step and see, the boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge. Shimura Danzō intends to maintain the status quo, and wait until the situation reaches that point. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a slight headache, rubbing his temples with both hands and sighing helplessly. Oh, the Shira field is not easy to deal with. Chapter 62, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Engagement Banquet. Chapter 62, Today is an unusual day. Sarutobi Hiruzen made an engagement with Lake Biwa and invited many members of the Konoha family. Patriarch, today is Sarutobi Hiruzen's engagement, do you want to change your clothes for you? The maid serving Shimura Danzō said softly. The girl's name is Shimura Ayaka, and she has been serving Shimura Danzō's daily life for almost 10 years. With exquisite appearance, well-behaved personality, gentle and considerate, it can be said that she takes care of Shimura Danzō meticulously. However, Shimura Danzō has never had any other thoughts about Shimura Ayaka, he just regards him as a younger sister. Maintaining the current relationship is also fine for him and her. Yes, Hiruzen is getting engaged today. 150, Village Danzō said suddenly. I was so busy during this period that I forgot that Sarutobi Hiruzen's engagement banquet was held today. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to wear the Hokage imperial robe. After all, he invited you to this engagement banquet as a friend. Seeing Shimura Danzō's sudden realization, Shimura Ayaka covered her mouth and smiled helplessly. If it weren't for his own care, Shimura Danzō's life would be a mess, at least the room and clothes would be a mess. It makes sense. Kaijiya, help me find some other clothes. It doesn't have to be too solemn, at least it's on the hour. Shimura Danzō was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, Indeed, after all, this time I was going to attend Sarutobi Hiruzen's engagement banquet, so naturally I didn't go there as a Hokage, otherwise I would be criticized. And it seems that he hasn't worn other clothes for a long time. Since becoming Third Hokage, he has been wearing the Hokage imperial robe. Great, I will choose for you, the patriarch. Shimura Ayaka smiled exquisitely, and trotted out the door excitedly. Because Shimura Danzō wears Hokage hats and Hokage imperial robes all day long, which conceals his temperament and his handsome appearance. Although Shimura Danzō doesn't care about these, Shimura Ayaka is very caring, so he has been updating clothes for Shimura Danzō regularly, even though he rarely has the opportunity to wear them. Now it seems that Shimura Ayaka's preparations have been extremely correct. Seeing the back of Shimura Ayaka leaving, Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly, and then slowly took off his Hokage imperial robe. Look carefully, I'm still pretty handsome. Shimura Danzō stared at his own face, rubbed his chin with his hands and said narcissistically. I have to say that Shimura Ayaka has a pretty good taste in clothes. The Shimura Danzō at this moment and the Shimura Danzō wearing the Hokage imperial robe are completely different. Although it is just a seemingly ordinary outfit, it perfectly brings out the temperament of Shimura Danzō. Fengshen is handsome, with a handsome face, sword eyebrows and star eyes, and the heroic spirit between the brows. The jade tree is facing the wind, which makes people feel ashamed. There is no other man with such outstanding appearance in the world. Master Patriarch, true teacher. Shimura Seika looked at Shimura Danzō with little stars twinkling in her eyes, and the depths of her eyes were full of splendor. Even if she died, it was the first time she saw this side of Shimura Danzō. In the past, she was wearing a battle vest ninja suit, or a Hokage imperial robe. Now that I can see the scene in front of me, it can be said that I have no regrets in my life. Little girl, you are so weird, what if I overshadow Hiruzen's limelight? After all, the protagonist of this engagement banquet is him. Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly and tapped Shimura Ayaka's white forehead angrily. Hee, isn't this the first time I've seen you, the patriarch, dressed so handsomely? But you are not allowed to change it, otherwise Kaijia will be angry. Shimura Ayaka jumped away, her pink face was slightly flushed, and her cute little face pretended to be angry. But the smiling expression on the small mouth has already betrayed her, and Shimura Danzō couldn't help but make a wry smile. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. If we continue talking, I'm afraid I will be late, and it will be really embarrassing. Shimura Danzō had nothing to do with Shimura Ayaka, and then opened the door and left with a smile. Master Patriarch, go slowly. Kaijia will take good care of the family. Shimura Ayaka waved at Shimura Danzō, and a lively smile appeared in Shimura Danzō's eyes. What a funny little girl, pretty nice. Shimura Danzō shook his head and smiled, then he opened the door of the Shimura family and walked towards the Sarutobi family. The distance between the two races is not too far away, just a few steps away. Before Shimura Danzō arrived, he could see the lively scene not far away. Hey, Danzō, you look very handsome today. A hearty voice sounded, and Uchiha Kagami suddenly appeared in front of Shimura Danzō. Even Uchiha Kagami was secretly surprised when he saw Shimura Danzō's handsome outfit. I didn't know that Shimura Danzō is so handsome if I didn't watch carefully before. It seems that this guy's life is not very delicate. Don't make fun of me, today's protagonist is Sarutobi, let's go in. As soon as the two arrived at the gate of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen came out to greet them. Danzō, Mirror, you are finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, with a happy and joyful smile on his face. 2.3. But Shimura Danzō really wanted to laugh, but he tried his best to hold it back. Haha, it's been a long time, Hiruzen, congratulations. Shimura Danzō and Uchiha Kagami immediately congratulated and smiled. But Shimura Danzō did seem to be laughing a little presumptuously, but fortunately Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't notice this detail, so he simply didn't care. But Uchiha Kagami who was on the side caught the eye, and after the banquet asked Shimura Danzō what was he laughing at, and was there any hidden secret behind it. No one knows. Shimura Danzō can only cover up the wild laughter in his heart with a congratulatory smile on his face. Go ahead and sit down, the seats have been arranged for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a gesture of invitation, and then Shimura Danzō and Uchiha Kagami entered the Sarutobi clan. Chapter 63. The engagement banquet safely proceeds, Hitaki Tsukumo appears. Chapter 63. It has to be said that the Sarutobi family is quite famous among Konoha, and belongs to the ranks of first-class families. There were quite a lot of guests, and many of them congratulated Sarutobi Hiruzen, the new head of the Sarutobi clan. But Shimura Danzō found out that Mitokado Homura was not there, but it's quite normal after thinking about it. After all, if Mitokado Homura is present, both Bawako and Mitokado Homura will be extremely embarrassed, so they simply use the Anbu task to refuse. The engagement also went smoothly without any major mistakes. Kaifeng, it looks like you gained a little weight after the war. Shimura Danzō patted Akamaki Tekazi's belly sitting next to him and joked. Akamaki was one of the members who broke out with Shimura Danzō and others at that time. I forgot to write it earlier, I will add it now. For this friend and comrade in arms Shimura Danzō finds him quite interesting. He is honest, humble and courteous, without the slightest desire to compete, and he is extremely loyal to his friends. Of course I'm fat, there are so many delicacies waiting for me to eat. I must gain weight, otherwise I'm sorry for those delicacies. Akamaki said with a simple and honest smile. If it was someone else, it would be perfunctory, but Shimura Danzō knows that Akamaki Tekaz will not tell any lies. But at the same time, you can't underestimate him. If you underestimate him because of his stupidity, then you will lose. Akamaki takes the wind, but firmly follows the will of the Ino-Shikacho clan, and firmly relies on the wisdom of the Nara clan. Hyakamaiki Takefung cannot believe his own decision, but he will believe the words of his friend Nara Lulin. Akamaiki, Yamanaka, and Nara, these three clans are firmly bound together. This was the case during the Sengoku period, and it is the same with Konoha now. But the Ino-Shikacho clans are also loyal to Konoha, and have never had any thoughts of rebellion. Shimura Danzō, who is familiar with the plot, can safely use people from these three tribes without too much risk. Soon, the engagement ceremony between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Lake Biwa began, and at the moment the audience was also congratulating. But Shimura Danzō could see the reluctance deep in Biwako's eyes, but it disappeared without a trace in the next second. Although it was well hidden, it still couldn't escape his eyes. It seems that Lake Biwa cannot escape this family marriage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is very happy. Shimura Danzō looked at the two people in front of him and smiled inwardly. From this point, it can be seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen really likes Lake Biwa and is happy to marry such a wife. Although he thinks so, Lake Biwa doesn't think so. The person in her heart is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Mitokado Homura, who is on a mission. Although the plot is a bit bloody, it is still full of highlights. Shimura Danzō is looking forward to Sarutobi Hiruzen's wedding. Will Mitokado Homura have the courage to snatch the marriage? However, judging from the original plot, there will definitely not be a bloody plot like snatching a marriage. It seems that I have to add more fire. Shimura Danzō murmured inwardly. He felt that he should give Mitokado Homura encouragement, otherwise Mitokado Homura would not have mentioned that courage. Soon, the engagement banquet went on as usual without any mistakes. It's time to eat and drink, and after the congratulations, Shimura Danzō found an excuse to leave this noisy place. Not long after I came out, I found a white-haired child in a kimono sitting on a chair by the door. Little guy, what are you thinking about here? Shimura Danzō walked up to the white-haired child with a kind smile on his face. At this moment, he probably knew who this white-haired kid was. Among the leaves, who can be born with white hair? Master Hokage. The white-haired boy stood up in shock when he saw Shimura Danzō. His originally calm face was full of surprise and panic at this moment. Who in Konoha village doesn't know that this young man is Third Hokage Shimura Danzō? Don't be so nervous. What kind of child are you? Why are you sitting here? Shimura Danzō patted the shoulder of the flustered white-haired boy in front of him and smiled lightly. My name is Hitaki Tsukumo, and I'm from the Hitaki clan. I came to the Sarutobi Patriarch's engagement banquet today. It was too noisy inside, so I came out and sat down. Hitaki Tsukumo replied obediently. It really is you, Hitaki Tsukumo. Shimura Danzō nodded with satisfaction in his heart, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. Hitaki Tsukumo can be said to be a legend in the ninja world. In the Second Ninja World War, he served as the commander-in-chief of Konoha's troops, and he played his talents well to lead Konoha to victory step by step. Even Konoha Sannin, Tsunade 150, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, who fought against the half-god Hanzo of the Salamander, were overshadowed by his reputation. The prestige even overshadowed the incumbent Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was also a precursor to his death. There is only one reason, and that is high meritorious service. Neither Shimura Danzō nor Sarutobi Hiruzen will allow people like Hitaki Tsukumo to continue to grow. Even though he handed over the command of Konoha's troops and wants to stay away from Konoha's power Uzumaki Center, Konoha's high-level officials still have no plans to let go over him. Because he is the best candidate for Hokage, but how could Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is in his prime, give way, let alone Hitaki as Hokage alone? So there is only one way for him to end up, and that is death. Subsequently, Shimura Danzō started a series of small talk with Hitaki Tsukumo. But Shimura Danzō found that Hitaki's heart was far beyond his peers, and he even felt like he was talking with an adult. In the face of Shimura Danzō's compliments, he will not be surprised. This kind of heart can't help but admire. Maybe, you can cultivate it well. Shimura Danzō looked at Hitaki Tsukumo in front of him, and murmured in satisfaction. Chapter 64. Uchiha Naoya's opinion on Danzō. Chapter 64. Konoha Prison. Patriarch Naoya, I am a little flattered to have you lead the way personally. Shimura Danzō looked at the 30-year-old middle-aged man walking in front of him and smiled lightly. No trouble, Master Hokage can come in person, of course I welcome it very much. The middle-aged man with a Huxia character face was wearing a black suit with a red and white round fan pattern on his back. From Shimura Danzō's address to him, it is not difficult to see that he is the current head of Uchiha, Uchiha Naoya. The elder brother of Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Juri, and the future brother-in-law of Shimura Danzō. If there is anything wrong with Yuri, I ask Hokage-sama to bear with me. After all, she's not very weak. After her parents passed away, I haven't restrained her too much, which has caused her to be a bit free and undisciplined. Uchiha Naoya said with a sigh. He never expected Uchiha Zili to become Hokage's assistant, but he was vigilant again. I thought that this third Hokage would deliberately target their Uchiha clan and wanted to use Uchiha Zili, but found that nothing happened. The smile on Uchiha Zili's face became brighter instead, like a girl in love. And after a statement from his younger brother Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Naoya understood that his sister was intoxicated in this love. The person who fascinates her so much is none other than the current third Hokage, Shimura Danzō. When Uchiha Naoya heard the news, he was very shocked and fell into deep thought. After all kinds of thinking, he decided not to intervene in this matter. He thinks this is a courtship from Third Hokage to their Uchiha clan. Because if the contemporary Hokage married a girl from the Uchiha clan, then the Uchiha clan would be able to integrate into Konoha very well, and they would no longer be excluded because of the Uchiha Madara incident. After all, when Uchiha Madara left Konoha and wanted to take the tribe away, he was the one who stayed firmly, and he took the lead to stay, and then took over as Uchiha's patriarch. Because he doesn't want to live a life full of crises and killings anymore, the Uchiha clan needs to develop steadily, and can no longer act recklessly like in the Sengoku period. And now is the era of country and country. If Uchiha leaves Konoha, where should he go? Zeely's personality is quite good, gentle, generous, considerate, and caring. I really like her. And there are still many places where I trouble her. If she is not my Hokage assistant, I guess there are many things that I can't handle. Shimura Danzō waved his hands and chuckled softly. On this point, he did not deceive Uchiha Naoya. After all, without Uchiha Zeely's help, he might really be too busy. Master Hokage actually has such a high opinion of Yuri. I thank Yuri. There was a trace of surprise in Uchiha Naoya's eyes, obviously surprised by Shimura Danzō's words. Speaking of which, we haven't arrived yet. The structure of your prison is a bit unique. Shimura Danzō asked doubtfully. After all, they had walked for a few minutes, but they hadn't reached the place where the 3 Uzumakis were held. We have arrived, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Naoya chuckled, and then opened the door in front of him. In the next second, Uchiha Naoya stepped aside, and the 3 Uzumaki tribesmen appeared in front of his eyes. Uzumaki Ada, Uzumaki Naoki, Uzumaki Ichiro. The 3 Uzumaki tribesmen who were beaten half to death by Shimura Danzō were restrained at the moment, their eyes were closed, and they seemed to have fallen into a coma. Master Patriarch, Master Hokage. The 2 Uchiha people who were in charge of guarding suddenly raised their voices a few decibels when they saw Shimura Danzō, and their eyes were full of shock. They did not expect that the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village would come to the Uchiha clan and enter the Konoha prison. But on second thought, it is quite normal. After all, 3 people from the Uzumaki family were imprisoned here, and 3rd Hokage personally ordered them to come over and guard them. There are a few of you here. Shimura Danzō apologized to the 2 Uchihas with a smile. Seeing that Shimura Danzō was so modest, the 2 Uchiha people panicked for a while. No trouble, Lord Hokage has said it before. The Uchiha man on the left was obviously flattered, and stuttered for a while. After all, they have never received such courtesy. Uchiha Naoya also saw what Shimura Danzō did, and the slight prejudice against Shimura Danzō in his heart disappeared without a trace. Such a humble Hokage, such a sensible Hokage, what reason does he have to hate each other? Perhaps this idea is a bit naive, but it is indeed what Uchiha Naoya thinks in his heart. After all, Second Hokage has always looked at them coldly. Now that they feel such treatment, they naturally let go of their prejudice against Hokage. Sure enough, we still have to use a gentle strategy when dealing with the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzō was secretly pleased when he saw the subtle change in Uchiha Naoya's eyes. Now that he has become a Hokage, he will change the status quo and tie many Konoha families firmly to his chariot. Although Uchiha is difficult to deal with, but Shimura Danzō has some ways to spend slowly, and he has a lot of time. Wake them up, Sanhei, I want to ask them. As soon as Shimura Danzō said this, the 2 Uchiha people immediately understood what he meant, and then they picked up the bucket next to them and poured it directly. Crash, ears, the icy water washed over their bodies in an instant, directly waking up the 3 Uzumaki people. Just when they were about to yell, they saw Shimura Danzō in front of them, and time proved it. There was a trace of fear in his eyes, and the scene of being nearly killed by Shimura Danzō earlier came to his mind at this moment. The corner of Shimura Danzō's mouth curved into a smile, but it looked very evil, and Lingen seemed to tremble. 3. Long time no see, I miss you very much. Shimura Danzō's words sounded in the ears of the 3 like the whispers of the devil, and gradually echoed. Chapter 65. The real purpose of the Uzumaki clan to take Lingshui back. Chapter 65. Shimura Danzō's smile was like a devil in the eyes of the 3. BD. Third Hokage, how dare you treat us like this? The patriarch will never let you Konoha know. Uzumaki Jongtai's eyes were bloodshot, his face was extremely fierce, and endless anger welled up in his heart at this moment. This angry roar was full of terrifying killing intent, but in the eyes of Shimura Danzō, it seemed powerless, furious and powerless. This level of threat doesn't even have the slightest convincing power. Shimura Danzō sighed softly, not paying attention to Uzumaki Jongta's harsh words at all. This innocuous threat couldn't make any waves in his eyes, and he even wanted to laugh a little. Patriarch Naoya, please use Sharingan to let them enter the illusion, I have something I want to know from them. Shimura Danzō turned his head and whispered to Uchiha Naoya beside him. The tone is flat, but without the slightest Hokage airs, it seems like a pleas between friends. If this is the case, then Uchiha Naoya will naturally not refuse. After all, even the proud Uchiha clan understands the principle of not hitting a smiling person with his hand. BD, how dare you, don't even think about getting it from their 347 mouths. Sharingan, I saw that Uchiha Naoya directly opened the Sharingan of the 3 Hook Jade, and the 3 Uzumaki people fell into the illusion just by staring. As expected of the Sharingan who allowed the Uchiha clan to dominate the ninja world during the Sengoku period, it is really surprising. In terms of illusion alone, no one can surpass your Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzō gasped in admiration after seeing this scene. Master Hokage has praised me, but it's just a small skill, not worth mentioning. Uchiha Naoya had a humble look on his face, but there was a trace of pride and complacency between his brows that couldn't be concealed. Yes, this is the natural advantage of the Uchiha family, which is simply unmatched by other families. This is how they gain a foothold in the chaotic Sengoku. The other two Uchiha clansmen also showed a hint of complacency when Shimura Danzō praised their Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, but they were quickly covered up by a stare from Uchiha Naoya. Master Hokage is free to ask CGFC and they will tell you all they know. Then we'll go out first, and I'll leave the rest to you. Naoya Uchiha said respectfully, because he knew that there was something hidden in these three people that interested Shimura Danzō, so of course he left wisely. Otherwise, how could Shimura Danzō beat them to death and imprison them in Konoha's prison? After the door closed with a click, Shimura Danzō also stretched a little and moved around. What is the purpose of you coming to pick up Uzumaki Lingshui? Shimura Danzō uttered the first question in his mind. This is the most important question, and I also want to know why the Uzumaki Patriarch put his mind on Uzumaki Lingshui. We took her back to the country of the vortex and let her marry the grandson of the great elder. Quote, by that time, Uzumaki Mizu could not compete for the position of patriarch. The three of them said exactly the same words, with one voice, without any mistakes. Is the Uzumaki Patriarch so cautious? Afraid that a girl will take her place? Shimura Danzō said with some surprise. After all, he did not expect that the Uzumaki Patriarch would be so afraid of Uzumaki Lingshui, and even wanted to let Uzumaki Ling marry quickly. Uzumaki Lingshui has a special physique. His vitality and chakra are far beyond those of his peers. The adamantine sealing chains released are even more powerful than the Patriarch. That's why the Patriarch fears him so much. The three of Uzumaki and Zhongtai suddenly said in unison again. Shimura Danzō couldn't help being taken aback by these words, and he was very surprised by the answer of Uzumaki Zhongtai and the three of them. If they don't say that, Shimura Danzō seems to have forgotten Uzumaki Lingshui's physique. From the first time they met, Shimura Danzō could perceive that the chakra in Uzumaki Lingshui's body was as huge as a vast ocean. From inspecting the enchantment to rewriting the enchantment and finally repairing the enchantment and injecting chakra into the enchantment, after this series of actions, Uzumaki Lingshui appeared without any fatigue and looked like a psychiatrist. You must know that injecting chakra into the barrier requires more than a dozen people to complete this matter, even for the Akamaki family. After all, they can convert food into chakra, so every enchantment needs them to infuse chakra. But Uzumaki Lingshui did it easily by himself without any pressure. Her sage body quality is even invincible to Shimura Danzō's immortal body. You must know that Shimura Danzō's sage body has been systematically improved many times, far surpassing the ordinary sage body, and has reached the level of Senju Hashirama. But Uzumaki Lingshui was able to be like himself, which made him feel a little shocked. If you inject the chakra left by Senju Hashirama into Lingshui's body, will Wood Style be awakened? That's not right. Or inject the Ashura chakra in my body into Lingshui's body, then it should be able to awaken Wood Style. This idea suddenly came to Shimura Danzō's mind. If you think about it this way, there seems to be no big problem, and Uzumaki Lingshui's immortal body is similar to his own, so it is very likely that he can do it. Try it when the time comes. Shimura Danzō still made up his mind on this idea, and then withdrew his thoughts again. Then, do you have records of Konoha's barrier structure? No, the structure of the enchantment was given to us by the Patriarch, so we knew temporarily, and we didn't know what the structure of Konoha's enchantment was before. The answers of Uzumaki and Zhongtai made Shimura Danzō's eyes flicker with coldness. It seems that the Uzumaki Patriarch had a good plan, otherwise, how could he leave Konoha's enchantment structure diagram? It seems that Second Hokage puts too much trust in you. If that's the case, then let me rule your vortex country. Let you be clear, who is the head of the 5 great nations, the #1 overlord of the ninja world, Ninja Village. Chapter 66. Zeely, if you say we get married, will anyone object? Chapter 66. After getting the information he wanted from the three of them, Shimura Danzō didn't stop, opened the door of the interrogation room and walked out. It seems Hokage-sama has got what he wanted. Uchiha Naoya smiled slightly when he saw Shimura Danzō with a relaxed expression. Being good at observing words and expressions, he can naturally see the trace of satisfaction and comfort on Shimura Danzō's face. This time, I would like to thank Patriarch Naoya, otherwise I would really have to waste my time to know this. Shimura Danzō thanked Uchiha Naoya, and the two walked out of Konoha prison side by side. Patriarch Naoya, hold on, I'm afraid it will be sent to Hokage's office. Shimura Danzō stopped after being sent by Uchiha Naoya for a while and smiled jokingly. The two were chatting along the way, but he could feel Uchiha Naoya insinuating his attitude towards the Uchiha clan, and what he really thought of Uchiha Yuri. It can be said that Uchiha Naoya is a qualified patriarch and elder brother, otherwise the others would not have elected him as the new patriarch after Uchiha Madara left. Okay then, I'll send Hokage-sama here. Naoya Uchiha looked slightly stunned and smiled awkwardly. Goodbye, then. Shimura Danzō saw Uchiha Naoya looking preoccupied and wanted to ask, waved his hands and smiled and left. He can probably guess what Uchiha Naoya wants to ask, but he won't ask the other person first, he won't do it to embarrass himself. And Uchiha Naoya looked at the back of Shimura Danzō leaving, and slowly lowered his raised right hand at this moment. Indeed, as Shimura Danzō thought, he wanted to ask whether the relationship between Shimura Danzō and Uchiha Yuri was what Uchiha Kagami described. But for a while, I didn't know how to speak to the other party, for fear that the atmosphere would suddenly become awkward. Patriarch, what is the purpose of this third Hokage, so that you can greet him in person? Suddenly, a Uchiha tribe suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Naoya and said with a serious face. After all, their Uchiha clan has always been at odds with the Hokage clan, but this third Hokage has made such a move now, which really makes him a little puzzled. I don't know very well, but since this Hokage-sama has no ill intentions towards us Uchiha, let's not make fun of ourselves. Recently, all the clansmen have been asked to keep a low profile. Although we have mastered Konoha's security force, we are still a member of Konoha. Know that Senju and Hyuga are no worse than us and can be replaced at any time. Uchiha Naoya's complexion suddenly became cold and serious, and there seemed to be a trace of anger in his eyes. Because there was a huge disagreement at the last family meeting, if Uchiha Zili hadn't returned, I'm afraid they would really fight. Thinking of this, Uchiha Naoya couldn't help feeling a headache. He didn't know if he could restrict those clansmen who had the same Mangekyo Sharingan as himself. After all, their strengths were not very different. It's just that Uchiha Naoya, as the patriarch, is much stronger than other clansmen. It seems that this Uchiha patriarch is quite sensible, and he doesn't have the arrogance of other Uchiha clansmen. When Shimura Danzō returned to Hokage's office, he began to recall the process of getting along with Uchiha Naoya just now. He found that this person was calm and cautious in speaking. Every time Uchiha Madara is about to be mentioned, he can skillfully avoid this sensitive topic. It's time to start changing the personnel, and Homura's Anbu captain position should also be completed. Shimura Danzō fiddled with the pot of greenery in front of him and whispered. After all, he gave Mitokado Homura the captaincy of Anbu just to discuss Sarutobi Hiruzen. After this incident, he will find a chance to hand over the new Anbu captain position to Uchiha Kagami or someone else. Crack, with a soft bang, the door was pushed open. The person who walked in was none other than Uchiha Yuri, who had the right to come and go freely. I saw that she looked a little flustered, and her 3,000 black hair was a little messy, as if she had rushed over in a hurry. Seeking flowers 0. Master Hokage, why didn't you inform me when you went to the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yuri said with a hint of complaint in his tone. But more panic and bewilderment. Obviously she was flustered by Shimura Danzo's actions. I think you're too busy, so I'll let you sleep a little longer. Shimura Danzō didn't think so, and the swinger laughed. After all, he went to Konoha prison while Uchiha Jiraiya was tired from work and lunch break, and he didn't inform the other party. Then, what is my elder brother's attitude? Uchiha Yuri's two jade hands crossed each other, a nervous expression appeared on her exquisite face. The original royal sister fan disappeared without a trace at this moment. Her tone was quite cautious. It can be seen that she cares about how the conversation between Uchiha Naoya and Shimura Danzō is really going. Is it tit for tat, or peaceful coexistence? It's okay, your elder brother's attitude is quite good. I don't know what the other Uchiha people say. Shimura Danzo's words immediately made Uchiha Zili's hanging heart relax at this moment, and he breathed a deep sigh of relief. She was afraid that her elder brother would leave a bad impression on Shimura Danzō, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Zili, do you think that if I marry you, there will be many objections? Suddenly, Shimura Danzō asked abruptly. All of a sudden, Uchiha Yuri panicked, her beautiful face was blushing, and she was even a little at a loss. Haha, it's just a joke, don't take it so seriously. After Shimura Danzō laughed jokingly, he rushed out the door without giving Uchiha Yuri any chance to react. Not married. Uchiha Yuri's graceful body fell on the sofa, still muttering the words. At this moment, Chian blushed as if she was about to have a fever, it was frighteningly red. And Shimura Danzō didn't expect that this little teasing would make Uchiha Yuri react so much. But, at least one goal has been achieved. Chapter 67. The Kingdom of the Vortex comes to lead people. Chapter 67. In the days since the incident of molesting Uchiha Yuri, Shimura Danzō's relationship with her has gradually become somewhat delicate. Although it was just a big joke, Shimura Danzō found that Uchiha Yuri seemed to take this matter to heart. The original calm and wise appearance changed greatly in front of Shimura Danzō. Occasionally, the cheeks will be flushed, and a faint red cloud will appear, and the cheeks will be as red as the clouds in the sky. Zili, you can sort out these documents and send them downstairs. Shimura Danzō said softly to Uchiha Yuri after placing a stack of documents on the desk. But Uchiha Yuri didn't seem to hear his words, his eyes drifted, 823, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing that Uchiha Yuri was in a daze, Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly. If he knew Uchiha Yuri was so sensitive about this joke, he should not have said it. Then he got up and walked to the opposite side, knocking on the table lightly a few times. Wake up, don't be in a daze, sort out the files and send them downstairs. In an instant, Uchiha Jiraiya's thoughts returned to reality in an instant. With a panicked expression, she couldn't help but show a doting smile like a little girl taking measures. Sorry, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Yuri hurriedly apologized, then took the documents in Shimura Danzō's hand and began to sort them out. The task of the day has ended so happily and easily. Shimura Danzō looked at the back of Uchiha Yuri holding the documents as if fleeing Hokage's office and laughed. He really didn't expect that her reaction would be so great. Sure enough, Women who fell into love fantasies would have lower IQs. Click. The door of Hokage's office was pushed open suddenly, and Shimura Danzo's face showed a trace of impatience. After all, he just got a little free time, and now he has something to trouble him. But when he saw that it was Mitokado Homura, his face quickly changed to a serious expression. Because Mitokado Homura came to Hokage's office at this time, there must be something important to inform him. Master Hokage, there are people from the country of Vortex. Mitokado Homura didn't talk too much nonsense, and just said the key points in a few words. After waiting for so long, have the people from the country of Vortex finally come? A gleam flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes and he smiled lightly. Yes, a few people came, but Chief Uzumaki never came in person. Mitokado Homura continued, it's also normal, after all, he, a patriarch, suddenly left the Uzumaki clan, and the country of Uzumaki is not far from extinction. Shimura Danzo said flatly, Master Hokage wants to meet them. See, why don't you see us, we are a friendly alliance with the Uzumaki clan. If you don't see it, it's rude. Shimura Danzo smiled leisurely, and his appearance can't help but make Mitokado Homura feel chills in his heart. The complexion under the mask has a slight change. If you really regard the Whirlpool clan as your allies, you won't hit so hard. Of course, Mitokado Homura did not dare to say these words, and could only complain helplessly in his heart. The friends from the country of Vortex seemed to be full of sincerity. Shimura Danzo looked at the compensation written on the paper with a satisfied smile on his face. These things far exceeded what he had expected. It seems that the Uzumaki kingdom has worked hard to get these 3 Jonin back. After all, the loss of 3 Jonin is a huge loss for the country of the Vortex, which is simply unacceptable. Since Hokage-sama is satisfied, have Uzumaki Jongta and the others been released? I apologize to Hokage-sama for the rude behavior of Uzumaki and Jongtai, and hope that Hokage-sama can let go of the past. The leader of the Uzumaki tribe said respectfully. But Shinjong had already yelled at him. This time, in order to rescue the 3 of them in Uzumaki Jongtai, it can be said that they paid a huge price. And when Konoha handed over the redemption request document to the Whirlpool Patriarch, the Patriarch was furious. Because of the mistakes Uzumaki and Jongtai made, the Patriarch was angry for a long time because of this matter, and only after the anger dissipated did he order them to come to the country of Uzumaki. Of course, we are the most solid allies after all, so why would Konoha care about such a trivial matter? Shimura Danzo's kind smile makes him look extremely comfortable like a spring breeze. But in the eyes of the Uzumaki family, this smile is like a Joe skin. I beat him to a half mutilation, but in the end I was still able to chat with you with a smile on my face, but I almost cut off chicken heads and burned yellow paper to call you brothers and sisters. This made the corners of their mouths twitch a few times, but they still catered to Shimura Danzo with a forced smile. There is no way, this is Konoha, not Uzumaki 1.1, this is not a place where they can run wild. Besides, standing in front of them was Third Hokage of Konoha village, with extremely strong wrists, making many people fear him. Seeing Mitokado Homura's face like this, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Homura, take them to the leader. Quote. Shimura Danzo smiled brightly after putting away the folder with a smile. Yes, Master Hokage. Then Mitokado Homura took several Uzumaki people to the direction of Konoha prison. Shimura Danzo watched them leave in the Hokage office, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. The country of the Vortex. Let's not deal with you for now, I hope you don't get too hot-headed. Chapter 68. Danzo, if you were born 30 years earlier. Chapter 68. Outside Konoha village. Miss Ling Shui really doesn't want to go back to the Vortex country with us. The Uzumaki clan who had previously talked to Shimura Danzo suddenly turned around and asked Uzumaki Lingshui who had sent them off when he was about to leave. No return. Uzumaki Lingshui spit out these 2 words coldly, directly causing a wry smile on his face. He is just a middleman, he is clear about the purpose of the Patriarch, and Uzumaki Lingshui's current position is also clear. This question was just a casual question out of concern among the clansmen, and he himself knew that everything was futile. Third Hokage is young and promising, it is really good that Konoha can inherit the position of Hokage from you. Then everyone, take your leave. As the voice fell, Uzumaki's ninja figure instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared in front of Shimura Danzo and Yulei Lingshui. Ling Shui, I was really a little afraid just now that you said that you would return to the country of Vortex with them. Shimura Danzo joked while holding Uzumaki Lingshui's slender hand firmly. HMPH, I went back to the country of Vortex, so you can flirt with your little assistant. Uzumaki Lingshui punched Shimura Danzo's chest with his left hand, seemingly angry, but he didn't use much strength. Shimura Danzo smiled, his eyes fixed on the delicate porcelain cheeks of the girl in front of him. Even a look of anger and blame is refreshing and irresistible. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you guilty? Uzumaki Lingshui was a little uncomfortable by Shimura Danzo's sudden gaze. The words were a bit far-fetched, and the eyes began to become a little evasive, as if they were too shy to look directly at Shimura Danzo. Because she has never been watched so closely by Shimura Danzo, let alone the two are acting so intimately now. And the strong side he pretended just now was only caused by the jealousy in his heart. Shimura Danzo stretched out his palm and held Uzumaki Lingshui's slender and delicate other hand. The soft touch like suet jade is hard to put down. At this moment, the two are extremely close to each other. Uzumaki Lingshui's face flushed bright red, her beautiful eyes full of shyness took a look in all directions before she stopped struggling. It was the first time for her to make such an intimate move with Shimura Danzō in such a public place, which really made her extremely shy. I'm not guilty, it's just that you doubt me like this, which makes me feel a little disappointed. Shimura Danzō laughed softly. Juni's face looked a little resolute at this moment, his eyes were extremely pure, without any taste of lies. For a moment, Uzumaki Lingshui looked at Shimura Danzō conscientiously, and the eyes of the two were looking at each other at this moment, and they could see what the other was thinking. And Uzumaki Lingshui's glass-like pupils shone with mist at the moment, but there was more tenderness rippling. I didn't doubt you, I just. For a while, Uzumaki Lingshui became a little choked up, and didn't know how to answer Shimura Danzō's words. Yeah, since she chose Shimura Danzō, she should keep her trust in him instead of doubting him like this. You must know that he has offended his uncle and even the entire Uzumaki clan for his own sake, which will have a great impact on his Hokage position, and even people in the village may question his ability as a Hokage. Shimura Danzō fought so much for himself, but he hid behind him and didn't care about him. Instead, he questioned his relationship with the girl named Uchiha. For a moment, guilt filled Uzumaki Lingshui's heart. Well, I don't blame you either. It's just that you have to trust me. If you doubt this and that all day long, I can't explain it clearly with 10 mouths. Shimura Danzō took Uzumaki Lingshui into her arms and comforted her junior. I'm sorry, Danzō, I know I was wrong. Suddenly, a moistness spread into Shimura Danzō's chest, and an apology as thin as a mosquito reached his ears. It's okay, you're not wrong. Just don't think about it like this in the future. Shimura Danzō still comforted Uzumaki Lingshui softly, but there was a relaxed expression on his face. He was really flustered just now, but fortunately he knew Uzumaki Lingshui's character, and he also knew that the other party relied on him. Although he is only 2 years younger than Shimura Danzō, he has been in the Uzumaki clan for many years, so he has insufficient experience and does not have much understanding of the human heart. Such a little girl Shimura Danzō is so easy to grasp, how easy it is to fool her. Moreover, his character is very shy. As long as Shimura Danzō acts a little stronger, Uzumaki Lingshui's disguised offensive will disappear without a trace. It would definitely not work for Shimura Danzō to use this method to fool Uchiha Yuri. This set can only be used on Uzumaki Lingshui. After all, Uchiha Yuri's IQ and EQ are on the same level as Shimura Danzō. It is hell-level difficulty to stabilize the other party. The child Ling Shui was eaten to death by Danzō. Uzumaki Mito can clearly see the scene at the entrance of Konoha village through the reconnaissance crystal made by Uzumaki Lingshui. Although he couldn't hear a few people's words, Uzumaki Mito could read lips, so he could naturally analyze what the two were talking about just now. Although she doesn't have to worry about Shimura Danzō abandoning Uzumaki Lingshui still has an extremely powerful competitor. That is Uchiha Zili, the gifted girl of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Yin hides information about Bojili, Uzumaki Mito knows very well that if this girl grows up, she will definitely be able to defeat the existence of Uchiha Madara back then. So Uzumaki Lingshui's winning rate is still very slim, and there is not much chance of winning for that Uchiha girl. The most important thing is that the girl is now serving as Hokage's assistant. As the saying goes, it is not unreasonable to get the moon first if you are close to the water. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help sighing slightly. It would be great if Shimura Danzō was born decades earlier. Chapter 69. Uchiha Yuri opt out. Chapter 69. After appeasing Uzumaki Lingshui one day, the behavior of the two became more and more intimate. Fortunately for Shimura Danzō, Uzumaki Lingshui is very sensible and did not come to Hokage's office to look for him. After all, this is a place of work, and if it gets out, it will have a great impact. No matter how willful Uzumaki Lingshui is, he will never be so willful, so he can only endure and believe. Although the relationship between the two has progressed a lot, Shimura Danzō, as Hokage, naturally doesn't have much time to spend with tears. So it also gave Shimura Danzō some time to breathe and think about countermeasures. Zili, why do I feel that you have been absent-minded recently? Shimura Danzō looked at the blank-eyed Uchiha Yuri and asked with some doubts. He suddenly found that something was wrong with Uchiha Zili's state, as if he was worried about something. It should be your illusion. Uchiha Yuri suddenly recovered and said hastily. But her look gave her away completely, making Shimura Danzō even more curious. But before he started asking, Uchiha Yuri said goodbye to Shimura Danzō and walked out the door, as if there was something important. Strange, nothing happened to the Uchiha clan. But why did this happen all of a sudden? It's not right. Shimura Danzō's eyes were full of doubts. Because he feels that the situation has gradually out of his control, he can be said to be in a fog about the situation in Uchiha Zili. On the hill behind the Hokage building, the beautiful figure is sitting on the edge of the cliff, and the breeze gently blows the 3,000 black hairs hanging down from the beauty's back. At this moment, the scene in front of him is like a peerless and beautiful landscape. Just looking at the back is enough to make people's hearts ripple, and it is impossible to look back. And the only person who can sit here is Uchiha Yuri, who had left Hokage's office earlier. This is the only place where she can relax her body and mind, and let the summer breeze dispel the restlessness in her heart. As long as she comes here to lie down, she can completely forget about the family affairs or outsiders pointing at the Uchiha clan. But this time, she came to the top of the mountain and wanted to forget the troubles in her heart and the scene that made her worry in her mind, but she couldn't forget it no matter what, and even the emotion in her heart became more intense. Just 2 days ago, Shimura Danzō gave her a vacation so she could relax and do what she wanted to do. Originally, she planned to ask Shimura Danzō to go out to play together, but after some inquiries, she found out that Shimura Danzō was going to send those Uzumaki clan members away today. This made Uchiha Yuri feel a little puzzled. She knew about the fact that Shimura Danzō beat those Uzumaki people into cripples, but she didn't tell her why they were sent back, and it was done in secret. And this happened to give him a holiday. This series of chain reactions made Uchiha Yuri feel very strange, so he hurriedly felt the village entrance. But when she was not far from the entrance of the village, a scene that broke her heart appeared in her beautiful eyes, and it was deeply imprinted, and she couldn't let it go. She knew that girl. Her name was Uzumaki Lingshui. She came to Konoha to restore the enchantment, and she was Uzumaki Mito's niece. Lots of people in Konoha village know this bubbly girl who is a real crowd pleaser. The intimate scene between Shimura Danzō and Uzumaki Lingshui happened to be seen by her, and it has been engraved in her mind, and she can't help but think of that scene no matter what. Every time she thinks of that scene, her heart will be as painful as a knife, and her heart will be empty, as if she has lost something important. And at this moment, Uchiha Yuri suddenly realized that someone had inexplicably broken into her heart. The Uchiha family, also known as the Love No family. It is a family that is easily affected by love, and it is also the most hurtful family that is easily stimulated by love. Her Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on because the Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on directly at the moment of witnessing the death of her parents. At that time, she was only 16 years old, and Konoha had just been founded not long ago. Afterwards, she kept hiding her Mangekyo Sharingan. Only Kagami and Naoya knew about it, and the rest of the Uchiha tribe didn't even know that she had a Mangekyo Sharingan. Until half a year ago, Shimura Danzō suddenly broke into her life and gave her a lot of tenderness. No matter the small details or other things, as long as you get along with Shimura Danzō, you will be taken care of by each other meticulously. Although it is tiring to be a Hokage assistant by myself, it is not worth mentioning compared to Shimura Danzō who handles most of the documents by himself. This small and silent tenderness gradually untied Uchiha Yuri's seemingly strong but flimsy defense line and broke through. It walked into her heart step by step, making her sink into Shimura Danzō's gentleness and unable to wake up. The scene until that day completely made Uchiha Zili feel what it means to be heartbroken again. This is the second time. The first time was when she witnessed the death of her parents, and she felt that her world had become extremely dark. This second time hurt her definitely even no less than the first time. Even Uchiha Yuri didn't realize that she had such deep feelings for Shimura Danzō. In the future, don't disturb their lives. Quote, after a long time, Uchiha Yuri whispered slowly. Because she knows that she is from the Uchiha clan, if she gets entangled with Shimura Danzō, she may really bring countless troubles to the other party. That is to say, he quit and gave up the position beside him to Uzumaki Lingshui. She loves him, but she can't hurt him. So, it wasn't you Uzumaki Lingshui who won, but me Uchiha Jisheng was in the wrong family. Jerry, you're thinking wildly again. At this moment, Hidori's plain but magical voice came to Uchiha Yuri's ears. Chapter 70, Danzo's Scumbag Speech. Chapter 70. A soft and warm voice faintly sounded in Uchiha Yuri's ears. It was as warm as a spring breeze blowing, which made Uchiha Yuri feel a little lost for a while. If it was an ordinary man who dared to make such an intimate gesture with her, he would have been angry and wanted to make a direct move. But the person sitting next to her made her feel no trace of disgust in her heart, and she even wanted to enter the other person's arms and greedily suck his breath to enrich her body and mind. The faint fragrance emanating from the opponent's body made Uchiha Yuri lose his mind for a while. If it weren't for the amazing self-control, I'm afraid I would really lose control and want to enter the opponent's arms for a while. And the only person who can sit beside Uchiha Yuri so peacefully without any resistance from her is Shimura Danzō. Regiment, Danzō. Uchiha Yuri turned his head slightly, and saw that the person sitting next to him was Shimura Danzō. Since it was a private occasion, Uchiha Yuri subconsciously did not address him as Hokage-sama. Don't cry, bad 710 people will laugh. Shimura Danzō wiped Uchiha Yuri's cheek gently with his sleeve. At this moment, even Uchiha Yuri didn't know that his face was full of tears, and there were 2 distressing tear stains on his flawless jade face. I know what you're thinking. I don't want to give up on her, but I don't want to give up on you either. Shimura Danzō whispered as he took Uchiha Yuri into his arms. If other girls hear the scumbag speech, they will probably show disgust on their faces, and then they will curse, Chui, scumbag, and then leave. If the former Uchiha Yuri had heard such words, he might be really disappointed with Shimura Danzō, and even become extremely disgusted directly. But it is different now. She is deeply aware of her identity and Shimura Danzō's identity. If the two choose to be together, they will definitely be opposed by many people. Maybe it will also make Shimura Danzō lose the Hokage position. If this is the case, then Uchiha Yuri will be guilty for the rest of his life. Danzō, you. Uchiha Yuri couldn't refute Shimura Danzō's scumbag answer for a while. UBD. Her humble love just wants to guard Shimura Danzō silently, so how could she look forward to occupying Shimura Danzō alone? What's more, the girl named Uzumaki Lingshui is no worse than her, and she is already much better than her in terms of status. This identity of the Uchiha clan is the biggest disadvantage of Uchiha Zili, and it is also the biggest pain in his heart. Just because of this identity, she couldn't compete fairly with Uzumaki Lingshui, and she couldn't even compete openly. She could only watch Shimura Danzō silently in private. Being able to do this already made her extremely satisfied, let alone monopolize Shimura Danzō one person. Yes, I'm an a-hole, but you haven't fallen in love with an a-hole. Shimura Danzō lifted Uchiha's loose black hair, and a teasing smile appeared on his face. And this made Uchiha Yuri blush all over his face as he punched Shimura Danzō's chest with a pink fist. The actions of Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Zili are almost the same, and they didn't use too much strength to fight. Uchiha cherished this hard-won relationship, so she didn't go too willful, and she didn't even turn around and leave directly to the absurd thoughts of a scumbag like Shimura Danzō. Because she found that she couldn't do without Shimura Danzō at all. Without him, her heart would be empty, as if she had lost the most important thing in her life. Only one is allowed. If there is one more, I will make it unforgettable for you. CGEB, the ghostly voice of Uchiha Yuri Jiraiya sounded in Shimura Danzō's ears, and there was an emptiness in his eyes, which made Shimura Danzō feel a chill in his heart. Although it is said that Uchiha Yuri can share Shimura Danzō with Uzumaki Lingshui, the emergence of a fourth party is absolutely not allowed. She simply can't accept so much. Uzumaki Lingshui is still the most limit that her humble love can contain. I promise, nothing like this will ever happen again, Shimura Danzō said confidently, but he can't guarantee that what will happen in the future will exceed his imagination. After all, who knows what will happen in the future? Besides, how can you believe what a scumbag says? Country of Vortex, Patriarch, people have been brought back for treatment. In another 3 months or so, they'll be back to normal. In the lobby, the Uzumaki who spoke was obviously the Uzumaki who came to negotiate earlier. Well, I see, you go down. The Uzumaki Patriarch nodded with a heavy face, and then signaled the other party to leave. Click. The moment the gate was closed, the face of the Whirlpool Patriarch suddenly turned extremely ashen, and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. BD. Konoha, you are too deceitful. Clang. The vase that was visiting was instantly blown away, and then fell to the ground with a crisp sound. If he knew that things would come to this point, he shouldn't have agreed to Konoha's people to pick up Uzumaki Lingshui, otherwise how could the situation get out of control to this point? What a Shimura Danzō. No wonder Senju Tobirama passed on the position of Hokage to you, it seems that you are not a simple brat. Chief Uzumaki tore up the envelope in his hand, his voice was cold and full of killing intent. This letter is all written by Shimura Danzō to the Chief of the Whirlpool, and the meaning of the whole article is summed up. The country of the Vortex is just a small place, don't take yourself too seriously. If you dare to make any other moves, then Konoha will not be sad because of the loss of one ally. Konoha, the winner of the First Ninja World War, is the head of the 5 great nations, and the country of Uzumaki is just an ant in his eyes. For a moment, the endless sense of humiliation suddenly rose to the heart of the Whirlpool Patriarch. But had to succumb to this reality. Because compared to the country of fire and Konoha, the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, if you want to start a war, it is nothing more than hitting a stone with an egg. What I can do now is to swallow my anger and give in step by step. If he and Konoha are torn apart, only Uzumaki will be injured, and Konoha will not suffer any major losses. Chapter 71. The Possessive Little Female Cat Ling Shui. Chapter 71. Shimura Danzō's current situation can be said to be extremely delicate, just like walking on the tightrope of a cliff. But fortunately, he has completely stabilized Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Mido, so he doesn't have to worry about too many things. The only thing to worry about now is how to arrange the meeting between the two, and what kind of scene will the two women meet after they meet. Asura Field. But this should not be a question, it is inevitable. If Uzumaki Lingshui's little vinegar vat knew about this, he might have done something too extreme. Thinking of Uzumaki Lingshui's character, Shimura Danzō couldn't help but feel a little headache again. Don't look at Xiaojiabyu's shy personality at ordinary times, but if this is really involved, no one will let it go. What a headache. Shimura Danzō lay on the chair in Hokage's office and murmured, covering his forehead. As for Uchiha Yuri, Shimura Danzō has asked him to go to the mission hall to help. After all, the war is over, and many merchants have issued escort missions. Therefore, there will be quite a lot of S-level and A-level tasks in the Hokage Hall, and these tasks need to be personally reviewed by Shimura Danzō, the third Hokage. For the sake of convenience and laziness, Shimura Danzō simply handed over this part of power to Uchiha Yuri and let her make decisions. As for anyone else wanting to ask Shimura Danzō why he believed Uchiha Yuri so much, he just wanted to roll his eyes at that. This is Laozi's future daughter-in-law, what can't be believed? However, it's a bit boring to be free all of a sudden, and I don't have Zili to chat with me. Shimura Danzō looked up at the distant sky again, lying on the chair like a deflated ball. Hey, if I remember correctly, today should be the time for the secret release of that guy Jiraiya's Intimate Paradise. Suddenly, Shimura Danzō remembered the release date that Jiraiya told her earlier, it seems to be today. Let's go and have a look, after all, the Senju clan is not suitable to go now. Shimura Danzō would not be so stupid as to go to the Senju clan, and he would not be asked this and that by Uzumaki Meisui. And he doesn't know how to face Uzumaki Lingshui now, after all, the character of the other party makes him a little bit unbearable to deceive. But it's impossible not to cheat, he really didn't dare to let Uchiha Lingshui and Uchiha Juri meet each other, that would really be unhandy. After making up his mind, Shimura Danzō changed into his usual clothes in the rest room beside him and left Hokage's office. After all, if he goes there wearing the Hokage imperial robe, I am afraid that his Hokage imagination will suddenly collapse in the hearts of everyone. In Mission Hall, it can be said that there is a lot of people here, ninjas, civilians, and businessmen are all walking around in an endless stream. At this moment, a beautiful black-haired woman appeared in the Mission Hall. She was quite outstanding in appearance, with a slender figure, and there was no trace of tension on her jade face. Hey, where did you go? The woman looked around in a corner of the Mission Hall, whispering softly. But no one came forward to tease her because of her appearance. After all, the woman had a ninja forehead protector with Konoha on her head. But anyone with a little brain knows that Konoha's ninja is powerful. Although she is a woman, the family background of such a beautiful woman is definitely not simple, so naturally she will not go forward to provoke her. And the girl who was mumbling words was Uzumaki Lingshui. She was really tired of staying in the Senju family, and Shimura Danzō didn't have time to come to her because of Hokage's busy affairs, so she had to come out by herself. But at the same time, I was influenced by Uzumaki Mito, and then I went out and came here. And she came out this time with only one purpose, and that was to find out the enemy's situation. Thinking about it carefully, what Aunt Mito said was not wrong. After all, she is not the only one who likes Shimura Danzō, but also a girl from the Uchiha clan. Judging from the clues given by Aunt Mito, the relationship between the two must not be simple. In addition, Uchiha Yuri is Hokage's assistant, which has to make Uzumaki Lingshui feel a sense of crisis. Ask for flowers. Although she said that she believed in Shimura Danzō's character, she didn't believe that Uchiha Yuri would be tempted by Shimura Danzō. After all, such an excellent man, and the two of them are similar in age, it is absolutely impossible not to be tempted. At first she didn't want to come, but after thinking about it, Uzumaki Lingshui felt that what Aunt Mito said was reasonable. After all, Shimura Danzō is so good, even if he doesn't like Uchiha Zili, it is inevitable that Uchiha Juri will like him. So in order to find out the truth, Uzumaki Lingshui decided to act as a detective to find out what Uchiha Zili's attitude is. She definitely can't go to Hokage's office because it will disturb Shimura Danzō's work. 0. So Uzumaki Lingshui has been using his secret detection crystal to monitor every move of Uchiha Yuri. Sure enough, the hard work paid off, and Uchiha Zili left the Hokage building to go to the mission hall, which also made Uzumaki Lingshui hurried over to follow up. Records all information and actions about Uchiha Juri, and behind Uzumaki Lingshui, there was a pair of scarlet eyes staring at her, but she couldn't notice it at all. Because this person's strength was far beyond hers, and his aura was so secretive that he couldn't perceive it at all. The person behind is a purple-haired woman, and there is no woman in Konoha village who can have purple hair, but it is Hokage's assistant, Uchiha Juri. As this Uzumaki Lingshui, no wonder Danzo said that kind of thing because of you. The Sharingan of Uchiha Juri had seen through Uzumaki Lingshui's transformation technique long ago, so he knew the other party's identity. After all, apart from Uzumaki Mito, the only person with red hair in Konoha village is Uzumaki Lingshui. Suddenly, Uchiha Zili had an idea, the corner of his mouth curled up a seductive arc, and a charming smile appeared on his face. Then, holding a pile of documents in front of him, he walked slowly towards Uzumaki Lingshui. Since you want to investigate, come on, the possessive little cat she. Chapter 72, Tit for Tat, Shira Field inexplicably formed. Chapter 72. Due to Uchiha Yuri's light footsteps and his concealed aura, Uzumaki Lingshui didn't even notice that the other party was behind her. Oops, get out of the way. Suddenly, a crisp voice like a yellow oriole rang in Uzumaki Lingshui's ears, and then his body turned involuntarily to look behind. At this moment, Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui looked at each other. Uzumaki Lingshui's eyes were full of surprise, while Uchiha Yuri's face was full of lies. But at this moment, the figures of the two are already extremely close. Clatter. In an instant, Uchiha Zili bumped into Uzumaki Lingshui's soft body, and the documents he held in his arms were scattered all over the place. It hurts. Uzumaki Lingshui groaned, 20-0, while clutching his back in pain. Kobanesai, are you okay? Uchiha Yuri hurriedly got up and bowed to Uzumaki Lingshui to apologize, his face was full of apology and panic. If I didn't know the plan that Uchiha Yuri made earlier, I'm afraid it would be a misunderstanding. This acting is worthy of an Oscar. It's okay, let's put away these documents first, these should be very important things. Uzumaki Lingshui smiled softly, although there may be a competitive relationship between her and Uchiha Juri, seeing the attitude and appearance of the other party, I can't help but feel distressed. Moreover, she is a very kind person with a good temper, so naturally she will not show a cold face to the person she meets for the first time, even if the other party is her rival in love. I'm so sorry to bother you. Uchiha Yuri hurriedly knelt down to pick up the documents, and Yulei Lingshui also knelt down to help the other party pack up the documents. Thank you so much. What's your name? I want to apologize to you after I'm done with this work. Uchiha Yuri looked at Uzumaki Lingshui with a grateful face, his eyes were full of gratitude and apology, and there was no trace of falsehood. And this pure and sincere gaze made Uzumaki Lingshui suddenly feel guilty, and even wanted to tell the other party his real name. But soon Uzumaki Lingshui came to her senses. This time she came to inquire about the enemy's situation. My name is Zigong Luoshui. Uzumaki Lingshui obviously anticipated this situation long ago, so he uttered the pseudonym he had already prepared. This time she was fully prepared, so it was naturally impossible for her to come so recklessly. Miss Luoshui, can you help me, my foot seems to be sprained. Uchiha Yuri's face flashed with a trace of pain, but when he looked at her ankle, he found that it had become extremely red. From the hurt part and the pain on her face, it can be seen that she doesn't seem to be pretending. And this also made Uzumaki Lingshui suddenly soften his heart, and nodded in agreement. I'm really sorry, Ms. Ling Shui, Mr. Hokage asked me to be responsible for the review management of A-level and S-level missions. The time is tight, otherwise I won't bother you so much. Uchiha Yuri's face was full of apology, but Uzumaki Lingshui sounded so harsh. She didn't expect that Shimura Danzō would trust Uchiha Yuri so much, and even hand over such an important matter to the other party, which means that Shimura Danzō trusted this girl very much. This also made Uzumaki Lingshui's heart sink, and he was full of vigilance. In comparison, she doesn't seem to know Shimura Danzō at all, and she doesn't even know what Shimura Danzō's habits are. And this Uchiha Yuri has been with Shimura Danzō for a long time, and he must be familiar with his living habits in other places. This is her disadvantage, and it is also the most fatal disadvantage. No trouble, I haven't asked about your life yet. Although Uzumaki Lingshui's heart was full of turmoil, there was still a gentle and warm smile on his face. My name is Uchiha Yuri, and I am the Hokage assistant of Hokage-sama, and I am responsible for assisting Hokage-sama with his affairs. Uchiha Yuri smiled back slightly. I didn't expect Zeely to serve as Hokage-sama's assistant. You are amazing. Uzumaki Lingshui's eyes are full of admiration and envy, but there is a glimmer of light in the eyes, which is hard to catch. Where, the main job is still handled by Hokage-sama, I'm just responsible for sorting out documents and serving tea. And Hokage-sama is also very lazy, sometimes he even asks me to wake him up, or Hokage's bamboo hat is left at home and I have to pick it up myself. Uchiha Zeely smiled brightly, as if he was showing off something strange. But Uzumaki Lingshui didn't like these words and this smile in his eyes, and his heart was full of jealousy. Wake up, go to his house, go to his room to help get clothes, take the Hokage bamboo hat. Isn't that a wife's duty? What the hell does that Shimura Danzō guy mean? Letting a woman into her room. He already has her, why should he have anything to do with this Uchiha Juri? At this moment, Uzumaki Lingshui's small vinegar vat has been completely overturned, and even his originally gentle and smiling face has changed a little. Seeing the changes in Uzumaki Lingshui, Uchiha Zeely nodded in satisfaction. Little girl, I'll make the big ones, and leave the small ones to you. HMPH, fight with me, Uchiha Yuri murmured with a dark belly in his heart. She knows that she can't have Shimura Danzō alone, but she can still compete for the position of size. Although it is said that her love is very humble, she can use her own advantages to fight for the position of the main palace. As for Uzumaki 0.1 Lingshui, a little girl who has not experienced much in the world, it is not easy to deal with her. Okay, here we are. Miss Luoshui, do you want to go in and wait for me to finish processing these documents, and then I will treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Uchiha Yuri stood at the door of his office and smiled. No need, I suddenly remembered that there are still some things I haven't dealt with. Miss Zeely, you should be busy first, we will see you when we are free. Uzumaki Lingshui's smile was a bit far-fetched, but her two pink fists were clenched tightly at this moment. Well, that's a pity. Remember to meet me at the Hokage building, I'm always available. After the two said goodbye, Uzumaki Lingshui hurriedly left the office in the mission hall. Chapter 73, Uzumaki Lingshui is at a disadvantage. Chapter 73, Little girl, you still want to fight with me. Be honest and be a kid. Uchiha Yuri stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the mission hall, his eyes shone brightly, watching the back of Uzumaki Lingshui leave and humped. She knew from the beginning that Uzumaki Lingshui was following her, but she didn't point it out. Just use this to make Uzumaki Lingshui feel a little frustrated inside, and then ask her to bother Shimura Danzō. At that time, Shimura Danzō may find her annoying, and then the position of the main palace will be obtained. Sure enough, when a woman in love faces a rival in love, her IQ will reach max, which is really scary. But when facing one's own lover, the IQ can be said to be reduced to a negative number. From the previous imagination that Uchiha Juri was a caring big sister who seemed to control everything in her hands, the character change of the little woman on the cliff can be seen someday. 26. A-hole, Uchiha Yuri this vixen. After Uzumaki Lingshui returned to the Senju clan, he dispelled his transformation technique, and then beat the pillow on his bed to vent his anger. But beating and beating, a few shadows suddenly appeared on the pillow, and then gradually became moist. Tears dripped from Uzumaki Lingshui's eyes and landed on the pillow. She can't control her inner emotions, or she is a glass heart. Thinking of what Uchiha Yuri said earlier, Uzumaki Lingshui's tears flowed down. Because compared to Uchiha Yuri, her disadvantage is too great, and the opponent is completely the one with the advantage. Tears flowed down the cheeks, tick-tock, silently. Crack. The door was slowly pushed open. At this moment, a fierce light appeared in the originally dark room, which made Uzumaki Lingshui, who was in the darkness for a while, squint his eyes. Because the room she chose was not well lit, it was very dark even with the doors and windows closed during the day. The sudden light made her unable to accept it for a while. But from the tiny cracks, it can be seen that the figure in front of him is very familiar, so Uzumaki Lingshui already has the answer in his heart. After all, among the Senju clan, only Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade were able to come and go without saying hello. Uzumaki Lingshui's room. Squeak. The door was closed again, and this also made Uzumaki Lingshui's eyes extremely comfortable, and he opened them immediately. I saw Uzumaki Mito walking slowly to her bed and gradually sat down. Every move shows the elegant demeanor of the people of the big family, even the sitting posture is so elegant. Aunt. Uzumaki Lingshui fell directly into the soft and fragrant embrace of Uzumaki Mito. But there was a hint of crying in the words, although it was well concealed. How could it escape Uzumaki Mito's eyes? Uzumaki Mito didn't rush to ask the reason, but just stroked her back gently, soothing Uzumaki Lingshui's restless mood. After a while, Uzumaki Mito made a sound. I heard from the tribe that you hid in the room sullenly as soon as you came back. Her question made Uzumaki Lingshui's delicate body tremble slightly, and then she broke away from Uzumaki Mito's embrace. Looking at Uzumaki Mito with teary eyes, his cheeks were already wet with tears, and his hair became extremely messy. This is completely different from Uzumaki Mito, who is usually lively and cute and full of ladies. For a moment, Uzumaki's voice of soaking in water became extremely choked. Because she didn't know how to tell Uzumaki Mito about it. This sounded so embarrassing that even Uzumaki Lingshui couldn't say it when he thought of that scene. What? Still can't say it? Did Uchiha Yuri do something to you? But this is unlikely, because she has investigated Uchiha Zeeli's character, and she will not be the kind of person who will do it just to get jealous. What could make Uzumaki Lingshui perform like this? Uzumaki Lingshui chose to report the matter to Uzumaki Mito after some inner struggle. Because she knows very well that the only person who can help her now is Uzumaki Mito. If I'm not mistaken, these actions were done on purpose by Uchiha Yuri. After listening to Uzumaki Lingshui's narration, Uzumaki Mito analyzed with a serious face. What? How could she see through my identity? I clearly used the transformation technique and the secret method of the hidden breath. Uzumaki Lingshui was shocked immediately, and he couldn't believe that his perfect disguise would be seen through. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can see through any disguise, plus she may be equal in strength to Danzo. It may have been obvious from the beginning that you were following her, but you didn't point it out for a while. This series of behaviors is completely teasing you, and her words immediately made Uzumaki Lingshui stunned. Is she the one whose feelings have been kept in the dark? Originally, she thought that she had always held the initiative, but now she found out that she had been reversed, and she had 453 sent to her door for nothing. Uzumaki Lingshui became a little messy for a while, his eyes were empty and his hands and feet were weak. And the nightgown also fell off at this moment, and the skin as tender as suet jade was exposed to the air, revealing the brilliance of spring. Fortunately, there is only one woman, Uzumaki Mito, and no one else in the room, so I couldn't witness this amazing scene. Oh, you girl is really worrying. It's also to blame that the other party is a girl from the Uchiha clan. Their clan has never had a fuel-efficient lamp. Uzumaki Mito sighed helplessly. She found that she had to give Uzumaki Mito a move, otherwise she would not take advantage of her current advantage at all, but would be defeated step by step by the opponent. Uzumaki Mito's idea is very simple. Such an excellent person as Shimura Danzō must not only have one wife, but also very likely to have two wives. This has also happened in the Hokage world. Now Uzumaki Mito wants to make Uzumaki Lingshui bigger, and he can't be overwhelmed by the Uchiha family. Listen carefully, and will help you personally this time. Uzumaki Mito's words immediately stopped the tears in Uzumaki Lingshui's eyes, and his eyes radiated hope. Auntie, I promise I won't let you down. Chapter 74. Jiraiya, the #1 writer in the ninja world is just your starting point. Chapter 74. Shimura Danzō couldn't imagine that he hadn't waited until he arranged for Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Yuri to meet. At this moment, the subtle Shura field has gradually moved, and he has no way of knowing about this. The situation of fighting openly and secretly unfolded slowly, and we can only see how he will deal with a dark-bellied Yuji and a girl who is like a jealous vat. Hara. Shimura Danzō sneezed suddenly. Strange, is it getting colder? That's not right, I'm a person with a sage body, how could I catch a cold? Could someone be talking about me? Suddenly, Shimura Danzō's mind was full of thoughts, and countless thoughts emerged at this moment. Master Hokage, this is the first printed copy of Intimate Paradise, and I specially ordered a copy from the Nara clan. Jiraiya's voice suddenly sounded, which also made Shimura Danzō couldn't help but take back his thoughts and return to reality. Oh, it's been printed so quickly. A look of surprise appeared on Shimura Danzō's face, and then he took the book handed over by the other party. Shimura Danzō couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction at the colorful cover that caught his eye. It seems that Jiraiya has studied the cover of the book according to his own requirements, and the managers of the Nara family are also quite good. After all, the most important thing about a book is the cover, and whether the cover can attract readers is the most important thing. If your cover is extremely ugly, even if the content is as bright as a diamond, it will cover up the original brilliance. That's why Shimura Danzō told Jiraiya many times to ask the Nara family to set a cover that fits the book, and it looks pretty good now. It can be said that it is pretty good to be able to achieve this level, and it is still in such an early stage of Konoha. How about it? Master Hokage is not satisfied. Jiraiya looked a little nervous, but her eyes were full of hope. Because Shimura Danzō is so important to his evaluation, this is completely the motivation to support myself to write down. Well, yes, I believe that your Intimate Paradise will definitely sell well in the ninja world. Shimura Danzō nodded in satisfaction, and said in a formidable tone. Thank you Hokage-sama for your compliment. Jiraiya suddenly felt a little embarrassed, scratched the back of her head and smiled honestly. Every time he receives encouragement from Mr. Hokage, he feels his blood boils all over his body, as if he has endless strength. But don't be proud. Writers of my generation should study modestly and yearn for a higher, gentleman, realm. Don't be proud and conceited and be satisfied with the status quo. Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly became sharper, and he patted Jiraiya's shoulder earnestly and said, "The state of a great gentleman. Is this the state Hokage-sama said? The seniors over there have achieved." Jiraiya suddenly became very excited, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Because Shimura Danzo mentioned those seniors more than once, but he has never met one side, but he dare not question the authenticity of it. After all, this is a character that even Lord Hokage admires, so there is no need to doubt the authenticity of this. That's natural. Their works are beyond your knowledge, you still need to work harder. Shimura Danzo's serious look made Jiraiya suddenly full of motivation, and his eyes were extremely urgent. He really wanted to see how strong the senior that Master Hokage said was, to be so respected by Master Hokage. Just wait, Jiraiya, there will be opportunities to see you in the future. The time you need to grow up now is to be the #1 writer in the ninja world first. Jiraiya nodded solemnly at Shimura Danzo's words. It turns out that the #1 writer in the ninja world is just a starting point, and there are still higher mountains waiting for him to climb. Mission Hall. Uchiha Yuri was in a particularly comfortable mood today, humming a ditty that Shimura Danzo taught her on weekdays, and walked slowly towards Hokage's office. I heard the raindrops falling on the green grass, I heard the bell ringing for the end of get out of class in the distance. The graceful and soft tune made Uchiha Zili very relaxed and comfortable, and those pedestrians who saw Uchiha Juri so happy were also curious. What was it that made the Hokage assistant so curious? You must know that Uchiha Juri is always rigorous and meticulous in its work on weekdays, and this phenomenon has never happened before. Now it shows a lively appearance of a little girl, which makes them quite curious about it. But I didn't have the guts to ask. After all, this is someone else's private matter, and the relationship with the other party is not very good. Stealing little female cats are not good, but the person who can give you the courage to look for them should be your Aunt Mito. Uchiha Yuri returned to his place and began to think. Because recently there are people from the Senju clan inquiring about him. Although they did it very covertly, they were still noticed by Uchiha Yuri. As for being able to order people from the Senju clan to investigate themselves, no one else in the Han clan has this right except Uzumaki Mito. Well, I won't lose anyway. After all, I'm the one who stays with Hokage-sama all day long, and you, Uzumaki Lingshui, have no chance of winning. Be obedient and be a little boy. Uchiha Juri showed a winning smile. Strange, where did Hokage-sama go? Uchiha Yuri suddenly finds out that Shimura Danzo and Emi are staying at the Hokage office. Lee's, Master Hokage. Uchiha Yuri opened the small room next to him to rest, but found that Shimura Danzo was not resting in it, only the Hokage imperial robe that had been taken off. Hokage-sama, isn't he here, and even changed his clothes? In other words, I can. Suddenly, Uchiha Juri's face became a little flushed, and he walked towards the Hokage imperial robe step by step, then grabbed it and jumped onto the bed. The smell of Hokage-sama. I saw Uchiha Yuri frantically sucking the breath left by the Hokage imperial robe Shimura Danzo. If Shimura Danzo saw this scene, his worldview would collapse. Is this still the usual Uchiha Juri who is calm and wise, acts vigorously and occasionally shows cute scenes? This is a complete street. Chapter 75. The Sunagaker Messenger comes. Chapter 75. As Shimura Danzo predicted, the first print release of the Jiraiya Kissing Paradise series was well received. Of course, it can only be sold secretly, not publicly. After all, this kind of literature is not acceptable on the bright side, but the methods of the Nara family are far beyond Shimura Danzo's imagination. Not only Konoha village, but even many surrounding towns and people from some small countries were shocked by the intimacy paradise. The Loquat's betrayal of intimate paradise has begun to sell well in the ninja world. The author, Fei Tame, has been known by many people. Sure enough, the Nara clan still has some skills in this regard. Shimura Danzo murmured as he stared at the heaven of affection in his hands. Originally, he thought that it would take some time to spread the reputation of intimate heaven, but he did not expect that the channels of the Nara clan would be so wide, even extending to other countries. If nothing else, this aspect of ninja literature is almost monopolized by Jiraiya. Boom boom boom. A knock on the door made Shimura Danzo put away his confused thoughts and straighten his body. Please come in. Click. The door of the office was opened, and Uchiha Yuri walked in. Governance 727. Aren't you dealing with task assignments in the task hall? Why are you back? Quote. Shimura Danzo looked suspiciously at Uchiha Yuri, who suddenly appeared in front of him and said, Master Hokage, Sunagaker sent envoys to form an alliance with us. Uchiha Yuri said with a complicated expression on his face. Sunagaker. Shimura Danzo subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. If he remembers correctly, Sunagaker is now Second Hokage Samana. And this person is amazing. It can be said that he is the foundation builder of Sunagaker's future events. The reason why Sand Shinobi was able to challenge Konoha in the Second Ninja World War is entirely because the Second Hokage has managed Sand Shinobi for a long time. Samana not only researched One Tail's ability to guard the crane, but also invented the puppet technique that shocked the ninja world, making Sand Shinobi always have the upper hand in the early stage of the Second Ninja World War. After all, the appearance of puppet art makes many ninjas unable to know what kind of mystery is in it for a while, and they cannot deal with it at all. And Sunagaku's 3 CGDE Kage, Chio and Ebizo, 3 outstanding ninjas, are most likely disciples of Second Kage. At this time, we will form an alliance with Konoha. It seems that this Second Kage wants to vigorously develop the economy. Then when the time is right, directly tear up the covenant and start the war. Shimura Danzō obviously knew what the purpose of this Second Kage was. After all, there are too many businesses in the Land of Fire that can be done, and it is impossible for him not to be tempted by Second Kage. Master Hokage. Seeing Shimura Danzō suddenly fell into a state of contemplation, Uchiha Yuri couldn't help but cried softly. She found that Shimura Danzō likes to think suddenly every time he comes to a big event, as if it is a subconscious behavior. Ah, sorry, I suddenly lost my mind. Shimura Danzō recovered instantly and apologized. According to whether you want to meet the Sand Shinobi envoy, after all, the other party came with the purpose of forming an alliance between the two countries. Uchiha Yuri asked cautiously. She will not express her own opinion on this kind of matter. After all, this is a matter between countries, and she, a little Hokage assistant, is not allowed to speak. Jerry, if it were you, would you agree to this alliance? Shimura Danzō laughed in a flash of inspiration. He wanted to know what Uchiha Juri thought and how he viewed this alliance. After all, the opponent's IQ and overall outlook are similar to his own, or even higher than his own. If it weren't for my familiarity with Hokage's plot and characters, I'm afraid it would really be inferior to Uchiha Yuri. This woman is really too smart, and occasionally has a little dark belly. Me. Uchiha Yuri was obviously shocked by Shimura Danzō's words, and suddenly seemed a little at a loss. Well, although you are only Hokage's assistant, I would like to hear your opinion. Shimura Danzō nodded and smiled. Uchiha Yuri onion tapped her pink lips with her fingers, her black eyebrows were slightly pouted, and her face was full of thoughts. The Land of Wind is located in a desert area, and although the land is larger than our Land of Fire, it doesn't have much effect at all. Their request for an alliance this time should be to conduct trade with the Nation of Fire, thereby promoting the economic development of Sunagaku. After all, what Konoha has, Sand Shinobi doesn't have, and Konoha has what Sand Shinobi has. That's their purpose, but I don't think it's good news for Konoha to make Sand Shinobi grow like this. Why? After Uchiha Yuri thought for a while, he spoke out his thoughts in one breath. This is her view of the situation in front of her, and she can't see anything at a deeper level. Haha, not bad, just as I thought. Since Sunagaku wants to form an alliance, the knot can be formed, but we have to set the conditions. After all, there is still something we want in the Kingdom of Wind. Shimura Danzō clapped his hands and laughed. As expected of a woman with a very high official evaluation, she can think so much just through clues. This is for you, Hokage-sama, to consider. Uchiha Zili smiled, and did not continue to speak, because she knows when to say something and when not to say it. After all, she is now in a state of competition with Uzumaki Lingshui, and the opponent has Uzumaki Mito behind her, so she is alone. Therefore, we must be steady, and we must not rush for success, otherwise we will lose the advantage we have been operating for so long. Okay then, go and bring Sand Shinobi's emissary here. Remember, talk to him about Konoha's post-war economy on the way, I believe he will be very interested. Shimura Danzō exhorted. I see. Uchiha Juri nodded, understood immediately, and then opened the door and left. Then, let me see how you, Sand Shinobi, make up your mind. Shimura Danzō stretched and looked at the sky outside the window and murmured. Chapter 76, Alliance. We have to negotiate terms. Chapter 76. For Shimura Danzō, an alliance is indeed necessary, because the small towns on the border can improve a lot if they conduct economic trade with other countries. But Shimura Danzō will not allow businessmen and ninjas from the Land of Wind to develop economically in the Land of Fire so easily, and some conditions must be established. After all, he understands the principle of raising tigers to cause trouble, so he must use some means to weaken the economy of Sand Shinobi's trade. Like policies such as taxes, this is the main purpose of Shimura Danzō. It can not only allow the country of fire to develop, but also restrict the development of the country of wind. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. Shimura Danzō believes that Second Kage will agree to his conditions, because Sunagaku and the Land of the Winds are really short of money. Otherwise, Second Kage wouldn't be in such a hurry to send people to Konoha to form an alliance, which obviously exposed his purpose. The Land of Fire has a vast territory, rich resources, and a large population. It has the resources Sand Shinobi needs. Forget it, everything still has to be done slowly. If you push too hard, Sunagaku won't agree. Shimura Danzō calculated the time, and Uchiha Yuri should also have brought Sunagaku's envoy. Crack, the door was pushed open again. Uchiha Zili walked in slowly, and then stepped aside. Immediately afterwards, a person dressed differently from those in the Kingdom of Fire walked in slowly. His attire is exactly the ninja attire of the Kingdom of Wind, because only this attire is suitable for survival in the desert. Then, the Sand Shinobi envoy has arrived. Lord Hokage, I will step down. Shimura Danzō nodded in agreement, and then Uchiha Yuri left, closing the door behind him. Is this Konoha's third Hokage? So young. The Sand Shinobi messenger was slightly startled when he saw Shimura Danzō's face. Because he heard a lot about this third Hokage on the way here, but at the same time he also admired him very much. During the war, he risked his life and rushed back to the chaos when Vice Admiral Second Hokage Senju Tobirama was recited. This alone can make people admire him very much. It is definitely a blessing for Konoha to serve as the new Hokage. Messenger of Sand Shinobi, is there something on my face? It has been able to make you look at it for so long. Shimura Danzō couldn't help laughing when he saw the other party's eyes fixed on his face. No, I'm just a little surprised Hokage-sama is so young. The Sand Shinobi messenger immediately realized his gaffe and replied hastily. The Hokage in front of him is not only young, but even a little too handsome, even he can't help being surprised even if he is a man. Ha ha ha, thank you Sand Shinobi messenger for your compliment. Shimura Danzō laughed out loud. After all, everyone likes to be complimented by others, and he is not a heartless person. Shimura Danzō was so approachable, which also made the Sand Shinobi envoy's original rigorous mood relax a lot. If this is the case, then there should be great hope for this alliance. But the Sand Shinobi envoy would not underestimate Shimura Danzō because of this, but instead valued it a little more. The power vortex in every village is extremely terrifying, let alone a powerful ninja village like Konoha. Since the other party can defy all opinions and have the support of many families to ascend to the position of Hokage, he must have his excellence. Then, Master Hokage, what do you think about the alliance? The Sand Shinobi envoy's complexion suddenly became serious, and his eyes became sharper. He hasn't forgotten what his purpose of coming to Konoha is, so naturally he won't waste time on such small talk. Alliance. Of course I am extremely happy. But Sand Shinobi doesn't seem to have participated in the war, and it seems that it hasn't offended other countries. Why do you suddenly think of forming an alliance with Konoha? Shimura Danzō said with a smile still on his face. But these words made the Sand Shinobi envoy's heart sink slightly, and his complexion gradually became dignified. Sure enough, there is something about this third Hokage. Master Hokage, Sand Shinobi's purpose of forming an alliance with Konoha is simple. Second Hokage wants to promote the development of relations and economic exchanges between the two countries. It has been a long time, which is good for the nation of fire and Konoha. Asking for flowers. Look, the merchants in the land of fire and the land of wind rarely have any communication and trade exchanges. If we vigorously promote the economic and trade development between the two countries, don't you think it is a very good thing? The Sand Shinobi messenger analyzed Shimura Danzō in an orderly manner. In his mouth, this seems to be a win-win situation, and there is no problem at all. Indeed, there seems to be no problem on the bright side, but it becomes clear if one compares the land of fire and the land of wind. The economic trade between the two countries will definitely benefit the country of the wind the most. Although the economic improvement of small towns on the border of the fire nation is not small, it is far less significant than Sand Shinobi. 0. You must know that Sand Shinobi can only cooperate with the two neighboring countries, the land of earth and the land of fire. There is no need to think about the land of the earth, there are rocks everywhere, and the situation is just a little better than the land of the wind. Therefore, Sunagaku can only set his sights on the land of fire, which is rich in materials and fertile land. But with their current strength, they naturally dare not start a war, and they can only cooperate all the way. What you said is indeed true, but the one who suffers is our fire nation side. After all, the benefits we can obtain in the Kingdom of Wind are not that great, so. Shimura Danzō showed hesitation on his face, and this made the Sand Shinobi envoy's heart sink. If Shimura Danzō does not agree to this alliance, then it is not very good news for Sand Shinobi. After all, as Shimura Danzō said earlier, if the two countries form an alliance, the party that benefits the most is definitely Sand Shinobi. And this also made the Sand Shinobi messenger immediately understand that Shimura Danzō was negotiating terms with himself. Form an alliance? Yes, but at least you have to pay something. Master Hokage has any conditions, just say it, and I will pass it on to Second Hokage. The Sand Shinobi envoy took a deep breath and made this momentous decision. Hey, as expected of Sand Shinobi, I understand in seconds. Shimura Danzō smiled in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Chapter 77. Messenger of Sand Shinobi, what about your sincerity? Chapter 77. Shimura Danzō didn't speak, but poured the already brewed tea to the Sand Shinobi messenger. This familiar movement caused Shimura Danzō to involuntarily hear the man's voice. At this moment, he stood up involuntarily as if standing on the square. Hokage-sama, this is you. For a while, the Sand Shinobi envoy was startled by Shimura Danzō, and hurriedly stood up. Although he didn't understand what Shimura Danzō meant by doing such a thing, his intuition told him to follow suit. For a moment, Shimura Danzō's wandering thoughts came back. Sorry, I suddenly remembered some past events, please don't take offense. Shimura Danzō smiled apologetically, and then motioned for the Sand Shinobi, 280, envoy to sit down and continue discussing the previous matter. So, Sand Shinobi messenger, can you represent Second Hokage? Shimura Danzō's smile remained the same, but in fact, there was a knife hidden in his smile, which made the Sand Shinobi messenger's heart vigilant. Yes, unless it is related to Sunagaku's core interests, I can fully represent Hokage-sama in other matters. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama. The Sand Shinobi messenger nodded solemnly. He wouldn't be so stupid as to put on an arrogance, after all, Konoha was much stronger than them. Sunagakure needs to open up trade routes for economic development and trade. It can be said that he was fully prepared for this visit, and even the Shimura Danzō lion wanted to respond with a big mouth. Then it's easy to handle. Sand Shinobi Messenger should know what the commission is. Shimura Danzō's smile grew brighter. Well, Hokage Day continued. The Sand Shinobi envoy's heart sank slightly, but he still nodded for Shimura Danzō to continue. That's easy, my condition is very simple. Sand Shinobi's Jonin and ninjas need to pay part of the tax to the Fire Nation when they trade or perform missions in the Nation of Fire. It's not much, and the 3 tasks and goods are completed. The words of Shimura Danzō directly made the face of the Sand Shinobi envoy turn extremely ashen, and suddenly became heavy to the valley. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzō would actually open his mouth like a lion. You must know that 10% of the profit of the merchant will be handed over to 20% of the country's tax revenue, and the remaining 80% for the merchant, and the same is true for the ninja. But he didn't expect that Shimura Danzō would be so aggressive and ask for 30% directly. In that case, how can they earn money? At this moment, the fist of the Sand Shinobi messenger really wanted to punch Shimura Danzō in the face. But reason told him that he absolutely couldn't do that. Leaving aside whether his strength was caused by Shimura Danzō, the crime of attacking Hokage alone was enough to make him die in Konoha village. And it is justified, even if Second Hokage comes to seek justice in person, it is useless. 30%. Master Hokage, this is a bit of a lion's mouth. The Sand Shinobi messenger said while suppressing the anger in his heart. Because this is really too much, even if he agrees, then Second Hokage will not agree. It is unimaginable to know how huge profits are in this 30% profit. Does the lion open its mouth? I think it is quite reasonable. Shimura Danzō crossed his legs, gently picked up the tea on the table and drank it slowly. Looking at his appearance, it is obvious that he is determined. Sunagakure, this meeting will be done as soon as you open your mouth. Reasonable. For a while, the Sand Shinobi envoy was in a bad mood. If it weren't for that cool head and terrifying rationality, he would really want to smash a wind-style vacuum jade directly in Shimura Danzō's face. Do you think this is a playhouse? There are only a few people trading. This is a unit counting by 100,000. Sand Shinobi Messenger, are you feeling unwell? Why do you feel that your face is a little bright? Shimura Danzō asked with concern when he saw the Sand Shinobi envoy's expression gradually turn livid. The words are full of meticulous care, as if this Sand Shinobi messenger is his own brother. No, please Mr. Hokage, please take care. A smile that was uglier than crying suddenly appeared on the face of the Sand Shinobi messenger, as if it was forced out. Hokage-sama, can't you lower it a little more? 30% is really too much, even if I agree, Second Hokage will not agree. The Sand Shinobi messenger gritted his teeth and said, because the opening of this mouth was too big, which made him unable to accept this matter at all. Unacceptable. In an instant, Shimura Danzō's face turned cold, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Yuri, see off, since Sand Shinobi is so dishonest, there is no need for us to form an alliance. Click. Uchiha Yuri opened the door immediately, and then gracefully made a gesture of seeing off the guests. Mr. Messenger, please leave. The sudden change made the Sand Shinobi envoy stunned, unable to think clearly about the situation in front of him. Wait, Master Hokage, can I go back to Sunagakure to discuss with Kazekage-sama and Daimyo-sama? After all, I really can't decide on such an important matter by myself. The envoy of Sand Shinobi was impatient, because he didn't expect Shimura Danzō's attitude to be so firm, and the change was so fast. If you change your face, you will change your face, you are Third Hokage. You must know that this is an alliance between the two countries. Why don't you just say no, it's too childish. Oh, all right then, Mr. Messenger, I hope you can bring back good news. Shimura Danzō pretended to think for a while, then nodded and agreed, but his expression was still so indifferent and full of displeasure. Definitely. Then Master Hokage, I will take my leave first. 3 days. 3 days later Sand Shinobi will definitely give Hokage-sama a perfect answer. Afterwards, Uchiha Yuri sent the Sand Shinobi messenger away, and Shimura Danzō was lost in thought as he watched the other parties back leave. Because he is very clear that what he is doing now is tantamount to a big gamble. Chapter 78. Zeely, so you are also jealous. Chapter 78. Master Hokage, isn't 30% too much? You must know that if it is done in this way, it is impossible for Sunagakure to agree to such absurd conditions. Uchiha Yuri said with doubts in his words. This kind of behavior is not like what Shimura Danzō can do at all, the mouth is too wide open. You are right, Zeely, this condition is indeed a little too much. But I'm betting on Second Hokage that he will say yes because Sunagakure is in dire need of development right now. Otherwise, the Second Ninja World War will break out, and they can be said to be the weakest country. Shimura Danzō played with the pen in his hand and said thoughtfully. He also knew that he was the lion who opened his mouth this time, but the reason why he said this was because he was sure that Daifanying would agree. Otherwise, when the Sand Shinobi envoy said the reduction, he wouldn't just keep a cold face and say so resolutely that the other party was not sincere. The Second Ninja World War. Surprise appeared in Uchiha Jisato's beautiful eyes, and there were ripples, and the jade hand trembled slightly, as if the folder in his hand was about to be lost. It didn't occur to her that Shimura Danzō was thinking of things 26 so far into the future. You must know that not long after the First Ninja War ended, Shimura Danzō set his sights on the distant Second Ninja War, which really surprised Uchiha Jiraiya. Zeely, some things can't just be considered on the surface, it's better to have a longer term. Shimura Danzō smiled slightly after seeing Uchiha Yuri's expression, and this also made Uchiha Yuri look at Shimura Danzō with a hint of admiration in his eyes. By the way, I heard that you bumped into someone else in the mission hall. How was it? Did you not get hurt? Shimura Danzō suddenly remembered what someone told him earlier, and then asked with concern. Although there is no need to worry about Uchiha Yuri's strength and physique, but Shimura Danzō really couldn't find any topic, so he pulled this matter out. Hearing Shimura Danzō's concern, Uchiha Yuri's cheeks flushed, and there was a trace of warmth in his heart. It turns out that Danzō has been caring about me. Seeing Uchiha Yuri suddenly lowered his head shyly and blushed, Shimura Danzō suddenly felt a little bit astonished. He didn't seem to say anything. Why did Uchiha Yuri suddenly blush with honey, which made his brain circuit a little insufficient? It's okay, nothing serious. Uchiha Yuri's head suddenly shook like a rattle drum, which was kind of cute. It is hard to imagine that Uchiha Yuri, who usually maintains a calm face in front of outsiders, is showing the posture of a little woman in front of Shimura Danzō. That's good, but I heard that the girl you bumped into seems pretty. Shimura Danzō nodded and said subconsciously. But when he realized that he had said something he shouldn't have said, he looked at Uchiha Yuri again, and found that the other party's smile became a little strange. Why, you still want to sit back and receive the blessings of everyone? Uchiha Jisato stepped forward lightly, with an elegant figure, but her jade hands grabbed Shimura Danzō's waist. Immediately after, it twisted half a turn fiercely, which immediately made Shimura Danzō gasp suddenly. Hiss, Zeely, I'm just curious, you're too jealous. Shimura Danzō suddenly took a breath and said with condescension. He knew that if he defended now, Uchiha Yuri might hit harder. So at this time, you must not resist. This is the truth Shimura Danzō learned when he dealt with girls. Hehe, Uzumaki Lingshui is already my bottom line, if you dare. Suddenly, Uchiha Yuri's eyes became sharp, as if trying to see through Shimura Danzō's heart. Ahem, cough, don't worry about this, I will never do such a thing. Shimura Danzō suddenly coughed a few times, and said in a tone of resolute assurance. Seeing Shimura Danzō's reassurance, Uchiha Yuri had no reason to continue twisting, so he had no choice but to let go. Of course, she is also distressed, after all, this is her future husband. But in case another Senju or Hyuga comes suddenly one day, this makes Uchiha Yuri unacceptable. HMPH, you are wise, Uchiha Yuri snorted coldly, while Shimura Danzō could only smile wryly. A day later, the Sand Shinobi messenger returned to the land of the winds, bringing Shimura Danzō's terms to Second Hokage. This third Hokage is simply a lion's mouth open. 30% of the profit, why doesn't he start a war to grab it? The daimyo of the Land of Winds immediately flew into a rage after hearing the Sand Shinobi envoy's description. This 30% profit can be said to be an astronomical figure, comparable to the half-year income of the Kingdom of the Wind and Sunagaku. Now Jilin watched the lion open his mouth wide and swallow them all in one gulp. 830 inches. It seems that this third Hokage has already figured out our thoughts, otherwise we wouldn't let you come back to discuss. Second Hokage knocked on the table and said with a helpless sigh. From this point, it can be seen that this young third Hokage is not so easy to deal with. With such a long-term view, it is also possible to understand the current difficulties of the Kingdom of Wind. It is indeed a good method to not only allow the trade of the fire country to develop, but also limit the economic growth of the wind country. Another excellent leader has appeared among the leaves. It seems that Senju Tobirama is a successor. Fungying, do we really want to promise him? The face of the daimyo of the Land of Wind was as sinking as water, and his expression was obviously not very good. He knows that he is not as good as Second Hokage in terms of decision-making and strategy, so at this time he can only see how the opponent decides. After all, the economic improvement and overall strength of the Kingdom of Wind have a lot to do with this Second Hokage. If you don't agree, what can we do? After all, we can only continue to develop if we open up the commercial roads of the Land of Fire, otherwise we will only stagnate. Second Hokage had a complex complexion and a quiet tone. It seems that these little tricks still can't be used. Chapter 79. Little Miserable Woman, Tsunade. Chapter 79. Apparently, everything went exactly as Shimura Danzō expected. Second Hokage finally agreed. If he does not agree, then the development of Sand Shinobi will be seriously hindered, so we can only compromise. But the main reason is that Shimura Danzō's attitude is too firm, leaving Sand Shinobi with no room for bargaining. Well, Zeely, I have roughly arranged the next preparatory work. You can send these documents to the various departments below and let them pay attention. Shimura Danzō handed over to Uchiha Yuri after sorting out his own strategies and various regulations. Fortunately, he has learned a lot in his previous life, and he also knows a thing or two about management, otherwise it would be a bit of a headache for him to manage the huge Konoha. Well, I understand, let's do it now. Uchiha Yuri nodded solemnly, and left Hokage's office with the folder Shimura Danzō handed her. The door closed, and Shimura Danzō let out a long sigh of relief. Because the work during this period really made him feel physically and mentally exhausted, as if his whole body was about to fall apart. Sure enough, the happiest thing after work is to drink a cup of tea and lie down in a comfortable chair. There was a pleasant smile on Shimura Danzō's face, and the whole person almost felt as if he was in a trance. And just when Shimura Danzō wanted to close his eyes and rest, there was an annoying knock on the door. Boom boom boom. The three rings rang in Shimura Danzo's mind like Shinigami's bell, causing him to wrinkle his forehead with the word, Shuon, and his face suddenly turned livid. Who the hell, interrupting his otherwise peaceful afternoon again? Doesn't the person knocking on the door know that being a Hokage is exhausting? At this moment, Shimura Danzo just wanted to vent his anger. Of course, this is impossible. After all, he wants to maintain his image of a high-spirited and approachable third Hokage. Giving up on Ju lying down, sat up and straightened his figure and tidied up his messy clothes before saying calmly, "Please come in." Quote, click. The door was pushed open, and a man who was familiar to Shimura Danzo walked in, but he was very surprised. Since this person has never been to the Hokage office, and has no reason to be here, Shimura Danzo has only met him once or twice. Senju Jo Chang, why are you here? Shimura Danzo's tone was filled with unconcealable surprise, and he asked with a surprised expression. Could it be that Nine Tails is looking for him again? That's not right, I have rejected it directly last time, so how could Nine Tails look for him again with Nine Tails' arrogance? And Senju Jo Chang didn't care about Shimura Danzo's surprise, instead he looked calm and calm. Mito-sama wants you to go to the Senju clan. He said you haven't seen her for a long time. Senju Jo Chang said with a bright smile. Senju Jo Chang's words stunned Shimura Danzo for a moment, and then his expression of anger calmed down. Not to mention, since the last Nine Tails incident, he seems to have not been to the Senju clan, and has been immersed in Hokage's work. If you calculate it carefully, it seems to be almost 2 months. But when he thought that if he went to the Senju clan, he would be entangled by Uzumaki Lingshui, and then he might be forced to marry by Uzumaki Mito, Shimura Danzo immediately retreated. Because he was not yet mentally prepared to face Uzumaki Lingshui, he always felt a little weird. After all, he can now be said to be a scumbag with 2 feet on 2 boats. If he is placed in a 2-dimensional novel, it is very likely that he will end with a hatchet. But fortunately Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Yuri are neither of the characters, otherwise Shimura Danzo is really in jeopardy. I see, I'll be there later. Shimura Danzo said in a hesitant tone. He is now like to send Senju Jo Chang away quickly, and then go home to sleep. The thought of Kaijia serving him made Shimura Danzo feel warm in his heart. Master Hokage, Master Mito wants me to bring you to the Senju clan. So please don't embarrass me, Lord Hokage. Senju Jo Chang heard Shimura Danzo's tone, so he could only smile wryly. Because he knew that if he couldn't bring Shimura Danzo, he might be the one to be punished. What do you mean? Don't you still trust me? I'm a Hokage, how can I break my promise? Shimura Danzo immediately put on the majesty of Hokage, and said with sharp eyes. This appearance also made Senju Jo Chang extremely helpless, and did not dare to continue talking at all. Mito-sama on one side and Hokage-sama on the other, these two sides are really not easy to offend. Teacher, did the Senju clan let you avoid it so much? Suddenly, a childish voice full of resentment came faintly from outside the door. The sound is as exquisite as moving, pleasing to the eye, and it sounds comfortable. Approaching is a blonde girl. The girl's skin is as fair as snow, her figure is exquisite, her eyebrows are like a crescent moon, gently shallow. Her long golden hair was tied into a single ponytail and hung down her waist, and the word resentment was written all over her pink and jade-carved face. Seeing Shimura Danzo with faint eyes felt a little nervous, and Senju Jo Chang also left Hokage's office directly at this time. After all, this little ancestor, Zhao Laohao, is here, and Third Hokage is probably going to catch him without a fight. Tsunade, why are you here? Shimura Danzo looked at Tsunade helplessly, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. For this little girl, Shimura Danzo really couldn't bear any hint of deception. HMPH, if I don't come, do you always plan not to visit me in the Senju family? Tsunade snorted, then jumped onto Shimura Danzo's desk and sat down. The small mouth muttered, and her puffy look was so cute that people couldn't help but want to pinch her little face. It can be seen that this girl's resentment is indeed quite big. After all, as a teacher, I failed to fulfill my duty as a teacher, so I left it to Uzumaki Mito to teach. For a moment, a trace of guilt rose in Shimura Danzo's heart. Chapter 80. Blonde, Tsunere, Little Lolita, Tsunade. Chapter 80. Facing Tsunade's question, Shimura Danzo couldn't answer for a while. Because he was really ashamed of Tsunade for not fulfilling his duty as a teacher like other teachers. Sorry, little Tsunade, Hokage's work is too busy, so I really don't have much free time recently. 17. Shimura Danzo's words were full of apology and bitterness, which also softened Tsunade's original guilt at this moment. What he said was indeed correct. Since Second Grandpa became a Hokage, he rarely had time to play with him. Shimura Danzo is not only his teacher, but also the shadow of a village, responsible for the entire Konoha village. Okay, I don't mean to blame you. But you should at least find time to visit me, or allow me to come to Hokage's office. Tsunade pursed her lips, and her angry jade face relaxed a lot at this moment. Although there was some dissatisfaction in her tone, it sounded more like a spoiled child. You can come to Hokage's office at any time, when did I say it's not allowed? Shimura Danzo froze for a moment and said in surprise. 730 He doesn't remember saying that to Tsunade, and how could he say that to Tsunade? It was Grandma Mito who didn't let me come, she said it would disturb your work. Tsunade's tone suddenly became aggrieved, and a look of grievance appeared on his small face. She wanted to come to Hokage's office many times before to find Shimura Danzo, but was stopped by Grandma Mito. So over time, she no longer dared to run to Shimura Danzo's Hokage office building. What Mito-sama did is indeed a little too much. Shimura Danzo smiled wryly upon hearing this. No wonder Tsunade, the clingy little girl, hasn't been to Hokage's office since that time. It turned out to be Uzumaki Mito's reason. Then he seems to have to thank Uzumaki Mito, which made him a little more clean unintentionally. Okay, if you go on, it feels like you're about to cry. Shimura Danzo stood up and rubbed Tsunade's little head, feeling the comfort and softness of the hair. Not to mention, it feels pretty good in the hand. It can be said that there are only a few people in this world who can touch Tsunade's head like this. If others dare to do this, I'm afraid they will really be beaten up. You're the one crying. Who said I was crying? Tsunade immediately broke away from Shimura Danzo's big hand. Dissatisfaction appeared on the delicate jade face. Haha, I didn't cry. How could the grand lady of the Senju clan, the princess of Konoha, cry? Shimura Danzo laughed after seeing Tsunade so arrogant. After all, this is the original appearance of the other party, the blonde-haired Tsunere little loli. Yes, it just fits. It's a good thing Tsunade doesn't like twintails, otherwise it would make Shimura Danzo feel something wrong inside. After all, he had watched a series, the heroine Tsunere with 2 ponytails, and it was an educational animation. I can't say it anymore, and I will be banned if I say it. Shimura Danzo shook his head slightly, shaking off those stray thoughts. Let's go, Yin Kwang. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly. It seems that the Senju clan had to go today, and could only face Uzumaki Lingshui calmly. Although he had long been mentally prepared to be discovered while stepping on 2 boats, he was still a little flustered. But he knows that at this time, he absolutely cannot back down. If he backs down, all his previous efforts will be wasted, and he will not be able to sit back and enjoy the blessing of being equal to everyone, CGCE. After all, it is up to Shimura Danzo to fight for these things, so careful planning is required. Why don't you leave? When Shimura Danzo walked to the door, he found that Tsunade was still sitting like a duck, sitting on his desk. But I saw that Tsunade's complexion was flushed, and his small and white hands became a little unnatural. I don't have the strength to go, I want you to carry me. Of course, if you really don't have the strength, I can walk by myself. Tsunade said it like it took all the courage in his heart to say it, but then added. Okay, carry you on your back. What a lovely Tsunere princess. Shimura Danzo laughed dumbfounded, and smiled in a calm and free tone. Come on, blonde Tsunere princess. Shimura Danzo showed his back to Tsunade, bending slightly. HMPH. This is what you begged me to let you recite. Tsunade snorted, then hurriedly lay on Shimura Danzo's back. Hey, so heavy, Tsunade, have you gained a few pounds recently? After Shimura Danzo weighed Tsunade, a playful smile appeared on his face. Nonsense. You are fat. I train according to my grandmother's instructions every day. How could you be fat? Tsunade hastily said subconsciously. Her complexion was bright red, but the panic in her words had completely betrayed her. Because my grandma said that men don't seem to like girls who are too fat. If she becomes fat, does the teacher dislike her? Thinking of this, Tsunade's heart sank slightly. Just kidding, is the reaction so intense? Shimura Danzo laughed out loud, and the cheerful laughter made Tsunade's face flush like a summer apple, as if it was about to drip water. BD, you lied to me. Tsunade suddenly became angry, and the powder fist fell on Shimura Danzo's back like a storm. But the strength is not very heavy, as if giving Shimura Danzo a massage. Let's go, little princess. Shimura Danzo leaves the Hokage office while enjoying Tsunade's hammer massage. Chapter 81. Uzumaki Mito's resentment. Chapter 81. When he came to the gate of the Senju clan, Shimura Danzo stopped suddenly. At this time, his heart had already retreated. The clan of the Senju clan in front of him opened its bloody mouth like a beast like a flood and watched him, as if it wanted to swallow him up. This silly and sweet girl is really unbearable to deceive her. Although Shimura Danzo has already made up his mind to be a scumbag with 2 feet on his feet, but he still has a little bit of pressure to face it. Teacher, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Tsunade's eyes sharpened immediately, and Shimura Danzo was tightly grasped with his tender white hands. Don't worry, since I'm here, how can I leave? Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly. It seems that today is doomed to escape, it is better to face it directly. A true warrior, dare to face the bleak life, dare to face up to the dripping blood. How could he, Shimura Danzo, a majestic macho, be afraid of this little Uzumaki Lingshui? She's just a fool and sweet, let's see how the old man plays with her between applause. And Tsunade was taken aback by Shimura Danzo's sudden death-defying aura. Could it be that grandma and cousin Ling Shui would still eat him? Why does it feel like they are about to go to the battlefield? Kacha, the door of the Senju family was slowly pushed open at this moment. But Shimura Danzo's aura disappeared without a trace at this moment, and his heart was almost in his throat. If it wasn't for Tsunade lying on Shimura Danzo's back, I'm afraid he would have left here long ago. The person who came out to meet them was Uzumaki Mito. And Uzumaki Mito's originally soft eyes became severe when he saw Shimura Danzo carrying Tsunade on his back. Tsunade, come down quickly, what's wrong with you? Uzumaki Mito's stern shout made Tsunade shrink his neck immediately, his eyes flickered with grievance, but he obediently got down from Shimura Danzo's back. The only person in this world who can scold Tsunade like this is Mito Uzumaki. The words of others are probably all respectful to this eldest lady of the Senju clan, and dare not offend in any way. Mito-sama, long time no see. Quote, Shimura Danzō rubbed Tsunade's little head full of grievances, and smiled at Uzumaki Mito. That's right, Master Hokage is busy with work. If I didn't take advantage of Master Hokage's free time, how dare I send someone to find you? Uzumaki Mito sighed leisurely, his words were filled with countless grievances. It seemed like a husband who had been waiting for a long time and didn't come home, like a little BCH. Her words immediately made the smile on Shimura Danzo's face stiffen, and then his expression became a little embarrassed. But it was very shocking in my heart. Because of the changes in Uzumaki Mito, he couldn't get used to it for a while. In the past, Uzumaki Mito was generous, noble and elegant, full of the temperament of a big family. But being able to say such yin and yang strange words from the other party's mouth really subverted Shimura Danzo's perception of Uzumaki Mito. Are you also an onmyoji? Ahem, Master Mito, we are so familiar, there is no need to frustrate me like this. Can't I admit my mistake? Shimura Danzo suddenly smiled wryly. Because he really couldn't stand Uzumaki Mito's eccentricity, so he quickly admitted his mistake. And Tsunade at the side saw the scene in front of him, turned his head away and snickered. After hearing Shimura Danzo's words, Uzumaki Mito's face finally eased a little, which made Shimura Danzo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Come in, you haven't come for so long, that girl Lingshui has a lot of resentment towards you. Uzumaki Mito's deep eyes stared at Shimura Danzo, said in a quiet tone. Her words also made Shimura Danzo's face show a touch of helplessness, but there was a trace of panic. Although he had already fabricated many excuses and reasons in his mind to fool Uzumaki Lingshui, he was still a little nervous. She hasn't left the room for several days, you go and persuade her. Ask for flowers. Uzumaki Mito sighed, and there was unspeakable sadness in it. But at this moment, Tsunade's pupils shrank suddenly, and when he was about to speak, Uzumaki Mito gave him a hard look, and took back the words that were about to blurt out. Biaogu Lingshui went fishing with her outside the village yesterday, but when she got to Grandma's place, she said that she hadn't been out for several days. Have you not been out for a few days? Shimura Danzo looked slightly taken aback, the originally retreating mentality has dissipated without a trace at this moment. After all, Uzumaki Lingshui can be said to be his default wife, but he has not seen her for a long time. We only meet once or twice occasionally to ask about our health, and the rest of the time, Shimura Danzo is immersed in his work, unable to get away from being immersed in the documents. Go ahead, Tsunade and I are going to prepare something to eat first, you should know the location of the room. After Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, he led Tsunade, who was somewhat reluctant to part with him, and walked directly towards the kitchen. The two left quickly, without the slightest sloppiness, and this also caused Shimura Danzo, who was standing in the same place, to fall into deep thought. Why does he feel that there seems to be some conspiracy in it, but it is impossible to think about it carefully? After all, it is impossible for Uzumaki Mito to harm him, and it is naturally impossible for Uzumaki Lingshui. Forget it, let's go and have a look first. It's probably because of a bad temper. Shimura Danzo came to this conclusion in his mind. Because he is very aware of the character of a little girl like Uzumaki Lingshui, and knows how to deal with it. At most, he was pinched a few times by the other party, and then Lihua cried for a while, and when he was tired from crying, Shimura Danzo began to use the quotations from the book of scumbags he had watched in his previous life, and he was 100% successful. There will be no misses. For a while, Shimura Danzo was full of confidence, and he was no longer the previous timid look. Just kidding, a little woman will subdue you in minutes. Afterwards, Shimura Danzo went to the room where Uzumaki Lingshui was located according to the route he remembered. Chapter 82. The Abnormal State of Uzumaki Lingshui. Chapter 82. Shimura Danzo stood at the door of Uzumaki Lingshui, and did not push the door open for a long time. At this moment, his heart can be said to be vacillating, and he even has a hint of wanting to leave. After all, facing such a naive and silly Uzumaki Lingshui who has been relying on him all the time, he really can't help being a scumbag. Because Uzumaki Lingshui gave up a lot of things for him, and even had a Cold War relationship with the Uzumaki clan. Although it is said that the Uzumaki patriarch deliberately planned to deal with her secretly, how could Uzumaki Lingshui, who has no experience in the world, understand the conspiracy? If Shimura Danzo did not appear, I am afraid that Uzumaki Lingshui would have returned to the Uzumaki clan to marry. Oh, sure enough, being a scumbag still requires a bit of mental toughness. Shimura Danzo silently sighed, 890, in his heart and sighed with emotion. Although his blessing of all people plan has been halfway through, the last half is the most difficult, and it is also comparable to hell. Forget it, you will die sooner or later. If you confess, you will be lenient, and if you resist, you will be strict. I don't believe it. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, then knocked on the door of Uzumaki Lingshui's room. Boom boom boom. Lingshui, are you there? Shimura Danzo made his voice very soft, not as flat as before. But there was still no response to Shimura Danzo in the room, and the scene was still so silent. Lingshui, are you there? If you are, please answer, or come to open the door. Shimura Danzo thought that Uzumaki Lingshui was resting, so his voice became a little louder. After half a ring, there was still no response, which made Shimura Danzo happy. It seems that I'd better go to the front hall and wait for her. It's impolite to trespass on a woman's boudoir. Shimura Danzō whispered, because letting him face Uzumaki Lingshui alone is probably a bit painful. If there are other people present, it won't be like this. After speaking, Shimura Danzō wanted to turn around and leave. Click. The door was opened in an instant, and the fiery red figure caught Shimura Danzō in an instant and pulled the door suddenly, and then the door was closed in an instant. The whole process only took 2 seconds. Shimura Danzō didn't react because he let go of his body and mind, and was drawn into the room directly. At this time, Shimura Danzō was in a daze, and he didn't even know what his current situation was. But he could feel that he was leaning against the wall at this time, and the aroma of roses was introduced into Shimura Danzō's nose, which was refreshing. The moment Shimura Danzō smelled the fragrance, he knew who it was that forcibly pulled him in. This is not a fragrance released by an item, but a body fragrance. The only person who can possess this fragrance is Yuku. At this moment, Shimura Danzō and Uzumaki Lingshui are extremely close to each other, their bodies are completely stuck together, and their eyes are facing each other. Shimura Danzō could already feel the warmth that Uzumaki Lingshui brought him. At this moment, Shimura Danzō's complexion also began to become a little ruddy, and so did Uzumaki Lingshui in front of him, as red as a ripe apple. Ling Shui, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling a little uncomfortable? Shimura Danzō asked, suppressing the beastly desire in his heart forcibly. Because he knows that Uzumaki Lingshui is a girl who needs to be cared for. Although she is about the same age as him, she is a silly white sweet who has not experienced much in the world. He is not a stallion in harem novels, he wants to FK one when he sees one, which is completely satisfying his inner desire. What's more, Shimura Danzō's approach to the novel doesn't work here. He knows that feelings need to be cultivated slowly, and he's still a treasured girl like Uzumaki Lingshui. Although he is not a good person, his views on these matters are very clear. Danzō, I'm sorry. Uzumaki Mito burst into tears, like pear blossoms with rain. He was at a loss, his face was full of panic. At this moment, 2 distressing tears appeared on the delicate cheeks, and this also made Shimura Danzō slowly leave the wall behind him, and hugged him into his arms. Facing Uzumaki Lingshui who suddenly panicked, Shimura Danzō had no choice but to do this, and it was the most correct way. Although he didn't know why Uzumaki Lingshui was so flustered and scared, at least he could be sure of one thing. She is afraid of losing herself. Otherwise, I won't hug myself so hard, and I won't cry so easily. If this is the case, then Shimura Danzō can roughly guess that Uzumaki Lingshui should have known about him and Uchiha Yuri. Uzumaki Lingshui exclaimed suddenly, and his delicate body trembled suddenly. I saw Shimura Danzō sighing helplessly, in which the heart was tired and unclear, which was incompatible with the current ambiguous atmosphere. Looking at Shimura Danzō's handsome and resolute face, Uzumaki Lingshui's heart suddenly stirred up a storm. Danzō, what is he trying to do, does he? But if he comes by force, do you agree? For a moment, countless complicated thoughts flooded Uzumaki Lingshui's little head, which also made her face blush. Because Aunt Mito mentioned this kind of thing to her before, although she said it was extremely embarrassing, Uzumaki Lingshui still endured the shame in her heart 4.4 and listened. Danzō, can you set up a sound barrier first? For the first time, I'm afraid I'll be too loud. Uzumaki Lingshui's voice was as thin as a mosquito, and his complexion was full of shy red. Although the voice is very low, it was still heard very clearly by Shimura Danzō. What did Mito-sama teach you? Why did you put your mind on this? Seeing Uzumaki Lingshui in such a state, Shimura Danzō suddenly smiled helplessly. You want me here, don't you? The shyness on Uzumaki Lingshui's face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a look of astonishment. No, according to Aunt Mito's instruction, Danzō shouldn't treat himself. Chapter 83. Danzō, you only belong to me. Chapter 83. Faced with Uzumaki Lingshui's tiger wolf words, Shimura Danzō's face froze slightly, and then helplessness appeared on his face. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Lingshui's brain circuit would be so terrifying that even he almost couldn't turn it around. Fortunately, Uzumaki Lingshui didn't weld the door of the car, otherwise he might really give the opponent to Falun Gong on the spot. What are you thinking about? Your thinking is a bad idea. Shimura Danzō sighed, and tapped Uzumaki Lingshui's forehead lightly. Fortunately, it was me who met. If it was someone else, I would have turned into a bulldozer and pushed Uzumaki Lingshui. Although Shimura Danzō is greedy for Uzumaki Lingshui's body, he knows that it's not the time yet, and he has to wait until the time is right. So you didn't want me. There was a trace of loneliness in Uzumaki Lingshui's eyes, and his words were full of pity. No, what do you mean? Are you so eager to change from a girl to a woman? Shimura Danzō looked at Uzumaki Lingshui in astonishment, he almost felt like he didn't know each other. These 26 kinds of words can also be spoken from the mouth of Uzumaki Lingshui, who is a little arrogant, cute and silly. Today, Shimura Danzō can be said to have experienced 2 cognitive shocks, which made his brain a little bit overwhelmed for a while. I thought you would. Uzumaki Lingshui's complexion suddenly turned red, like a steam engine. At this moment, she also realized that her tone and way of speaking just now were indeed a little strange, but it was a subconscious behavior, and even Uzumaki Lingshui seemed unable to control it. Stop. This topic ends here. Shimura Danzō interrupted Uzumaki Mito immediately. Because the shy look of the other party really makes people want to kiss fangs, if this continues, Shimura Danzō may really directly kill Uzumaki Lingshui on the spot. Tell me why you have to be locked in the house for a few days. Shimura Danzō asked softly, because he is not sure whether Uzumaki Mito is clear about the relationship between himself and Uchiha Jiraiya. Of course, it would be best if he didn't know, after all, he hadn't prepared for it yet. And just when Uzumaki Lingshui wanted to question Shimura Danzō, he suddenly remembered what Uzumaki Mito told her. Remember, never ask Danzō why he did this. It will appear that you are an ignorant girl, and Danzo's inner rating of you will be lowered. It will be absolutely impossible to save you at that time, so you have to be a caring wife and have a lot of trust in Danzō. Only in this way can you occupy a strong position in Danzo's heart, and then Uchiha Yuri will naturally not be your opponent. Uzumaki Mito's words immediately imprinted in Uzumaki Lingshui's heart, and he never forgot. The words that were about to be said were also taken back at this moment, and he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Naturally, this subtle movement couldn't escape Shimura Danzo's eyes, and he caught it. This is a perfect omen of lying. It's not because you haven't seen me for so long, Uzumaki Lingshui said, full of resentment. The piercing eyes were also full of resentment at this moment, staring closely at Shimura Danzō. Good guy, it's true that I didn't lie, I just changed a paragraph. But Shimura Danzō felt a little nervous when he was stared at by Uzumaki Lingshui, even his face couldn't help shaking a few times at this moment. After all, it is he who is guilty, not Uzumaki Lingshui, so being stared at like this always makes him feel uncomfortable. Ahem, this is not Hokage's official business, it is a bit heavy. Plus the fact that we just formed an alliance with San Shinobi, so there are a lot of things to deal with. Shimura Danzō coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. But he didn't say a word to Uchiha Jiraiya, which made Uzumaki Lingshui's heart even heavier. It seems that this Uchiha Yuri is well hidden, but she is very confident that Danzō will be hers in the end. Really, Uzumaki Lingshui stepped forward immediately, and Shueling's eyes were fixed on Shimura Danzo's dark eyes, trying to find a trace of lies. Of course it's true, if I lie to anyone, I can't lie to you. Facing Uzumaki Lingshui's gaze, Shimura Danzō didn't have the slightest fear, and said in a firm tone. Because he really can't get away these days, there are things that Uchiha Yuri, who is Hokage's assistant, can't handle, and he has to do it himself. Every day I work like a dog, but luckily I have the little angel Kaijia to take care of me at home, otherwise Shimura Danzō would really doubt life. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction in his heart, because Shimura Danzo's eyes were very sincere, and there was no trace of lies at all. And this also made her heart, which had a hint of danger, suddenly become safer. She was really afraid of losing Shimura Danzō, because this person gave her a tenderness that no one gave her, a sense of security that she never had. He may be able to lose her, but if she loses him, the world will become dark and colorless. If this is the case, then I forgive you. After all, 367 is the shadow of a village. I also know how busy being Hokage is. Although there was some dissatisfaction on Uzumaki Lingshui's face, it can be heard from this tone that she did not blame Shimura Danzō at all, but understood Shimura Danzo's work very well. After all, Shimura Danzō belongs to her only when she is off Hokage's busy job, and when wearing a Hokage hat, he is Konoha's Hokage, everyone's third Hokage. Yes, thank you Miss Ling Shui. But I think you should put on your clothes first, although I don't like taking advantage of others. Shimura Danzō stared at Uzumaki Lingshui with a serious face, and saw that the half-fallen pajamas on the shoulders of the other party exposed most of the icy skin, forming a beautiful landscape in front of Shimura Danzō. Shimura Danzō could even vaguely see the two white peaks that were about to come out. Ah, get out. In an instant, Uzumaki Lingshui reacted immediately, and then pulled up the quilt beside him. But Shimura Danzō had already dodged out of the door, closing his eyes lightly, reminiscing about everything he saw just now. Not to mention, it's quite predictable. As expected of my future wife. Shimura Danzō nodded in satisfaction, with an entreating smile on his face. Chapter 84. Danzō, do you want to be blessed? Chapter 84. In the next few days, Shimura Danzō also had a rare free time, and gave Uchiha Yuri and himself a small vacation. Although Shimura Danzō doesn't have to deal with work, he spends all his time during the holidays with Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Yuri. And Shimura Danzō just happened to be able to fulfill his obligation as a teacher and began to teach Tsunade how to practice. If you have nothing to do, you can run to Uchiha or Senju, but fortunately, your whereabouts are secretive, so not many people know that Shimura Danzō is running to the Uchiha clan. Today, because Uzumaki Lingshui and Tsunade have some affairs, so these two young children went out together. Zhongshu Shimura Danzō 10 people accompanied Uzumaki Mito in the Senju clan. Uzumaki Mito is also as usual, with a calm and leisurely demeanor. While she could have used the 100 healings mark to transform her appearance into that of a young girl in her 20s, she didn't. It may be because there is no majesty in that appearance, so Uzumaki Mito maintains the appearance of 30 years old. Not only has majesty, but the appearance does not look old, and the charm is still there. After all, everyone has a desire for beauty, and Uzumaki Mito is also a woman, and she also values this. Master Mito, how is Nine Tails doing recently? After the atmosphere was silent for a long time, Shimura Danzō decided to find something to talk about. Although he also likes to be quiet, he always feels that this kind of atmosphere is weird and has an indescribable feeling. Hearing Shimura Danzō's question, Uzumaki Mito's calm eyes lit up with waves. It's been sullen since the last time you left, not even secretly saving chakra for a riot. Uzumaki Lingshui whispered with a little surprise in his tone. During this period of time, she has been checking whether Ninetales is saving chakra, to avoid riots caused by the last Ninetales riot. But what made her curious was that she would chat with herself occasionally, and she was not even as indifferent as before. All because of Shimura Danzo's previous actions, Ninetales became docile, no longer full of hatred and anger. Yes, you heard that right, Ninetales has become docile. The strongest tailed beast, the tailed beast that is full of hatred and anger, will be used with the word docile. Sure enough, that Ninetales guy thinks I'm Ashura's reincarnation, Shimura Danzo thought to himself. If this is the case, then it is a breeze to train Ninetales into Erha. It seems that Ninetales has also resigned to fate, otherwise how could it be like this? Shimura Danzo smiled slightly. Danzo, how are you going to explain to Lingshui about that Uchiha Zili matter? In an instant, Uzumaki Mito's astonishing words directly made Shimura Danzo's face slightly condensed, and the originally faint smile froze at this moment. He didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to be so direct, which made him unable to react for a while. What can we do about it? At this moment, Shimura Danzo was running at high speed at this time, thinking about countless coping strategies. Because he didn't know how to perfunctory this topic, it was absolutely impossible to force it away. After all, Uzumaki Mito is a very serious person. I already know about your affairs, I just want to see how your attitude towards this matter is. Uzumaki Mito took a sip of tea and said in a flat tone. His expression was still calm as usual, without the slightest emotion on his face, as if he was asking an ordinary question. But this made Shimura Danzo a little nervous. The more this happened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Quote. Actually, you can't let go of both, can you? Quote. Seeing Shimura Danzo hesitating, Uzumaki Mito also knew what the other party was thinking, and then directly clicked Hato. Hearing Uzumaki Mito's words, Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly lit up, with surprise on his face. He couldn't imagine that such words could come from Uzumaki Mito's mouth, and Uzumaki Lingshui was her most beloved niece. Could Uzumaki Mito see his niece marrying another woman? Don't be so surprised, I know you love them both deeply. But you have to know, it's not that simple to deal with the relationship between them and let them live together peacefully, now. Uzumaki Mito sighed faintly when he saw Shimura Danzo with a surprised face. Good Zhao, if other people dared to do this, she would have already taken action to teach the other party in a rage, and then prevented Ling Shui from having any contact with the other party. But facing Shimura Danzo, she couldn't bear the slightest anger in her heart. Instead there was a voice in her heart telling her that everything was destined. I see. Thank you Mito-sama. Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly brightened. He understood what Uzumaki Mito meant, but at the same time he was extremely shocked. Uzumaki Mito is here to help him stabilize the relationship between Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui, so as to achieve peaceful coexistence. This makes him a little messy for a while. Chapter 85. Preliminary integration of wood style to improve strength. Chapter 85. After that conversation with Uzumaki Mito, Shimura Danzo understood roughly what Uzumaki Mito meant. What is this? It's too smooth. Shimura Danzo looked at the sky with a melancholy expression and sighed. He originally thought that Uzumaki Mito would scold himself severely, and then forced himself to choose Uzumaki Lingshui. But the other party didn't do this, and instead gave him advice and suggestions, as if helping himself to achieve the blessing of being equal to others. However, it's time for me to improve my strength. Shimura Danzo's expression was suddenly in a trance, and he suddenly remembered that the civil strife of the Uchiha clan was about to come. Although he has obtained illusion immunity through the god-level selection system, his current strength is only hovering around cage level. If you don't step up to improve your strength, I'm afraid it will not be enough to intervene in Uchiha's civil strife. But now there is a big problem in front of Shimura Danzo. Although he currently has the invincible Senju Hashirama's immortal body, he can't integrate the bleeding succession boundary like the other party, wood style. Therefore, his combat power will not be as powerful as the opponent, and he cannot even hit a cage-level powerhouse with one hand. After all, the fusion of Mudden not only requires the chakra of the two attributes of earth and water, but also requires the blessing of Ashura's chakra to succeed in cultivation. Wait, Ashura's chakra. In an instant, Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered with light, and his head suddenly trembled. Because he has Ashura's chakra rewarded by the system, and there are quite a few. How about, try incorporating wood style? But I have to cultivate the earth attribute chakra and water attribute chakra to Grandmaster first, and then master the nature transformation. Shimura Danzo is very clear that the integration of wood style not only requires the blessing of Ashura's chakra, but also needs to comprehend the two chakra attributes of water and soil to the extreme. Then it was only after a lot of hardships that wood style could be integrated. Both water and soil belong to yin, that is to say, you need to consult a person who is opposite yin chuk and has both water and soil poles Grandmaster. Shimura Danzo murmured softly. At this moment, he already has the best candidate in his mind. That is Uzumaki Mito. Forget it, CGBE should go find her again. After all, it is a good thing to fuse Shutun earlier. Soon, Shimura Danzo finalized the idea in his heart. Danzo, you have to know that it will take a long time to thoroughly understand the chakra of these two attributes and add the chakra of the yin attribute. And, do you want to incorporate wood style? Uzumaki Mito stared at Shimura Danzo and muttered softly. Combining the nature of the two chakras of water and soil, and it is also a chakra of the yin attribute, Uzumaki Mito immediately understood the intention of Shimura Danzo. Wood style blends in a way that only she and Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama know. Although she didn't know why Shimura Danzō found the wood style fusion method, she could roughly guess that it was Senju Tobirama's message to him. Because Senju Tobirama has studied wood style vigorously, and Uzumaki Mito also knows about this, and understands that this is the tacit approval of Senju Hashirama. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you, Mito-sama, I really want to integrate the wood style of First Hokage. Shimura Danzō didn't have too many surprises, but admitted it generously. After all, his intentions are too obvious, and it is impossible for Uzumaki Mito not to know about this matter based on Uzumaki Mito's experience. Besides, for wood style, he believes that Uzumaki Mito also has unique insights. Danzo, I advise you to give up. The wood style of First Hokage is so special that even a genius like Tobarama cannot integrate it. Uzumaki Mito thought for a while and sighed. She is not denying the talent of Shimura Danzō, it is because no one except Senju Hashirama can merge the bloodline of wood style, and even a genius like Senju Tobirama can't do it. And this starting point is really too high. After all, wood style is really special. Uzumaki Mito gave a rare wry smile. It can be seen that even she is very desperate for wood style, and there is not even any way to do it. Master Mito, I understand your good intentions. But since I do this, it means I have absolute confidence. A very confident smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's face, as if it could infect people, which made Uzumaki Mito suddenly have an inexplicable confidence in Shimura Danzō. Of course, Shimura Danzō will not tell the other party that he has the same sage body and Ashura chakra as Senju Hashirama. Oh well, since you want to learn, I will teach you everything. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your own talent. Uzumaki Mito knew that Shimura Danzo's determination could not be changed, so he might as well let nature take its course. What if Shimura Danzō succeeds? For some reason, Uzumaki Mito was taken aback by the thought. Even she herself didn't know why she had so much confidence in Shimura Danzō. Just thank you. Shimura Danzō breathed a sigh of relief and smiled easily. He was afraid that Uzumaki Mito would refuse, and if he tried to find out by himself, there would be many detours, but now he didn't have to worry about it. Stop calling me Mito-sama all the time. Since the relationship with Ling Shui has been confirmed to this point, you will be like Shui from now on, and Mito. Uzumaki Mito's tone was natural, but an inexplicable light flashed in the depths of his eyes. That's fine, and Mito. After Shimura Danzō hesitated for a while, he thought this was a very normal thing, so he agreed. Hearing Shimura Danzo's title, Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction, feeling a little warm in his heart. She originally thought that Shimura Danzō would avoid it, but she didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Chapter 86. Mito also started to become abnormal. Chapter 86. The ninja world has ushered in the cold winter, and Konoha is now covered by this vast snow. It seemed as if Konoha had been covered with a layer of silver glittering clothes. Sure enough, the nature of water and soil chakra still needs to be studied for some time. Shimura Danzō took a deep breath and sighed after finishing his day's practice. With the guidance and help of Uzumaki Mito, Shimura Danzō can be said to be progressing rapidly. In addition, his own talent is quite good, so it is very simple to understand the qualitative changes of these two chakra attributes. It's just that I haven't understood it thoroughly, and the mastery of chakra, the two attributes of water and soil, has not reached the peak. Well, anyway, he is not in a hurry, and the time is not that urgent. It's still about half a year until the time of civil unrest among the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzō is confident that he can integrate Vice Admiral Wood style in the past 6 months to suppress the Uchiha clan. After all, he doesn't want to see Uchiha Yuri lose Mangekyo Sharingan in order to save his people, that would be more harm than good. And he doesn't want Uchiha Zili to do that, it's better to let him suppress those Uchiha people. Danzo, you have improved a lot during this time. However, I still have to say that it is very difficult to integrate wood style, it can be said to be as good as heaven. Uzumaki Mito doesn't want to hit Shimura Danzō, but it's true. After all, countless Senju people want to try to integrate Senju Hashirama's wood style, but they have not succeeded, even Senju Tobirama. And Uzumaki Mito could sense that something must be missing, but couldn't tell. In addition, she herself tried to integrate wood style, but failed every time. I understand this, but since I want to integrate wood style, I must have confidence. And Mito, just wait for the day when I combine wood style. Shimura Danzō waved his hand and smiled lightly. He knew there was no malice in Uzumaki Mito's words, he just didn't want his efforts to be in vain. But he really can't tell him about Ashura Chakra, because it can be said to be his biggest secret. Well then, I will fully support you. Uzumaki Mito knew that he could not dissuade Shimura Danzō, so he simply gave up. But if you practice like this, don't you need to deal with Hokage affairs? Uzumaki Mito asked suddenly, because Shimura Danzō has been here for half a month to guide himself, and he has hardly been to the Hokage office except to go home. I have told Zili that if it is not very important and urgent, she can decide and deal with it by herself. So I simply acted as a hands-off shopkeeper, concentrating on practicing wood style and talking. Shimura Danzō smiled calmly. He knew that Uzumaki Mito had no prejudice against the Uchiha clan, so he naturally told her about it. As that's so, there was a strange light in Uzumaki Mito's eyes, but it was fleeting and was quickly hidden. Because she knows that she has no right to intervene in Hokage's affairs, although she is Shimura Danzō's elder, but there must be a limit to everything. Uzumaki Mito is also very aware of this, so she has never asked about Hokage, all she has to do is support Shimura Danzō. Then do you marry Lingshui first, or that girl from Uchiha first? Uzumaki Mito spoke out suddenly, causing Shimura Danzō to spray out the tea he just drank. Puff. Shimura Danzo's face was full of shock, and then he coughed hastily. After all, Uzumaki Mito's question was so scary that he couldn't react for a while. Ahem, and Mito, I'll talk about this matter in the future, now is Konoha's development period, I'd better stabilize Konoha first. Shimura Danzō said hastily with an embarrassed expression on his face. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Mito would ask such a deadly question, how would he answer it? There is definitely no problem with Uchiha Yuri, but Uzumaki Lingshui's problem is really a bit big, and it makes Shimura Danzō extremely headache. Ask for flowers. What do you mean later? Now that Konoha has formed an alliance with Sand Shinobi, the situation in the ninja world has stabilized again. When do you want to procrastinate? You must know that Ling Shui is almost 24, and you are not too old. Uzumaki Mito showed warmth and anger on his face, his eyebrows were raised, and his words were full of this kindness. Shimura Danzo's answer was too perfunctory, which made Uzumaki Mito understand that the current Shimura Danzō couldn't handle the relationship between the two of them well. I'll leave it to you to talk about Uchiha Zili, and leave the girl in Lingshui to me. Anyway, it's not like there's no precedent for a husband and two wives, as long as the two of them can get along. Uzumaki Mito said very haughty. This simply blocked Shimura Danzo's escape route, making him helpless. And Mito, I think it's better to wait. After all, this matter is too important, and if Hokage gets married, he must invite many guests, and these procedures are the most complicated. Shimura Danzō said helplessly with a bitter face. He was a little puzzled. Why Uzumaki Mito suddenly let himself get married, this is obviously not quite right. Hearing Shimura Danzo's explanation, Uzumaki Mito's expression finally softened a bit. After all, what he said is indeed reasonable. The matter of Hokage's wedding cannot be hasty, it needs to go through a lot of procedures and foreshadowing. Okay then, you take a break first, and I'll take care of some things. Uzumaki Mito nodded, and there was a little twinkle in his eyes, but Shimura Danzō didn't care, but continued to look at the yin attribute scroll left by Uzumaki Mito. But in his heart, he felt that Uzumaki Mito was so strange today, and there was always a feeling that he couldn't explain. It is completely different from the old Uzumaki Mito in the past, but more like a little girl like Uzumaki Lingshui. It may be the illusion caused by being addicted to cultivation and unable to extricate oneself recently. Still talking for a while, Shimura Danzō also felt that the idea in his mind was extremely absurd, and shook his head to get rid of these boring thoughts. Chapter 87. Zili, you are such a treasure girl. Chapter 87. Forget it, let's go to the Hokage building. Shimura Danzō waited for Uzumaki Mito for half an hour and found that the other party did not come back, so he planned to leave. As for Uzumaki Lingshui had already been dragged out by Tsunade to play early in the morning, so he didn't pester Shimura Danzō today. Moreover, Uchiha Zili is full of resentment after being the hands-off shopkeeper for half a month. After all, it can be said that I have lived in the Senju clan for half a month, and I am afraid that someone with a temperament like Uchiha Jiraiya would not be able to help but want to be jealous. It's a good thing that Ling Shui is not here today, otherwise I will be pestered again. Shimura Danzō put away those scrolls of knowledge and put on the worn Hokage robe. The winter in the ninja world can be said to be very cold, but Shimura Danzō is not stupid, and people have already prepared for him. Let's go on. 177. After opening the door, what came into view was the scene of heavy snow. And there are 4 snowmen in front of the door, 1 male and 3 females, who deal with Uzumaki Mito, Shimura Danzō, Uzumaki Lingshui and Tsunade. These are the snowmen that Shimura Danzō and they built in their spare time a few days ago, and they are all made according to their respective images. Actually, this kind of life is pretty good. Shimura Danzō smiled lightly, with a happy and warm feeling on his face. Getting along with Uzumaki Lingshui and the others brought about many changes in Shimura Danzō's state of mind. Soon, Shimura Danzō came to the Hokage office. When he first arrived at the Hokage building, all the people working here greeted him as Hokage with surprised eyes. But Shimura Danzō felt that it was normal, because he had not been to the Hokage building for almost half a month, all the Hokage affairs were not handled by Uchiha Yuri. For Shimura Danzō's decision, no one dared to voice any objection or question. Because they are all very aware of the fate of the 3 consultants, naturally they will not make fun of themselves. After all, Konoha is already in the era led by Third Hokage. My lord, times have changed. Click. Shimura Danzō pushed the door and entered, and Uchiha Yuri was sitting at the assistant's desk, drinking hot tea leisurely. And there is a fiery little sun beside her, which makes the whole room much warmer. Danzō, are you finally willing to come back? Uchiha Yuri stood up hurriedly after seeing Shimura Danzō, and said with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Although there is resentment in her heart, she also knows what Shimura Danzō was doing for the past half a month when she disappeared, so she must be considerate of Shimura Danzō. Sorry, Yuri. Shimura Danzō had an apology on his face, and then stepped forward and hugged Uchiha Yuri. You, Danzō, this is the office. Uchiha Yuri's face suddenly turned rosy, and his words were full of shyness. Facing Shimura Danzō's sudden enthusiasm, Uchiha Yuri found that his calm heart suddenly became messy. No, when she was in contact with Shimura Danzō, she couldn't control herself at all, and could only sink into Shimura Danzō's warm and soft embrace. What are you afraid of? The big deal is to announce our relationship. Shimura Danzō smiled frankly. Anyway, things have come to this point, and he has nothing to worry about. After getting along for half a month, the relationship between Shimura Danzō and Uzumaki Lingshui has taken a step closer. Coupled with the help of Uzumaki Mito, he is confident that Uzumaki Ushimi will accept the presence of Uchiha Yuri. Although Uzumaki Lingshui can throw a little temper, but he has a lot of ways to calm down this cute jealous girl. No way, you are still Hokage now. If it is announced suddenly, it will have an impact on your position as Hokage. After all, Uchiha is still quite sensitive in the village. After hearing what Shimura Danzō said, Uchiha Yuri was startled and said hastily. After all, the Uchiha family has been criticized by many people since the Uchiha Madara incident, and their arrogant personality is also disgusting. If Shimura Danzō announces his relationship with him, he will probably receive a lot of gossip. Jerry, you. For a moment, Shimura Danzō didn't know what to say. Because Uchiha Yuri has always put him in the first place when it comes to this matter, and has never cared about herself. From the eager eyes just now, it can be seen that Uchiha Yuri is really thinking about himself. And such a treasure girl, made Shimura Danzō feel guilty. Listen to me, okay? Uchiha Yuri looked at Shimura Danzō with pleading eyes and said softly. She really didn't want Shimura Danzō to be criticized by others because of herself, and she didn't want to lose to Xuanyuan Lingshui either. She wants to win this battle, upright, and let Uzumaki Lingshui obediently be a child. This position must be hers. Okay, it's up to you. Shimura Danzō brushed Uchiha Yuri's somewhat messy hair and smiled lightly. Such a girl, who doesn't love it? If there is a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Suddenly, Uchiha Yuri seemed to have remembered something, and then reluctantly left Danzō's arms and walked towards his desk. By the way, there is the latest news from Mitokado Homura. He and Uchiha Kagami found out that Tsunagaku seemed to be researching something new when he was on a mission at the frontier. It's like using chakra to control puppets. It is said that the lethality is quite strong. While Uchiha Yuri was talking, he handed over the report materials compiled by Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kagami to Shimura Danzō. 3.4 inches using chakra to control puppets, isn't that puppetry? Shimura Danzō said in surprise after receiving the document from Uchiha Yuri. If Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kagami hadn't reported this, he might have really forgotten that Second Hokage was also a belt inventor. Extract the blood inheritance boundary from Shuhei, and then create a puppet technique. And puppetry can be said to be a great boost to San Shinobi's future operations. It's quite interesting. Yuri, tell Homura and Kagami to try to steal information about this if possible. Shimura Danzō's mouth curved into a slight smile. I see. Uchiha Yuri nodded, although her beautiful eyes were full of doubts, but she didn't ask. Chapter 88. New Year's bell rings, new era comes. Chapter 88. Dwang. The New Year's bell rings, which means that Konoha has entered a new year. The ringing of the bell this time is of great significance, not only representing the ushering in a new year, but also representing Konoha entering a new era. The era of first generation and second generation Hokage has passed, and the era of third Hokage, Shimura Danzō, has arrived. Everyone is looking forward to what height this third Hokage can lead Konoha to, whether it can surpass the two predecessors Hokage. The answer is yes. Since Shimura Danzō took office as Hokage, he has made great efforts to govern, concentrated on handling political affairs, and reformed many policies of Konoha. The overall economy of the Nation of Fire has also been greatly improved due to the benefits obtained from the alliance with the Nation of Wind, and the half-year income is even higher than that of Konoha before the First Ninja World War. Under the order of Shimura Danzō, Konoha also carried out land expansion, gradually expanding Konoha. The annual meeting is held in the Sacred Hall. All the ninjas at the Jonin level and the patriarchs of the major families participated. It can be said that all the strong among the 26 Konohas gathered here. The process of the meeting is very simple, just give Shimura Danzō a few speeches and then distribute some bonuses to the major families. This meeting seemed to be full of joy, but in reality there was a hidden situation, and the meaning of it was self-evident. After finishing the meeting equivalent to the annual meeting, Shimura Danzō did not choose Wei, but continued to stay in the Hokage office. He doesn't like the excitement very much, so he didn't go to the Senju clan or the Shimura clan. This year can be said to be the most proud year for the Shimura family. After all, their patriarch has become the third Hokage, so the Huxia New Year is also very lively, and many families have given gifts to Shimura Danzō. And in order to leave those entertainments, he could only choose to stay in Hokage's office and wait until it was time for dinner before going back. As for Uchiha Yuri, Shimura Danzō has already given her a holiday, and at this time she should also return to the Uchiha clan to reunite with her family. After all, she still has her eldest brother Uchiha Naoya and younger brother Uchiha Kagami, and the relationship between siblings is quite good. Being Hokage is tiring, but it feels pretty good. Shimura Danzō looked at the Konoha village residents with happy smiles on their faces through the scout crystal. It is enough to see that the people of Konoha have come out of the shadow of war at this time and gradually returned to a peaceful life. After all, people have to look forward, and they cannot always live in the past. For Huxia New Year, go and see Senju Tobirama. Shimura Danzō murmured inwardly. For Senju Tobirama, Shimura Danzō still has a certain affection. Although the two have not been together for a long time, Shimura Danzō still respects this second Hokage. Senju Tobirama has made countless achievements in his life. Although he has some black spots that cannot be erased, he cannot but admit that he is a competent Hokage. It's just that it's a bit cloudy to calculate the Uchiha family, but it's understandable. Shimura Danzō instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared into Hokage's office. Yi Lingyuan. Compared with the noisy and lively center of Konoha village, Konoha cemetery is extremely quiet. This is the resting place of the Konoha heroes, so the residents near the Konoha cemetery do not have much lively behavior. Because they knew that this hard-won peace was bought by the heroes lying in the Konoha cemetery with their lives. Second Lord, it's bad luck to come here during the Huxia New Year. But who made me so kind? Come, have a drink. Shimura Danzō sat in front of Senju Tobirama's grave, poured a cup of hot wine on the ground and chuckled. Because there are no outsiders here, Shimura Danzō simply used this simpler name, and has a little respect for Kaisho Tobarama. In fact, Shimura Danzō admires Senju Tobirama very much. He is the true pioneer of Konoha, and he is willing to bet his future on these juniors. To be honest, when Shimura Danzō stepped forward, there was a little panic in his heart. He was really afraid of Senju Tobirama saying something directly. Okay, Danzō, let's stay here together. Monkey, from now on you will be Konoha's third Hokage. If Senju Tobirama really said that at that time, then Shimura Danzō really didn't know what to say. Fortunately, he was the final victor, and he took the position of third Hokage. Second Master, I respect your pride with this cup. This cup, I respect your heart that is attached to Konoha. This cup, I respect you. It's not easy to die, but life is also grand, and the glory is added to the body. Why do you regret going to death? After 3 glasses of wine fell, the scene became silent again. Drink it in the ground with peace of mind, Konoha has already begun to flourish. Even if we start a war now, wait until Tsunade Orochimaru and these geniuses all grow up. It doesn't matter if Konoha is 1 on 4, let alone me, third Hokage, who is about to master wood style. Shimura Danzō stood up slowly and whispered softly. But his words were never heard. Just when 210 Shimura Danzō was about to leave, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Senju Hashirama's tomb. Someone has come close. The reason why he was able to judge it was because he had done a little trick near Senju Hashirama's tomb before. Once someone approaches Senju Hashirama's tomb, there is a trace that only Shimura Danzō can see. In order to prevent people from coveting Senju Hashirama wood style, he set up such a means before. But he didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to actually dare to do this. This made Shimura Danzō start to guess the identity of this person. Who among the Konohas has the guts to be tempted by Senju Hashirama's corpse? After much deliberation, Shimura Danzō finally came up with an answer, but it was only a guess. The person most likely to think of gaining power in the entire Konoha village may be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tisk tisk, Hiruzen oh Hiruzen. I hope it's not you, but it's also good if it's you. Anyway, you have to face some cruel facts. Shimura Danzō was not angry, as if there was a glimmer of expectation in his heart. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen's wedding date is set in 5 months, it will be up to Mitokado Homura to decide. Chapter 89. The First Blood Inheritance Boundary, Wood Style. Chapter 89. 2 months passed quickly, and with the help of Uzumaki Mito, Shimura Danzō also successfully studied all the principles of water, soil and yin chakra thoroughly. Of course, this is also the reason for Shimura Danzō's own extraordinary talent, as well as the drive for crazy hard work. Then the most important thing next is to integrate wood style, which is also the first step for Shimura Danzō to go beyond cage level. As long as he is allowed to integrate wood style and give him a few more years to practice wood style, he should be able to raise his strength to around Super Shadow. However, it is still difficult to completely invincible Senju Hashirama. After all, the opponent has used wood style for more than 10 years, and his proficiency has already reached its peak. But Shimura Danzō is confident that he can catch up to Senju Hashirama's level. Uzumaki Mito gave Senju Hashirama all the wood style ninjutsu left by him during his lifetime, so he didn't have to explore it by himself. The reason why he doesn't use Senju Hashirama's cells is because there is no need for that at all. After all, he has Ashura's original chakra, so it is only a matter of time before he wants to integrate wood style. And the most important thing is that Shimura Danzō discovered something amazing when watching Senju Tobirama's research on Senju Hashirama cells. Senju Hashirama's cells seem to be like a virus, quickly infecting and engulfing the original cells. If the cells of Senju Hashirama are forcibly transplanted, I am afraid that Shimura Danzō will really become that inhuman and ghost-like appearance. So he didn't think about it at all, and he wouldn't let anyone think about it. Then, let's start merging. Shimura Danzō's face froze slightly, and he manipulated the Ashura chakra in his body to circulate among the body's meridians and cells. A warm feeling instantly filled Shimura Danzō's whole body, and the vast Ashura chakra was originally only stored in his body. And at this moment, it was as if the floodgates had opened, all merging with Shimura Danzō himself. That is to say, at this moment, the source chakra of Ashura has really merged into his body and completely belongs to him. Coming, Shimura Danzō's face changed suddenly, and a strange feeling filled his whole body instantly. And there is a force in the body that guides his chakra, that is, the two kinds of water and soil are blending with each other. But at this moment, the vast chakra in Shimura Danzō's body like Wang Yang gathered together, frantically pouring into this ball of light where earth and water blend together. Even Shimura Danzō couldn't help being taken aback, because he has never felt such a shortage of his chakra since he obtained the body of a fairy. But luckily, everything gets saturated pretty quickly. The ball of light spread out, and the majestic vitality filled Shimura Danzō's body at this moment, and the blue light burst out instantly and surrounded Shimura Danzō. But Shimura Danzō in the light closed his eyes tightly, completely unaware of what happened outside. At this time, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, and a stormy sea of joy surged in his heart. Because he can feel that wood style has been integrated. At this moment, I can truly feel the abnormality in my body, and I can use wood style with a wave of my hand. Call. Taking a long breath, Shimura Danzō slowly opened his eyes. At this time, the surrounding flowers and trees became extremely tall, and the big tree with a radius of 30 meters became a giant tree in the sky. Even small, ordinary wildflowers have grown up to almost thigh height. Ordinary people would be shocked and unable to close their mouths if they saw this scene. This is simply upgraded. How could the flowers and trees grow so big? But Shimura Danzō, who is the person involved, really knows very well that this is the majestic vitality released by Ashura Chakra after the fusion of wood style, which spreads to the surrounding flowers and trees. The group will have such a vision. Shimura Danzō slowly raised his hand, and a piece of wood the size of chopsticks appeared on his fingertips under the control of his thoughts. This is so fragile. Shimura Danzō frowned suddenly, his complexion became a little bad. With this level of wood style, not to mention catching the tailed beast bomb with one hand like Senju Hashirama, it's the same thing whether you can even catch a human fist. The wood style I have mastered so far is probably about the same level as Yamato in later generations. No, so it's not that I'm weak in wood style, but that I didn't get the buff. Shimura Danzō suddenly remembered what Senju Tobirama had recorded, stunned for a moment and murmured. Because Senju Tobirama's records clearly state that the reason why Senju Hashirama's wood style is so strong is because of the Yang attribute chakra and the majestic natural energy. Needless to say, the Yang attribute chakra, Shimura Danzō's celestial body is already invincible with Senju Hashirama. But the only thing is natural energy and majestic vitality, so that wood style can get a terrifying boost. It can perfectly fit the sage mode of wood style, that is, the sage mode of wetbone forest. No wonder Yamato's wood style can only make 3 rooms and 1 living room, even if it is possessed by white Zetsu, it can only make an inferior version of true several thousand hands. Thinking that the true several thousand hands was easily destroyed by Korn's adamantine sealing chains, Shimura Danzō suddenly felt a little strange. It seems that what he said was pretty good. First generation wood style conquers the world. Yamato wood style engages in greening. Quote. Does that mean I have to bother Zhao Uzumaki Mito to let me practice the sage mode of wetbone forest? Shimura Danzō lay on the grass looking up at the sky helplessly. But if you think about it carefully, you don't think there is any strange supplement. After all, it is not so easy to become stronger, and Shimura Danzō's progress has been considered astonishingly fast. Well, at least I didn't come up with this wood style in vain, so I can't give up halfway. Shimura Danzō murmured with some melancholy. Not to mention whether I can practice sage mode in wetbone forest. The main reason is that Shimura Danzō doesn't know how to open this mouth, and if he does so, he owes Uzumaki Mito a big favor. Not just Uzumaki Mito, but also edges for wet bones. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzō is in a dilemma, because he doesn't like to owe favors to others very much. Everything is easy to repay, but the debt of favor is a bit difficult to repay. Chapter 90. Can Loquat's betrayal be carried out? Chapter 90. Hey, Lake Biwa, this book is the best-selling love paradise recently. Do you want to take a look? A female ninja with a reddish complexion secretly pulled Lake Biwa to the corner and whispered. Faced with the sudden mystery of his friend, Lake Biwa became curious. She was curious about what book could make her friend so highly respected. And from the title of the book, it seems a little unsuitable for children. This made Lake Biwa even more curious. She had vaguely heard of the book Intimate Heaven before, but she just didn't have time to read it. Making Out to Heaven. After Lake Biwa took the book from his friend and saw the cover, his originally plain cheeks turned slightly red at this moment. She didn't expect that the cover of this book would be so shameful, let alone the content. I suggest you go home and read it. After all, the content of this book is too hot. The female ninja smiled mysteriously and then patted Lake Biwa on the shoulder, then looked around and left. Faced with the mysterious departure of his friend and that smile, Lake Biwa probably understood how exciting the contents of this book are. Have a look, Lake Biwa asked 077 in his heart, then turned around and opened the door to his own room, and began to read this book, Loquat's Betrayal in Intimate Paradise. And Lake Biwa didn't care about this. After all, she hadn't read the book yet, and she didn't understand the meaning of it. After reading this book, Lake Biwa's face was flushed, his thoughts were full of thoughts, and his tender body trembled violently. The stories in this are simply perfect and fascinating, and people can't help substituting themselves into the heavy. And Lake Biwa just substitutes himself into the heroine in the book, Loquat. A girl who was forced to marry, then defied fate and went away with the person she liked. I have to say that the author named Minato has superb writing style, and even perfectly describes all the climax actions clearly. It even portrays the male and female protagonists in the book perfectly, and the ending is also like this. Thinking about it, Lake Biwa couldn't help sighing faintly, with a complicated expression and confusion in his eyes. Because the protagonist in the book is almost exactly the same as what she encountered, but the characters and the protagonist are different. But, the loquat in the book has the courage to defy the arrangement of his own family, and the courage to resist the pressure of the fiancé's family. The same is true for the male lead, although he is not very strong, but he is willing to sacrifice his life for the loquat. But she doesn't have the courage to resist, nor is she qualified to fight against the Sarutobi clan. Not to mention that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Third Hokage Shimura Danzō are dead brothers. The power of the Sarutobi clan in Konoha alone can make her despair. And can he really dedicate his life to stand up against the Sarutobi clan? This is what Bawako expects but does not want to happen, because she really wanted to know if that person would do this for herself. Unfortunately, this scene will never happen. She could not resist the arrangement of the family. She was destined to be the wife of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This cannot be changed. And it is impossible for he to fight against the entire Sarutobi family, let alone the entire family behind him. A more rational person would not gamble on the future of the entire family with their own selfish desires, not even Lake Biwa. Even if she escaped, what to do with her family, what to do with her parents, these are all things to consider. A novel is a novel after all, and cannot be brought into oneself. Lake Biwa is very fortunate to be able to maintain the current state, let alone go further. That is really too extravagant. CGAG. Lake Biwa closed the heaven of intimacy, and a faint sigh was filled with countless helplessness. It is impossible for this kind of thing to happen to her, so she can only quietly wait for the arrangement of fate to change. I don't know what he will think when he sees this book. Lake Biwa murmured in his heart. There was still an almost impossible hope in her heart that could not be extinguished. But no one knows about her psychological activities, and the reluctance hidden in her heart will not let others know. Sure enough, Lake Biwa still saw the kissing paradise. Shimura Danzō saw clearly the conversation between Lake Biwa and the female ninja by investigating the crystal. Of course, this was when Uchiha Yuri was not present, otherwise he would really be regarded as a peeping idiot. It's time to bring Mitokado Homura back from the front and warm up the relationship between these two. Shimura Danzō murmured after thinking for a while. Originally, he was still thinking about how to make Lake Biwa come into contact with the Intimate Paradise series by chance. But she didn't expect that her friend directly gave Shimura Danzō an assist, pushing the plan forward step by step. It can be said that this is great news for Shimura Danzō. You have to ask Anbu to inform you. Shimura Danzō immediately confirmed this idea, and then began to use Hokage's means to summon an Anbu. Within 2 minutes, the door of Hokage's office was opened, and an Anbu ninja walked in and knelt in front of Shimura Danzō. Master Hokage. The Anbu ninja was respectful and did not look up at Shimura Danzō. Go to the land of the winds and tell Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Kagami to suspend their actions and let them come back and rest. I see. Whoosh. In an instant, the figure of the Anbu ninja turned into a black shadow and disappeared in the same place without any muddle. Seeing the departure of Anbu ninja, Shimura Danzō felt a lot more comfortable. Lying on the chair with a happy and relaxed face, there is also a light smile on his face. Homura, the most I can do is get you here. As for whether you have the courage, it depends on your ability. Shimura Danzō whispered rather emotionally. He is now looking to see if Mitokado Homura has the courage. If so, then his plan can be carried out very well. If not, Shimura Danzō wouldn't mind giving Mitokado Homura an enlightenment and an emboldened one. Chapter 91. Sister Zelie, you must come to my wedding with Danzō. Chapter 91. Sister Zelie, if you come out to play with me like this, will there be no problem with Master Hokage? Uzumaki Lingshui looked at Uchiha Yuri beside him innocently and asked in doubt. Today, she can be said to be well dressed and come out to play with you, Zebo Zelie. The clothes on her body were specially selected by Uzumaki Mito for her, and the delicate silk shimmers in the mild sunlight. With long dark red hair hanging around her waist, she stood beside Uchiha Yuri with a slim figure. And Uchiha Zelie is not badly dressed. She was wearing a black kimono of the Uchiha clan, and her long lavender hair fluttered in the wind. Even the baggy kimono couldn't hide Uchiha's flawless figure. At this time, she has lost the coldness and thunderous aura of her previous working state, and she is more feminine on the contrary. After all, this time is the new year, so Master Hokage specially gave me a few holidays. Sigh, don't even mention it, it's really boring to be with Mr. Hokage all day long. However, Hokage-sama is very gentle. Every time I am tired from work, he will tell me to pay attention to rest, and sometimes he will cover me with a quilt when I doze off. Uchiha Yuri stopped what he was doing, with a happy smile on his face. All of what she said seemed to be the feeling between husband and wife, not like superiors and subordinates at all. Hokage-sama is really gentle. Uzumaki Lingshui responded with a slight smile on his face. But Fen Fist couldn't help but clench tightly at this time, and the heart under the smile revealed unhappiness and a trace of anger. This, bitchy. At this moment, Uzumaki Lingshui was extremely angry in his heart, but he couldn't burst out. She didn't expect that the relationship between Uchiha Yuri and Shimura Danzō would be so close, which also made Uzumaki's jealous vat of boiling water, plop, overturned. At this time, she really wanted to grab Shimura Danzō by the collar and question him loudly why he still wanted to provoke Uchiha Yuri when he already had her. But thinking of what Aunt Mito said to her, Uzumaki Lingshui calmed down. Yes, a man can't hold it too tightly, otherwise it will make the other party feel disgusted. So Uzumaki Lingshui has been adjusting his mentality so that he will not be affected by Uchiha Yuri's words. She was just waiting for herself to get angry, and then Shimura Danzo's impression of her would change. Humph, little trick, Uzumaki Lingshui snorted inwardly. Mere Uchiha Zili, let's see how Miss Ben beats you. Danzo is mine. Ah, I'm not angry. It seems that this young lady is not as simple as I thought. The smile on Uchiha Yuri's face became brighter, and his eyes narrowed. Originally, she thought that Uzumaki Lingshui would be exposed in advance, but she didn't expect that the other party could suppress the anger in her heart. It seems that Master Mito taught Uzumaki Lingshui some experience, otherwise Uzumaki Lingshui's temper would have exposed himself. By the way, Sister Ling Shui, aren't you going back to the Uzumaki country during the Huxia New Year? Why have you stayed in Konoha? Uchiha asked with his usual expression. Although she probably knew why Uzumaki Lingshui didn't return to the land of Vortex, she still wanted to get the answer from her mouth. Well, because Aunt Mito wants me to stay here with her longer. So I didn't go back this year. Uzumaki Lingshui smiled and said. But her answer made Uchiha Yuri secretly curse in his heart. Hee. Accompany Uzumaki Mito, I think you want to hang around Shimura Danzō all the time, little cat. But, the little female cat who protects the food is really disgusting. You must know that I only met Shimura Danzō twice during the Huxia New Year, and the other party stayed among the Senju clan during the rest of the time. Rao is rational, and Uchiha Juri inevitably felt a little jealous in his heart. She couldn't imagine what happened between Shimura Danzō and each other during these times. Could it be that the layer has been pierced? Uchiha Juri couldn't even imagine it anymore. Ask for flowers. She's really afraid that Shimura Danzō will suddenly abandon her, if that's the case. The only ray of sunshine in my heart has also disappeared without a shadow. However, Hokage-sama has been staying in the Senju clan during the new year to learn from Aunt Mito. Master Hokage's character is really gentle, I want to marry him. Uzumaki Lingshui countered mercilessly, and this also made Uchiha Juri's heart sink, and the smile on his face began to become a little far-fetched. Sister Ling Shui's vision is indeed good, Master Hokage is such an excellent man. There was a hint of helplessness and hatred in Uchiha Zili's voice. Her tender body trembled slightly, and she even couldn't help breathing a little. 0. Even if she is calm on weekdays, she can't help being a little emotional when she receives such a stimulus from Uzumaki Lingshui. After all, this battle is about the position of the main palace, and whoever loses means that he can only be a small one in the future. If I marry Hokage-sama in the future, Shiri-san must come to participate. We're best sisters after all. Uzumaki Lingshui still had that shallow smile, but with a hint of happiness. It was as if Shimura Danzō was about to marry her. That's natural. If it really comes to that time, my sister will definitely congratulate. Congratulate you, Uchiha said with a smile on his face. But at this moment, the heart that was originally as solid as a stone has set off a turbulent sea, and even her emotions have been affected. When Uzumaki Lingshui saw this scene, the corners of his mouth could not help but draw a curve, and his eyebrows were slightly pouted. Today's contest, I won. Uzumaki Lingshui smiled proudly. Shimura Danzō, who belongs to the Shimura clan, couldn't help but sneezed. Gah, could it be that Sage Body still catches a cold? It doesn't make sense, I'm such a young chakra. But this little episode didn't affect Shimura Danzō. After shaking his head, he continued to delve into Wood Style's moves. Chapter 92, Danzo. Have you merged Wood Style? Chapter 92. Taking advantage of this great free time, Shimura Danzō did not hesitate too much, and went directly to the Senju clan to look for Uzumaki Mito. After all, Wood Style is very important to him now, and it is also the most critical thing for him to be able to suppress the Uchiha clan. He knew very well why Senju Tobirama and Shimura Danzō were so afraid of the Uchiha clan. It is entirely because their own strength is not enough to suppress the entire Uchiha clan. And Shimura Danzō wants to have absolute power, and then suppress the entire Uchiha clan in his hands. Besides, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Zili are definitely on their side, so they add a guarantee to Shimura Danzō. I don't know what Uchiha Naoya is thinking. Soon, Shimura from 70 inches Danzō came to the yard where Uzumaki Mito was. Because the number of visits to the Senju clan has become more frequent, coupled with the identity of Third Hokage, many Senju clan members have already disapproved. This might as well be good news for them. After all, Third Hokage has no intention of suppressing the Senju clan, which couldn't be better. At this time, Konoha is still snowing heavily, but the Senju clan has already been covered with New Year's decorations, so it doesn't look very cold. And even in such a cold winter, Uzumaki Mito is still sitting in the small yard drinking tea. It's just that compared to summer clothes, Uzumaki Mito is wearing a few more warm clothes at this time. On both sides of the yard, there are small suns made of fire style that are constantly heating, so there is no need to worry about the temperature problem. But what Uzumaki Mito drinks today is not tea, but liquor with a light fragrance. If Shimura Danzo's guess is correct, this sake should be the latest sake produced by Konoha Sake House. It is sweet and delicious, and the alcohol content is very low. Even children can drink sake. Danzo, here you come. Uzumaki Mito waved his hand, and an invisible chakra wave instantly pushed away the opposite blanket, motioning Shimura Danzō to sit down. Well, Aunt Mito. Shimura Danzō nodded and sat down across from Uzumaki Mito. How far has Wood Style's practice progressed? Uzumaki Mito smiled softly after pouring sake for Shimura Danzō. After all, she is also very clear about the reason for Shimura Danzō's disappearance during this period. The other party has been concentrating on practicing and merging wood style. Although Uzumaki Mito thinks that Shimura Danzō has little hope of merging wood style, he still has great confidence in him. Who made him so pleasing, and what made him so pleasing to him? And Mito, I have integrated wood style. Shimura Danzō picked up the wine glass leisurely and said softly. Then began to slowly taste this refreshing sake. It's fused, it's fused. Uzumaki Mito nodded disapprovingly at first, but then realized that something Shimura Danzō said seemed wrong. You blend wood style. Uzumaki Mito's face was full of shock, and the jade hand that was about to pick up the wine glass was also stunned at this moment. Shimura Danzō actually combined wood style. This was something she hadn't expected and couldn't believe. Yes, and Mito. The corners of Shimura Danzō's mouth curled into a smile, and his bright eyes were full of smiles. He was pleased with Uzumaki Mito's shock, but that was to be expected. After all, his ability to integrate wood style has completely exceeded Uzumaki Mito's imagination. Because even a genius like Senju Tobirama can't research this wood style. Danzō. You don't lie to me. Uzumaki Mito's tone became a little trembling, but he couldn't hide the shock. This is so shocking to the world that even Uzumaki Mito cannot accept it. Looks like I have to let Aunt Mito take a look. Shimura Danzō smiled with satisfaction, and then began to mobilize the chakra in his body. Shimura Danzō slapped the floor suddenly, and the 2 or 3 meters of snow outside the small pavilion was instantly broken. I saw a huge tree root suddenly rising from the ground at this moment. Different from other trees, this tree root is full of majestic vitality, which is simply not comparable to other trees. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Mito covered his red lips, his beautiful eyes were filled with endless shock, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This familiar scene, this familiar wood-style vitality, is exactly the same as the wood style released by Senju Hashirama. Danzō, you really made it. Uzumaki Mito swayed forward and touched the huge tree roots, feeling the vast and infinite vitality in it. And the chakra in it is none other than the chakra in Shimura Danzō himself. Uzumaki Mito is very familiar with Shimura Danzō's chakra, so naturally he will not admit his mistake. The Shimura group responded with a smile, with a little pride on their faces. But, your wood style seems to be missing something. It's not at all Senju Hashirama, it just looks like it. Uzumaki Mito saw the flaws in Shimura Danzō wood style at a glance, and said with a slight frown. Uzumaki Mito's slender hands were wrapped in golden chakra, and with a slight bang, the huge tree root instantly shattered. From this point, it can be seen that this 2.6 level wood style is not enough for fighting, and even ordinary attacks cannot be resisted. You know Senju Hashirama's wood style can catch the tailed beast bomb with his bare hands and catch Susanoo's knife. The wood style released by Shimura Danzō in front of him is like cloud and mud. Yes, so I need your help, and Mito, when I come this time. Shimura Danzō took a deep breath and said slowly. My help? You mean? Suddenly, Uzumaki Mito quickly guessed what the purpose of Shimura Danzō's trip was. Yes, I want to learn Sage Mode in Wetbones. Shimura Danzō didn't have the slightest scruples, but admitted it generously. 3th. Chapter 93. Katsuyu from Wetbones. Chapter 93. Sage Mode in Wetbones. Uzumaki Mito showed hesitation on his face, and there was a touch of complexity in his eyes. Because Shimura Danzō's question really made her a little embarrassed, but she didn't know whether to refuse or agree. After all, this matter is too important to be decided by her alone. Sorry, Mito-sama, I was the one to be rude. Shimura Danzō said apologetically after seeing Uzumaki Mito's face. He was a little anxious. After all, the sage mode of the Shiban Forest can be said to be a secret of the Senju clan, so how could it be handed over to outsiders? Even if he is Uzumaki Lingshui's fiancé, Uzumaki Mito has no reason to give the practice method of sage mode to himself. Well, I can only think of another way. Shimura Danzō sighed helplessly in his heart. It seems that if you want to get an increase in wood style, you still need some other means. No, that's not what I meant. Uzumaki Mito turned pale after seeing the disappointment in Danzo's eyes, and hurriedly said. What does Mito-sama mean? Shimura Danzō looked at Uzumaki Mito with doubts in his eyes, and his tone was full of puzzlement. Could it be that I still have the opportunity to practice sage mode in Wetbone Forest? Thinking of this, a little light of hope appeared in the doubtful eyes at this moment. Actually, it's not impossible for you to practice the sage mode of the Wetbones Forest, but you need to seek the consent of the great immortal Katsuyu. And sage mode must be guided by Katsuyu Daxian personally, otherwise even I have no choice. Uzumaki Mito said softly with a complicated complexion. Is that so? Then when can I meet Katsuyu Rishi? Shimura Danzo's eyes were full of hope, and he looked at Uzumaki Mito sincerely. Because Shimura Danzō is really eager to improve his strength now, otherwise he wouldn't be begging Uzumaki Mito like this. After all, since ancient times, it is the hardest thing to repay a favor, and this truth Shimura Danzō is deeply engraved in his heart. Right now, I can summon it. Uzumaki Mito nodded. She also understood how urgent Shimura Danzo's mood is now, so she didn't make a fuss about it. I saw Uzumaki Mito bit his finger and formed a seal immediately. Snapped. Summoning technique. A small summoning formation filled with black seal patterns appeared in Shimura Danzo's sight. Thump. In an instant, white smoke curled up, and Uzumaki Mito waved his hand, and the thick white smoke wrapped around them dissipated without a trace at this moment. And a small blue and white Katsuyu appeared in the sight of the two. Master Mito, long time no see. The crisp female voice of Konbu Ghost sounded, and the tone was full of surprise and surprise. And this is also very familiar to Shimura Danzō, because this is the voice that Katsuyu makes. But what made Shimura Danzō quite curious was that Katsuyu's clone would actually call Uzumaki Mito an adult. It can be seen that Uzumaki Mito has a pivotal position in the eyes of Katsuyu Daishin. Katsuyu, I won't talk about reminiscing about the past. This is Shimura Danzō, the third Hokage of Konoha village. I summoned you this time because I want you to check whether he is qualified to inherit the Shimura forest. Uzumaki Mito said in a flat tone. Third Hokage, want to practice sage mode in Wetbone Forest? For a while, Katsuyu felt that the amount of information he had learned was a bit too big, and it took a little time to digest it. If the young man in front of him is third Hokage, it means that the second Hokage Senju Tobirama has passed away. Yes, he has already integrated wood style, but the sage mode of Wetbone Forest is needed to improve wood style. As for character, I can guarantee that you can tell the ontology with confidence. Uzumaki Mito said lightly. After all, with her guarantee and trust, Katsuyu Daishin should not embarrass Shimura Danzō. What? He merged wood style. This time it was Katsuyu's turn to be shocked, and she screamed out of shock, looking at Shimura Danzō in disbelief. She didn't expect that she would get such shocking news when she was summoned by Uzumaki Mito this time. You must know that wood style has seen it before. After all, it was Senju Hashirama's summoning beast back then, and it has seen the power of Senju Hashirama wood style. But now there are still people in Konoha who can integrate wood style, which is really unbelievable. Oh, no, Katsuyu couldn't believe it. Yes, lose immortal. Shimura Danzō nodded with a faint smile, and then his hands were filled with immense vitality. A branch stretched out from his hand in an instant, and then fell off the ground. And at this moment, Katsuyu really believed in everything before him. Senju Hashirama, area. Since you have Master Mito's guarantee and you are third Hokage, there is no problem. 880. However, it is very difficult to practice sage mode, and there is a high risk of life, so you must think carefully. First Hokage Senju Hashirama is one of the few people who have succeeded over the years. Even Master Mito almost died in order to practice sage mode, so he had to make a second choice to create 100 healings mark. Third Hokage, you have to think about all these things. Shimura Danzō couldn't help being startled by Katsuyu's series of words, and looked at Uzumaki Mito with a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to have such a past, and she didn't succeed in practicing the sage mode of the Wetbone Forest. Yes, the cultivation mode of calling people is very difficult. Uzumaki Mito knew what Shimura Danzō's stunned look meant, and nodded in acknowledgement. This is why she doesn't want Shimura Danzō to practice sage mode, because the difficulty is too high. If it weren't for the help of Katsuyu Daxian back then, she might have already turned into a stone. And at this moment, Shimura Danzō was silent. Everyone is quietly waiting for his answer. Chapter 94. Forest of Wet Bones, Katsuyu Daisonjin. Chapter 94. As Uzumaki Mito and Katsuyu said, the risk of practicing sage mode in the Wetbone Forest is very high. Just like the group of stone statues on Mount Myoboku in the original book, if you are not careful, they will petrify. Although it is said that Katsuyu Daxian is guiding the practice, the risk factor is still very high. Shimura Danzō needs careful consideration in the matter of life. Danzō, why don't you just forget about it? I can pass on the 100 healings mark to you. Although the increase compared to sage mode is greatly reduced, at least there is no risk. Uzumaki Mito spoke with a worried face. She was really worried that Shimura Danzō would die because of practicing sage mode. If Shimura Danzō dies, there will be a huge earthquake in Konoha. What's more, he is still the fiancé of that girl Lingshui, so he can't take this risk. No, and Mito, I believe that I can successfully practice this sage mode. Besides, I even integrated wood style, not to mention this sage mode. Shimura Danzō gave Uzumaki Mito reassurance with a confident smile. Although 100 healings mark may also allow wood style to improve and increase, it is far less terrifying than sage mode. Shimura Danzō's desire for power is not only here, he wants to rise to a higher level. Although it takes a long time to reach the level of Senju Hashirama, at least it has to enter the Super Shadow level. So compared to the latter, Shimura Danzō must choose sage mode. Danzō, you. Seeing Shimura Danzō's confident and bright smile, Uzumaki Mito can feel a sense of warmth even in this harsh winter weather. The sunny smile of Shimura Danzō in front of him was like the sun hanging in the sky, which warmed Uzumaki Mito's heart. Don't worry, Aunt Mito. Shimura Danzō spoke again after taking a deep breath. In fact, he couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. The feeling of being cared about was pretty good. Okay, since you are so confident. After some hesitation, Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly in agreement. She believes that since Shimura Danzō can integrate wood style, sage mode is a piece of cake for him. In that case, I will take you to the Wetbone Forest. Master Mito, I have to trouble you to prepare. Although Katsuyu doesn't know how the relationship between the two is, it is not difficult to see that the elders care about the younger generation. It seems that this third Hokage is very trusted by Uzumaki Mito, otherwise Uzumaki Mito would not let him practice sage mode in Wetbone Forest. Then, we are going to the Wetbone Forest next. You two, Please close your eyes. Katsuyu said solemnly. The attitude is rigorous and meticulous, not as relaxed as before. Shimura Danzō and Uzumaki Mito closed their eyes tightly, and then felt their bodies spinning. For a long time, Katsuyu's voice sounded. Okay, you two can open your eyes now. Gradually, both Shimura Danzō and Uzumaki Mito opened their eyes. What caught the eye was the appearance of the wet-bone forest. A huge tree with a height of 100 meters stands here. The dense forest is impenetrable even by the sunlight in the sky. The mountains line the sea and the countless towering ancient trees are really a sight to behold. What is surprising is that the trunks of these ancient trees are not dark brown like ordinary giant trees. It seems to have been eaten, but at first glance from a distance, it is pale and slender, with a kind of bone-like penetrating and terrifying feeling. This is the meaning of bone in wet-bone forest. The weather here is completely different from that of the ninja world. The sun is shining brightly, and the speed of light penetrates the gap between the opposite leaves and lands on the ground. Summoning the three holy places of beasts, Katsuyu of the wet-bone forest is best at healing. But in terms of real strength, Katsuyu who is not good at fighting is actually the strongest. The fusion of all split bodies can have a size of more than 10 kilometers at most, and the smallest caterpillar can split countless. As long as a splinter is alive, the Katsuyu Daishin is not dead, and the supersized body can corrode everything with a spit of acid. But the air here is not as cold as in the ninja world, but the natural and comfortable air in summer. Is this the wet-bone forest? It's spectacular. Shimura Danzō glanced around, and Shimura completely shocked him. It's been a long time since I came here. Wet-bone forest is still like spring all year round, and the air is still so comfortable. Uzumaki Mito took off his winter jacket, and took a breath of the air with his eyes closed. The last time I came to wet-bone forest seemed to be more than 10 years ago. I didn't expect that after so many years, the wet-bone forest is still so warm, and even the trees haven't changed too much. It is worthy of being called the three holy places. No wonder Otsutsuki Weiyu's infinite Tsukuyomi did not affect them. It turned out that it was hiding in a different space, so that infinite Tsukuyomi couldn't shine at all. Shimura Danzō thought to himself. He finally understood why Hamamaru was able to confuse Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. The money is good because he avoided infinite Tsukuyomi by relying on a different space. Follow me. After Uzumaki Mito saw Katsuyu's avatar leave, he smiled and took Shimura Danzō to the place where Katsuyu Daisen was. Although she has not been here for more than 10 years, she still remembers the way there clearly. At the end, the originally dark gold suddenly became brighter. I saw a huge Katsuyu in the most important central field, with an extremely tall figure, even scarier than Shimura Danzō imagined. And the huge Katsuyu in front of him is none other than the owner of the wet-bone forest, the great immortal Katsuyu. Katsuyu Daisen, long time no see. Uzumaki Mito looked up at the two touches with a smile on his face. Chapter 95. Danzo, you have a constitution not inferior to Hashirama. Chapter 95. But Katsuyu Daisen didn't respond to Uzumaki Mito, and the body split apart at an astonishing speed. In less than 5 seconds, Katsuyu, who was originally 100 meters high, was only 2 or 3 meters high at this moment, and the rest of the clones were moving away in all directions. And the 2-meter-tall Katsuyu in front of him is completely different from Katsuyu of the same stature. Because the one in front of you is the ontology and the consciousness of doctrine, and you can feel a clear change in both momentum and breath. Mito, long time no see. Katsuyu Rishi said with a gentle smile. It is not difficult to hear the joy in its words. This is Third Hokage Shimura Danzō, right? When Hashirama was alive more than 10 years ago, my identity met you once. Katsuyu looked at Shimura Danzō who was standing next to Uzumaki Mito and spoke. Is that so? Then I'm really lucky, Shimura Danzō said in surprise. Okay, I won't say much about reminiscing about the old days. I already know your reason for coming, but I still want to ask you if you are really confident to learn Sage Mode. After all, the stakes are as high as Mount Myoboku in Wet-Bone Forest. If you fail, you will be like those bones, living in the Wet-Bone Forest forever. Why? Immortal Katsuyu's voice suddenly became ghostly, like a god. Its words made Shimura Danzō's expression tremble, which reminded him instantly of the things he saw when he just entered the Wet-Bone Forest. It turned out that those were not formed naturally, but formed by the losers who practiced Sage Mode. Katsuyu Rishi, I won't. Shimura Danzō nodded solemnly and replied. It's all here, and there is no turning back. Don't worry, you have both Yang and Yin chakra in your body, and it's very easy to practice the Sage Mode of Wet-Bone Forest. And your current physique is not inferior to Senju Hashirama's back then. Uzumaki Mito was startled by Katsuyu's words, and looked at Shimura Danzō in surprise. Because she knows how terrifying Senju Hashirama's physique is, it is the existence of immune to death, just like a fairy, even stronger than their Uzumaki clan's physique. Now Senju Katsuyu said that Shimura Danzō's physique is similar to Senju Hashirama's, which really shocked CGFH Uzumaki Mito. With your talent and physique, it will take at most half a month to master Sage Mode. Without further ado, let me teach you the Sage Mode of Wetbones. Konoha Hokage office. Shimura Danzō had already handed everything over to Uchiha Yuri when he left. Therefore, the big and small matters in Konoha village are handed over to the other party for handling, so there is no need to worry about anything. Ah, Danzō actually wants to leave me for half a month. Without Danzō energy, I'm dying. And Uchiha Yuri started to show some signs of obsession 2 days after Shimura Danzō left. In the small room in Hokage's office, I rolled on the bed with Shimura Danzo's Hokage imperial robe covered by the quilt, sucking the smell frantically. It's hard to imagine that Uchiha Yuri, who is rational, wise, glamorous, and vigorous in his work, would show such an attitude. In terms of the previous life, at this time Baoji Bojili was an out-and-out street. But this state is only known to Uchiha Yuri, not even Shimura Danzo. But if he really knew, Shimura Danzo's perception of Uchiha Yuri might collapse. Boom boom boom. Just when Uchiha was flushing and replenishing Danzo's energy, the disgusting knock on the door sounded again. In an instant, Uchiha Juri's face darkened. She didn't expect that someone would disturb her during this kind of rest time, it was simply unforgivable. But Uchiha Yuri has nothing to do. After all, she can be said to be an agent of Hokage now, and she cannot put personal emotions into work. This is what Shimura Danzo taught her. After tidying up the messy clothes and scattered long purple hair, Shibajiri opened the door of the lounge and sat in the assistant's seat. Come in. Click. The door was opened again. But this time, the person who walked in made Uchiha Yuri's beautiful eyes reveal a look of surprise. The two people in front of them are his younger brother Uchiha Kagami and Anbu Captain Mitokado Homura. When the two saw that there was only Uchiha Yuri in Hokage's office but Shimura Danzo was missing, their eyes were full of doubts. Master Hokage has recently gone to practice, so I will handle Hokage's affairs with full authority. Uchiha Yuri naturally saw the doubts in the hearts of the two, and then explained aloud. Her words also made the hearts of the two jump suddenly, and Uchiha Kagami was even more surprised. He didn't expect his sister's relationship with Shimura Danzo to be so close that even Hokage's affairs could be entrusted to her. Mitokado Homura did not question either. After all, he is not blind. It is not difficult to see the relationship between Uchiha Yuri and Shimura Danzo. It's a matter of time before these two get married. Miss Zeely, this is the information that Master Danzo asked us to infiltrate into Sunagaku. According to the name of the Sand Shinobi ninja, they call these things puppetry, and we have written the details into the data. Mitokado Homura didn't waste too much nonsense, and directly took out the scroll and handed it to Uchiha Yuri. Well, please help me. I'm here to say thank you for Hokage-sama. Uchiha Zeely nodded with a light smile, and then took the scroll from Mitokado Homura's hand. Then let's go down first. Mitokado Homura didn't plan to stay too long, because they were rushing back, so they were exhausted both mentally and physically and needed time to rest. Then sister, I will go back to rest first. After Uchiha Kagami greeted Uchiha Zeely, he followed Mitokado Homura's footsteps and left Hokage's office. Then, let me see what's the secret of Sand Shinobi's new research and development. Uchiha Yuri took a deep breath and opened the scroll to watch. Chapter 96. A leap of improvement, a great achievement in Sage Mode. Chapter 96. Shimura Danzo's talent is far beyond the guesswork of Katsuyu Rishi. It only took a week to master the Sage Mode of Shishbone Forest, and even began to store natural energy in the body. And this is the secret of Wetbone Sage Mode, which can store natural energy in the body. This is why Senju Hashirama immune to death is the reason, because the natural energy is replenished all the time. As long as it is injured, it will be replenished immediately for repair. The weakened version is the 100 Healings mark practiced by Uzumaki Mito, which can only store the Yin attribute chakra, which can make oneself look not old, and can unseal the 100 Healings mark to release chakra to fight at critical times. It can be said that the curse seals developed by 100 Healings mark and Orochimaru have the same purpose, but the curse seals can be mixed with natural energy, which is clear by referring to Chongwu. Mito, are you sure he's not from the Senju or Uzumaki clan? This kind of physique can only be possessed by you Uzumaki and Senju. Immortal Katsuyu looked at Shimura Danzo, who was concentrating on practicing Sage Mode in the distance, and said in amazement. Because this guy's physique is so pervert, it's exactly the same as Senju Hashirama back then. I don't know, maybe his grandma is from the Uzumaki clan or Senju, and the physique has been passed down to his generation. Uzumaki Mito is not very clear, but can understand that Shimura Danzo's physique is almost the same as that of the two races. It should be passed down from the father or grandma, otherwise it is impossible to have it. I don't know if God blesses you Konoha village, but there is such a monster again. Katsuyu Rishi sighed softly, and Uzumaki Mito didn't answer it, just smiled calmly. Shimura Danzo is in good shape, even in perfect Sage Mode. Natural energy was constantly pouring into Shimura Danzo's body at this moment, and his body was covered and surrounded by an invisible energy. After the baptism of natural energy these days, the spirit of Shimura Danzo has undergone earth-shaking changes. The aura is a bit more domineering, and the temperament of the whole person has also undergone a great change, a bit more elegant and free and easy, just like a fairy. Finished. At this moment, the three people present silently chanted in their hearts. Shimura Danzo opened his eyes, and the world he saw was brighter than ever before, and he could feel a qualitative change in his body. Although the changes have been great, Shimura Danzo's heart is extremely calm, and he has completely reached the state of his heart. And Shimura Danzo's eyes also have black lines, which is the proof of entering the Wetbone Forest Sage Mode. Wood style. Wooden wall. Snapped. Shimura Danzo clapped his hands suddenly, and a huge wood-style wall rose up at this moment, directly blocking Shimura Danzo. Let me try the defense of this wood style. Although Shimura Danzo did not speak, Immortal Katsuyu quickly understood Shimura Danzo's intentions, and he wanted the two of them to help test how his wood style is now. Sulfuric acid corrosive. Cheap cheap. The pale yellow liquid splashed on the wooden array wall, making an ear-piercing sound. Suddenly, white thick smoke rose. But Uzumaki Mito couldn't wait for the smoke to disperse, so he dispersed the thick smoke with a wave of his hand. And it turned out, as they expected, Shimura Danzo's wood style got a huge boost. Katsuyu Immortal's corrosive liquid did not pose a great threat to Shimura Danzo's wooden wall, but only lost a little skin. Danzo, it seems you're right. Sage Mode's improvement to wood style is simply a leap in quality. Uzumaki Mito smiled lightly after seeing the face of Shimura Danzo exposed after removing the wooden barrier wall. Yes, thank you Katsuyu Rishi. Shimura Danzo bowed to Katsuyu Rishi and thanked him. You don't have to thank me, maybe it's all preordained, that guy Hashirama has a successor. Immortal Katsuyu didn't take it seriously and could only chuckle helplessly. Danzo, let's see your strength. I just want to see how strong you are in Sage Mode. Uzumaki Mito suddenly issued an invitation to fight, and this also made Shimura Danzo a little confused. Okay, since you have said so, and Mito, how dare I not distinguish? Ask for flowers. Shimura Danzo also felt that he hadn't fought for a long time, and felt that his bones were about to rust, so he might as well take advantage of this time to fight Uzumaki Mito. And he also wants to know what is the strength of Uzumaki Mito. Is it Super Shadow, or Peak? Nine Tails Mode. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito's appearance began to change greatly. He did not look like a 35-year-old woman at all, and his appearance was no different from that of a girl in her 20s. Nine Tails. It's shocking. Shimura Danzo was not only surprised by the change in Uzumaki Mito's appearance, but also by the aura she exuded. Because Uzumaki Mito at this moment is not inferior to himself in Sage Mode in terms of momentum. Then, let's get started. Exclamation mark. There was an astonishing sound of piercing through the air, and the two figures of gold and blue were entangled crazily in the central field. A palm-like attack came out in an instant, like overwhelming mountains and seas. It seemed that they didn't hold back any hands, but in fact, the two of them didn't use all their strength at all. Yes, from your current state, it can be seen that your strength is significantly stronger than when you shot before. Uzumaki Mito nodded in satisfaction, then stepped back and released the Nine Tails Chakra mode. After all, it was just a test of Shimura Danzo's current strength, and a few minutes was completely enough. Master Mito praised you. Shimura Danzo was not proud, but nodded modestly. But he was still a little happy in his heart, because he could clearly feel that his strength had been improved qualitatively. In the state of Sage Mode, he is stronger than before in the normal state, even twice as powerful. That is to say, Shimura Danzo has completely entered the Super Shadow level at this time, and the next thing is to store natural energy into the body. When he reaches a certain level of saturation, Shimura Danzo will be able to officially enter the level of Senju Hashirama. Yes, before Rinnegan, I was invincible under the Six Paths. Chapter 97. Homura, what happened to Loquat's betrayal? Chapter 97. Shimura Danzo didn't do much after mastering Sage Mode, but it was the same as usual. Occasionally flirts with Uchiha Zili in the office, and occasionally flirts with Uzumaki Lingshui in the Senju clan, and instantly probes each other's tone. After all, Shimura Danzo wants to enjoy the blessing of being equal to others, so he must prepare various coping strategies. Even if Uzumaki Mito agrees to help him, he still has to be extremely cautious. Shimura Danzo is very clear about the principle of being careful when sailing too fast. Not to mention that he is really on two boats now. But what Shimura Danzo doesn't know is that Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui have known each other for a long time, and they are both called good sisters. If you let him know, it's really hard to imagine what kind of change the expression will be. 147. But Mitokado Homura didn't have a private meeting with Lake Biwa. It seems that it's because the wedding is approaching. Shimura Danzo murmured while looking at his scouting crystal with some depression. Originally, his purpose of transferring Mitokado Homura back was to make the relationship between Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa even more heated, and then he added fire from it. Mitokado Homura dare not make a big fuss at Sarutobi Hiruzen's wedding. It seems that we still have to find some way to encourage him. Shimura Danzo casts his eyes on Loquat's betrayal of the Loquat of Loquats, which is in the drawer. His idea is exactly the same as he did with Lake Biwa before, that is to let the Intimate Paradise series give him inspiration and courage to reach that point. Forget it, I still have to do it myself. After thinking about it for a while, Shimura Danzo felt that he had to do it himself, otherwise he would not be able to experience the fun of it. After making up his mind, Shimura Danzo directly picked up Heaven of Intimacy and left the Hokage office. He intends to give the book to Mitokado Homura. After all, he knows everything about dealings between men. Soon, Shimura Danzo arrived at Mitokado Homura's family, and the person who opened the door was a member of their family. Lord Hokage. The young woman covered her mouth in surprise after seeing Shimura Danzo's arrival, with a look of shock in her eyes. It never occurred to her that Third Hokage would come to them, which was obviously unthinkable. But after thinking about it, it's very complete. After all, my patriarch Mitokado Homura and Third Hokage are good friends, and it's very normal for the other party to visit. Excuse me, I'm here to find Homura. Shimura Danzo smiled faintly. The spring-like smile made the woman feel that she had lost her mind for a while, but she quickly realized it. The head of the family is practicing in the training ground. Master Hokage, please come in. Let me report. The young woman spoke hastily after inviting Shimura Danzo in. Don't bother, just point the way, and I'll go directly to him. Shimura Danzo felt that there was no need for this, and said bluntly. Well, Mr. Hokage, you go this way, and then, you will arrive at the training ground where the patriarch is. Shimura Danzō understood the woman's methodical guidance in an instant, and after thanking him, he turned and went to the training ground. Training course. Mitokado Homura is practicing the Anbu sword technique handed down by Second Hokage. His movements are as fast as the wind, and he can almost achieve a perfect one-hit kill. Yo, Homura, you seem to be in good shape. Shimura Danzō stepped forward and greeted Mitokado Homura, who was sweating in the field, with a smile. Danzo, why are you here? Mitokado Homura's face was full of surprise after hearing the familiar voice and turning around to see the person in front of him. One must know that Shimura Danzō has a lot of things to do every day, so how could he come to his home when he is free? Why, can't I come? Still saying you, Mitokado Homura, don't welcome me. Shimura Danzo's complexion suddenly sank, and he said in a bad tone. No, please sit down quickly, I feel a little bad that I didn't greet you in person. Mitokado Homura smiled brightly, with a little embarrassment on his face. Ha ha ha, Homura, don't be so nervous. Shimura Danzō burst out laughing, relieving the awkward atmosphere. Afterwards, the two of them sat on the small resting pavilion beside them and began to drink tea. Danzo, is there something wrong with Sunagaku, or is the information on it wrong? Mitokado Homura asked with a serious look. After all, the thing that allowed Shimura Danzō to come to him in person is probably something wrong with the scroll or San Shinobi. No problem, I just came to give you something nice. This is the best-selling book in the ninja world recently, and it is an excellent book personally recommended to me by the Nara Patriarch. After looking left and right for a while, Shimura Danzō slowly took out the betrayal of Loquat from his arms. Seeing that Shimura Danzō is so mysterious and admires this book so much, Mitokado Homura couldn't help being curious, and at the same time full of anticipation. He'd like to know what kind of book could have caused Shimura Danzō to lose his composure to such an extent. Look, Shimura Danzō puts Intimacy Heaven on the table. When Mitokado Homura saw the book cover and title, his eyes shone with a subtle light, and his face became a little weird. But when he saw the 5 characters of Loquat's betrayal, his heart suddenly turned cold, and cold sweat broke out directly behind his back. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he stared at the book in front of him tightly. Loquat Pippa betrayed. All of a sudden, Mitokado Homura hastily associated all this with 1.8. Could it be that someone knew about the matter between him and Lake Biwa, and then wrote all this into a book? Thinking of this, Mitokado Homura's hands couldn't help but tremble a little. Because he knows what he did is enough to kill him 10 times, and not only Sarutobi, Danzo will not let himself go. Shimura Danzō laughed wildly in his heart after seeing Mitokado Homura's reaction, but his face was full of worry. Aha, Homura, you don't look very well. Did the mission leave you with any damage? Would you like me to ask someone from Muya Hospital to come over and take a look at you? Chapter 98. Hiruzen, your head is green, are you still happy? Chapter 98. Facing Shimura Danzo's question, Mitokado Homura's face was clouded with cold sweat streaming down his back. His hands trembled subtly and violently. Although it was not obvious, it still couldn't escape Shimura Danzo's sharp eyes. No need, I guess it was twisted during the training just now, I'll just take a rest. Mitokado Homura showed a smile that was more miserable than a smile, which made people sigh. Is it like this? Then I won't bother you. But you have to read this book carefully, the content inside is very kyocera. Although Shimura Danzō has a worried look on his face, he still highly recommends Mito Homura to read this book. Soon, Mitokado Homura sent Shimura Danzō away from home. After sending Shimura Danzō away, Mitokado Homura hurriedly took the Book of Intimacy Paradise in his hand, and ran frantically back to his room and closed the door tightly. And this also made those servants who saw this scene a little curious, what made Mitokado Homura's reaction so great. 26. But as servants, they naturally have no right to intervene in these matters. Mitokado Homura slumped down behind them, panting violently, his pupils filled with horror and fear. At this moment, sweat had already completely soaked his clothes, and the hand that was holding Tiantian was trembling violently. At that moment just now, he really thought that Shimura Danzō knew about the matter between him and Lake Biwa, and he even had a slight urge to silence the other party. But his sixth sense frantically warned him at that moment that if he did something, he would definitely be the one who died. Loquat's betrayal, is it really such a coincidence? After calming down, Mitokado Homura also began to stare at the kissing paradise in his hand and fell into thought. Because judging from Shimura Danzo's expression just now, the other party is absolutely ignorant of the matter between himself and Mitokado Homura, and just came to secretly recommend this book to himself. After thinking about it for a while, it is also very reasonable. After all, such books are really ugly, so naturally it is impossible to hand them over to him in Hokage's office. In other words, Shimura Danzō regards himself as a friend, otherwise how could he do so? After a struggle of thoughts, Mitokado Homura confirmed his guess that Shimura Danzō didn't know about it at all and it was just a coincidence. Thinking of this, Mitokado Homura calmed down and began to read Love Heaven. After all, when Shimura Danzō handed this book to himself, he must have had his intentions, not just for him to appreciate. After a long time, Mitokado Homura took a deep breath and closed the kissing heaven. At this moment, his eyes were full of shock and horror, as well as a trace of delusion. His face became reddish, full of complexities, and his heart beat rapidly. This book, no wonder Shimura Danzō is so respected, and it can even sell well in the entire ninja world, which is not unreasonable. Not to mention that the author's exquisite writing style is fascinating, he even described the actions of the characters in it vividly. There are also some postures that Mitokado Homura has never heard before, and even the evil fire that was originally quiet in his body rose at this moment. If possible, he really wanted to contact Lake Biwa to carry out the action in that book. But the current situation does not allow Mitokado Homura to do that, because the wedding is approaching, and it is difficult for Biwako to even go out. No wonder Danzo recommended it to me, it's fantastic. Mitokado Homura said with emotion. This kind of divine book is simply the essence of the industry, and no one can even surpass it. It's just that the plot is a little weird, which makes Mito Menden feel weird. Because the plot seems to be inexplicably similar to the relationship between myself and Lake Biwa. At this moment, Mitokado Homura also became a little sensitive. Suspicion that Shimura Danzo had dissipated was also revived a little at this moment. Because he felt that Shimura Danzo might know something, or that the author of this book knew something, otherwise such a story would not have been written. Thinking of this, Mitokado Homura became a little uneasy. No, we have to investigate the author behind this scene. Alarm bells sounded in Mitokado Homura's heart, and he felt that he had to be vigilant in order to avoid any accidents. As soon as Shimura Danzo returned to the family to rest, Shimura Ayaka trotted over and told him that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Biwako were already waiting in the living room. Strange, these two people are so free to come to me today. Shimura Danzo muttered softly, but still got up and went to the living room. After all, etiquette is not something to do. Hiruzen, Lake Biwa, what wind blows you out? When Shimura Danzo walked to the living room, he looked at the two who were drinking tea and waiting for him with a chuckle. Ha ha ha, Danzo, Biwako and I are here to send invitations this time. Our wedding is getting ready, and I hope you won't miss it then. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the invitation card from his arms and handed it to Shimura Danzo with a happy smile on his face. The same is true for Lake Biwa, which should be said next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Question mark. The date has been fixed. 620. Then congratulations to the two of you for achieving a positive result. When Shimura Danzo received the invitation from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he raised his eyebrows slightly and then showed a congratulatory smile. But his eyes were a little subtle, so subtle that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Lake Biwa couldn't see them at all. In Shimura Danzo's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head is already green, and also has 10 points of disgust towards Lake Biwa. Although the other party really does not want to marry Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart, the person who really wants to marry is Mitokado Homura. But Biwako did not completely cut off the relationship with Mitokado Homura, that is your problem. Well, but all of this has nothing to do with him, what he has to do is to add fuel to the fire and boost their morale. After all, what he wants to watch is a good show, and he doesn't care about how this farce will go. That's that, Danzo, you have to hurry up. I heard that you have a good relationship with Uchiha Yuri and Mito-sama's aunt. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed flatteringly, but in fact, his heart is thinking of getting married quickly, and then Shimura Danzo can fulfill his promise. And one's own roots can also start to be established, until that time. Chapter 99. Mitokado Homura's Inner Hatred. Chapter 99. Mitokado Homura is very depressed, because he has no way to investigate who the author of Intimate Paradise is, and who is behind the scenes to support this book. The only thing we know is that the Nara family is responsible for cooperating with the mysterious author, and it is impossible to disclose information to Mitokado Homura. Even if Mitokado Homura used his identity as captain of Anbu to put pressure on Nara Patriarch, it was useless, the other party was not afraid of him at all. After all, that is the Nara clan, he is not just a clan, but represents the Yamanaka and Akamaki clans, and these two clans can be completely tied together. If Mitokado Homura offends him, it is equivalent to offending the three Ino-Shikacho families. And Mitokado Homura couldn't mobilize Anbu to help him investigate this ridiculous thing, not to mention that the less people know about it, the better. Besides, although I am the captain of Anbu, if there is no order from Shimura Danzo, they seldom obey my command, but only obey my order in daily tasks. When it comes to emergency, the real power is still in the hands of Shimura Danzo's hands. I hope I'm too suspicious. Mitokado Homura sat in the tea house, took a sip of tea and murmured with a depressed face. But, if I can, I want to take away the loquat like the hero in the book. Mitokado Homura's eyes were full of complex expressions, and the hand that picked up the teacup couldn't help trembling at this moment. Because that kind of future with loquat is what he longed for, and it was deeply engraved in his mind and he couldn't go away with it. After all, the circumstances of the hero and heroine are somewhat similar to theirs, which makes Mitokado Homura can't help but have a little fantasy in his heart. Soon, Mitokado Homura was frightened by the absurd idea in his heart, and then a self-mockery appeared on his face. But this smile and the sadness in his eyes made people feel that the other party's heart was breaking. If Shimura Danzo was present, he would surely understand the smile and the helplessness in Mito's heart. In his previous life, he has seen too many couples who were separated due to various reasons, and Mitokado Homura's current situation is exactly the same as them. The self-deprecating smile on his face, the bit of bitterness at the corner of his mouth, the traces of despair and more reluctance in his eyes. But, they'll learn to let go, they can't give girls the life they want, and don't want to drag others down because of the current bad situation. But Mitokado Homura is different. He knows that things have progressed to this point, but he still has an affair with Lake Biwa. This point is the existence of common anger between man and God. It can be said that both Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa are hateful. A poor person must have something to hate, and a hateful person must have something to be pitiful. This classic handed down is not without reason. Well, how is this possible? Mitokado Homura shook his head mockingly and took another sip of tea. Originally, he wanted to drink away his worries today, but he thought that as the captain of Anbu, he had to maintain a good mental state to deal with various emergencies at any time, so he could only drink tea. Although his status in Konoha village is higher than that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the power he holds is also the same, but when it comes to family power, he is probably not as good as the Sarutobi clan. Although Shimura Danzō has eliminated many powers of the Sarutobi clan, in fact the Sarutobi clan still has a wide network of contacts in the village, and it is not too easy to deal with him. Therefore, the absurd idea of taking Lake Biwa away from Konoha is simply laughable. Even if he escapes from Konoha, can he escape Konoha's arrest warrant? You must know that this is Konoha, the largest village in the ninja world, and the strength of its ninjas is no joke. And just as Mitokado Homura left after checking out and walked to the corner, two figures on the street filled Mitokado Homura's sight. At this moment, Mitokado Homura's originally dejected heart became a little fluctuated at this moment, his hands were tightly held, his veins bulged, and he trembled slightly. But fortunately Mitokado Homura is in the corner position, no one can see his gaffe. The reason why Mitokado Homura can show such a groggy expression is naturally Sarutobi Hiruzen and Lake Biwa. On the street, Bawako and Sarutobi Hiruzen were walking on the commercial street with happy expressions on their faces, and Bawako didn't show the slightest resistance on his face, on the contrary, he was very fortunate to enjoy all this. The same is true for Sarutobi Hiruzen, completely immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. A-hole, Mitokado Homura wanted to smash the wall, but calmed down the next moment. Because if there is a big commotion at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention may be drawn, so he forcibly retracted his fist. Obviously he came first. Why are you Sarutobi Hiruzen able to marry Lake Biwa? Just because your two parents made a marriage contract since childhood. Mitokado Homura roared crazily in his heart, roaring furiously, his tearful eyes were full of hatred and anger, as if they were about to turn into substance. But after all, this is just the impotent rage in Mitokado Homura's heart, and there is no way for him to change this status quo. Gradually, the figures of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Lake Biwa disappeared into the streets and disappeared from the eyes of Mitokado Homura. After a long time, Mitokado Homura slowly loosened his tight fist, and the veins gradually dissipated at this moment. I am powerless after all. Because he knew that he couldn't harm the whole family because of his own selfish desires. If he, Mitokado Homura, was alone with the money, he would naturally dare to go up and snatch Lake Biwa. But he has a family behind him, and he is a good friend with Sarutobi Hiruzen, all of which cannot be changed. Mitokado Homura then entered the darkness of the alley against the wall. His back is so lonely, full of endless sadness. After a long time of transfer, a whisper sounded. That's right, that's what I want. I saw Shimura Danzō coming out of the darkness. Previously, he had seen all Mitokado Homura's movements, and the opponent's every move was completely in line with Shimura Danzō's expectations. Well, don't worry, it's still a while before Hiruzen's big wedding, give you enough time to think, Homura. Shimura Danzō looked in the direction Mitokado Homura was leaving with a slight smile on his face. Chapter 100. Danzo, you two-footed BD. Chapter 100. After that, Mitokado Homura also took a leave of absence from Shimura Danzō. And Shimura Danzō also agreed to him without asking any reason. Because he knew exactly why Mitokado Homura took leave. His heart was a little messed up when he witnessed the scene of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Lake Biwa on the street. If Mitokado Homura didn't take this matter seriously before reading Intimate Paradise, at most he would feel uncomfortable. But after seeing the happy ending of making out in heaven, his state of mind has undergone a huge change, and he is burning with jealousy. Although the things in the book are not shown, Mitokado Homura has completely substituted himself in it. Moreover, the two people's experiences are very similar, so Mito has that slight fantasy in his heart. Sure enough, that guy Homura is completely shaken. Shimura Danzō looked at Mitokado Homura's lonely back and whispered. However, Mitokado Homura's actions somewhat disappointed Shimura Danzō, who originally thought that the other party would directly confess to Bawako. But this is also very normal. After all, everyone is a person with brains, so don't be so confused. Everything should be done after thinking about it. Master Hokage, what's wrong with Mitokado Homura? He still needs to rest for a week. On the side, Uchiha Jisato's beautiful eyes were full of puzzlement. On weekdays, Mitokado Homura can continue to carry out Anbu's tasks as long as he rests for a day or two, but this time after a week's vacation, he has to take another week. This unreasonable behavior made Uchiha Yuri puzzled, and when she saw Shimura Danzō's straightforward agreement without asking why, she understood that the other party must know what was hidden in it. Because of something about my feelings. Human, who doesn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Shimura Danzō smiled after thinking for a while. He didn't intend to tell Uchiha Yuri about these things, it was enough for him to know about this little conspiracy. So he gave Uchiha Yuri an ambiguous answer, retaining a sense of expectation in his heart. An emotional thing, Uchiha Yuri suddenly realized, but did not continue to ask, because this is Mitomondan's privacy. It's normal to think about it carefully. Although Mitokado Homura is the captain of Anbu, he usually makes firm decisions and kills decisively, but don't forget that he is a living person with his own feelings. Not to mention that Mitokado Homura is the same age as them, and it is natural to have a headache when encountering emotional problems. Thinking of this, Uchiha Zili couldn't help feeling a little resentment in his heart. She has never seen Shimura Danzō get entangled in his own emotional affairs, even when he is in two boats, his face is not red and his heart is not beating. And he seldom heard the news of Uzumaki Lingshui from his mouth. If it wasn't for that showdown, I'm afraid I would still be kept in the dark. She even had to adjust the relationship between her and Uzumaki Lingshui by herself, and compete with the other party for the position of the main palace. This guy is free and easy all day long, without any worries at all. Huh, Zili, what's the matter with you? Are you feeling unwell? Shimura Danzō saw that Uchiha Yuri's complexion was changing from cloudy to cloudy, sometimes he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashed with anger, and his white hands were shaking. This made him a little confused for a moment, could it be that he offended her in some way? Bah, scumbag. Uchiha Yuri gave Shimura Danzō a hard look, and then picked up the documents that were placed aside and started to look through them. And this also made Shimura Danzō a little confused, the second monk couldn't figure it out, he didn't know why Uchiha Yuri would suddenly scold him. That, Zili, Sister Zili, Sige. Shimura Danzō moved his chair next to Uchiha Yuri and called out softly. The soft voice was full of tenderness like water, and the slightly hot air that was exhaled passed over Uchiha Zili's delicate and small ears, which made Uchiha Zili feel as if he had been electrocuted for a moment, his face turned red instantly, and his whole body seemed to be stiff. Why are you angry? Tell me, I can't change it. Shimura Danzō gently hugged Uchiha Yuri's delicate body, and the two looked at each other, the tenderness in their eyes seemed to overflow. It's not because of your fickleness, I don't know what to do. Uchiha beat Shimura Danzō's chest with a rosy complexion and a puffy voice. It was as comfortable as a massage, showing a complete little woman's posture. When she thought of losing to Uzumaki Lingshui in the shopping contest last time, she felt a sense of crisis in her heart. As Uzumaki Lingshui said, she is the most likely fiancé of Shimura Danzō, with the support of Uzumaki Mito behind her, and the Senju clan. I will find a way to solve it, in short, I will never give up on you. Shimura Danzō couldn't answer Uchiha Yuri's question for a while, so he chose an alternative answer. The last sentence gave him the belief that it would give Uchiha Yuri a great sense of security. Originally, Uchiha Yuri wanted to tell Shimura Danzō to give up Uzumaki Lingshui, but he stopped in a hurry. Because she knows that her current advantage is too small compared to Uzumaki Lingshui, so she must move forward cautiously. Standing on two boats is so straightforward. You're the first ever, Danzō. Uchiha drew circles on Shimura Danzō's chest with a resentful face, and said slowly in a faint tone. But, she couldn't leave him, she was willing to accept such a situation, who made herself believe in this BD for the rest of her life. Ahem, that's not called being righteous, it's called ability. If I don't have the ability, how can I get Zili you? Shimura Danzō said without blushing. Because he knew that when facing this kind of problem, as long as he maintained a thicker skin than the Great Wall, he would get through it safely. UBD, I really can't hate you. Uchiha Yuri pretended to gather strength and raised his hand, but when he lowered his fist, it was light and gentle. Because, she is reluctant too. Chapter 101, Adding Diamonds to the Green Crown. Chapter 101, Sure enough, Mitokado Homura is looking for Lake Biwa. However, Lake Biwa is quite courageous. The wedding date is coming up, and I met Mitokado Homura. Shimura Danzō looked at Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa in the Scouting Crystal Ball video and exclaimed in admiration. He originally thought that Mitokado Homura might struggle for several days before asking Biwako out, but he didn't expect the other party plus to be so quick. On the second day after asking for leave, I directly called Lake Biwa out by special means here. Could it be possible to enjoy another wave of Mitokado Homura's driving skills? Shimura Danzō had a look of anticipation in his eyes. After all, it's been a while since Mitokado Homura last drove the Biwako on Route 66. However, Mitokado Homura is really not good. Although the forward momentum is strong, the follow-up is a little weak. When the gear is shifted to fourth gear, I can't grasp the steering wheel, and the accelerator pedal is unconsciously pushed back to the end. If it is Shimura Danzō, it will last longer than Mitokado Homura, and it is even much stronger than the opponent in terms of speed. After all, his immortal body is not a joke, let alone the blessing of the Wet Bone Forest Sage mode. Next, let's turn our perspective to the side of Mito's door area. Lake Biwa. Mitokado Homura hesitated to speak, looking at Lake Biwa in front of him with a complicated expression. Because he knew that it would be dangerous to ask the other party out at this point in time, but he wanted to know who Lake Biwa was more inclined to. Even if he was not the one to marry, he had to ask clearly. Homura, you should know that Hiruzen and I are going to hold a wedding. Quote, Lake Biwa's complexion was similarly complex, and her address to Sarutobi Hiruzen made Mitokado Homura feel a little uncomfortable. No, it should be uncomfortable. Although it is a common name, it is like acupuncture in the eyes of Mitokado Homura. Well, I did. Mitokado Homura's heart had completely sunk to the bottom at this moment, and he said in an extremely heavy tone. He originally thought that Lake Biwa would say other words of concern to him, but he didn't expect that it was like a friend who came to inform him of this matter. It's impossible between us. Everything has been settled, and this ending cannot be changed. Lake Biwa sighed helplessly, looking at the lost Mitokado Homura in front of him. He also felt distressed. If it wasn't for this engagement, she wouldn't have come here to meet Mitokado Homura in such a sneaky way. Call. Mitokado Homura took a deep breath, and his complexion gradually changed slightly, as if he had made up his mind. Lake Biwa, let's go. Go to a place where no one can find you. Mitokado Homura's tone is full of firmness, but there is a trace of hesitation and fear in this firmness. Because, when he said this sentence, he regretted it. This kind of words is not like what an experienced adult can say. As a family member, he can say it. Go there. The ninja world seems huge, but if Konoha really wants to find someone, what's the difficulty? Lake Biwa suddenly gave a wry smile, and directly denied Mito's immature idea of talking about it. She knew that Mitokado Homura said this out of anger, so she didn't blame her. After all, they both love each other deeply, and they are very clear that this fact cannot be broken now. After the two were silent for a long time, Lake Biwa's originally depressed eyes became brighter at this moment, even with a hint of madness. Homura, let me conceive your child. Quote, even if I can't marry you, I want to have a child that belongs to you. Bawako's crazy words directly exploded in Mitokado Homura's mind with a bang. He didn't expect Lake Biwa's idea to be even crazier than himself. You know, if found out, then the consequences are absolutely horrific. Although it is said that he and Lake Biwa have fought many times, but no one has ever dared to do that, and they all avoid it cleverly. But now Bawako has made such a crazy decision, which made Mitokado Homura a little confused for a while. Rot, but he didn't feel any guilt towards Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart, instead he felt that all this was reasonable. Good, Mitokado Homura finally made up his mind after a lot of entanglement. Because, he wants to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen, he hates Sarutobi Hiruzen for taking away Lake Biwa, and he hates Sarutobi Hiruzen's high-ranking appearance on weekdays. To sum up, Mito talks about Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart is full of jealousy now. Jealousy is often the most terrifying, maddening and obsessive. Tisk tisk, it's really disgusting, Lake Biwa. But Mitokado Homura is really awesome, and he's really not afraid of death. Shimura Danzō was naturally able to read the conversation between the two through his full lip language, and he never thought that Bawako's thoughts were so crazy and terrifying. It's not just about putting a green crown on Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's about setting a huge green diamond on it. Scored twice. Really awesome. Oh, but this is Hiruzen's bad luck. Even without my push, I'm afraid Lake Biwa would choose to do this. Shimura Danzō gasped in admiration. From the time he saw the loathing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen in the depths of Lake Biwa's eyes at home, he knew that things would not be that simple. And what happened today just confirmed the premonition in Shimura Danzō's heart. Next, Mitokado Homura stepped on the clutch again, and then shifted the gear to 4th gear. As soon as it comes up, it is in 4th gear, which shows how confident Mitokado Homura is in his driving skills. I saw Mitokado Homura holding the steering wheel, and the shocking, horn sound, sounded all around, directly resounding through this area. Immediately afterwards, the rain and dew fell on the steering wheel, making the steering wheel a little out of control for a while. The steering wheel soaked in water was immediately watery, and the horn sounded continuously. Finally, Mitokado Homura stepped on the accelerator completely, raising the speed to an extreme, like a wild beast. A reversing car into the warehouse ended the test in this field. Chapter 102, Mitokado Homura is determined to marry. Chapter 102, just as Shimura Danzō expected, Bawako's previous actions completely shattered the remaining sanity in Mitokado Homura's heart. Originally Mitokado Homura planned to just say goodbye like this, even if he couldn't get married to Bawako, but he could have occasional private meetings. And that sprint directly raised the sense of responsibility in Mitokado Homura's heart instantly. Since Lake Biwa dared to take such a risk to conceive his own child, then he has nothing to be afraid of. The big deal is to break away from the family directly, and then perform a feat. Robbery. Mitokado Homura had already made up his mind about this idea, and no one knew it except him. Of course, Shimura Danzō has already guessed Mito's inner thoughts. Homura, I hope you will not let me down in 963. Quote, Shimura Danzō looked at the bustling Konoha and murmured. And the direction he is looking at with his clear eyes like the bright moon is the clan land where the Sarutobi clan is located. At this time, the Sarutobi family can be said to have entered a joyful atmosphere. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen inherited the position of patriarch at a young age. When the patriarch gets married, the clan members naturally wish him well. But no one would have expected that such absurd things would happen in the wedding in the future. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen are all married. When are you and Lingshui and that Uchiha girl planning to get married? Uzumaki Mito looked at Shimura Danzō, who was a little lost in his eyes, and asked with a light smile. Her sudden explosive question made Shimura Danzō not know how to answer for a while, because he hadn't figured out how to deal with the relationship between Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui. Although it is said that Uzumaki Lingshui's emotions have been stabilized since getting along during this period, Shimura Danzō has not yet dared to arrange for the two to meet. There is no need to worry about Uchiha Zili. The main reason is that he is afraid that Uzumaki Lingshui will be overwhelmed and unable to accept this matter. And Mito, it's not that you don't know my difficulties. Let alone getting married, it's pretty good that I can keep Lingshui stable. Shimura Danzō said with a bitter face. After all, he has been thinking about how to tell Uzumaki Lingshui recently. Let the two get in touch slowly, and then tell each other the truth. It's better to be honest, but if you confess, you may die a little worse. Why, now that you're here, you know you're afraid. Uzumaki Mito smiled lightly, and his almond eyes were filled with a playful smile, with various styles, forming a beautiful landscape. Facing Shimura Danzō, who looked a little flustered, Uzumaki Mito found it quite interesting. Although the other party was the shadow of a village, he was his own junior. Well, it's not that I'm afraid, it's just that I don't know how to deal with it. Shimura Danzō said slowly after pondering for a while. I will slowly enlighten her on Lingshui's side, and I will tell you when the time is right. But you are brave enough, you must know that she is my most beloved niece, you dare to step on two boats. Uzumaki Mito's eyes became a little subtler, his tone was full of unkindness, and even a hint of anger. Ahem, Aunt Mito, the moon is pretty good tonight. Shimura Danzō subconsciously coughed twice and forcibly broke up this embarrassing topic. And Uzumaki Mito did not continue to say Shimura Danzō, picked up the teacup and sipped it. The bright moonlight fell on Uzumaki Mito's body, as beautiful as covering her with a layer of silver. But Shimura Danzō who watched this scene was a little absent-minded, as if he was about to be addicted to it. The eyebrows are like a pale moon, the cloud bun is drooping, the lingo is 3 inches, and the face is like a peach blossom. Shimura Danzō didn't look carefully before, but now after taking a closer look, he found some subtle changes on Uzumaki Mito's face. Originally, there were some edges and corners left by the years on the face of the other party, but now it seems to have disappeared, and the skin has become fairer. At this time, Uzumaki Mito seems to be 4 or 5 years younger, which is fascinating. It seems that Uzumaki Mito has changed like this since he came back from the Wetbone Forest last time, but he has not observed carefully. Sure enough, 100 healings mark is really a good thing. Shimura Danzō quickly retracted his gaze and said in admiration. Although Uzumaki Mito is a bit older, but because of 100 healings mark, he can completely maintain his appearance in his 20s and 30s. This is why Uzumaki Mito rarely goes out, because she doesn't want others to see her face. After all, everyone wants to obtain this kind of art of eternal youth. And Uzumaki Mito naturally knew that Shimura Danzō's eyes were fixed on him, and even her concentration couldn't help being looked a little yellow and flustered. But after Shimura Danzō looked away, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but her heart was beating sharply, still so fiercely. Shimura Danzō's gaze just now made her feel extremely strange, but she seemed to enjoy this feeling. That's why Uzumaki Mito was so flustered in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. Not even Uzumaki Mito himself knew exactly when this happened. Of course, Shimura Danzō certainly didn't know what Uzumaki Mito was thinking. If you let him know, I'm afraid it will be really messy, and it's even a bit unacceptable. After all, this is really too weird. Homura, even if we can't be together. Quote, I will also have a child of ours 0.7. Bawako touched her flat belly and looked out of the window, and the direction she was looking at was exactly where Mitokado Homura was. I have to say that what Lake Biwa did was too crazy, like walking on the tip of a knife. After all, if this matter is found out, I am afraid that not only Lake Biwa will suffer, but Sarutobi Hiruzen will also be ridiculed endlessly. How could that man bear such humiliation? Let alone someone as arrogant as Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Lake Biwa never expected that this series of actions of hers would completely irritate Mitokado Homura, and completely strengthened his determination that was vacillating from side to side. The next thing to see is whether Lake Biwa dares to resist this so-called fate with Mitokado Homura. Chapter 103. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Wedding Arrival. Chapter 103. Time passed quickly, and several months passed in the blink of an eye, as quickly as a fleeting moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's wedding has arrived, and the Sarutobi family and surrounding areas are in a festive atmosphere. And Shimura Danzō, as a Hokage, generally does not need to go there in person. But he and Sarutobi Hiruzen are good brothers in life and death, so today he went to the Sarutobi clan in a private capacity. Patriarch, you are so handsome today. After Shimura Ayaka changed clothes for Shimura Danzō, her bright eyes were full of appreciation. Because Shimura Danzō is going to attend the wedding of his friend Sarutobi Hiruzen today, Shimura Ayaka woke up early in the morning and prepared the clothes to wear. This time was different from the one at the engagement banquet. Ayakunamura chose the best clothes for Shimura Danzō herself. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. At this time, Shimura Danzō showed a noble and elegant temperament against the seemingly simple black kimono. Ayaka, you're letting me steal the limelight from that guy Hiruzen. Shimura Danzō looked at his handsome self in the mirror and smiled helplessly. But he didn't stop Shimura Ayaka's interest. After all, he may only wear it a few times a year, it's better to make this little girl 10 times happy. Hee, no matter what the patriarch wears, he is the most dazzling presence in the audience. Shimura Danzō smiled mischievously, and then tidied up Shimura Danzō's face and the creases of his clothes. Don't mess with you, I'm leaving. Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly, rubbed Shimura Ayaka's trigger lightly, then left the room and walked towards the door. And today Shimura Danzō didn't plan to bring anyone there, it was enough to go alone with the gift box. After all, if you take Uchiha to Zeely, I am afraid that Uzumaki Lingshui's vinegar jar will really be overturned. Leaving aside the excitement of Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am afraid that he will really be unable to protect himself at that time. Teacher. Not long after Shimura Danzō left the house, a clear voice like a yellow warbler sounded behind him. And he is naturally not unfamiliar with this voice. After all, the only person in Konoha village who can call him teacher so unscrupulously is that little girl. Tsunade, why are you here, girl? Shimura Danzō said in surprise after turning around and seeing Tsunade. But this time Tsunade was not alone. Senju Jo-chang was beside him. Looking at their outfits, the purpose should be the same as his own. No, just like you, because the Sarutobi clan attended the wedding. Tsunade pointed to the gift box in Senju Jo-chang's hand and said, Lord Hokage. Senju Jo-chang greeted Shimura Danzō, and he nodded slowly. Let's go, you girl must have been squatting for a long time. Shimura Danzō saw through Tsunade's thoughts at a glance, and tapped her little head lightly. Hey, I really can't hide it from you, teacher. A charming smile appeared on Tsunade's pink and jade-carved little face, and her delicate body leaned forward and squeezed into Shimura Danzō's arms. This method is tried and tested. As long as it is done, the teacher will not be angry with himself no matter what. Afterwards, Shimura Danzō took Tsunade's jade hand and walked in the direction of the Sarutobi clan. And Senju Jo-chang naturally followed behind silently, his expression still as calm as water. Sure enough, the Sarutobi clan still has some status in the village. Shimura Danzō looked at many familiar people in the crowded crowd. Peers from major jonin and major families came to congratulate. It's no wonder that Senju Tobirama appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen to succeed Hokage so smoothly. The three major advisors, as well as the popularity of the Sarutobi family for many years, are enough for him to sit firmly in the Hokage position. Shimura Danzō had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but was quickly pulled back to reality by the lively Tsunade. Master Hokage. Master Hokage is here. Quick, get out of the way. Master Hokage is coming. I don't know who yelled, but the noisy scene became orderly at this moment. Many people made way for Shimura Danzō, and their eyes were focused on him at this moment. And this scene is exactly the same as that at the banquet of the Hyuga clan, which shows that Shimura Danzō's current prestige is high. Ahem, I'm here to attend the wedding in a private capacity today, don't make it so solemn. Shimura Danzō said after pretending to cough twice. After all, this sudden change made him a little speechless, which felt a bit overwhelming. Danzō, you are finally here, let me wait for a while. Before anyone arrived, a hearty voice resounded through the entire area. And the person who said the voice was none other than the protagonist of today's wedding, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Miss Tsunade is here too. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback when he saw Tsunade next to Shimura Danzō, and then laughed. And Tsunade didn't show any enthusiasm, but Oedo shrank behind Shimura Danzō, his exquisite jade face was full of guard. This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen a little embarrassed for a while, but he quickly eased the embarrassment by talking with Shimura Danzō. This is a congratulatory gift from Mito-sama, and Mr. Hiruzen please accept it. Senju Jo-chang handed the gift box to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and after a brief chat, he continued to follow the steps of Shimura Danzō and others. And the gift Shimura Danzō gave was a fan, which Shimura Ayaka prepared for him. The implication of this fan is to grow old together, and a folding fan symbolizes continuous wealth and smooth roads in the future. And Shimura Danzō also took Tsunade to the location arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, because the location has already been decided, but Shimura Danzō did not expect that there would be a Tsunade next to Shimura Danzō, so Sarutobi Hiruzen had to add another location. After all, the other party is the eldest lady of the Senju clan, a princess of Konoha, and a disciple of Shimura Danzō, so her status is much higher than her own. And Shimura Danzō also sat down, surrounded by acquaintances. Akamaki Takakase, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Kaharu, and all the elite jonin who once fought side by side. But after going around in a circle, Shimura Danzō found that there was no figure of Mito Menden here. Chapter 104. Mitokado Homura, she doesn't want to. Chapter 104. Mitokado Homura was not there, which made Shimura Danzō a little curious. It shouldn't be, could it be that he wants to intercept and kill halfway? What is the difference between that and death? Shimura Danzō sensed it carefully, and found that the Sarutobi clan was surrounded by people, and their strength was extremely strong. Not to mention the elite jonin strength people at their table. Oh, I am Super Shadow, and Uchiha Kagami is Cage level. Hey, it's a bit strange that Homura hasn't arrived yet. Before Shimura Danzō could ask any questions, Uchiha Kagami said with a strange look on his face when he found that there was no Mitokado Homura after circling around. After all, it is such an important moment, and he is a good friend of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he has not been there for so long. I don't know, I haven't seen him in the past few days. Uchiha Kaharu shook his head to express that he didn't know. Don't even look at me, I'm too busy to take care of myself, let alone find out about that guy Homura. After seeing Uchiha Kagami turn his gaze to himself, Shimura Danzō waved his hand to show that he didn't know either. Anyway, he was granted to Mitokado Homura for the holiday, and he didn't know where this guy was going. However, according to Shimura Danzō's estimation, this guy Mitokado Homura should have prepared some means, and he will use it to grab the marriage when the time comes. It's so boring, teacher. Tsunade directly lay on Shimura Danzō's lap with no image and said with a depressed face. In fact, it is indeed a bit depressing for a child like her. If she hadn't wanted to represent the Senju clan, she might just turn around and leave. And this scene also caused the rest of the people to look sideways, with inexplicable expressions on their faces. It seems that the Senju family has a very close relationship with this third Hokage, otherwise Tsunade would not have shown such a gaffe on Shimura Danzō's body. Little girl, get up quickly. Stop making people laugh. Shimura Danzō brushed Tsunade's loose blonde hair back and smiled helplessly. After all, such a gaffe is really against the identity of the princess of the Senju clan. Tsunade's tone was full of reluctance, and then he left Shimura Danzō's body, and Shimura Danzō couldn't bear any anger towards this girl, and his eyes were full of tender doting. There is no way, this girl is so cute that people hold it in their hands and throw it, and they are afraid of melting in their mouths. Come on, Homura, here. Uchiha Kagami yelled into the distance while talking to the people around him. But at this moment, Mitokado Homura hurried over, sweat dripping down his forehead. Homura, why so late? Quote, Shimura Danzō pretended to be curious and asked knowingly. I have some things to deal with on Anbu's side, so I'm late. Mitokado Homura smiled helplessly and said with a sullen face. And his excuse also convinced several people, without any doubt. After all, everyone knew that Mitokado Homura was the captain of Anbu, so naturally there were some emergencies to be dealt with. But Shimura Danzō, who saw it, shook his head in his heart. He probably guessed where Mitokado Homura had gone before. He should use some kind of ninjutsu capable of communication to talk to Lake Biwa, and then hurried over, and this guy also did some backhands. If you observe carefully, you can see the determination in Mitokado Homura's eyes, and there is a slight tension in his expression. As long as Bawako is willing to agree to go with him, then Mitokado Homura should have some confidence to leave Konoha safely. But, I don't intend to let you leave Konoha. Shimura Danzō laughed to himself. A more vicious conspiracy rose in his mind, a plan that could make Mitokado Homura explode with pleasure and Sarutobi Hiruzen despair. The process of the wedding, don't be too entangled and just read it. Soon, the wedding began. Lake Biwa slowly walked in through the gate. I saw that her hair got up late, her face was painted a little white with powder, and she was wearing a white hijab and cotton gauze. The whole body is full of white meaning. But Shimura Danzō, who saw this scene, felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was a member of the Celestial Dynasty in his previous life, and he has a very different concept of weddings and brides' attire from the aesthetics in the ninja world. When he gets married, he must create his own wedding dress, otherwise Shimura Danzō will definitely collapse when he thinks of Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui's faces covered with these white powders. However, Shimura Danzō didn't feel too much dislike in his heart, but respected them very much. After all, he had investigated the meaning of these outfits. The bride is dressed in pure white from underwear, kimono to outerwear. This means that the bride is blank, both mentally and physically, and starts a new family life from then on. Marriage is not only a unanimous decision of the newlyweds, but also coexists with the families of both parties, so white contains the meaning of starting from blank. And this is the last time the bride will wear this style of kimono, as the end of her innocent girlhood, it is becoming another wife. Soon, Bawako and Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the venue, and the officer announced the opening of the wedding ceremony to all the staff. Immediately afterwards, the ceremony of offering meals was carried out, offering delicacies from mountains and seas to the gods, and then the particle was played, chanting the two people's views on happiness. A series of behaviors made Tsunade on the side already fainted, Mochianjiao, and fell asleep, but Shimura Danzō didn't care and let her fall asleep. After all, Tsunade might as well not know what happened next. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Lake Biwa were brought in front of everyone by Sarutobi. Mr. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Miss Bawako, are you two willing to marry the lover in front of you? No matter, poverty, disaster, birth, old age, sickness and death, you will not abandon her, and stay with her life and death. Said the officer Lang Lang. I would. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile is like the bright sunshine, full of happiness. As for Lake Biwa, a slight startle appeared on his face, revealing a trace of hesitation, but he quickly covered it up. Because she knew that when she said these three words, everything was settled. I will. She doesn't want to write. Chapter 105. When the wedding robbery is in progress, the green hat crowns you as king. Chapter 105. As soon as this voice came out, the faces of all the guests present suddenly changed drastically. No one was shocked by it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion turned extremely ashen at this moment, and when he looked at the source of the sound, shock and anger appeared in his eyes for a moment. Lake Biwa's pupils shrank suddenly, his eyes filled with horror, and he looked at the source of the voice in disbelief. She never expected that Mitokado Homura would be able to stand up at this time. What's the meaning? Homura, are you crazy? Uchiha Kagami, Udatane Kaharu and others on the side hurriedly grabbed Mitokado Homura, who wanted to go forward, and shouted loudly. No one thought that the person who said this sentence was Mitokado Homura, and the groom above was a good brother who entrusted his life on the battlefield. The good show has begun. Shimura Danzō didn't have much expression on his face, but there was a playful look in his eyes. The good show he had been waiting for a long time started at this moment, and no one could stop it. No one thought that things would change so dramatically. Homura, what do you mean 600? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Mitokado Homura standing at the front of the group of guests with a gloomy expression, and said in a very heavy tone. There was a faint killing intent in the eyes, and it was impossible to see it without careful observation. The hands under the black kimono are already bulging with blue veins, and the sound of bones crunching and breaking can even be heard. No one can accept the current situation, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen lose face in front of the whole village. After this incident, not only him, but even the entire Sarutobi clan will be ridiculed by everyone. You must know that all the guests present here are all respectable people among Konoha, and there are many patriarchs of families in elite Jonin, who are the mainstay of Konoha. But Mitokado Homura actually wiped his face in public and did something that made people want to kill him directly. Hiruzen, you are not suitable for her. I just want to take her away today. On the contrary, Mitokado Homura had a calm face, without any fear at all. But his CGDH words made everyone's faces become a little weird, and Bawako's parents were trembling with anger at this moment, and the mother even fainted directly. Because this sentence by Mitokado Homura makes one thing clear. Then it means that the other party likes Lake Biwa, that is to say, he once fell in love with Lake Biwa, and even had an affair with him physically. Otherwise, how could Mitokado Homura take such a big risk to come to Sarutobi Hiruzen's wedding to snatch the marriage? As soon as his words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes instantly became extremely sharp, his face was ashen, full of anger, and he turned his head to look at Lake Biwa. Lake Biwa was already in disarray after seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. His face was panicked, his eyes dodged, and he didn't dare to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. These actions directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen's aura explode at this moment, and his eyes were filled with angry flames. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he said 3 good words directly, and his heart was full of blood. He didn't expect Mitokado Homura to wear a green hat for himself, a big green hat. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen can even feel that there are a flock of sheep grazing on the vast green grassland above his head. Moreover, the person who put on this green hat turned out to be a good brother with whom he gets along day and night, a brother who can trust his back on the battlefield. Bawako, come with me. Mitokado Homura didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression at all, staring at Lake Biwa and said. Because his main purpose today is to take away Lake Biwa, and he doesn't care about other things at all. I saw Lake Biwa's body trembling slightly, and there was a trace of hesitation and hope in the eyes under the veil. This subtle movement directly shocked the audience, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy for a moment. Everyone knows that as long as Lake Biwa remains unmoved, does not give Mitokado Homura any feedback, or even directly rejects him with a cold tone, then today's matter can pass safely. But this subtle movement could not be hidden from the eyes of everyone present, because they all focused their eyes on Lake Biwa. I can't. Lake Biwa shook his head, his words were full of bitterness, but there was a trace of helplessness. But this tone directly caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to strike instantly, and a fierce fist accompanied by a ghostly figure appeared directly in front of Mitokado Homura. It can be seen how terrifying Sarutobi Hiruzen's speed is. And at this moment, all the members of the Sarutobi family in the guest crowd also made a move at this moment. As the patriarch, Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, and they, as clansmen, naturally couldn't just sit and watch, not to mention that the Mitokado Homura in front of them had made the entire Sarutobi clan ashamed. At this time, who the hell still has reason? This can be said to be the most humiliating moment in a man's life. Originally thought that today was a day for a happy wedding, but who would have thought that such a thing would happen? After today, the Sarutobi clan will be ridiculed by the people in the village, and even the whole ninja world will know about it. Not to be outdone, Mitokado Homura directly released the chakra in his body, trying to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since he dared to snatch the marriage today, he must be well prepared. Just as the scene was in turmoil, a terrifying oppression instantly pervaded the entire Sarutobi clan. All the faces of everyone present changed drastically, even Uchiha Kagami, who was the most powerful present, was startled by the terrifying chakra and coercion. Those who were a little weaker had even started to pant heavily, and their faces became a little ferocious. It's a happy day, there's no need to make trouble like this, let's say we are all friends now. A cold voice sounded, and the figure of Shimura Danzō appeared between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitokado Homura like a ghost. He grabbed the 2 hands and directly stabilized them in place. At this moment, even the ground trembled slightly. Chapter 106. Friend's wife, you're welcome. Chapter 106. Everyone present was taken aback by Shimura Danzō's outburst of terror chakra. Even Uchiha Kagami couldn't help swallowing, his pupils were full of shock and confusion. Horror appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's livid face, his fist didn't take a step forward at all, and stayed in midair. The same is true for Mitokado Homura, unable to move at all. No one could have imagined that Shimura Danzō's strength would be so terrifying, which made them tremble with fear from the bottom of their hearts. And Uchiha Kagami is full of doubts about Shimura Danzō. In just 1 year, Shimura Danzō's strength has completely surpassed himself, even stronger than his teacher Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Kagami can still fully feel this point. After all, he deeply understands Shimura Danzō's aura at this time, and chakra completely surpassed himself. A strong wind erupted from Shimura Danzō's body, which directly caused a strong wind in the venue, making many people feel a little uncomfortable. And the white veil of Lake Biwa was blown away by the wind at this moment, revealing its original appearance. Danzō, get out of the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gloomy tone. In this matter, he didn't intend to give face to anyone, it was already related to his face. Now he can't wait to kill Mitokado Homura directly, and then dissolve this ridiculous engagement with Lake Biwa. It can be seen how angry Sarutobi Hiruzen is at the moment. Get out of the way, but you have to stop first. You have to sit down and talk about everything. Shimura Danzō did not restrain his terrifying chakra, but instead smiled as a peacemaker. I just want to discuss you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, so that you are in a dilemma and can't get down. Of course, acting as a peacemaker requires sufficient strength, otherwise everything is empty talk. If you asked a Jonin to persuade these two people, I am afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen would really kill everyone with red eyes. But Shimura Danzō is different. The displayed terrifying chakra fluctuations and that powerful coercion directly made everyone in the Sarutobi family dare not make any moves, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did the same. These words of Shimura Danzō directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face gloomy, and his eyes were filled with a trace of crazy killing intent. The veins on his forehead were bulging, his fists were clenched, and he was trying to fight Shimura Danzō. But unfortunately, his aura is insignificant in front of Shimura Danzō, which is not worth mentioning at all. Hiruzen, do you want to lose your face? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was unmoved, Shimura Danzō's voice became completely icy. There was a hint of warning in his tone. Seeing this, Uchiha Kagami hurried forward to pull back Mitokado Homura, who was suppressed by Shimura Danzō, and then gave Uchiha Kaharu a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen also came to his senses at this moment, so he could only slowly put down his hand that was in the air. Because what Shimura Danzō said is right, they are not the only ones in the scene now. A group of middle-class resistance from Konoha and this Hokage from Shimura Danzō are all watching. So today's matter must be resolved in private, otherwise it will really lose face. Everyone, let's call it a day. Shimura Danzō's cold voice resounded throughout the area, and the people present were not fools, so they naturally understood the meaning of Shimura Danzō's words. The people of the Sarutobi family retreated one after another after seeing Shimura Danzō's eyes, and the guests present also left under the arrangement of Uchiha Kaharu. Soon, the scene that was originally full of whispers became silent. At this moment, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's parents and Bawako's parents were driven away by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only Uchiha Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Bawako 6 remained in the scene. Because the truth behind the scenes of this incident, the less people know the better. After all, family ugliness cannot be publicized. As for why they stayed, it was because these few people grew up together since they were young, and they took care of each other even when they went to the battlefield. Therefore, they trust each other extremely, and there is no great isolation at all. Now, this isolation appears. Because of a woman, Lake Biwa, Mitokado Homura and Sarutobi Hiruzen completely turned their faces. Ask for flowers. This is not only a confrontation between the two, but also a complete confrontation between the Sarutobi family and the Mitokado Homura family. After all, this matter directly smeared a thick black ink on the Sarutobi family. I'm afraid that the two families in the future will really have you without me and me without him. Danzo, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation today, even if you stop me, I will kill him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice became extremely cold, like a demon in the Juyu hell, full of anger and hatred. The best friend he once trusted had an affair with his wife behind his back. This alone was enough to drive Sarutobi Hiruzen into a frenzy that no man could tolerate. After all, everyone knows the truth that a friend's wife should not be bullied, but he, Mitokado Homura, dared to embarrass him directly in front of the public. If Mitokado Homura is not killed today, I am afraid that he will never be able to raise his head again in the future. From the chilling meaning in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, it can be fully confirmed that this guy is really serious. Homura, don't you understand the truth that a friend's wife should never be bullied? Shimura Danzō ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen, but turned his gaze to Mitokado Homura, who said in a winter voice. I understand, but I love Lake Biwa, and I don't want to see her marry someone else, even if it's Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mitokado Homura's tone was firm, and he looked deathly at home. Today he came here with the awareness to die. Even if he died under the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would spoil the wedding. Because he can't accept the person he loves to be someone else's wife, so he would rather give it a go. His words made Lake Biwa burst into tears, and his hands trembled slightly. Because this plot is exactly the same as what the male protagonist said in Intimacy in Paradise they read before, only the names have been exchanged. And Lake Biwa's reaction made Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly angry. At this moment, he felt that his head was no longer as simple as green. Chapter 107. Lake Biwa is pregnant with my child. Chapter 107. At this moment, if it is not for Shimura Danzō's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen will kill Mitokado Homura directly here. Even if the opponent is his friend, comrade in arms, or brother for many years, he will strike without hesitation. No man can bear this kind of thing, let alone him with a strong self-esteem. Lake Biwa, I ask you, are you having an affair with Mitokado Homura? Shimura Danzō's eyes were sharp, and the cold eyes directly made Lake Biwa as cold as falling into an ice cellar. The sharp eyes directly shocked Bawako's heart, and fear spread in his heart. She wants to lie, she wants to deny what Shimura Danzō said. But, this look is really terrifying, and the cold killing intent permeated in it made her unable to lie to Zero Sansan, and even felt that she was about to faint. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Lake Biwa. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly, his face was livid, gloomy like stagnant water. If Lake Biwa had an affair with Mitokado Homura earlier, that means he wore a big green hat a long time ago. Just when Lake Biwa was about to nod, she suddenly woke up in her heart, and realized that she had almost fallen for Shimura Danzō, and she quickly shook her head in denial. No, I just consider Homura as a friend. Lake Biwa said firmly, and Mitokado Homura's pupils shrank suddenly, his face was full of horror, and his breathing suddenly became a little rapid. But he could see the sadness and reluctance deep in Lake Biwa's eyes. He knew that Lake Biwa was protecting him and making amends for his irrational behavior. As long as he firmly insists that there is no relationship between the two, then Mitokado Homura will have nothing to do today, at most it will be a complete enmity with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he will never stop. If it is admitted that the two have an affair, I am afraid that even Shimura Danzō will stop here. After all, at that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost his mind and wanted to kill Mitomen District. Oh, are you sure? Suddenly, Shimura Danzō's tone became a little frivolous, and he looked at Lake Biwa suspiciously. And this subtle look directly made Lake Biwa a little apprehensive, unable to follow suit. Yes, Lake Biwa is still clinging to the truth behind the scenes. Because she is very clear, as long as she doesn't admit it, then this matter can be solved perfectly. Mitokado Homura originally wanted to speak out, but was stopped by a look from Uchiha Kagami, and his eyes became blurred. On a closer look, Uchiha Kagami unleashes a hook and the Sharingan Mitokado Homura completely falls into the trap of illusion. Without Mitokado Homura's troubles, everything is naturally easy to talk about. Hiruzen, if that's the case, then the final decision is up to you. Do you want to continue with this marriage? Shimura Danzō set his sights on Sarutobi Hiruzen, staring at him deeply. Today's incident may not take a few days, and many people in the ninja world will know about it, but at that time, the Sarutobi clan may have become a laughingstock, and it is commonplace to chat after dinner. Proceed. If it continues, then wouldn't I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, become the biggest joke in the ninja world? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled coldly for a moment. He couldn't believe that there was no relationship between Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa. Although the emotion in the deep pupils of Bawako's eyes was well concealed, it couldn't escape Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. There must be something going on between these two people, otherwise how could Mitokado Homura come to snatch the marriage? Hiruzen, it's not what you think. I have no relationship with Homura at all. After Bawako heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, his face suddenly became extremely pale. Because she knows that if this marriage is completely ended today, how her family will be suppressed, and her parents can't raise their heads in the village, even her. Homura, what an affectionate title. Quote, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled coldly when he heard Bawako addressing Mitokado Homura, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. This kind of subconscious appellation is enough to prove that there is a ghost between Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa, and the two have fallen in love without knowing it. I don't believe what comes out of your mouth. I want to tell the ins and outs between you from his mouth. I'd like to see when you two dogs and men started. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed back angrily, but the Sichuan character on his forehead and the grim face made people feel a chill. Mirror, under the illusion, he should be able to tell the truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked slowly in front of Mitokado Homura, looked at Uchiha Kagami who was protecting Mitokado Homura and said. Uchiha Kagami was afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen would suddenly get angry, so he stood in front of Mitokado Homura, but he breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question. Because he knew that if Mitokado Homura didn't do anything, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would have nothing to do with him, at most they would form enemies and the two would never die from then on. Uchiha Kagami, who was originally at ease, had a bad premonition in his heart at this moment. If all this really happened, then should I protect Mitokado Homura? Ask, Hiruzen, under the Sharingan illusion, he will tell all the things he knows in the form of the truth. You don't have to doubt that I will manipulate him, and I don't want you to be kept in the dark. Uchi 5.6 Bo Jing sighed helplessly in his heart and said. Mitokado Homura, are you having an affair with Lake Biwa, and how long have you been together? Why did you come to snatch the marriage? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. This is the easiest way and the most direct. After Bawako heard what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his pale complexion became even worse. If Mitokado Homura admits, then it's all over. Gradually, Mitokado Homura opened his mouth slowly. I have been with Bawako many times, and I have had private meetings with Sarutobi Hiruzen since I was 20 years old. The reason why I came to snatch the marriage is because Lake Biwa already has my child in my stomach. Chapter 108. Sarutobi, don't think I don't know about your conspiracy. Chapter 108. All of a sudden, the audience was silent and dead silent, as if the sound of a needle falling could be heard clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes turned red instantly, and the flames of hatred burned crazily in his heart. A strong momentum erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, and the terrifying force in his fist directly hit Mitokado Homura's face. It can be seen how powerful the power contained in this punch is. If Mitokado Homura is hit by this punch, he will definitely die. Even the strongest medical ninjutsu cannot save him. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly wanted to put Mitokado Homura to death, and he didn't have anything to say. It is also the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen is too cruel to accept this fact. Mitokado Homura's green hat is not just as simple as being big, but also to set a big shiny green gemstone on his hat. Enough. Bang. In an instant 26, a terrifying blue chakra erupted from Shimura Danzō's body again, as huge as a vast ocean, and the pressure was several times stronger than the previous eruption. And Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced to stop, but his eyes were full of crazy killing intent and frightening hatred. It can be seen how great his hatred for Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa is now. It has reached an unimaginable level. Lake Biwa. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared angrily at Lake Biwa, who was sitting powerlessly on the ground. His words were full of hatred. He never imagined that his childhood sweetheart who grew up together and made a marriage contract has been greening him all the time, and even tried to keep him in the dark and raise 10 wild species of Mito's family. But Lake Biwa did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tears fell down like a tide, hit the ground, and choked cries sounded. This does not affect Sarutobi Hiruzen's hatred and heartache for her. Why are you doing this? I have never treated you badly, betrayed you, and never done a thing sorry to you. Why are you doing this to me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's almost crazy roar was full of overwhelming anger and confusion. He didn't understand that Bawako had already made a marriage contract with him, but he still had an affair with Mitokado Homura behind his back. Quote. Are you worthy of saying such a thing? You think I don't know that if you didn't use the power of the Sarutobi clan to put pressure on our family, I would make a marriage contract with you? You think I don't know how my grandpa died? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are disgusting enough for me to marry a family of enemies who killed my grandpa. Lake Biwa smiled, but this smile was full of sarcasm, and the tears never stopped, and kept streaming down. The sarcasm, unsweetness and hatred in the voice can be deeply felt. As soon as her words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly turned pale, and he quickly took 2 steps back. The anger in his eyes instantly turned into disbelief. Rao Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Kaharu and Shimura Danzō couldn't help but feel a little moved after hearing her words, even if Shimura Danzō was calm. He didn't expect that the Bawako family and the Sarutobi family had such a past. Although it is said that joining Konoha together, let go of the hatred between each other in the past, but who can really let go of such things as hatred? This guy Sarutobi Hiruzen is really a bit of a dog. Shimura Danzō thought to himself after hearing what Lake Biwa said. He also didn't expect that things would turn around so violently. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless when Bawako's words directly stunned him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to organize words to refute Lake Biwa for a while. Because everything the other party said is the truth, there is no room for rebuttal at all. Originally, he thought that he could hide the truth from the sky, and then let Lake Biwa never know the truth of these things for the rest of his life. But now it seems that the stupid person is himself. He thinks highly of himself, and also looks down on Lake Biwa. Your Sarutobi clan is powerful, we naturally dare not resist, my parents have only agreed to away. Otherwise the family doesn't know what it would be like to be suppressed by you. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless, Bawako continued to speak coldly. There was no hesitation and trembling in the words before, and it was replaced by firmness. Since Mitokado Homura is willing to risk her life for herself, why should she be afraid? She originally planned to accept the arrangement of fate, but after seeing what Mitokado Homura has done for herself, and thinking of the heroine who made love to heaven, she strengthened her heart even more. Anyway, things have come to this point, let's go all out. This marriage, let's end here. As for how you Sarutobi clan want to deal with the two of us, then come on. Bawako directly took off the white kimono on his body, threw it aside, and then walked to Mitokado Homura's side. Mr. Jing, please undo the illusion. Lake Biwa said in a calm tone. 320 Uchiha Kagami nodded, then made a seal and muttered softly. Untie. For a moment, Mitokado Homura was stunned for a moment, and then his blurred eyes became clear. This is, Lake Biwa, you. Mitokado Homura was a little stunned when he saw Lake Biwa standing next to him, and couldn't react for a while. Homura, let's go. Bawako looked at Mitokado Homura with tenderness in his eyes, but it disappeared quickly. What they have to do now is to leave the Sarutobi clan, and then discuss countermeasures, how to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen's crazy revenge. After all, this incident was too much trouble, causing an invisible storm to gather at this moment. And Mitokado Homura didn't know what was going on in front of him at all, but when he heard that Lake Biwa was willing to go with him, he immediately looked overjoyed. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't stop him, but sat on the ground with a face of frustration, with a dazed expression and a trace of sadness in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzō sighed helplessly, staring at the backs of Lake Biwa and Mitokado Homura as they left, lost in thought. He was thinking about how to hide his ecstatic smile with a sad expression. He now really wants to laugh. Chapter 109. Danzo, do you dare to stop me from revenge? Chapter 109. At this moment, only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Kaharu, and Uchiha Kagami are left in the scene. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Kaharu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting pale on the ground with complicated expressions. Their throats rolled several times, and they wanted to say something, but they couldn't. Because they don't know how to comfort Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, they can't understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen is feeling right now. But from the face of the other party, it can be seen that it is indeed a bit like. You two go out and evacuate the people around, I will stay and comfort him. Shimura Danzō said with a slight sigh. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Kaharu also looked at each other and nodded in unison. They would only be embarrassing here now, and it would be better to let Shimura Danzō enlighten Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the two grew up together, and their relationship is as hard as steel, and they are both people who can trust their backs on the battlefield. And they all know very well that among Senju Tobirama's guards, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō have the best relationship. The two said goodbye softly, then turned and left. In the huge venue, only Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen are left. Hiruzen, you, Shimura Danzō walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen and patted his stiff shoulder, trying to say something, but couldn't say it. But if you look carefully, you can see the smile in Shimura Danzō's eyes, but it is hidden so deep that it is impossible to detect it, let alone Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is bowing his head at the moment. Hiruzen, this matter is indeed your fault first. You know that Lake Biwa's grandfather died at the hands of your Sarutobi clan, but you still do this. Shimura Danzo's tone was full of complex meanings, which directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen's body tremble a little. Because he didn't know how to refute what Shimura Danzo said, what the other party said was completely true. And the implication of this sentence is that all these bitter fruits are caused by yourself, and you can't blame others. Indeed, if Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't insisted on doing this, everything wouldn't have turned into the bad look it is now. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be ridiculed by others, let alone discredit the Sarutobi family. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen has added a thick black ink to the history of the Sarutobi clan, which cannot be removed at all. Danzo, do you also think I was wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head suddenly, his eyes became extremely sharp, and his tone was even more so, which made people feel uncomfortable, and his voice was extremely low. In theory, both you and Lake Biwa are at fault. Your mistake is that you shouldn't force Bawako's parents to make an appointment for the two of you to get married as scheduled, and you shouldn't marry each other. After all, your family has a family relationship with the interviewed family. And Bawako's fault is that she shouldn't have an affair with Mitokado Homura, and she didn't deeply understand that she is your fiancé, and Mitokado Homura is the same. He didn't remember the principle that a friend's wife should not be bullied. Even friends, brothers, and comrades in arms who have a deep relationship with him can betray him. Shimura Danzo's well-founded analysis does not favor anyone in the slightest. This absurd engagement was originally a joke, and it was impossible to judge who was right and who was wrong, or if there was nothing wrong at all, they all stood on their own standpoints. After listening to Shimura's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed, a little crazy, and a little confused. Ha 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 ha, crazy laughter resounded throughout the area. Fortunately, the surrounding people have been driven away, so only Shimura Danzo can hear the crazy laughter. Isn't this guy crazy from being hit? Shimura Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with weird eyes, and even suspected that the other party was crazy. But in this case, Sarutobi Hiruzen's psychological endurance is too poor, not even half as good as Shimura Danzo. Danzo, I just need an answer from you. Are you on my side, or are you on the side of Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa? Gradually, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped laughing, with a hint of madness in his tone, staring at Shimura Danzo sharply. There is no need to choose. This matter is between the three of you. I am only in charge of mediation. I will not interfere in anything else. Shimura Danzo shook his head calmly and said calmly. He didn't pay attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous words at all. Anyway, there was no threat to him, no hindrance or fear. Besides, can a small Sarutobi Hiruzen turn the world upside down? Good, good, good. Even your closest comrade in arms and brother don't help. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed back angrily, and directly resorted to a set of moral kidnapping to restrain Shimura Danzo. Because he knows that if he wants to take revenge, he must obtain Shimura Danzo's permission, otherwise those who attack the same village will be obliterated according to the traitorous tolerance. It's not a question of brotherhood. Konoha. No civil strife is allowed. Hiruzen, I'm sure you won't do anything. Shimura Danzo didn't take Sarutobi Hiruzen's moral abduction at all, and spoke directly. But this time, there was a hint of threat in the tone, and even a hint of coldness, which made the promised Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turn extremely livid. At this moment, his face was really gloomy, staring at Shimura Danzo in front of him, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. How could he not understand Shimura Danzo's words, that is to keep himself from taking revenge on Bawako and Mitokado Homura's family, after all they are the mainstay of Konoha. It is sending talents to the village. Danzo, what do you mean? You want to stop me too? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone began to become unfriendly, and a fierce momentum formed at this moment, approaching Shimura Danzo. Just kidding, don't let him take revenge on those two couples. Then what's the difference between him and a coward? If this matter spreads today, my reputation will definitely be severely hit, and I will even want to be the new one at that time. Stop you. How to buy. Chapter 110. If you want to live a decent life, you must have some green on your head. Chapter 110. Shimura Danzo sat on a chair, looking indifferently at Sarutobi Hiruzen who got up and stood up straight, his tone full of chilling meaning. And these 5 cold words directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen's body stiffen as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and monstrous anger appeared in his eyes. With just 5 words, the angry Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to speak for a while, and could only stare at Sarutobi Hiruzen viciously. Because he knows that Shimura Danzo will definitely give priority to the village in terms of the village, rather than letting himself do whatever he wants. After all, Shimura Danzo has been Hokage for so long, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knows how firm the other party's inner determination is. If he really dared to attack Bawako and Mitokado Homura, then let alone whether their two clans would resist, Shimura Danzo would not be able to spare him immediately. This kind of behavior is equivalent to deliberately attacking people in the same village, that is to say, it will become treason. Konoha is not a place where you can mess around if you want. Shimura Danzo said in a flat tone after seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen again. But this bland tone directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart suddenly shake, 050, and his palms could not help but clenched into fists. Of course he could hear the implication. If you want to do it, you can. If you break away from Konoha and become a traitor, it is up to you if you want to kill Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa, but Konoha will definitely kill you as a traitor. It can be said that even if Sarutobi Hiruzen has a broken tooth, he still has to swallow it in his stomach. He can only watch Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa helplessly. Of course, you can use family means to suppress our two clans, but if the lives of these two people are in danger, then all the spearheads will be pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. So Sarutobi Hiruzen could only admit that he was unlucky in this matter, and there was nothing he could do about it. If he did not question Lake Biwa, maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen still has the advantage in this matter. But his words directly aroused the hidden anger in Bawako's heart, and he simply said it directly. Because of being intimate with heaven, the seeds of rebellion against fate had already been planted in Lake Biwa's heart, and even she herself didn't realize it. Now that everything has finally exploded completely, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only carry it to death. Hiruzen, as a friend, I should be on your side. But as Hokage, I don't allow you to do anything that harms the interests of the village. Shimura Danzo's tone suddenly became concerned again, and this also made Sarutobi feel a chill. He didn't expect Shimura Danzo to be able to say such words, but it is not unreasonable to think about it carefully. As Hokage, he should take a neutral position, and these are family matters, so they can only be handled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, I remember, Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly after taking a deep breath. He remembered today's shame, and also remembered Shimura Danzo's words. I hope you can handle the matter of Homura and Lake Biwa properly, but the premise is that there will be no casualties, and the rest is up to you. After Shimura Danzo left this sentence, he turned and left the compound of the Sarutobi clan. Because if he didn't leave, he couldn't hold back the wild laughter in his heart. Although he had received professional training, he really couldn't hold back his smile at this scene. Being robbed of marriage, and still being robbed of marriage by my good brother, former comrade in arms, and even the fiancée is pregnant, that is to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen should be given to Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly. No one can hold back the maniacal laughter in his heart. He has seen unlucky ones, but he has never seen such unlucky ones. But this is also part of Sarutobi Hiruzen's own reasons. If it were not for the use of family means, I am afraid that Lake Biwa would have wanted to ask for the dissolution of the engagement. So if Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to live a decent life, he must have some green on his head. But his green is really a bit awesome, and it's still the green with emeralds. Seeing the back of Shimura Danzo leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fists were already tightly clenched, and the terrifying and ferocious veins were revealed at this moment. At this moment, he was already extremely angry, and after Shimura Danzo left, he finally showed his angry gaffe. Boom! The right fist seemed to be swung out, and it contained incomparably terrifying power, directly hitting the wall around him. In an instant, there was a loud noise, and a huge hole appeared in the wall. And there is a bloodline with a hint of red in this hole. Tick-tock, blood dripped from Sarutobi Hiruzen's right fist, dripping slowly to the ground. At this moment, his face was distorted to the extreme by the flames of anger, and endless and majestic killing intent was released from his body. Anger, grief, madness, hatred, and that fierce and astonishing killing intent intertwined in his eyes, and people would be frightened when they saw him like this. Who would have thought that this festive day would turn into such a tragedy? And the biggest injured person is Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is the groom. Tisk tisk, everything has finally come to a climax. Shimura Danzo gasped in admiration after seeing this through the crystal ball from afar. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart has been distorted to the extreme, and he is full of monstrous hatred for Lake Biwa and Mitokado Homura. But I have to find a chance to send the crystal ball to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo flicked the crystal ball, and the fierce battle between Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa came into view. Originally, he hadn't discovered this function, but since swirling lacquer water told him that the scouting crystal had the function of recording, he went back to read it again. This time, he intends to kill people and add fuel to the fire, so that Sarutobi Hiruzen can feel what real despair is. Anyway, this guy has been coveting the position of Hokage, and it would be nice to teach him a lesson. But it depends on whether Sarutobi Hiruzen will never recover because of this lesson. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo stretched lazily, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It's comfortable. Chapter 111. The Green Hat Incident spreads throughout the ninja world. Chapter 111. Soon, this matter of Sarutobi Hiruzen spread throughout the ninja world, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely reduced to the object of ridicule by everyone. Regarding this matter, many enemies of Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched with laughter, and simply spread rumors everywhere, making many people familiar with this matter. And the members of the Sarutobi clan didn't even dare to talk with others, for fear that the other party would talk about this matter. Shimura Danzo did not stop the development of this matter, but quietly watched the development of the matter, admiring all of it from the sidelines. But just as Shimura Danzo thought, Mitokado Homura and Bawako's families were both suppressed by the Sarutobi clan. Shimura Danzo saw it but didn't choose to help them. After all, if he helps, it may arouse the suspicion of Sarutobi Hiruzen, so there is no need to do so. Besides, if he takes action to stop this matter, I'm afraid someone with a heart will really seize this opportunity and leave something to talk about. The most surprising thing is that no one discusses the matter between Mitokado Homura and Bawako, but Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, this kind of shame is extremely rare, and I am afraid that I can only see it once in my lifetime. After the big wedding, the fiancé was forcibly taken away, and the fiancé was pregnant with someone else's child. What's even more ridiculous was that the two of them left under his nose without any damage. No one can bear this kind of humiliation. Sarutobi, oh Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo whispered as he lay on the Hokage office chair. There was a schadenfreude smile on his face, but under this handsome face, he looked extraordinarily handsome. Master Hokage, what are you laughing at? Uchiha Yuri looked at Shimura Danzō with a puzzled face, his watery eyes blinked and blinked, full of doubts. She noticed that Shimura Danzō couldn't help but have such a smile on his face sometimes since returning from that Sarutobi Hiruzen wedding. This made Uchiha Yuri feel very strange. Could it be that Shimura Danzō picked up some treasure? I think of happy things. What's the matter? I want to listen. Uchiha Yuri immediately leaned forward and turned into a curious baby, his beautiful eyes lit up with curiosity. Want to hear? I won't tell you. Shimura Danzō acted like you begged me, which directly made Uchiha Yuri's face darken for a moment. Che, I don't know the same thing, you were just laughing at the Sarutobi Hiruzen incident. Uchiha Yuri turned his head away, pursed his lips and said nonchalantly. The only thing that can make Shimura Danzō laugh so much is this recent uproar. Well, since you know, don't mention Tien Lai. Shimura Danzō said in a low voice after hearing that there was no movement outside the door. Because if the news about him ridiculing Sarutobi Hiruzen gets out, his plans in the future will not go well, so he has to make every possible plan. TCH, hypocrisy, you didn't hesitate so much when you attacked the Sarutobi family back then. Uchiha Yuri said with resentment in his eyes. In fact, the reason she was a little angry was that Shimura Danzō didn't take her to the wedding at that time. Originally, she wanted to go with Uchiha Kagami, but she was afraid that Shimura Danzō would bring Uzumaki Lingshui there, which would be embarrassing and troublesome. After all, since she lost the confrontation with Uzumaki Lingshui last time, when she gets along with Uzumaki Lingshui, she will cleverly avoid the topic of Shimura Danzō. Because she knows that she is currently at a disadvantage, so there is no need to confront the Whirlpool Lingshui. This time is different from the past. After all, that guy Hiruzen was really green a bit too much. Shimura Danzō didn't pay attention to what Uchiha Yuri said, but smiled lightly. Indeed, to be able to do what he deserves as a human being is already extremely miserable. Uchiha Yuri also nodded in agreement, quite agreeing with Shimura Danzō's statement. Aren't you going to intervene in this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen is your good brother. Uchiha asked with interest, because she has been with Shimura Danzō for a long time, she has learned some new vocabulary from him. Ask for flowers, but this good brother is not that good brother. For Shimura Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen belongs to the kind of good brother who stabs brothers twice. It can be said that this is the good brother in Shimura Danzō's mouth. Why do you want to intervene? This is his private matter. You privately, I should really help him. But I am Third Hokage, and my every move represents the entire Konoha, so I can't intervene in this matter at all. Anyway, it's fine if there are no casualties, and they can do whatever else they want. Shimura Danzō said it doesn't matter. He hoped that Shimura Danzō would do it, then he would have the opportunity to suppress the Sarutobi clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen to the bottom, and never have a chance to stand up again. Anyway, the main purpose of this matter has been achieved. Shimura Danzō does not need to take this risk to intervene, it is better to let nature take its course. By the way, this is the financial report of the village for the past half quarter. I sorted it out and found something wrong, so I specially marked it for you. Uchiha Yuri took the folder on his desk and handed it to Shimura Danzō. And what she said made Shimura Danzō suddenly feel surprised, with surprise and puzzlement appearing in his eyes. What kind of thing is wrong? It can make Uchiha Yuri unable to handle it by himself. Immediately Shimura Danzō took the folder, opened it and began to flip through it. After a while, Shimura Danzō closed the folder, and a stern look appeared on his calm face. He didn't expect that the guys from San Shinobi would dare to fool him, it seems that they have to beat them. Master Hokage, what are you going to do? Uchiha Yuri asked softly after seeing the change in Shimura Danzō's face. The other party's reaction was obviously within her expectation. After all, this matter was enough to make Shimura Danzō a little angry. What to do? Since Sunagaku is so insincere, let's beat him until he is sincere. The cold and murderous tone resounded throughout Hokage's office. Chapter 112. Danzo, you are really better than blue. Chapter 112. I didn't expect that this wedding could cause such a big commotion. After Uzumaki Mito took a sip of tea lightly, he said in a surprised tone. Well, I didn't think of that either. Shimura Danzō was not too surprised by Uzumaki Mito's reaction, but thought it was quite normal. Oh, Danzo, you really didn't think of that. A subtle smile appeared on Uzumaki Mito's face, and his tone became a little strange. And her words also made Shimura Danzō's eyes appear a touch of astonishment, and his expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that Uzumaki Mito would suspect that he knew the truth of this matter. This feeling is really too keen. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from you, Mito-sama. 497. Indeed, I have been completely clear about the ins and outs of this matter a long time ago. Shimura Danzō admitted directly and generously. If it was someone else, Shimura Danzō would have just dealt with it, but Uzumaki Mito didn't have to. The other party can be said to be one of his most trusted people. Moreover, since the other party already knew, it would only increase the embarrassment if it was concealed any longer. Danzo, you are really blue out of blue and better than blue. You have completely surpassed Tobarama in terms of manipulative tactics and governance of the village. Uzumaki Mito stared at Shimura Danzō, with complicated emotions emerging from the depth of his eyes. Because she saw too many impressions of Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama in Shimura Danzō. Wood style, flying thunder god, Sage Mode, the integration of Konoha's power, this series of behaviors is simply breathtaking. You must know that during this year, Shimura Danzō managed Konoha in an orderly manner, without any major mistakes at all. It was when dealing with the Sarutobi clan that the people in the village had some dissent, but they soon calmed down. It also quickly raised Konoha's overall economy to an unprecedented level, which even Senju Tobirama had never achieved during his reign. So the shock that Shimura Danzō brought to her was too much, and it had already made her a little numb. Even when Shimura Danzō was able to integrate wood style, she was not too surprised. Instead, she felt that all this was reasonable and inevitable. I have subtly believed in Shimura Danzō in my heart, no matter what the other party does, he will surely succeed. Beyond the teacher, I don't think it's enough. After hearing what Uzumaki Mito said, Shimura Danzō shook his head helplessly and smiled, his face full of humility. But in fact, he also thought so in his heart. After all, when it comes to playing tricks, Senju Tobirama is relatively smarter. Shimura Danzō had to admire this move against the Uchiha clan alone. It is certain that if there is no variable of their own, the Uchiha family will definitely go to the dead end arranged by Senju Tobirama for them with the original book. Second Master, what's going on? But if it is to develop the village and improve the villagers' economy, Shimura Danzō is very confident to surpass Senju Tobirama, and the current Konoha is the best proof. After all, his economic knowledge far exceeds Senju Tobirama's, which is equivalent to several decades ahead, which is incomparable. You don't have to be humble, and since I say this, it proves to have completely surpassed Tobarama. Uzumaki Mito smiled in relief after seeing Shimura Danzō's modesty. It seems that Tobarama did not choose the wrong person, and Yinyei will go to an unprecedented glory under the leadership of Shimura Danzō. And the reason why I know it is because you have the scouting crystal made by Lingshui in your hand. It is too easy to know what happened between Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa. Uzumaki Mito immediately spoke out, which made Shimura Danzō slightly startled. He had forgotten about it. Although the investigation crystal is extremely secretive, even Baoji Bojili never told the other party. But he forgot that Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Lingshui were insiders, so it was too easy for them to guess. I forgot, Shimura Danzō responded with a wry smile. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Lingshui and Uchiha Jiraiya have been in private contact for a long time, and they both know what the relationship between each other is like. The two can be said to be like girlfriends. Uzumaki Mito suddenly thought of something, his tone suddenly became subtle, and there was an interested smile on his face. Bang! Suddenly, Uzumaki Mito's words resounded in Shimura Danzō's mind like a thunderclap. Water! Water! Mito-sama! You, don't! Shimura Danzō was completely dumbfounded, his pupils shrank suddenly, full of disbelief. His body trembled slightly, his face was full of shock. Uzumaki Mito's words were no different from nuclear bombs, and directly caused a storm of thought in Shimura Danzō's mind. It even caused his brain to freeze for a while, unable to think at all. I wanted to tell you sooner, but you have been busy with things in Hokage, so I plan to delay. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference to you to know earlier or later. Uzumaki Mito took a sip of his tea and smiled. Day's eyebrows are slightly pouted, and her delicate jade face is full of playfulness and satisfaction. She was very satisfied with Shimura Danzō's reaction. After all, in 4.6, it is rare to see a calm and natural Shimura Danzō show such an expression. Master Mito, there is a difference. Shimura Danzō said a little like crying. He really didn't expect the situation to be completely out of his control, and even directly pushed towards his heart. For a while, even Shimura Danzō, who handled things extremely calmly, couldn't react. It's over. Shimura Danzō felt desperation in his heart, and looked up at the sky with blank eyes. This is really the end. Taking Uzumaki Lingshui's little vinegar vat, I'm afraid I'm going to kill him with a hatchet. After all, it is so righteous and confident to be on two boats, no matter which girl she is, she can't accept it, let alone shed tears. Chapter 113. A scene of humiliation, Sarutobi's despair. Chapter 113. I'm stupid. At this moment, Shimura Danzō only had this sentence in his mind. He was in a good mood at this time and fell to the bottom of the valley, and the sense of despair has completely permeated his heart. You don't have to worry, these two children get along pretty well, you just need to properly handle the relationship between them. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help laughing after seeing Shimura Danzō's appearance. Because Shimura Danzō with this kind of expression is not very common, he usually looks like he has everything in his hands. Now it's a mess, which makes Uzumaki Mito feel a little funny. Don't worry, Aunt Mito, why do I feel that you are a little gloating? Shimura Danzō looked at Uzumaki Mito who was full of cheerful smile with resentment, and his tone was a bit sad. Schadenfreude, why do you feel that way? Uzumaki Mito still had that charming smile, and said without blushing. But her appearance made Shimura Danzō even more speechless, and Shimura didn't even know what to say. Because he didn't expect Uchiha Yuri to keep this matter a secret, and Uzumaki Lingshui did the same. Could it be that these two guys still want to join forces to take revenge on themselves? Thinking about it carefully, it makes some FG sense. Uchiha Zeeli's jealousy is no smaller than that of Uzumaki Lingshui. Although she is an intellectual big sister type, she has great determination in this regard. At first he was worried that Uzumaki Lingshui would not be able to get along with Uchiha Yuri, but now it seems, For a moment, he didn't know whether what Uzumaki Mito told him was good news or bad news. Because this resolves how exactly Shimura Danzō arranged for the two to meet has been a showdown, but for now it's nothing to worry about. But something more dangerous happened. How to deal with the relationship between Uchiha Jiraiya and Uzumaki Lingshui is a difficult question. Don't worry, I'll take care of this girl Lingshui. As for Uchiha Zili, I have to leave it to you to solve it yourself. I can help you to this extent as the limit. Uzumaki Mito said with a smile reassuring Shimura Danzō. Hope so. With a helpless and wry smile on Shimura Danzō's face, he nodded in agreement. Since what Uzumaki Mito said was the best advice, he could only do this. Sarutobi family. At this time, the Sarutobi clan can be said to be in a downturn, and there is no atmosphere of joy at all. But this is also an extremely normal thing. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has experienced this kind of thing, and it is impossible for anyone to be normal. People from the Sarutobi family seldom even go out now, and they are asked about Sarutobi Hiruzen's current status as soon as they go out. One must know that being robbed of a marriage and being cuckolded by one's best brother is absolutely unacceptable to ordinary people. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's room, it was dark and lifeless. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were absent, his face was as gloomy as water, and he had a terrifying feeling. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly shifted his gaze to the crystal ball beside him, and a gleam of brilliance appeared in his absent-minded eyes at this moment. What is the meaning of this crystal ball sent by the mysterious person? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured while looking at the blue crystal ball in front of him. Not long ago, a person asked his clansmen to bring this blue crystal ball to him, saying that it must be handed over to him, which is very important. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt very strange after getting this crystal ball. But according to his tribe's description, he couldn't see the appearance of the mysterious man under the black hat at all. After handing over the crystal ball to him, it disappeared instantly, without knowing the identity of the other party at all. Gradually Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his fingers and started touching the crystal ball. The sound of water droplets suddenly sounded, causing a trace of sound in the silent room. Gradually, a picture appeared in Shimura Danzō's eyes. Woods, grass, a man and a woman. The man is the Mitokado Homura he is familiar with, and the woman is his former fiancée Bawako. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils were about to split. He stared at this scene tightly, his breathing became extremely rapid, his face was full of overwhelming anger and killing intent. Because at this point in time, he knew very well that the necklace on Bawako's neck was given to her by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Next, a scene of dirt filled Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. For a moment, the pupils shrank sharply, and the eyes were red, almost filled with blood. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the room, as did the sound of rapid breathing. Bang! A terrifying aura erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, and the monstrous killing intent was chilling, and the whole room began to vibrate violently. Endless sense of humiliation filled Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart in an instant, and the flames of anger had completely made him lose his mind. He never expected that the two of them would get together so early, and from the skillful movements of these two, it can be seen that their relationship is not just the first time. In other words, his Sarutobi Hiruzen's head was already green a long time ago. Chapter 114. Sarutobi Hiruzen is so angry that he vomits blood. Chapter 114. Puff. In an instant, a mouthful of dripping blood spurted out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, directly covering the crystal ball in front of him. However, one could still vaguely see the dirty images playing continuously, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen almost faint. Boom. His tenacious will directly made him smash the crystal ball in front of him with a slap, and then let out a roar. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen has completely lost his mind, directly broke open the door and rushed outside. Bang! The roar of the wall collapsing sounded, and the Sarutobi family didn't even react, and saw the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen rushing towards a place. And this direction is the location of the two families of Lake Biwa and Mitokado Homura. Quick, go, stop Hiruzen. In an instant, an elder of the Sarutobi clan came back to his senses and yelled loudly at everyone. This elder is deeply aware of what Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to do now, but if he really does it, it will bring disaster to the Sarutobi family. Because doing that kind of behavior is already equivalent to the crime of treason, and no one will be able to protect Sarutobi Hiruzen at that time. And even if Third Hokage and Sarutobi Hiruzen are life and death brothers, it is impossible to hide any selfishness in such a righteous matter. Third Elder, the Patriarch's speed is too fast, there is no way to catch up. A Sarutobi clansman said anxiously. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength can be said to be the strongest existence in the clan, and they can only see each other's back from afar. BD, if you can't catch up, you have to chase me. The third elder's eyes were red, and he roared excitedly. Because he was really afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen would act irrationally, which would directly make the current Sarutobi family even worse. Sure enough, this guy Sarutobi couldn't stand it any longer. And Shimura Danzō, who was already not far from Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa's house, laughed lightly after feeling the violent breath of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew that this crystal ball would drive Sarutobi Hiruzen straight into madness. After all, this humiliation is too terrifying. As long as it is a man, it will fall into the madness of jealousy. Not to mention that the person who green him is still his life and death brother who he can entrust his back on the battlefield. Mitokado Homura, get out of here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice full of resentment and anger seemed to resound through the entire Konoha, like thunder. Good show, it's about to start again. Shimura Danzō quietly watched the impending scene from an inconspicuous place. Danzo, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a faint voice came, which directly made Shimura Danzo's poisonous time startled and turned around. As soon as he turned around, Shimura Danzo's nose was filled with the charming fragrance of violets, which immediately made his mind a little confused. And this scent is really familiar to Shimura Danzō, so familiar that it can no longer be familiar. Zeely, why are you here? You startled me. Shimura Danzō looked at Uchiha Yuri who was behind him speechlessly and said. Only Uchiha Yuri can do this in the village, who can appear behind him so quietly without noticing it. After all, the other party has been with him for so long, and he knows some of his habits very well. I also came to see the excitement, and I happened to see you. There was a trace of doubt in Uchiha Yuri's flat expression. Aren't you going to stop this incident? You know, if Sarutobi Hiruzen does something stupid, it's really irreparable. Uchiha Yuri looked at Shimura Danzō suspiciously and asked. Because when she saw Shimura Danzō's appearance, she obviously wanted to watch the excitement, as if she didn't intend to take action to prevent this from happening. Stop it, I'd be happy to see it happen. Shimura Danzō replied without thinking. He didn't have to hide too much about Uchiha Zeely, but said it with a face of indifference. After all, after getting along for so long, Uchiha Zeely should also know what his attitude towards Sarutobi Hiruzen is. It seems that you did not move the Sarutobi family members in various departments of Konoha at random. Uchiha Yuri suddenly had a clear look, and his clear eyes were fixed on Shimura Danzō. But suddenly a secret joy rose in my heart. Because Shimura Danzō can tell her some of these secrets that she doesn't know, which means she has absolute trust in her. Well, almost. What we have to do now is just watch the show, and wait until the situation is out of control before leaving the country. Shimura Danzō said with a look on his face. UBD. Uchiha Yuri looked at Shimura Danzō, who looked like this and sighed helplessly. She vaguely guessed that the series of events Sarutobi mentioned had nothing to do with Shimura Danzō. But Uchiha Zeely is not very clear about what kind of process this is. The camera switches back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is standing in front of Midokado Homura's family gate holding the wishful golden cudgel transformed by the monkey demon. With a murderous aura all over his body, he was approaching Judean. This appearance also made many people who came to watch the excitement a little bit far away, for fear of being affected. After all, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance, this guy should be in a state of extreme anger, Lily's dementia, and it is very likely that his relatives will not recognize him. Hiruzen, what are you doing? Nonsense. Come back with me. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's father rushed over. After seeing this scene, his face was gloomy, because the face of the Sarutobi clan was almost lost. When he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance, he hastily scolded. The Sarutobi clan already has someone who has become the laughingstock of everyone in Konoha, and he doesn't want to make this matter more fermented. Because he had discussed with the Midokado Homura and Bawako families before, and the two families were willing to apologize publicly and make compensation. Although this is a bit cruel for Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is the best way to save the face of the Sarutobi family. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hear his father's words at all, and the chakra in his body surged out at this moment. Chapter 115. Hiruzen, you let me down. Chapter 115. Bang! I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen sweep across directly with a stick, instantly shattering the thick wall like a great wall in front of him. At this moment, people from the Midokado Homura clan also came out one after another. Midokado Homura was in the center with a livid face, because he didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so rampant until he reached the door of his house. Hiruzen, what do you mean? Midokado Homura's face was as gloomy as water, the veins on his arms were bulging, and his momentum gradually gathered. Originally, he had already planned to apologize to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then tried every means to compensate him, but he did not expect that the other party would actually make such a move today. What do I mean? Midokado Homura, you really put on a good show. Being behind my back in that street from Lake Biwa doing that disgusting thing in the forest. If someone hadn't told me, I might have been kept in the dark by you all the time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's ferocious face revealed countless craziness, which made people feel terrified. His sudden words directly made Midokado Homura's ashen gray face become extremely astonished at this moment. Anyone with a little brain probably knows what the 803 disgusting thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Hiruzen, I don't know what you're talking about. If you're angry, just hit me up. I know that this matter has a great impact on you. If it can relieve your anger, I will not resist, even if it kills me. After taking a deep breath, Midokado Homura made such remarks. His face changed drastically when he smelled it, and he looked at Midokado Homura with shock and a hint of admiration in his eyes. No one expected that Midokado Homura could turn the situation around completely, and even put himself on the side of righteousness. Wonderful, Homura. Shimura Danzō in the corner applauded immediately after seeing this scene, his tone full of surprise. He originally thought that Midokado Homura would directly deny it, but he didn't expect that the other party could directly change the topic and put himself on the moral high ground. This series of actions shows that Midokado Homura has a certain city, otherwise how could he think of it? Out of this way. Indeed, CGBF, if he says that, then Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't do anything about him. After all, the families of Lake Biwa and Midokado Homura intend to calm down the matter after negotiations, so it is unwise to do it directly at this time. Uchiha Yuri on the side also nodded slightly, obviously she was also very surprised by what Mito said. Mitokado Homura, you really think I'm afraid to touch you? Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly held the Rui golden cudgel in his hand, looking at him with a gloomy expression. Because he didn't expect that he originally came to ask for trouble, but he was actually given a trick by the other party. Hiruzen, I am guilty of this incident, and I know how much my mistakes have hurt you. As long as you can vent your anger and resentment towards me, anything is fine. Mitokado Homura's tone is full of firmness and full of apology, which makes people feel moved. But these words stabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart like a sword, and he couldn't pull it out, like salt on a wound. Boom. In an instant, the Rui golden cudgel became enormous, as if it was as terrifying as a pillar of the sky, casting a shadow directly. Hiruzen, get the hell out of here. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's father roared loudly. Because if Sarutobi Hiruzen really killed Mitokado Homura, then the crime of treason would definitely be unavoidable. At that time, even if the Sarutobi clan pleads for mercy, Third Hokage will not let Sarutobi Hiruzen go because of the brotherhood of this friend, and there will be endless pursuit. And the Sarutobi family may even be implicated by this, and it is absolutely impossible to touch the core content of Konoha from now on, which is a huge blow to them. Because of this, the Sarutobi family has since been kicked out of the ranks of Konoha's first-class families, and has since faded out of the public's vision and gradually declined. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is still unmoved, his face is frosty, filled with holy will. Gradually, the Rui golden cudgel slowly fell in the direction of Mitokado Homura. But at this moment, Mitokado Homura looked at the fallen Rui golden cudgel, his body trembled violently, and fear appeared in his eyes. But he can't retreat. If he retreats, it means that he has a guilty conscience, and Lake Biwa will be implicated as a result. Instead of doing this, it is better to sacrifice yourself, and then Lake Biwa can decide your own life is also a good choice. Although it is impossible to stay with each other forever, Mitokado Homura has no complaints or regrets, this is his selfless love. Quick, hurry up. In an instant, the Anbu ninja and the Jonin and Uzumaki clan who saw this scene moved. Because they know that watching the fun is watching the fun, and if there are real casualties, no one can bear the blame when the time comes. After all, Mitokado Homura is the captain of Anbu. Whoosh. In an instant, a figure suddenly appeared in the air, punching directly at the giant Rui golden cudgel. Pure land of ultimate bliss Tongtian fist. Bang. A fierce punch full of violent power suddenly struck out, and there was a loud noise that shook the world. Boom. Gradually, the collapsed pillar was directly repelled by this destructive force at this moment, and stood in the sky again, as if it could penetrate Shufu. Gradually, I saw the figure in black falling from the sky. After seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and their faces changed drastically, even the Uzumaki clan who were known for their strength. Even for them, they need to be enlarged to achieve this level. But Shimura Danzō, their third Hokage, can do that with just one punch, and it's terrifying and chilling. Hiruzen, you're overdoing it. Chapter 116. Hiruzen, you need to calm down. Chapter 116. The cold voice resounded through the entire area, and everyone's body and mind couldn't help being shocked. Those ninjas who were about to attack also stopped at this moment. Third Hokage. In an instant, everyone including Anbu shouted respectfully in unison. At this moment, Mitokado Homura was born again. Although he had the heart to die before, who really wanted to die. Fortunately, Shimura Danzō arrived in time and rescued himself, otherwise he would have been crushed into a patty by the weight just now. And Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually recovered his sanity after Shimura Danzō's voice. But when he saw everyone yelling Third Hokage respectfully to Shimura Danzō, his heart was not in a good mood, he always had a sour feeling. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling remorse in his heart. If I could stand up a second earlier, even if I stood up with Shimura Danzō at the same time, I am afraid that the ending would not be like this now. But the past is going with the wind, everything is too late, the fact of Third Hokage has been settled a long time ago, and Shimura Danzō's attack on the Sarutobi clan forces also left Sarutobi Hiruzen with no room for a comeback. Besides, the two super families Hyuga and Senju both support Shimura Danzō, so why usurp the throne? Hiruzen, I think you need to calm down. Shimura Danzō's icy voice was full of annoyance, and his eyes looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen like a sharp sword, as if he wanted to pierce the other person's heart. In the eyes of others, what Shimura Danzō did to Sarutobi Hiruzen was true to the extreme. Otherwise, based on the relationship between the two, Shimura Danzō would generally cover Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he made the idea of killing his companion, and no one can help him. White is Third Hokage. Hee. Calm down. How can you tell me to calm down? If it was you, how could it be possible to do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzō who appeared and laughed coldly. He obviously sneered at Shimura Danzō's words, which is like exhorting people to be good. Then don't blame me for not remembering the past. Shimura Danzō's eyes suddenly became fierce and indifferent, and the momentum on his body gradually condensed, becoming more and more terrifying. And this momentum also surprised everyone, and what's more, they took a few steps back. Because the oppression given by Shimura Danzō is too horrible to resist. Danzō this guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became a little gloomy after feeling Shimura Danzō's oppression. Shimura Danzō's strength is obviously equal to his own, why is it that after only 1 year, the other party has improved by leaps and bounds like taking medicine? Could it be that Mr. Tobarama left something for Shimura Danzō? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered Shimura Danzo's reckless attack on Cloud Shinobi to encircle Vice Admiral and back Tobarama's body back. The process of this matter is not known to anyone, only Shimura Danzo, Jinjiaoyinjiao and Senju Tobirama know. Sarutobi Hiruzen is sure that Tobarama-sensei definitely left something that could enhance his strength to give Shimura Danzo that. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little unwillingness in his heart. Why is it always him who is treated unfairly? Obviously it should be the one who became Hokage, obviously Lake Biwa is my own, and obviously the person who should improve my strength the most is me. The thought of unwillingness rose in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, and then he looked at Shimura Danzo with killing intent in his eyes. Suddenly, a cold feeling swept across Sarutobi Hiruzen's whole body, causing his eyes to lose focus and his body to tremble violently. Because the coercion of Shimura Danzo came directly to him, making him unable to move at all, and the blood all over his body seemed to be frozen. Hiruzen, I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, no one can hug you, Shimura Danzo said with a cold tone, and the coercion in this voice exploded in everyone's ears like thunder, as if they were about to faint, even though the voice was not directed at them. Thump, ask for flowers. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear Shimura Danzo's aura any longer, fell to the ground and passed out. At this time, Tongtian's Rui golden cudgel dissipated in a puff of thick white smoke. Everyone looked at Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen who passed out on the ground in disbelief, and the next second they also felt that the pressure was gone. But everyone discovered that their knees were slightly bent, and even their bodies couldn't help but drop a few centimeters. Although it was subtle, it was easy to see when everyone made this movement. Originally they thought they could resist this terrifying oppression, but they didn't expect that they had already been suppressed and visible. 0. Sure enough, we Hyuga were right. Mito-sama is still hot, no wonder he supported Third Hokage from the very beginning. Patriarch Hyuga sighed with emotion after seeing Shimura Danzo in such a state from a distance. Originally, he still suspected that Shimura Danzo's strength should be similar to his own, but now it seems like cloud mud. To be able to unleash such terrifying coercion, there are only those two who have passed away in the entire ninja world. God of Ninja Senju Hashirama, Ninja Shura Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Naoya had a complex complexion, with mixed feelings in his heart, and his eyes full of thoughts were fixed on Shimura Danzo in front of him. He also didn't expect Shimura Danzo's strength to be so terrifying, even a little bit stronger than himself. Danzo, Uzumaki Mito in the courtyard of the Senju family looked to the east, with a subtle arc on the corner of his mouth, like a charming smile. She roughly understood why Shimura Danzo exposed her strength. The first is to deter those who have different intentions in the village, and the second is Sunagakur. It is said that some people in Sunagakur did not act according to Shimura Danzo's regulations, and after this time, I am afraid they will be obedient and honest. Take him back and confine him for half a year. Without my permission, you are not allowed to step out of the Sarutobi clan. Shimura Danzo's cold and commanding words resounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 117. Homura, Danzo, I will be the darkness of Konoha from now on. Chapter 117. At this moment, people finally understood one thing. This third Hokage, who used to have a good temper and always wore a kind smile, was really angry. It's useless even if the target of the mistake this time is his good friend and his life and death brothers who died on the battlefield. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's father was amnesty after hearing Shimura Danzo's words, with gratitude and joy on his face. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen is the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, if the pillar just now killed Mitokado Homura, then Shimura Danzo would definitely kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, if the Sarutobi family declines, it must be good news for other families. It's all gone. Shimura Danzo glanced at everyone present with his icy eyes and said calmly. Yes, Hokage Big, 077, people. Everyone naturally did not dare to have any disobedience, no idiot would stay here ignorantly. Not long after, the people who had come here to watch the excitement left immediately, orderly and extremely fast. Of course, if it wasn't for Shimura Danzo being here, I'm afraid someone would really want to ask Mitokado Homura some 8 trigrams. But since Third Hokage has spoken, there is no need to stay here to make fun of himself. Danzo, I really want to thank you this time. Mitokado Homura immediately rushed forward and held Shimura Danzo's hands, tears of gratitude in his eyes. You know, if Shimura Danzo didn't appear to solve this matter, I'm afraid not only his own death, but even the family members would be affected. As a matter of duty, if Hiruzen kills you, then I will lose one Captain Anbu. Shimura Danzo patted Mitokado Homura's shoulder with his usual kind smile, and said in a sincere tone. To Antoine Danzo, you. For a split second, Mitokado Homura couldn't control his emotions, and tears fell straight down. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzo still chose to believe in himself after such a major incident, and he didn't dismiss himself as the captain of Anbu. This made Mitokado Homura not know how to thank Shimura Danzo for a while. No, it cannot be said to be thankful, the other party is equivalent to his reborn parents. After all, he is despised for doing such a thing, and he is completely mortal enemy with the Sarutobi clan. Don't be so excited, my identity as a Hokage is naturally determined by human ability, and I will not prejudice you because of these things. Shimura Danzo's words warmed Mitokado Homura's heart like a scorching sun. Because he has been in a state of war these days, he is afraid that Shimura Danzo will get angry directly and let himself. But this result is completely beyond Mitokado Homura's imagination, and he is full of gratitude to Shimura Danzo. From this moment, Mitokado Homura made up his mind to assist Shimura Danzō in managing Konoha. All dirty things are handled by him, Captain Anbu. He is the root under the sun, and he is the killer shadow behind Shimura Danzō. Sure enough, the city of Third Hokage is not as deep as usual. Uchiha Naoya and several Uchiha people around him in the far distance can't hear, but they can read lips. It can be seen that Mitokado Homura, the captain of Anbu, has completely surrendered to Shimura Danzō, and it is impossible to raise any rebellious heart. As the patriarch, Uchiha Naoya thinks it's no big deal, and he has nothing to do with it. But the eyes of several Uchiha tribesmen beside him flickered. They didn't know what they were thinking about. Their eyes were so subtle that even Uchiha Naoya himself didn't notice their strangeness. Danzo, so you think so? Uchiha Yuri nodded slightly at the previous corner, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. She really didn't think so deeply. After all, she didn't know what Shimura Danzō was thinking inside. She just thought she wanted to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now it seems that Shimura Danzō is thinking in the long term, not only to check and balance Shimura Danzō, but also to subdue the guy Mitokado Homura. From this point of injury, it can be seen that Shimura Danzō will calculate these people to death as early as the beginning. Mitokado Homura not only didn't find out, but Shimura Danzō, who is loyal to death, will never understand the truth of this matter. That guy Danzo made a lot of noise. Why, don't you girl go and take a look? After Uzumaki Mito looked back, he looked at Uzumaki Lingshui who was drinking tea in front of him and laughed softly. No, Danzo doesn't like me meddling in these things. Uzumaki Lingshui curled his lips and said indifferently. But seeing this arrogant look, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help laughing, and then tapped Uzumaki Lingshui's forehead. I told him about you and that girl Uchiha. It's up to you how to decide. After all, with Danzo's personality, he will not give up the other in order to choose one. The best result is to have both. Uzumaki Mito calmly took a sip of tea and said lightly. But his eyes still stay on Uzumaki Lingshui's exquisite jade face. That little face full of entanglement and a trace of resentment makes one can't help but regret it. Danzo is a big radish. Uzumaki Lingshui's resentful tone was full of helplessness. Obviously she couldn't force Shimura Danzo to make such a choice at all. During these days of getting along, she also understood that Uchiha Yuri's love for Shimura Danzo is no less than her own, so this is too cruel for the two of them. But now there are only two roads of 3.6 in front of her. The first is to serve a husband with Uchiha Yuri, both of whom accept each other's existence, and then marry Shimura Danzo. The second is to choose to leave and disappear from the world of Shimura Danzo. Obviously, the second option is impossible to choose. Because Uzumaki Lingshui can no longer leave Shimura Danzo, he has held up a sky for her and occupied her whole heart. So there was only the first way before her. Danzo, that's all I can do. Then it depends on how you play yourself. Uzumaki Mito nodded with satisfaction in his heart. Judging from Uzumaki Lingshui's expression, everything has entered the final stage of success. Chapter 118. Only children make choices, I want them all. Chapter 118. The Sarutobi Hiruzen incident has spread throughout the ninja world, and the Sarutobi family has become a laughingstock. But what surprised many was the strength of this third Hokage Shimura Danzo. After all, no one thought that Shimura Danzo's strength would be so terrifying. It had reached the point of being unfathomable. All the forces in the ninja world suddenly understood one thing. Konoha did not lose a top combat power because of the fall of Second Hokage. Shimura Danzo has grown to the point where the predecessors are strong. Z% 1% at. This also made Third Raikage, who came to sign the agreement at the beginning, very grateful. Fortunately, he apologized and did not have a rude attitude. Otherwise, it would be bad news for them to offend Konoha today. And Shimura Danzo himself didn't care about it, because he had bigger troubles to deal with right now. Danzo, how are you going to explain it to us? A voice 26 that was as crisp and exquisite as a yellow oriole resounded. The scene was very embarrassing. Uzumaki Lingshui, Uchiha Yuri, Shimura Danzo. The three finally got together today, but the situation of the scene was very uncomfortable for Shimura Danzo. He never expected that Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui would catch him off guard and appear in front of him together. Looking at this posture, everything today will be finalized, and Shimura Danzo also has to make a choice. Oh, Mito-sama, you really hurt me. Shimura Danzo smiled wryly and helplessly in his heart. Originally, he was still curious today why Uzumaki Mito suddenly called him over. Unexpectedly, he fell into the trick of these two women and directly forced himself to start a showdown. Uchiha Yuri looked calm, and didn't say a word, but savored the tea made by Uzumi Mito carefully. Because she chose the second path, a path that can live in peace with Uzumaki Lingshui and serve her husband together. She knew very well that her humble love could only reach this level, and she didn't dare to have too many extravagant demands. At most, she would compete with Uzumaki Lingshui for the position of the main palace. So she doesn't have to worry about anything. Now she just needs Shimura Danzo to show her cards and make it clear to Uzumaki Lingshui. The other party agrees, everyone is happy, and they want to go together in peace and harmony. Not agreeing is better news for Uchiha Zili. After all, she doesn't like sharing her man with other women very much. It can be said to be able to achieve this level, which shows how much Uchiha Yuri loves Shimura Danzo in his heart, and for him to be able to achieve this level. Danzo, talk. Uzumaki Lingshui looked angrily at Shimura Danzo, whose face was full of complex eroticism, and said. What else can I say? The answer is already here. Children make choices, I want them all. Shimura Danzō spoke out solemnly after some deliberation. His tone was full of unwavering determination, and he stared straight at Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui. It is definitely impossible for him to give up. After all, it is too cruel to me, and it is also extremely cruel to the two women, so the only choice is to have them all and enjoy the blessing of being equal. Uzumaki Lingshui was so annoyed by Shimura Danzo's sudden answer that he was speechless for a while. She thought that the other party would explain to her well, and then coax herself, and finally she reluctantly agreed. But looking at Shimura Danzo's appearance, there is no trace of repentance at all, and he even feels that all this is taken for granted. Sister Ling Shui, you already know Danzo's answer in your heart, so why force him like this? And, you can't let it go, this heart has already been captured by Danzo. After Uchiha put down the teacup, he stretched out his green fingers and tapped Uzumaki Lingshui's heart. At this moment, her smile is like that of a mortal angel, which can't help but move people's faces, as if exuding the glory of the Virgin. Jerry, you are such a good wife. After seeing this scene, Shimura Danzō couldn't help but applaud Uchiha Yuri in his heart. Originally, he was still thinking about how to answer Uzumaki Lingshui's words, but he didn't expect Uchiha Zili to help him solve it in a few words. If there is a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? You, Uchiha-ji, you, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by being captured? Uzumaki Lingshui's face suddenly turned red, and he hastily retorted. But part of the reason is also because of Uchiha Zili's words, which made her arrogant character involuntarily flare up. Oh, if that's the case, that means you chose to quit. Uchiha Zili's eyebrows were frivolous, and she looked at Uzumaki Lingshui with a look of surprise. However, Uzumaki Lingshui's eyes were not pleased with the proud expression, which made her turn her jealous eyes to Shimura Danzō again. I will not quit. Danzō, it's mine. Uzumaki Lingshui was a little speechless at what he said, and had no way to refute Uchiha Yuri, so he hurried to Shimura Danzo's side and grabbed his arm tightly, confronting Uchiha Yuri like a little wildcat protecting food. That's really embarrassing, don't you think so, Mr. Danzō? A trace of displeasure flashed across Uchiha Yuri's beautiful face. She was very dissatisfied with Uzumaki's behavior, but now she couldn't stop it, so she turned her offensive to Shimura Danzō. What a headache. Shimura Danzō looked at the scene in front of him, his head was about to grow big. He would rather fight Uchiha Madara now than face this emotionally complicated scene. And at this moment, the sound of clogs sounded softly, and the figure of Uzumaki Mito appeared in the sight of the three. I saw her swaying with lotus steps, walking slowly, looking at the owner in front of her, she said slowly. Okay, don't make things difficult for Danzō either. I know his character very well, and both sides cannot let go. In that case, let's marry him together. Chapter 119. Danzō, you three get married quickly. Chapter 119. Uzumaki Mito's words immediately made the three of them slightly taken aback, especially Uzumaki Lingshui. Because she also didn't expect that Uzumaki Mito did not stand on her side, but on the contrary Shimura Danzō, which obviously made her a little incomprehensible. And Mito, why don't you? Uzumaki Lingshui threw himself into Uzumaki Mito's arms, his tone full of resentment. I promised to help myself snatch Shimura Danzō, but now I let her and Uchiha Zili serve as a husband. Although Uzumaki Lingshui himself is not very resistant, nor does he have much dislike for Uchiha Yuri, if you want to blame, you can only blame Shimura Danzō, a big carrot. Girl, Zili's love for Danzō is no less than yours. The palms and backs of both of you are full of flesh, and you can't part them at all. The only way is for you to marry him together, Uzumaki Mito said softly after rubbing Uzumaki Lingshui's hair, and Shimura Danzō couldn't help but feel grateful when he heard this. If it wasn't for the condition, he really wanted to hug Uzumaki Mito fiercely to express his gratitude. Originally, he thought that he had a headache, but unexpectedly, Uzumaki Mito completely resolved it with a few words. I see. Uzumaki looked at Shimura Danzō with resentment in Lingshui's faint eyes, but he still scolded the big carrot viciously in his heart. In fact, she is not very resistant to Uchiha Yuri, it is better than other women. Since this is the case, then you should set a date and get married quickly. After all, I also want to hold your child as soon as possible. Uzumaki Mito's astonishing words directly surprised the three of them. Uzumaki Lingshui's face turned red immediately, and he looked at Uzumaki Mito with a shy face. Uchiha Yuri didn't get there either, she was in a calm state of mind at this moment, and she was panicked at this moment, a touch of warmth appeared on her face. And Shimura Danzō was completely stupid, never thinking that Uzumaki Mito would say such a thing. Brother, didn't you come to help me? Why suddenly shot at the friendly army? Oh, no, it was time to bombard him with a direct missile. Shimura Danzō is not ready for the so-called marriage at all, he still wants to put all his energy on building Konoha. After all, Konoha is at the peak of its development today, and the alliance with Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi has made Konoha's economy develop rapidly. So Shimura Danzō really didn't want to get married so early, let alone have children. It's not Aunt Mito, the horoscope has not been written yet, so don't rush so fast, Fujo. Shimura Danzō suddenly smiled helplessly. Bitterness and helplessness were written all over his face. As soon as his words came out, Uchiha Juri and Uzumaki Lingshui were slightly relieved, but suddenly there was a sense of expectation in their hearts. Because they all want a child from the bottom of their hearts, a child jointly born by themselves and Shimura Danzō. This may be the motherhood psychology at work. But this is also a very normal thing. After all, there is a woman who does not want a love crystallization that was conceived with her husband. What do you mean you don't need to be so fast? How old are you? How old is Zili, and how old is Lingshui? Did you think you were still young? You were already the father of your second child at this age during Sengoku's time. After Uzumaki Mito heard Shimura Danzo's helpless veto, a warm and angry expression appeared on his face, and his tone was full of displeasure. Of course I don't have any opinions, but you have to ask Zili and Lingshui. Shimura Danzō realized something was wrong after seeing Uzumaki Mito's anger, and then dumped the stall to Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui. As long as one of them refuses to agree, then this matter will really turn around. Jerry, do you have any objections? Uzumaki Mito turned his gaze to Uchiha Yuri and asked softly. This is completely different from the questioning tone when speaking to Shimura Danzō. It is simply a world of difference. Uchiha Yuri was a little hesitant. After all, sometimes she is not the one who has the final say on marriage matters, and she also has her elder brother Uchiha Naoya who is the patriarch. Don't worry, Uchiha Naoya will leave it to Danzo to talk about it. If it doesn't work, I will do it. I believe Uchiha Naoya is still trying to save face as an old woman. Uzumaki Mito asked after seeing the concern in Uchiha Yuri's heart. Then, I do. After Uchiha Yuri heard Uzumaki Mito's words, Mito nodded and agreed directly. Now that the other side of the clan has been resolved, then everything is easy to talk about. Because she rarely saw Shimura Danzō have such hesitation, and it was still on this kind of thing. Uzumaki Mito acted resolutely, directly punching Kung Fu Lao to death, making it impossible for Shimura Danzō to hide. Uzumaki Mito's tone was full of dissatisfaction after seeing Shimura Danzō lost in thought. Uchiha Zili was solved by Uzumaki Mito, so there is no need to say more about Uzumaki Mito. Because at this moment, Uchiha Juri and Uzumaki Lingshui looked at themselves with hopeful light, Li Wanghao, in their eyes. Shimura Danzō was a little helpless, but it was not easy to object. Well, Zili's side has been completely resolved. Shimura Danzō roared in his heart. Uzumaki Mito's series of actions caught him off guard and he couldn't react at all. Zili, reserved, cold, calm. Don't be so melancholy, your indecisive character is not like you. It is not difficult to see the anticipation and tension in their hearts. And at this moment, Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui's expressions relaxed, and a look of joy appeared on their faces, and they directly hugged Shimura Danzo's two hands. Shimura Danzō looked at the two women on the left and right of him, but felt a little emotional in his heart. If I refuse, I'm afraid it will really hurt the hearts of the two, and some other troublesome things may happen. Shimura Danzō gritted his teeth and agreed directly. What should I call my daughter? That's good, I promise. Since you choose a good and auspicious day like this, you should get married quickly. Chapter 120. Agreed to marriage, Uchiha Madara bubbling. Chapter 120. Jerry, do you understand? It's been a long time since the Uchiha clan has not married out. In the past 10 years, you are the first. Uchiha Naoya stared at Uchiha Yuri in front of his eyes, and said with a light sigh. I don't know how much emotion and helplessness is contained in this sigh. After all, the younger sister I watched growing up, now I want to tell him that I want to marry, and the object is Third Hokage Shimura Danzō. From a personal point of view and a family point of view, Shimura Danzō is the best choice for Uchiha Jiri. First of all, Shimura Danzō gave Uchiha Naoya a good impression, and he is gentle and has a great temper. There has never been any black material about him. Of course, Uchiha Naoya has personally investigated Shimura Danzō. After all, he has long seen the subtle relationship between Uchiha Yuri and Shimura Danzō. And speaking from the Kakuzu of the family, if Uchiha Yuri and Shimura Danzō marry, then the Uchiha clan can be completely integrated into Konoha, relying on the relationship between Uchiha Yuri and Shimura Danzō. After all, Uchiha Naozai is not like Uchiha Madara, who does not have that kind of ambition. He just wants to let the Uchiha family slowly develop in Konoha in a stable manner. Yes, I love Danzo very much, I think you know it very well, brother. Uchiha Joliu's face did not have any fluctuations, but replied in a very flat tone. Even if Uchiha Naoya objects, it is useless, with her strength, unless Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Naoya join forces, no one in the Uchiha clan is her opponent. Hearing Uchiha Zili's answer, Uchiha Naoya also smiled helplessly, and did not deny this fact. The Uchiha clan, the clan, is a group that knows what love is best. The more people who develop Sharingan to ultimate, the more they cherish the love in their hearts. And Uchiha Zili has reached this point, which means that no one can change her decision. The reason why I told Uchiha Naoya about this is that I hope to get my brother's blessing. After all, the parents of the three of them passed away a long time ago, and the eldest brother is like a father. With the blessing of Uchiha Naoya, this marriage will be a perfect start. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. Hope you can find your own happiness. Uchiha Naoya nodded, a gratified smile appeared on his face. In a certain corner of the ninja world, the minister of a damp and dark cave. Recently, have so many things happened in the ninja world. An old man with a full head of white hair slowly walked out of the darkness, listening carefully to the things said by the white body in front of him. Master Madara, the third Hokage of Konoha village is very strong, even going to the level of you and Senju Hashirama back then. And you're very close to the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. It is said that Uchiha Chiri-san and Third Hokage Shimura Danzō are in love and will get married soon. White Zetsu's frivolous tone resounded throughout the cave, and the person who can make him call Madara-sama is the current behind-the-scenes boss of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. If people see his appearance like this, they will definitely turn pale with shock, and they can't even believe this fact. You must know that Uchiha Madara died in the Valley of the End, and even the body was preserved by Konoha. Why is he still alive? Uchiha Chiri. Well, Uchiha Madara suddenly fell into deep thought, with a look of reminiscence on his face. He is not very unfamiliar with this name, and he has seen this little girl, CGAF, back then. Of course, it is precisely because of this little girl's long purple hair that Uchiha Madara remembers her and her outstanding talent. When he was still the head of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, he had seen this child, but that was quite a few years ago. But Uchiha Madara is still fresh in his memory, and he is very impressed with this little girl. If I were still in the Uchiha clan, I would definitely teach Uchiha Zeely myself. At that time, the Uchiha clan will definitely be able to give birth to a clansman with the same strength as himself, and may even surpass him. But unfortunately, Uchiha Madara left the Uchiha clan and did not run out of the olive branch like the other party. After all, he is the child of one of his cousins. He also has a good impression of that cousin. After all, when he wanted to leave Uchiha, he kept him again and again, persuading him not to leave Konoha. Master Madara, White Zetsu suddenly interrupted Uchiha Madara's thoughts. Because Uchiha Madara has been thinking for a long time, and did not give him the next task instructions. And White Zetsu's shout brought Uchiha Madara back to his senses immediately, knowing that he was caught in the memory. That third Hokage, what is the origin, it can reach this point. Uchiha Madara suddenly remembered what White Zetsu had said about Shimura Danzō earlier. That third Hokage is a disciple of Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. He was accused of being the third Hokage of Konoha village. His original strength was only around Kage level, but for some reason, something happened during this year that made his strength even worse. It has been improved by leaps and bounds. White Zetsu told Uchiha Madara all the information he knew so far. 1 year, this. For a moment, Uchiha Madara fell into a brief shock, because he couldn't believe it. You must know that I was able to reach this point not only by relying on Mangekyo Sharingan. I don't know how much effort I have put in. You investigate him further immediately and get some useful information from him. Uchiha Madara said decisively. I get it, Madara, because of people. White Zetsu nodded respectfully, then escaped into the ground and left. After White Zetsu left, Uchiha Madara fell into deep thought again. If that third Hokage has a short-term method to improve his strength, then he doesn't need to plan so much. If not, then see if this third Hokage can be used by him. Chapter 121. The two women get along peacefully and live happily ever after. Chapter 121. Of course, Shimura Danzō didn't know that Uchiha Madara wanted to spy on him, and then wanted to get the mystery of his sudden strengthening from him. No, Shimura Danzō almost forgot that there is Uchiha Madara in the ninja world. He doesn't care about the big boss behind the scenes at all now, or any ghost conspiracy theories, he just solves all the things in front of him. And since Uzumaki Mito helped several people decide on the wedding date, Uzumaki Lingshui began to work in Hokage's office and served as Hokage's assistant together. At the beginning, Uzumaki Lingshui didn't get used to the work of Hokage's assistant, but fortunately, with the guidance and help of Uchiha Yuri, he gradually adapted. This also made Uzumaki Lingshui completely understand why Shimura Danzō hasn't come to him for so long. Because Hokage's work is too busy, Uzumaki Lingshui couldn't catch his breath at first. I also began to understand why Uchiha Zeely had no time to go shopping with him before, because he was too busy. It seems that Lingshui has adapted to this job. Shimura Danzō looked at the busy Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui, with a gratified and warm smile on his face, and whispered in his heart. After getting along these days, the two women are gradually able to accept each other's existence, and they are already like sisters, and there is no longer the previous Shira field. It seems that I am the only one in the world who can open a harem so blatantly. Shimura Danzō stared at Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui with deep eyes, and couldn't help but feel proud. Let me ask who can make the eldest lady of the Uchiha clan, the holder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the princess of the Uzumaki clan live in peace. Except for him, Shimura Danzō, there should be no one else. And this scene also reminded Shimura Danzō of the two-step anime in his previous life. As the saying goes, if you play the harem well, you are Wuhei Shidao, and if you don't play it well, you are Ito Makoto. Thinking of Zeely, Shimura Danzō suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. After all, Chang Ji's fate didn't seem to drop, and his head was gone. Ling Shui, from the Uzumaki clan, who do you plan to invite to the wedding? Suddenly, Shimura Danzō seemed to think of something, and asked curiously towards Uzumaki who was working. After all, Uzumaki Lingshui still has a certain status in the Uzumaki clan at this time, otherwise, how could the Uzumaki patriarch want to marry her in such a hurry? Is it the Uzumaki family? After Uzumaki Lingshui heard the words Uzumaki family, his expression was slightly startled, and the movements of his hands could not help but stop. And Uchiha Jiraiya was also affected, and the color of the color contact lenses appeared complicated. Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Yuri also heard about the Uzumaki family from Shimura Danzō, which is indeed a little weird. But when you think about it carefully, it's quite normal. After all, There is that patriarch who likes to have her position occupied by someone. Even if that person doesn't have the heart, she has the strength and background. As the saying goes, a man is innocent and he is guilty. This truth is eternal, even in any world. Yes, I will send someone to send an invitation letter to them. As for coming or not, then I don't know. Uzumaki Lingshui pondered after thinking about it. With a faint smile on his face, he seemed a little indifferent. But Shimura Danzō is very clear that the Uzumaki patriarch will definitely not let people come to the wedding between him and Uzumaki Lingshui, and will definitely obstruct it. Ask for flowers. Don't worry, Danzo will figure it out. Uchiha Yuri stepped forward and patted Uzumaki Lingshui's back softly and comforted him. But at this moment, Uchiha Yuri's eyes suddenly became sharper, looking straight at Shimura Danzō, and almost opened Mangekyo directly. Facing such a threat, Shimura Danzō smiled helplessly in his heart. Before, you still regarded each other as rivals in love, but now you are in love with sisters. This change is too fast. Sure enough, Shimura Danzō can never understand the needle in a woman's heart. Don't worry, I will take care of the Uzumaki clan, you don't have to worry about these things. Shimura Danzō gave Uzumaki Lingshui a reassuring look and said softly, it seems that this time I really have to frighten the Uzumaki patriarch by myself, and let him know who is the overlord in the ninja world. Danzo, you are so kind. Suddenly, the scent of red roses came, and Uzumaki Lingshui directly entered Shimura Danzo's arms and whispered. Seeing Uzumaki Lingshui like this, Shimura Danzō could only comfort him for a while Uchiha Yuri just smiled and shook his head before continuing to work. The two of them have reached a common understanding, so there is no need to be jealous because of this little thing, but it seems petty. After all, life is a long way to go, and there is still a long time to go hand in hand in the future, so there is no need to care about this little time in front of you. If you know I'm good, you'll be less jealous in the future. Of course, Shimura Danzō didn't say it out loud, he just thought about it in his heart. Chapter 122, Going to visit Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 122. Is it the Uzumaki family? Shimura Danzō lay in a chair in his office lost in thought. Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui left the Hokage office for some work reasons, so he is the only one left here. Shimura Danzō doesn't like the Uzumaki clan anymore, and even wants to kill them directly. If it weren't for Uzumaki Lingshui and Uzumaki Mito, maybe Shimura Danzō would really take action to completely suppress the Uzumaki clan and become a vassal state of the Fire Nation forever. Forget it, write a letter and let Mitokado Homura go there in person. After some consideration, Shimura Danzō decided to let Mitokado Homura go. After all, it would be more deterrent. How can I write more deterrent? 7. Shimura Danzō fell into a brief moment of thought. Forget it, let's just write it like this. After some deliberation, Shimura Danzō raised his hand to pick up a pen and began to write like a flutter. Presumably the Uzumaki patriarch followed his own instructions when he saw this letter. Oh, if you don't follow it, then beat him until he obeys. After writing, seal the new seal, and then use special means to call Mitokado Homura. Boom boom boom. Within 10 minutes, there was a knock on the door of Hokage's office. Come in, and Shimura Danzō, who knocked on the door, of course knew who it was, so there was no doubt in his voice. Click. The person who came in was naturally Mitokado Homura called by Shimura Danzō, and he slowly took off his mask with a respectful expression on his face. Master Hokage, what's the matter? Mitokado Homura knelt down on one knee, his voice full of respect. Since that incident, Mitokado Homura has been completely loyal to Shimura Danzō, and has no complaints or doubts about Shimura Danzō's orders, and is determined to carry out any tasks. I need you to deliver this letter to the head of the Uzumaki clan yourself, and then see his reaction. If he refuses, then you declare war on the Vortex Kingdom directly on my behalf. Shimura Danzō handed the envelope to Mitokado Homura and said calmly, and his words made Mitokado Homura, who took the envelope, tremble slightly, and a trace of shock flickered in his eyes. But it was quickly covered up, because he knew that he was not qualified to know some things, so he could not ask without asking. Yes, Mitokado Homura responded, which also made Shimura Danzō nod in satisfaction. Okay, you go, I hope you can bring back good news. Shimura Danzō stood up with a relieved smile, patted Mitokado Homura on the shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, Master Hokage entrusts me with my life to complete. Mitokado Homura nodded heavily, then saluted Shimura Danzō and left Hokage's office. Yeah, I really have to thank that guy Hiruzen, otherwise how could I have such a loyal little brother? Shimura Danzō sighed inwardly after watching the back of the other party leaving quickly. Originally, he planned to let other people accept the position of Captain Anbu. After all, Mitokado Homura is really a little untrustworthy. But since that incident, Mitokado Homura has been completely loyal to himself, and it can be said that he will go up and down the mountain of swords and fire. It can be said that in this series of things, Shimura Danzō benefited the most, followed by Mitokado Homura and Lake Biwa. They ended this originally destined marriage, and then came together successfully and happily, and the twists and turns were a bit overwhelming. But the only pity is that these two people can't hold a wedding. After all, they know everything. Being together is already the biggest tolerance of the Sarutobi clan. Said it was not necessary. But I have to go and see Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, such a long time has not passed, and I have the title of Brother of Life and Death. Shimura Danzō suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Sarutobi Hiruzen since that day, almost 2 months later. It's better to hit the sun than to choose another day, let's go see him today. But this time, Shimura Danzō didn't go wearing the Hokage robe, after all, he went as a friend this time. If you wear the Hokage imperial robe, you may misunderstand the people of the Sarutobi clan. Walking on the street, many people greeted Shimura Danzō with reverent and happy smiles on their faces. Today's Konoha has said that most people have entered a well-off era, and the happiness index can be said to be the highest in the ninja world. Of course, Shimura Danzō sacrificed part of the village's interests in exchange for it, but many families and high-level officials in Konoha did not object to it, but rather agreed with Shimura Danzō's approach. After all, everyone knows that water can carry a boat and overturn it. Only those who have stabilized Jikong can lay a solid foundation for Konoha's future deity. Being able to be a high-level person and the patriarch of a major family will naturally not be so stupid. He knows how to look far ahead and doesn't care about the small profit in front of him. Besides, if you agree, you can also gain the favor of Third Hokage, so there is no need to be boring yourself. It is better to be a favor, in case there is a place to ask for Third Hokage in the future, it will be easy to talk. Woohoo! Is finally here. 2.5. Shimura Danzō looked at the familiar Sarutobi clan and breathed a sigh of relief. Because he ordered Shimura Danzō to be confined, the Sarutobi clan did not show off as before. Most people chose to stay at home and not go out except for work. After all, as soon as I go out, friends around me will ask about Sarutobi Hiruzen's current situation. And this also made some members of the Sarutobi clan feel dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because their current situation is brought about by Sarutobi Hiruzen, they naturally feel very uncomfortable. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is the head of the clan, so even if he has complaints, he dare not speak out, and can only secretly slander in his heart. Boom boom boom. Shimura Danzō stepped forward and knocked on the door of the Sarutobi clan. Chapter 123, The Sarutobi Clan Who Can't Retreat. Chapter 123. Bang bang. Shimura Danzō stepped forward and knocked on the door of the Sarutobi family, and then waited quietly. Fortunately, the location of the Sarutobi clan is quite remote, so no one noticed that Shimura Danzō came here. After all, if he is too exposed and comes to the Sarutobi clan, people will have some bad guesses. After a while, the door was opened, and a maid poked her head out. When she saw Shimura Danzō's appearance, Chian's face was full of surprise, and she exclaimed directly, "Master Hokage." The maid's exclamation made Shimura Danzō hurriedly signal the other party to keep quiet, and then the waitress finally realized. "I don't know if it's convenient for me to go in now." Shimura Danzō had a kind smile on his face, but he didn't indicate why he came. After all, he came to find Sarutobi Hiruzen this time, so there was no need to explain his purpose to a little maid. Of course, but the owner of the family is currently retreating to reflect on his mistakes, so all the affairs of the 26 clans are left to the master to manage. Although the maid didn't know the purpose of Shimura Danzō's visit, she could vaguely guess what Shimura Danzō was here for. "Well, then please take me to see your master," Shimura Danzō said softly. He naturally understands that the master mentioned by the maid refers to the patriarch of the previous Sarutobi clan, the father of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Sasuke. "Master Hokage, please follow me." After the maid nodded slightly, she walked ahead to lead the way for Shimura Danzō. After a while, Shimura Danzō came to a small living room, and could vaguely see an elderly middle-aged man sitting there. This person, Shimura Danzō, is naturally very familiar. He is the father of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Sasuke. "Master Hokage, please do what you want now." After the maid led the way, she bowed and bowed before leaving with small and exquisite steps. "Uncle, Danzō, I have come to apologize." Shimura Danzō walked directly into it, and his appearance made Sarutobi Sasuke, who was looking down at the book, looked up at Shimura Danzō, who appeared in front of him with a blank expression. "Danzō, why are you here? You didn't even say hello." Sarutobi Sasuke got up immediately, with a trace of reproach in his tone, but more anxiety and doubt. Because he didn't know what Shimura Danzō's sudden arrival was for. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was confinement for half a year under the order of Shimura Danzō himself, so he couldn't figure out what the purpose of the other party's visit was. "The main purpose of coming this time is to say sorry to Uncle. I have been busy with the affairs of the village before, so I couldn't come here in person. Uncle shouldn't blame me." A sincere apology appeared on Shimura Danzō's face, as if he wanted to bow and apologize to Sarutobi Sasuke. Hey, this can't be helped, Danzō. You have nothing to do with this matter, so there is no need to apologize at all. Sarutobi Sasuke said after a helpless sigh. Others may think that Shimura Danzō is disingenuous in doing so, not treating Sarutobi Hiruzen as a brother at all. But Sarutobi Sasuke really knows that Shimura Danzō is right to do this, and even has to be grateful to the other party for lenient, and did not do anything to Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's all. You must know that Sarutobi Hiruzen made a move against Mitokado Homura in front of everyone in Konoha, which is already a crime of treason. The first iron rule set by First Hokage, the god of ninjas, is not to attack fellow villagers, otherwise everything will be regarded as treason. And Uchiha Madara back then is the best proof, even if he is the most sincere friend of Senju Hashirama, as long as he breaks the iron law of the village, there is only a dead end. Sarutobi Hiruzen was only confined for half a year, which was a painless punishment for him. Then I hope that my uncle will not embarrass Mitokado Homura and the others. This will make it difficult for me to do both. Shimura Danzō was a little surprised when he saw Sarutobi Sasuke's actions, but it was also expected, so he spoke. This is natural, and we also want to quickly turn this matter over. Of course Sarutobi Sasuke understood what Shimura Danzō meant and said hastily. Bawako and Mitokado Homura had sincerely apologized earlier and offered huge compensation, so they had to agree. After all, this is the best solution at present, but the victim Sarutobi Hiruzen does not know when he will be able to recover. As a father, Sarutobi Sasuke is also very helpless and powerless, because Shimura Danzō does not take sides on this matter at all, but resolves this matter in the most neutral way. Where is Hiruzen? I want to visit him. After the two chatted for a while, Shimura Danzō asked suddenly. This is also his second purpose of coming to the Sarutobi clan, to visit Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he and Sarutobi Hiruzen are good brothers in life and death. As a brother, he naturally needs to take a good look at them. Day 027 cut. He has been staying at the training ground recently, practicing physical skills crazily. I wish Danzo you could persuade him not to work so hard. When Sarutobi Sasuke thought of his son's appearance, a look of helplessness and distress appeared on his face. After all, the blow this time was too great for his son, and that man would not be able to bear it. So it is not easy for an ape to be so normal. Is it like this? Then let me see if I can enlighten him. Shimura Danzō nodded slightly in his heart, and then followed Sarutobi Sasuke's instructions to the training ground of the Sarutobi clan. And many Sarutobi people met along the way also greeted Shimura Danzō curiously, most of them were strange and surprised. Because Shimura Danzō is now headed towards the training ground where Sarutobi Hiruzen is, and that is the training ground that he uses alone. Hiruzen, let me see how much this has hit you. Soon, Shimura Danzō arrived at the gate of the practice field, and there was a burst of soaring sound. And the person who can make such a movement, except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am afraid that no one will go crazy like this. At a glance, the person in front of him is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 124, Hiruzen, the root thing. Chapter 124. Shimura Danzō looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sweating hard, and didn't rush forward to disturb him. Instead, he found a seat and sat down, looking indifferently at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle of the field. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Wind style. Vacuum datama. Dazzling ninjutsu was performed at this moment from Sarutobi Hiruzen's extremely fast hand speed. I have to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite strong, at least in the upper ranks among Konoha. After all, a commoner family does not have any blood inheritance boundaries or special means, and it is already the limit to be able to reach Kage level strength just by ninjutsu. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability to grow to this level is inseparable from his outstanding talent. In terms of strength, he is the second under Senju Tobirama. The strongest person is Uchiha Kagami. After all, Mangekyo Sharingan is no joke, and no one knows how far Uchiha Kagami has developed Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, the premise of all this is that there is no variable Shimura Danzō. Now he has the sage mode and wood style of the wet bone forest and the invincible Senju Hashirama's immortal body, and his strength has already entered the super shadow realm. It can be said that there are only two people in the ninja world who can fight against him. One is Uzumaki Mido, who completely controls Nine Tails as a Erha, and can draw the power of Nine Tails at any time. And the other is Uchiha Madara, who is hiding in Anbu and spying on everything, and can rely on the vitality provided by Geto statue to fight him. So, the current Shimura Danzō is my invincible existence under 6 paths. Whirring. Sarutobi Hiruzen panted heavily, lying on the floor in the center, looking at the sky with clear eyes. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen got up and walked in front of Shimura Danzō. There was no trace of expression on his face, only a return to basics and plainness. And this also made Shimura Danzō feel interesting inside. The first time this guy saw him, he wasn't angry, but rather dull that shouldn't be. It seems that this incident not only did not cause too much blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but caused an unprecedented improvement and change in his state of mind. Hiruzen, you don't look like you hate me, Shimura Danzō looked at the indifferent Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a smile appeared on his face. Hate, if you weren't Hokage, I might hate you. But you are Hokage, you should stand on the most fair and just position, and you cannot favor anyone. The painless punishment of confinement for half a year is the best care you have given me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone had some emotional fluctuations. It can be seen that he has now regained his sanity. I have to say that such a person is indeed terrifying. If such a strong state of mind is allowed to grow, it will definitely become a character. But it's a pity that he has Shimura Danzō on him. No matter how strong you are, you can't make any waves. Oh, it's good that you can understand me. You and Homura are both my comrades in arms and brothers who died on the battlefield. The palms and backs of the hands are full of flesh. I really can't decide, Shimura Danzō said with a gratified face. This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen's cheeks twitch a little, and the fist in his eyes was also clenched. He always felt that there was a little schadenfreude in Shimura Danzō's words, but it was hard to say it. After all, the other party came to visit him today, so if he lost his composure, he might not even be a friend. Are you here today just to comfort me? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly. After all, he doesn't want to waste time on these nonsense, he still has to continue to practice. In the past 2 months, after my father's enlightenment and some calmness, I also understand. Indeed, after all, no one can bear this matter. But seeing that you are in a pretty good condition now, I am relieved. Shimura Danzō patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and smiled lightly. And this also made Shimura Danzo's brows furrowed, and there was a wave of waves in his flat mood. It is definitely impossible to say that the blow to him from this incident will completely dissipate, and this pain will never go away in his heart. But now I can't show it, and I still can't break the skin with Shimura Danzō, so I have to cater to each other. Hiruzen, the Anbu training base you mentioned to me earlier, I think it's time to use it. This can be regarded as my little compensation for you, Shimura Danzō said slowly after thinking for a while. And when he said this, Shimura Danzo's expression changed suddenly, and a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. It turns out that Shimura Danzō has not forgotten the original agreement. Tuan, Danzo, is what you said, true? Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen in such a state, Shimura Danzō also smiled in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so excited that he couldn't even speak, and immediately stuttered. Sure enough, the fish took the bait. Shimura Danzō smiled lightly, patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and smiled. And the establishment of this route is the fastest and safest way. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very eager to enter the power center of Konoha and take a firm position. Qianzhaohao. Of course it's true. You see, I lied to you once. At that time, I was really far away from Konoha's power center completely, without the slightest right to speak. Don't be so excited, Hiruzen, this is something I promised you a long time ago. And the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen is so excited is because he is really afraid that this organization will be put into the hands of others by Shimura Danzō. Shimura Danzō nodded solemnly, and said in a very serious tone. Originally, he thought that he would never have any chance to stand up again, but he didn't expect Shimura Danzō to be willing to give himself this chance. At most, it is nothing more than carrying the title of the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, but who would be afraid of this title? Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost moved to tears. That's great. For a moment, he didn't know how to express his gratitude to Shimura Danzō. After some emotional excitement, Shimura Danzō spoke slowly. Danzō, I thank you. Before, I blamed you. Chapter 125. Danzō, why are you so strong? Chapter 125. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was so excited, Shimura Danzō wanted to laugh, but how could he laugh so easily after receiving professional training? He could only hold it in his heart. Hiruzen, we have been friends for so many years, when did I ever lie to you? Shimura Danzō patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder, and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a tone of earnestness and sincerity. However, during the 6 months of confinement, you still have to stay honestly, otherwise I will not be able to explain. 11. Shimura Danzō added after seeing the excited Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he ordered Sarutobi Hiruzen to be placed in confinement in front of so many people. If he asked the other party to go out, it might damage his prestige as Hokage. Relax, Danzō, I know how to measure. After Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly, his face became calmer. Originally, he thought that his life had ushered in the darkest period, but he did not expect Shimura Danzō to give him a ray of hope at this time. Moreover, the roots hidden behind Konoha are completely suitable for him, so he doesn't need to show his face in public at all. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to face the strange and mocking eyes of everyone after experiencing this series of events, so only darkness is his root. Since this is the case, then you should practice hard, and I will leave first. Shimura Danzō nodded in satisfaction after receiving Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer, and made a gesture to leave. And just when he said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed hesitation, his Adam's apple rolled, as if he had something to say. What, Hiruzen, do you have anything else to say? Shimura Danzō felt puzzled after seeing his appearance, but after thinking about it, he already guessed what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to ask himself. Danzō, why did your strength improve so quickly? I remember that a year and a half ago, your strength was basically the same as mine. But the aura you released that day is already completely close to the first-generation master back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the two questions that were simmering in his heart one by one. Because the strength of the Shimura regiment, CGFE, has grown beyond his imagination, and has even reached the point where the first-generation master was alive. This Sarutobi Hiruzen is not exaggerating, but completely in line with the facts. So he wanted to find out what kind of secret Shimura Danzō was hiding and didn't tell him, and it was such an earth-shattering secret. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help showing a touch of heat in his eyes. If he can get this terrifying power, then, did you say that? I have inherited the same sage body quality as Shodai, and it was only after being taught by Mito-sama that I have reached the point where I am today. Shimura Danzō didn't hide anything, but said it casually. His words directly made Sarutobi Hiruzen completely stunned, his mouth opened slightly, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Danzō, the body of a fairy, what is that? After Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed a mouthful of spit with difficulty, he said with some hesitation. Because the word, immortal, is so attractive, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be distracted for a while. It can be said that this is a great temptation for Sarutobi Hiruzen, otherwise he would not ask aloud. The body of a fairy, it's a little troublesome to explain. A pensive look appeared on Shimura Danzō's face, and this also made Sarutobi Hiruzen say. It's okay, you can explain slowly, after all, I also want to know what it is that can be called a fairy. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced Shimura Danzō to speak with the excitement in his heart. Because this secret is too important to him, so he must be clear about it. As the name suggests, it has strong vitality and spiritual energy, and this is innate. A person with a fairy body has hundreds of times more chakra than an ordinary person, or even more. Let's compare you and me. If the current chakra in your body is called a river, then the chakra contained in my body can be said to be Wang Yanghai, which is inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely stunned by Shimura Danzo's explanation. His eyes shrank suddenly, his expression full of shock. From this point, we can fully see how shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen was after hearing this explanation. This is really too pervert, it is no different from hanging up. No, Danzo, the immortal body is exclusive to first-generation adults, why do you have it? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly discovered this small blind spot, and then hurriedly asked. Because Shimura Danzo's explanation was so ridiculous that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't refute it for a while. That's why I can have the body of a sage like the first-generation master. Hiruzen, what's wrong with you? Sour, hard acid, no. It's nothing, it turned out to be like this. But this sour tone made Shimura Danzo sound very comfortable. This series of words made Sarutobi Hiruzen look sluggish, the corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and his face looked a little unnatural. Shimura Danzo explained eloquently. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed in his heart. This seems to make sense, but it is too perfunctory and illusory. This Nima is also okay. Since you're fine, then I'll go and see you again when I'm free. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen staring blankly in place, Shimura Danzo took a macho hand in front of him. If it is said that the body of a fairy can be acquired through an acquired method, wouldn't he have hope again? Master Mito told me that there seems to be an ancestor in my ancestor who married a member of the Senju clan, and it just so happened that the ancestor of the Senju clan happened to be a direct relative of Lord First Generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a forced smile on his face, but he looked uglier than crying. After saying goodbye, Shimura Danzo turned and left, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned in the wind. Chapter 126, What is Ambition? Sarutobi. Chapter 126. After leaving the Sarutobi clan, Shimura Danzo returned to his home. And Shimura Ayaka was waiting for him in the hall early, and then asked Shimura Danzo when to take a bath, when to have dinner, and what would you like to have for dinner. Shimura Ayaka is more like a virtuous wife, waiting for her husband to return at home every day, and serving the person she is destined for in her life. This is why Shimura Danzo makes the other party serve him all the time. Because Shimura Ayaka is too delicate, taking care of every bit of Shimura Danzo's life perfectly. It can be said that she is a perfect wife candidate. But Shimura Danzo is too greedy, wanting not just one, but 3, or even 4. In other words, he is now an upright playboy, and he is not afraid of the risk of overturning at all, because he has already grasped these women firmly. Patriarch, Kaijia recently heard that you are going to be engaged to Miss Uchiha and Miss Lingshui from the Uzumaki clan. After taking the clothes that Shimura Danzo changed, Shimura Ayaka showed some hesitation, but then asked with a touch of determination on her small face. It can be seen from this appearance that she mustered up a lot of courage in her heart to ask this question. Where did you hear the gossip, so well informed? Shimura Danzo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled lightly. He didn't admit it, but he didn't deny it either, which also made Shimura Ayaka feel a sense of loss. That is to say, is this news true? Shimura Ayaka hurriedly asked. Shui Ling's eyes were full of unease and anticipation, but more of it was reluctance. Well, if nothing happens, I will marry both of them. Shimura Danzo did not deny it, but nodded generously and said. After all, he has nothing to hide from Shimura Ayaka, who has been with him for many years, and can be said to be one of the most trusted people. Naturally, there is no need to question the degree of loyalty. As that's so, for a moment, Shimura Ayaka couldn't help lowering her head, her deep eyes were full of loss, and her small face was full of loneliness, as if she had lost something important, which made people feel distressed. What are you thinking about, little girl? You have been with me for so many years, no one can replace your position. Shimura Danzo smiled helplessly after seeing Shimura Ayaka's expression, stepped forward and rubbed her small and exquisite head. And Shimura Danzo's actions made Shimura Danzo's originally dull eyes brighten at this moment, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Originally, she was worried that after Shimura Danzo got married, the only clan member who took care of the patriarch would no longer belong to her, but now it seems that the patriarch completely took herself to heart and did not want to drive herself away. Go ahead and call me when you're eating, I won't step on it first. After Shimura Danzo stopped touching his head, he came to the courtyard and sat on the Taishi chair he made and closed his eyes. Well, patriarch, I'll go right away. Shimura Ayaka nodded happily, and then trot out of the yard holding Shimura Danzo's clothes. At this moment, Shimura Danzo also opened his eyes, with a helpless smile appearing on the corners of his mouth. This little girl is weird. Shimura Danzo could vaguely guess why the other party was able to know about this matter, but at the same time, he didn't expect Konoha's people to be so 8 trigrams. Ask for flowers, and no one jumped out to impeach himself. After all, this is marrying 2 women at the same time. These 2 women are both prominent and powerful, and one of them is the eldest lady of the Uchiha clan. But until now, no Uchiha clan has jumped out, which makes Shimura Danzo feel a little strange up. Well, there is no harm in knowing, just take this opportunity to let everyone realize who is the leader of the 5 great powers. The Shimura group has already brewed a small plan in their hearts. Oh, Sarutobi family, After Sarutobi Hiruzen learned about the body of a fairy, his mood became extremely excited. Even though he knew that the way to obtain this physique could only be through inheritance, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a little bit of ambition. After all, this kind of power is too tempting. It is a power that can rule the entire ninja world, so Sarutobi Hiruzen must find a way to possess it. Is it the immortal body of Master First Generation? If that's the case, then I will be Master First Generation. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled suddenly by his own thought, his expression flustered, and his heart beat rapidly. Am I crazy? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't even believe that he had thought like that. If Shimura Danzō knows that he dares to do this, then Shimura Danzō will definitely kill himself with a thunderbolt without the help of others. Because this is already against human ethics, let alone that person is First Hokage Senju Hashirama. And at this moment, a voice sounded in Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. No. You're not crazy for. Chapter 127. Sarutobi, all this belongs to you. Chapter 127. A ghostly voice sounded in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly flustered. He hurriedly got up and looked around, but he was the only one in the room, no one was there. Who the hell? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in panic. If such a gaffe is seen by others, I am afraid that it will be disrespectful and ridicule Sarutobi Hiruzen. But after thinking about it carefully, it can be found that it is extremely normal for Sarutobi Hiruzen to have such a performance. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous thoughts were too terrifying, and they could even be described as treasonous and immoral. You must know that doing this is to desecrate the body of the ancestors, and that person is First Hokage Senju Hashirama, so Sarutobi Hiruzen, 10 masters will be so guilty. Don't look for it, I'm in your head. The voice sounded again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's nerves became tense at this moment, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Because the voice sounded familiar to him, it was his own voice. But why does his own voice appear in his head in the form of another person? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but shudder, and a trace of fear emerged in his heart. When human beings face the unknown, they often have fear, even fear. Inside my head. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, his body was frozen as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he couldn't make the next move at all. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression finally eased down. Who are you? Why are you in my head? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked suspiciously. Although the current situation is complicated, it is necessary to find out what is the reason for all this, and why there are multiple voices suddenly in my mind. I am you, and you are me. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, and another you. The voice is exactly the same, whether it is sensuality or pitch, it is unbelievable. The only difference is that there is a hint of evil in this voice, as if it is a born extremely evil person. You or me, you. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into chaos, some couldn't understand what kind of existence the other one was. That's right, Sarutobi, we are of one mind. This evil voice seemed to be filled with the temptation to make people believe him, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen's vigilant heart relax at this moment. Why do you appear in my mind? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has slightly lowered his vigilance towards him, it is also because he has nothing to do with him. After all, he can't just split his head open. I was born to follow your desire, my purpose is the purpose hidden in your heart. These words made Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned for a moment, his pupils constricted and filled with horror. What, do you want me to tell you the desire hidden in your heart? Sarutobi, you are jealous of Danzo, you are jealous of his strength, you are jealous of his opportunities, you are jealous of his physique, you are jealous of everything he has now. Now the three families of Hyuga, Uchiha, and Senju all support him, and the eldest lady of Shimura Danzō Uchiha's family and the princess of the Uzumaki family all favor him. With the same sage body quality as First Hokage, with the help of Uzumaki Mido, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, directly surpassing you. Right now, you can't wait to unplug Shimura Danzō from Hokage's position and take away everything he has now. These words were full of bewitching and temptation, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen to break out in cold sweat, and his whole body was covered with sweat. Enough. Get lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared instantly, directly dispelling the large shadow in his heart. And the voice in my mind never spoke again, as if it had never appeared before. But those words he said echoed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, and they still linger to this day. Because the voice in his head really spoke out what he was thinking in his heart, even he couldn't believe it. Senju Clan, in Uzumaki Mido's room. Lingshui, Zili, Danzo, you are really blessed. Quote, after all, everyone has a love of beauty, even Uzumaki Mido can't escape this tiny law. But it can keep her looking 24 or 5 years old. This golden age is also the most attractive time for a woman. Unfortunately, no one will know the existence of this book. At this moment, her face was as white as a young woman of 24 or 5 years old, without any trace of age at all. She is able to use this chakra to change her physical age, although lifespan cannot be changed. But Uzumaki Mido didn't know why. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a thorn in his heart, it hurt so much. Uzumaki Mido murmured looking at himself in front of the mirror. But Uzumaki Mido knows that what is recorded in this book can shake the entire Konoha and even the entire ninja world. If you were born 30 years earlier, how could I? Uzumaki Mido sighed, then picked up a notebook placed in front of the mirror and began to record. And Uzumaki Mito can only shorten his face to this 1.2 years old in private, without any wrinkles, and can't see the knife marks of the years, so he can only appreciate it by himself. And this is also the unique method of the 100 healings mark mastered by Uzumaki Mito, rather it is changed according to the Wet Bone Forest Sage mode. Perhaps, no one will know what is written in this book. 100 healings mark is really a technique that all women are obsessed with. Because it won't be long before the marriage of Shimura Danzō, Uchiha Zili, and Uzumaki Lingshui will come. Uzumaki Mito caressed his white and wrinkle-free cheeks with his jade hands. For the rest of the time, she is around 35 years old, good-looking, and able to maintain her majesty. Chapter 128. So what about threatening you? Chapter 128. Uzumaki Country, Uzumaki Clan. The Uzumaki Patriarch sat in his office and dealt with the documents. And down, the door was suddenly opened. Patriarch, an Anbu ninja from Konoha came and said that he was entrusted by Third Hokage and must meet you in person. A ninja from the Uzumaki clan suddenly opened the door and walked in without saying hello or knocking on the door. Originally, this action made the Uzumaki Patriarch a little annoyed, but after hearing the news, the anger in his heart disappeared without a trace. Konoha's ninja. The Uzumaki Patriarch's expression suddenly turned serious, and even his face couldn't help becoming serious. If it is just an ordinary Konoha shinobi, it is not worthy of attention, but he was entrusted by Third Hokage, and the Anbu ninja came here in person, which shows the seriousness of this matter. Quick, get him over here, the Uzumaki Patriarch hurriedly urged. Although the relationship between him and Konoha is not very good now, they are still allies on the surface, and the country of the vortex is still enjoying the shade under the big tree of the country of 26 fire, and dare not offend the opponent. And it was necessary to bring Uzumaki Lingshui back that time, otherwise, if the other party wanted to, then his position as Patriarch might have to abdicate. After all, there are still some people in the clan who support Uzumaki Lingshui as the new Patriarch. Yes, Patriarch, the Uzumaki tribe nodded, and left in a hurry. People from Konoha and Anbu came with important things, Third Hokage entrusts him. For a while, the Uzumaki Patriarch fell into deep thought, because he didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in that Third Hokage's gourd. Could it be that he wants to settle the old score from last time? But the Uzumaki family has already paid a huge amount of compensation, and both parties agreed that this matter will be over, and there is no need to entangle. Chief Uzumaki couldn't figure out what the young Third Hokage was thinking, and couldn't figure out his thoughts at all. And just when he was deep in thought, the door was pushed open again, the original Uzumaki tribe walked in, and behind him was a Konoha Anbu ninja. You go down first. After the Uzumaki Patriarch saw the other party, he was slightly startled, and then waved his hand to signal the Uzumaki Patriarch to leave. After all, this conversation can be said to be highly confidential, so it is good that only he knows. Clan Chief Uzumaki, from my side, I would like to send you my greetings from the Third Hokage-sama. The Anbu ninja slowly took off his mask, revealing his true face. And this person is Mitokado Homura, who was sent by Shimura Danzō to the country of Uzumaki to deliver a letter. After all, there are some things that Mitokado Homura said are more deterrent. Third Hokage is too polite. I don't know if Third Hokage has something to tell me, but he actually asked the Anbu ninja to deliver the letter in person. Chief Uzumaki said with a polite smile and waved his hands. I am Mitokado Homura, captain of Konoha Anbu, and the purpose of my visit this time is to deliver this letter to you, Chief Uzumaki. Please read it. Mitokado Homura smiled lightly, then took out a letter written by Shimura Danzō from his bosom and handed it to Chief Uzumaki. The Uzumaki Patriarch frowned after hearing the identity of Mitokado Homura, and his right hand that took the envelope trembled slightly. After all, this identity really surprised him, even far beyond his imagination. He didn't expect that Third Hokage would let Captain Anbu come to deliver the letter. It is conceivable how serious the things described in this letter are, and even Captain Anbu from Konoha came here in person. This also made the Uzumaki Patriarch's heart sink slightly, and his face became a little more dignified. Afterwards, he slowly opened the envelope with hands that seemed to weigh 1,000 catties, and began to read it with a serious expression. After half an hour, Patriarch Uzumaki's complexion became a little ugly, there was even a bit of anger between his brows, and he could not help clenching his fists. It is conceivable that the content of this letter really stimulated him, and he showed such a gaffe in front of Homura in the water. Konoha's doing this is a bit domineering, it seems that he doesn't pay attention to my country of vortex at all. The Uzumaki Patriarch punched the table hard and said in a deep voice. But it is not difficult to see from his expression how huge the suppressed anger is. This is not discussing with his Uzumaki clan in the form of conversation, but an ordering tone, which is simply defiant. This act made Uzumaki Patriarch extremely angry, and even wanted to break with Konoha in a fit of anger. Because Shimura Danzō's attitude is too arrogant, he simply regards the country of the vortex as a subsidiary country of the country of fire. How can this not be annoying? It is completely stepping on the head of the country of the vortex, and does not treat him as a human being at all. Facing the gloomy face of the Uzumaki Patriarch, Mitokado Homura did not have the slightest surprise, and his face remained normal, as if he had expected this to happen a long time ago. Does the Uzumaki Patriarch disagree? Mitokado Homura whispered these words softly. Agreed. Wishful thinking. Patriarch Uzumaki sneered and slapped envelope 883 on the table. If you speak in a negotiating tone, you might agree directly with yourself, after all, this matter is not a big deal. But the arrogant tone in the envelope directly turned the Uzumaki Patriarch's face, and there was no room for negotiation at all. If the Uzumaki Patriarch is unwilling to agree, then Sleepy Leaf will speak with strength. After all, we Konoha are also quite interested in the sealing technique of nobles. Mitokado Homura said lightly, boom, and his words directly caused the Patriarch Uzumaki to burst out of his body. The table and all the objects in the office trembled violently and directly surrounded the water door. A point. You dare to threaten me. The 5 words full of killing intent blurted out. But, all this has no effect on Mitokado Homura. After all, it is nothing compared to the coercion released by Shimura Danzō. It's not a threat, it's all Hokage-sama wants. Whether the Uzumaki kingdom will perish or not depends entirely on how you decide, Chief Uzumaki. Mitokado Homura was neither humble nor overbearing, with a calm complexion and an indifferent tone, and he did not take Patriarch Uzumaki seriously. Chapter 129. Mr. Patriarch, your decision saved the country of Vortex. Chapter 129. Mitokado Homura didn't take him seriously at all, instead he looked ordinary, not afraid of the Uzumaki Patriarch at all. That is to say, he came this time to completely grasp the lifeline of the Uzumaki Patriarch, otherwise he would not be so calm. And Mitokado Homura also believed in Shimura Danzō's actions very much, and did not suspect that he was harming himself. At this moment, Mitokado Homura and Chief Uzumaki made eye contact, and the two faced each other without flinching. A long time, the Uzumaki Patriarch finally gave up looking at Mitokado Homura, and the hands that were originally bulging with veins relaxed at this moment. The eyes are still so cold and stern, showing a chilling killing intent. But his rationality told him that he absolutely couldn't do that. If he did anything to Mitokado Homura, let alone whether he could be killed, the country of Uzumaki would be doomed. Since that incident, the Uzumaki Patriarch never dared to underestimate the ruthlessness and means of this third Hokage, and his character is definitely the kind of person who will do what he says. And Mitokado Homura didn't speak in a hurry, walked straight to the sofa and sat down, quietly waiting for the answer from the Uzumaki Patriarch. However, judging from these phenomena, the Uzumaki Patriarch has already softened. If he was determined to fight against Konoha, he would have driven Mitokado Homura away just now, and even shot him. But the Uzumaki Patriarch didn't do that. Instead, he restrained his aura and the murderous intent in his eyes, and completely calmed down his mind. Obviously, the Uzumaki Patriarch relented. And now he is waiting for Mitokado Homura to speak, and then give him a step down. Mitokado Homura is very clear about this. Clan Chief Uzumaki, please make your decision. Mitokado Homura chuckled while playing with the mask in his hand. Patriarch Uzumaki took a deep breath, and his livid face became calm at this moment, not as domineering as before. Okay, since Third Hokage's talk has reached this point, how dare I refuse? Chief Uzumaki said in a cold tone. He didn't hide the anger and killing intent in his tone at all, but reason told him that he absolutely couldn't make a move. Compared with the behemoth of the Land of Fire, the country of Vortex is simply hitting a stone with an egg, and there is no comparison. Moreover, the country of Uzumaki still needs to live under the big tree of Konoha to enjoy the shade and enjoy his blessing, otherwise the rest of the surrounding countries would have been ready to move. That's naturally good. I believe Third Hokage will be very happy to hear the news about you, Patriarch. Miss Ling Shui will also be happy because of this. Mitokado Homura put on the mask again, and there was a hint of joy in the original plain tone. Then please ask the Uzumaki Patriarch to help inform the clansmen. Miss Ling Shui and Third Hokage's wedding date has been set. If you want to come, you can come, and Konoha will pay for everything. After speaking, Mitokado Homura opened the door and left, leaving the Uzumaki Patriarch with a dashing back. Konoha Shimura Danzō. Uzumaki Ling Shui. Chief Uzumaki clenched his fists tightly, his face full of humiliation. The shame that Konoha brought him today was too great. It was like stepping on his face, which made him feel a burning pain. But the Uzumaki Patriarch deeply understands that fists are always the real last word. Just like Senju Hashirama back then, he suppressed the entire ninja world with his own strength, and no one dared to fight. But when Senju Hashirama died, the war broke out immediately, and the ninja world suddenly fell into chaos. From this point, it can be seen that as long as you have enough strength, it is only a matter of time before you want to unify Hyujang. Konoha Uchiha Clan. Sister, I heard from elder brother that you agreed to marry Danzo. Uchiha Kagami rushed to the small courtyard of Uchiha Yuri's room and said with a shocked face. Keep your voice down, the news hasn't started to spread yet. Uchiha Yuri rolled his eyes at him and made a small gesture, then pulled out the chair and signaled Uchiha Kagami to sit down. Among the Uchiha clan, the only person who can enjoy such treatment is Uchiha Juri. It has its own unique piece of land, which is distinguished from the clansmen, and there is also a unique small yard. No way. Whoever makes her the eldest lady of the Uchiha clan, even the patriarch cannot be invincible in strength. That's why no one in the clan dared to provoke Uchiha Zili, because this woman is really too strong. Even the former patriarch was extremely amazed at Uchiha Zili's talent after meeting her, and showed an expression of appreciation. To be able to make the always proud Uchiha Madara show this expression, we can see how terrifying Uchiha Zili's talent is. Sure enough, Uchiha Juri's growth in the future completely exceeded their imagination, and his strength even surpassed the patriarch, and he also opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Uchiha Yuri has never used her Mangekyo Sharingan, people are still in awe of her, let alone now has an additional role as a Hokage assistant. Trademark got it. I got it. Uchiha Kagami had a look of understanding, and this also made Uchiha Zili smile helplessly, and didn't say anything. But my sister, are you really willing to marry Danzo with that Uzumaki Lingshui? If it really doesn't work. Just when Uchiha Kagami was about to say these words, Uchiha Zili Zhao eyes suddenly became fierce, and his momentum became slightly concentrated. At this moment, Uchiha Kagami was as cold as the deep winter, as if being stared at by some ancient awakened creature. Jing, this matter does not require your intervention. Being able to marry Danzo in my current status is already the greatest luxury. Do you want to repeat the tragedy? Uchiha Yuri snapped, and the tragedy she was referring to was the previous dismantled marriage, which Uchiha Yuri didn't want to happen to herself. I see. Uchiha Kagami nodded heavily, and nodded knowingly. At this moment, he didn't dare to ask any questions anymore, he could only use chat to relieve the embarrassment and adjust his mood by the way. After all, the source of this anger is from himself. Chapter 130. Sarutobi, don't you want to get all this? Chapter 130. Konoha Sarutobi Clan Training Ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing physical training, but there is a trace of irritability between his brows. Sarutobi, don't you want to gain the same power as Shimura Danzō? You must know that it is the power that can defeat the adults of the first generation. If you get it, then the position of Hokage will completely belong to you. The evil voice is still chattering and inducing in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, which also makes Sarutobi Hiruzen, who originally wanted to concentrate on cultivation, unable to calm down at all. Don't try to trick me. Danzo has promised to give me the position of root leader. If something happens again now, I will not even have the only way to enter the top of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately said coldly. He won't be so easily bewitched. As long as he stays at home in confinement for half a year with peace of mind, everything will be on the right track. What's more, the roots are now in the dark, which fully meets his current needs. After all, he can no longer do things on the bright side, and can only turn to the dark. An unbelievable evil voice sounded in Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, but it was interrupted directly by force. Just wait for me to be honest. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were still so indifferent, but there was a 070 throbbing in his heart, but it disappeared quickly. And after trying these days, he already knew how to suppress the voice in his mind, so he was able to make the other one unable to speak. Let's start plotting the roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, and after shaking off those boring thoughts, he returned to his room and began to write his plan. After all, the main purpose of the root is to serve Anbu. Of course, this is the purpose before Sarutobi Hiruzen can't completely grasp the roots. After he has completely grasped the roots in his hands, then everything can be done. Konoha Senju Clan. Danzo, these thoughts of yours, I'm a bit surprised. Uzumaki Mito looked at the folders on the desktop with a little surprise in his tone. And the two most eye-catching pictures in the middle are the two pictures with white clothes, which look so beautiful. If modern people see these two pictures, they will definitely be surprised. Isn't this a wedding dress? These files on the desktop are naturally Shimura Danzo's wedding process configuration, as well as the configuration of various personnel in the wedding scene. These ideas were all thought up by Shimura Danzo and wanted to be executed, but Uzumaki Mito had previously said that she would organize Shimura Danzo's wedding herself. That's why Shimura Danzo showed all these documents to Uzumaki Mito. Yes, I think traditional weddings are really old-fashioned, so I want to follow my own ideas. Shimura Danzo nodded calmly. After all, the bride in a Japanese wedding is really unacceptable, others can, but Shimura Danzo can't accept this at all. Anyway, it's your own wedding, it's better to break the traditional customs and create your own new style. But Uzumaki Mito didn't answer Shimura Danzo. Instead, he picked up a picture of a wedding dress and looked at it carefully, with a hint of admiration and a hint of envy in his beautiful eyes. Because this wedding dress is so beautiful that people can't describe it in words. If a young and beautiful woman in her 24s or 20s wears this so-called wedding dress, it will probably be the most beautiful moment among all the voices. Rao Uzumaki Mito's original CGEA, calm state of mind has undergone a subtle change at this moment, and he unconsciously imagines his appearance in a wedding dress in his mind. According to the wedding process described on the document, when the wedding bell rang, the two boys held the wedding dress for Uzumaki Mito behind them, and many people gathered around them, offering their sincere wishes. Holding her husband's hand, she stepped on the auspicious red carpet and gradually walked into the lobby, appearing in the sight of the guests. Everyone's faces were filled with blessings and envy. In an instant, countless people applauded, and the master of ceremonies offered sincere blessings. But, when Uzumaki Mito turned his head to look at the groom beside him, the groom's face made her complexion change suddenly, and she was extremely horrified. The groom is not her husband Senju Hashirama, but Shimura Danzo in a straight black suit. In an instant, the face of Shimura Danzo filled Uzumaki Mito's mind, and cold sweat fell down for a while. No, how is this possible? Uzumaki Mito's eyes suddenly became blurred, and his hands trembled violently. And Mito, Shimura Danzo shouted hastily after noticing Uzumaki Mito's strangeness. To be honest, Uzumaki Mito's sudden strangeness really surprised him. But since Uzumaki Mito didn't want to say it, then Shimura Danzo didn't need to ask, it's so annoying. After Uzumaki Mito paused for a while, he smiled reluctantly. And Mito, what's wrong with you? Well, let's discuss it tomorrow. Shimura Danzō nodded in agreement. But this back figure looks a little bit like running away. Danzo, let's call it a day. I'm not feeling well, let's discuss it together tomorrow morning. Then let's continue talking about the wedding process. Now that Uzumaki Mito's mood has calmed down, Shimura Danzō didn't want to talk too much nonsense, just picked up the file and wanted to talk. Uzumaki Mito suddenly came back to his senses, and his face paled even more when he saw Shimura Danzō's face. No. It's nothing, it's just that I suddenly remembered something. After seeing Uzumaki Mito's astonishing reaction, Shimura Danzō was also taken aback and hurriedly asked. But this smile does look a little far-fetched, and it is simply unconvincing. After all, the situation of Uzumaki Mito is really not right today, so Shimura Danzō is not good to have too much to keep. After receiving Shimura Danzō's reply, Uzumaki Mito hurriedly got up and left. Uzumaki Mito smiled lightly and quickly covered his expression. Yongguo, Little Dragon Girl. Chapter 131. Sarutobi is destined to be the darkness under the leaves. Chapter 131. Seeing the back of Uzumaki Mito leaving, Shimura Danzō also shook his head helplessly, and did not go into the details of Uzumaki Mito's abnormal condition. Maybe it's because Uzumaki Mito can't accept his own kind of wedding, so he made such a gaffe. Well, let's revise it. After all, this kind of wedding situation is really unacceptable. Shimura Danzō sighed helplessly, and then began to organize the documents on the table. Just as he was taking away the last document, a small black book placed on the desk attracted his attention. This book is unpretentious, showing black, and there is no other color at all. What's this? Shimura Danzō was a little confused for a moment, picked up the small black book and looked at it carefully. He remembered that he didn't seem to have this small black notebook in his files, so why did it appear here? After thinking about it carefully, Shimura Danzō was convinced that he did not have this black book. Could it be Aunt Mito's stuff? Shimura Danzō suddenly thought of Uzumaki Mito. After all, this is Uzumaki Mito's chassis, and the only thing I can explain is that this little book is hers. Would you like to open it and have a look? For a moment, the deep curiosity in Shimura Danzō's heart began to emerge. After all, curiosity is something that no one can bear, let alone right now. Do you want it or not? Shimura Danzō fell into deep thought for a while, feeling very entangled in his heart. Because this black book looks like it should be important to Uzumaki Mito, otherwise it would be impossible to carry it around. Shimura Danzō can clearly feel the sakura flower-like fragrance emanating from the book, which is exactly the fragrance emanating from Uzumaki Mito. Having been with Uzumaki Mito for a long time, Shimura Danzō certainly knows what the other party smells like. And judging from the strong fragrance, it must be in the arms or sleeves, otherwise there would not be such a delicate fragrance. Just take a look, just take a look. Shimura Danzō showed hesitation, and the right hand that was originally holding a pile of documents also put down the documents at this moment. After looking around for a while, there was no one, and after sensing the breath, Uzumaki Mito had already returned to her room. If nothing else, Shimura Danzō should be able to read a page without any risk. Gradually, Shimura Danzō gradually opened the first page, and there are only 3 beautiful small characters on the first page, and there is a gentleness in the fonts, which shows how good Uzumaki Mito's handwriting is. These 3 words caused a gleam in Shimura Danzō's eyes, but it was quickly covered up. Journal. These 3 words made Shimura Danzō feel guilty immediately, and hurriedly put down the notebook, and did not continue to open it to watch. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Mito still has the habit of keeping a diary, no wonder he keeps it with him. Forget it, I'd better read it, so as not to get into trouble. Shimura Danzō put the notebook back to its original position after a helpless wry smile, and it was exactly the same as before. As for why you asked him why he didn't choose to continue watching, it's because Shimura Danzō still has a bottom line in his heart, not to mention Uzumaki Mito is his elder, so naturally he can't do this. After all, the matter of peeking at other people's diaries is really infuriating, and no one can touch it. He knows very well that those who write diaries will write their thoughts in the diary. These are the deepest secrets hidden in the bottom of their hearts, and no one will tell them. And Shimura Danzō should be able to roughly guess the rough idea of these thoughts. After all, since Senju Hashirama's death, she has been a loner and never set foot in the Senju family's house. The death of Senju Tobirama caused the sky of the Senju clan to collapse in an instant, and the only man who could support the Shengshao clan also left. Naoki is young, Tsunade needs to grow up. All the burdens of the Senju clan fell on a woman, directly making her a little out of breath. Ask for flowers. Shimura Danzō picked up the file and shook his head with a smile, then walked towards the door. So in this little battle, Shimura Danzō has secured his Hokage position and will not be threatened in the slightest. This choice by Shimura Danzō is indeed correct. And those families who are friendly with these 2 big clans also show favor with Shimura Danzō, even the Ino-Shikacho 3 clans are no exception. Let him be the root leader, one is to have a little fun, and the other is to let him help him grow the roots, and wait until he is fattened before cutting vegetables. Besides, he didn't take Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously at all. And the most important thing is that there is something that Shimura Danzō must let Sarutobi Hiruzen carry, and that is darkness. Forget it, don't think about it, let's go home and modify it. After all, this wedding ceremony is too unconventional, so Shimura Danzō still has to make some headaches and modify it. The darkness that Hokage's direct subordinate Anbu cannot bear, can only be endured by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his roots. Fortunately, with the help of Shimura Danzō, it didn't slowly erode the Senju clan's Kea like Sarutobi Hiruzen in the original book. He, Shimura Danzō, is the successor of the will of fire above Konoha, and is the light left by the two ancestors of first generation and second generation, shining on the whole Konoha. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen was allowed to create the root, it was entirely because Shimura Danzō wanted to find someone who was ruthless to be the leader of the root. The darkness under Konoha, all the darkness is borne by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even people cannot bear it. And he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is the root under the leaves, bearing the darkness that does not belong to him for the light. Where there is light, there must be darkness. This is the law of Taiji, which has never changed. Now the attitude of Konoha apart from the Uchiha clan is not very clear. The two big clans, Hyuga and Senju, have moved closer to him, Hokage. From the beginning to the end, the roots are still firmly in the hands of Shimura Danzō. Everything Sarutobi Hiruzen has done is just in vain. He just happened to take advantage of the ambition in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Chapter 132, Something That Scares Mito. Chapter 132. What's wrong with me? Uzumaki Mito sat alone in the middle of the room, with a dazed expression, looking at himself in the mirror with lost eyes. The previous gaffe can be said to be the embarrassment that Uzumaki Mito has never had in his life, but now it is shown, and it is still revealed in front of his younger generations. That person is still Shimura Danzō. An inexplicable feeling emerged from Uzumaki Mito's heart, and it made her put her hand on her heart. My heart. Where's the diary? In an instant, Uzumaki Mito searched all over his body, and found that the diary that had been in his arms had disappeared. This made Uzumaki Mito suddenly flustered. 310. It's hard to imagine that she, who is usually calm, will show such a flustered expression, which is really rare. But I can also think from this how important that black diary is, which can make Uzumaki Mito so panicked. Where? Uzumaki Mito rummaged through boxes and cabinets, and almost searched his room all over, but he couldn't find the black diary. Where the hell? Uzumaki Mito slumped on the bed and whispered, constantly recalling scenes in his mind. Because she never leaves this diary, even when she sleeps or takes a bath, she never leaves her range of 1 meter, which shows how much she values this diary. And the content in it is the deepest secret hidden in Uzumaki Mito's heart. If people see it, it may cause shock. At least Uzumaki Mito is bound to end up ruined, which is still light, and there are many secrets hidden in it. The secrets about Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama and others, those secrets that the world does not know, are all recorded by Uzumaki Mito in this small black diary. It is absolutely impossible for people to discover the secret, otherwise ye will fall into an unprecedented turmoil. In an instant, Uzumaki Mito's eyes shone with a frightening coldness, full of frightening killing intent, and his aura gradually became terrifying. It's hard to imagine that Uzumaki Mito, who is usually kind, would show such a chilling expression. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Uzumaki Mito's mind, as if he had thought of something. Before Shimura Danzō came, she seemed to have been flipping through the diary, and then Shimura Danzō's sudden appearance made Uzumaki Mito unable to react for a while, so she closed the diary and put it on the table. After all, she wanted to dilute the attention of the diary, so she put it on the table casually, and when she came back in a hurry, she didn't seem to bring the diary with her. In an instant, Uzumaki Mito's speed soared, he opened the door and rushed towards the pavilion. Because she was afraid that Shimura Danzō would flip through the contents of the diary and dare not let him know these scandalous secrets, which would subvert his perception. In less than 10 seconds, Uzumaki Mito appeared in the sub-version. And this place is already empty, Shimura Danzō has already left, and the documents piled up on the desktop have also been taken away. But the most eye-catching thing is where the black diary on the desktop is placed, which is exactly the same as where Uzumaki Mito put it before. Uzumaki Mito hurried forward to pick up the diary, and then opened it. In an instant, Uzumaki Mito's originally tense eyes relaxed at this moment, and his hanging heart also dropped slightly at this moment. Because the diary does not have the slightest trace of being read. At least she didn't see any traces in the next few pages, which means Shimura Danzō didn't touch the diary. For a moment, Uzumaki Mito suddenly slumped on the ground, as if he had relieved 1,000 pounds of courage, and the tense sweat dripping from his forehead could already explain all this. Very good. Uzumaki Mito hugged the diary in his arms, murmuring words in his mouth. And Shimura Danzō, who was at home, had no idea that Uzumaki Mito had made such a huge difference in just half an hour. At this time, he is concentrating on researching the wedding dresses of Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Yuri, how to design them to be perfect. As for the wedding process, you can ignore it for now, after all, these are to be discussed with Uzumaki Mito. Now all Shimura Danzō has to do is make the wedding dress more perfect. Although it is said that Shimura Danzō's painting skills and imagination have reached the ultimate level, and he has designed 2 sets of wedding dresses suitable for 2 women based on the memory of his previous life, but Shimura Danzō always feels that there seems to be something missing and not perfect enough. Patriarch, what are you doing? Shimura Ayaka's curious voice suddenly rang in Shimura Danzō's ear. I'm designing wedding dresses for Lingshui and Zili. After all, I'm not too cold about traditional wedding kimonos, so I want to create my own wedding. Shimura Danzō said disapprovingly. So, can I have a look? Shimura Ayaka stared at the drawing drawn in front of Shimura Danzō, her delicate voice was full of anticipation and a hint of envy. Look at it casually, anyway, these are just style pictures. Shimura Danzō nodded, allowing Shimura Ayaka. At this moment, Shimura Ayaka couldn't wait to pick up a picture of a wedding dress in front of her and looked at it carefully, a strange look appeared on her little face. 5.9 But more envy and yearning. Because these so-called wedding dresses are so beautiful, no matter what age girls see such beautiful clothes, they can't take their eyes off them, they can't put them down, and they want to keep them for themselves. At this moment, a trace of jealousy emerged in Wei Kunkai's heart. She is jealous of the two future wives of the Shimura clan, Uzumaki Lingshui and Uchiha Yuri, who can wear such beautiful wedding dresses, which is something all women yearn for. But, she shook her head in her heart, and dispelled this trace of evil thoughts. Because she knew that it was hard won for her to be able to serve by the side of the patriarch, let alone stay with the patriarch. Her identity is not suitable for Konoha and Hokage, the main representative. Chapter 133. The appearance of the wedding dress, the two girls are delighted. Chapter 133. The Shimura clan, in the small courtyard outside Shimura Danzo's room. Uchiha Yuri and Uzumaki Lingshui watched the mysterious Shimura Danzō walk into the room, then took out a stack of white drawings and put them on the table. Danzo, why did you call us here mysteriously? Uzumaki Lingshui looked at Shimura Danzō suspiciously and asked. After all, Shimura Danzō usually talks to the two of them directly in Hokage's office. And today, Shimura Danzō took them straight home after Hokage's daily work. Uchiha Zili was not surprised at all. After all, she was used to the feeling of mystery, but she had some expectations in her heart. Because since the other party concealed it, there must be some surprises waiting for them. Danzo, you don't mean to think. Seeing Shimura Danzo's white drawings on the table, Uzumaki Mito's face suddenly flushed. She couldn't help but think of the pictures that Uzumaki Mito gave her before, 26 of which were so shameful that Uzumaki Lingshui couldn't look directly at them for a while. What are you thinking about? You are weird and cranky. How could Uchiha Yuri not understand what was in Uzumaki Lingshui's mind? After all, his face was already red like this. Quote. Sister Zili, you can't take it lightly. Uzumaki Lingshui suddenly covered his forehead in pain, as if the tears in his eyes were about to come out. Thinking wildly, I really don't know what you have learned during this time. Uchiha Yuri wanted to touch Uzumaki Lingshui's forehead a few times, but there was a touch of distress on his face, so he could only sigh helplessly and rub for him. When Shimura Danzō saw this scene, he felt extremely emotional. May I ask, who else can open the Shira field to such a degree? Hold head high. This also made Uzumaki Lingshui stick out his tongue and suddenly smiled helplessly. Okay, let's stop making trouble. These drawings are your wedding dresses, that is, the clothes you wear when you get married. After Shimura Danzō spread out the two drawings, he motioned for the two to look at the drawings. Wedding dress. After hearing the name, both of them showed puzzled expressions on their exquisite and beautiful jade faces. Yes, I've made a lot of changes to the kimono that the bride wears in a traditional wedding, and changed it to another style. Shimura Danzō replied with a slight nod. Here are 4 sets of wedding dresses designed by me, and you can choose one by yourself. Shimura Danzō spread out the 4 drawings, and then 4 sets of white wedding dresses appeared in the beautiful eyes of the two women. It's so beautiful. The two girls were startled by the wedding dress, they couldn't look away at all, their beautiful eyes glowed brightly as they stared at the 2 sets of clothes that looked like goddesses. They swore that after living for so long, they have never seen such beautiful clothes. It can be said that such clothes have never appeared in the ninja world. The beauty is so touching, it seems to hook people's mind in half, and it is impossible to divert their eyes. Uzumaki Lingshui's eyes were already twinkling at this moment, and he couldn't help picking up one of the blueprints with both hands and staring blankly. At this moment, even if something big happens, it can't stop her from falling into fantasy. The same is true for Uchiha Jiraiya. What kind of state of mind is not surprised at all times, and what is not surprised and calm in any place? These are all empty talk. Originally calm, she also lost her mind after seeing this wedding dress. She couldn't extricate herself for a while, and picked up the blueprint with dazed eyes and looked at it. This lethality is indeed a bit big. Shimura Danzō looked at the scene in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, in my previous life, I searched a lot about wedding dresses, and I have a certain understanding of those top-notch wedding dresses. In addition, he has amazing learning ability, solid drawing skills, and rich imagination, so there is no big problem in wanting to draw. And Shimura Danzō, the only trouble making the wedding dress, also solved it early. Because the materials needed to make wedding dresses are common in the ninja world, but some special ones have to be shipped from other places. As for the production method and how to match it, Shimura Danzō has already taught all this to the people in the embroidery workshop, and I believe they can make it successfully. After all, they first made the imperial robes of First Hokage, Second Hokage, and Third Hokage. I believe they are absolutely passable in terms of craftsmanship. The reason why Shimura Danzō didn't do it himself was because he only talked on paper and told the workers what he knew, so he had to trouble the embroiderers with headaches. 577. It can be said that since being able to achieve this level is already very remarkable, it is too difficult to go one step closer. Danzo, is this really what you designed? Uchiha asked in a soft voice. But this tone was full of unbelievable shock. I saw that Uzumaki Lingshui also turned his head, and the same was in his eyes. He couldn't believe that all this came from Shimura Danzo's subordinates. How is it? Do you like it? Shimura Danzo smiled slightly, stepped forward, embraced the two of them in his arms and said with a light smile. Like, Uzumaki Mito nodded vigorously, clutching the blueprint in his hand tightly, for fear of leaving. Although Uchiha Yuri didn't reply, he nodded slightly to express his inner joy. Immediately afterwards, the two women looked at each other, their faces blushing, their eyes showing shyness, and then they kissed Shimura Danzo's cheek lightly at the same time. Obviously, for this surprise they have no words to describe the joy in their hearts. It's fine if you like it. If that's the case, let's discuss the wedding ceremony. Chapter 134. Teacher, you are getting married tomorrow. Chapter 134. Soon, the news that Shimura Danzo was about to get married spread throughout the ninja world. It has been 4 months since Sarutobi Hiruzen's marriage, and many people have forgotten about it. Occasionally, they just talk about it after dinner as a joke to brighten up the atmosphere. The reason why Shimura Danzo's marriage shocked the entire ninja world is because he married not one person, but two. The identities of these two women can't help but be moved by them, and even admire Shimura Danzo's methods from the bottom of their hearts. After all, it is really admirable for these two people with such noble status to marry him willingly. Many people envy Shimura Danzo. Because his experience in the past 2 years has been so smooth, there are no major problems hindering him, and now he is able to marry two beauties, which is said to have reached the pinnacle of his life. The eldest lady of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jisha. The eldest lady of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Lingshui. Both women are prominent and powerful. It can be said that it is basically impossible to have a man worthy of them in the ninja world, of course, except for this third Hokage Shimura Danzo. But what is most curious is what method Shimura Danzo used to make the two young ladies live in harmony and marry him willingly. Of course, only Shimura Danzo knows all this, and no one else can understand the truth of this matter no matter how they think. At this moment, Konoha village can be said to have entered a festive state, and everyone's faces are filled with cheerful smiles. The Uzumaki clan had Shimura Danzo's warning, so naturally they didn't dare to stop them, so they could only ask people to come to Uzumaki Lingshui's wedding obediently, and even sent a dowry belonging to Uzumaki Lingshui. This is also the scene that the Uzumaki patriarch hoped to see. After all, if this is the case, Uzumaki Lingshui will no longer have any threat to him. Now that she is married out, it is impossible to have the opportunity to compete for the position of patriarch, and those elders in the clan who support Uzumaki Lingshui have nothing to say. Therefore, it is very comfortable for the Uzumaki patriarch to exchange this precious dowry for a stable patriarchal position. This is a win-win situation. Although he was humiliated by Shimura Danzo, the Uzumaki patriarch knew that he could not have both, so he had to make a trade-off. This humiliation. So what if I report it in the future? This time I will bear it. Teacher, congratulations, you are getting married tomorrow. While Shimura Danzo was looking at the list of gifts from various neighboring countries, Tsunade's voice rang in his ears. Little Tsunade, what's the matter? Why are you free to come to me today? Shouldn't you be at home with your Aunt Lingshui? A smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's face when he saw Tsunade appearing beside him. Grandma said she wanted to teach Aunt Lingshui something, but she wouldn't let me listen, so I can only come here bored. What the hell is it? You don't want me to listen beside you? Tsunade said with a little resentment in his eyes. Fiddled with the potted plants planted by Uchiha Yuri for Shimura Danzo in his hands, expressing his dissatisfaction. Maybe it's something important, it's not suitable for you, a child, to listen to it. Seeing Tsunade's aggrieved appearance, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but smile helplessly, and probably guessed why she couldn't listen in. After all, what Uzumaki Mito wants to teach is the content of the 18 forbidden things. Tsunade is still young, so how can she let her know these dirty things? But Shimura Danzo was a little curious in his heart. Uzumaki Lingshui was so pure that even these things had to be taught by Uzumaki Mito. Thinking of this, a sense of comfort rose in his heart. After all, you know everything. But what Shimura Danzo didn't expect was that Uchiha Yuri was also like this. She was taught these ethical things by her closest aunt, and her face was so red that the time passed quickly. I'm not a child, I'm an adult now. Tsunade got angry when he heard Shimura Danzo's words, and stood in front of Shimura Danzo with his hands on his waist, looking angrily at Shimura's dirty little face. Shimura Danzo amused Shimura Danzo with his little devilish appearance. Okay, Master Tsunade, let's go. Shimura Danzo put down the document in his hands and stepped forward to rub Tsunade's little head. But this made him feel like he couldn't put it down. After all, the long blonde hair was so soft that he couldn't put it down. That's about the same, huh? Tsunade jumped up and kissed Shimura Danzo directly on the cheek. Hey, teacher, is Tien a flower girl? It's the girl who followed your Aunt Lingshui and sprinkled flowers. When the time comes, the teacher will design a white skirt for you, and you will dress up beautifully. Shimura Danzo replied with a nod. But thinking that this person is his cousin, Tsunade forcibly suppressed the sourness in his heart, but it was still hidden in his heart. After Shimura Danzo saw the other party's appearance, he decided to let the other party act as the flower girl and ring boy, one person playing two roles. Really? A skirt like Aunt Lingshui? Li Mo Jiao. When she saw the picture of Uzumaki Lingshui's wedding dress earlier, she was also in extreme shock, but thinking that the person wearing such a beautiful dress was not herself, Tsunade felt a little sour in her heart. Remember, you have to help drag your Aunt Lingshui's skirt when the time comes. Well, I have ordered the embroiderers to do it, and you can wait to put it on when the time comes. Tsunade snorted arrogantly, with a smug look on his face. Tsunade's watery eyes twinkled with little stars, and he looked at Shimura Danzō expectantly. And this bold act immediately made Shimura Danzō blush, and then shook his head with a wry smile. It's really a child who can't grow up. The sudden fresh vocabulary made Tsunade unable to understand for a while, and his little face was full of doubts. Shimura Danzō laughed after explaining a bit. Really, I love you so much, master. Shit, okay, if that's the case, then tomorrow's flower girl will be handed over to you. Chapter 135, Life is really like a dream. Chapter 135. Little girl, you still say that you are an adult. Shimura Danzō looked at Tsunade's leaving back and smiled helplessly. Just after he told her that she also had her own little white dress, Tsunade fell into a state of extreme excitement, wishing to spread the news throughout Konoha village. But this is also a very normal thing, after all, it is a girl's nature, and Shimura Danzō is quite aware of this. Are you going to get married tomorrow? Shimura Danzō put down his work, walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, and looked at the bustling Konoha in front of him. Gradually, his eyes became a little blurred, and his eyes were filled with countless memories, and the scenes from the time travel to the present all came to mind. It can be said that even Shimura Danzō himself did not expect to be able to get to this point today, that everything would be so smooth and smooth. Originally, he planned to restore Konoha 563 to the economic level of the Senju Tobirama period before the First Ninja World War within 5 years. But what I never expected was that it took only 1 year to reach such a point, which Shimura Danzō never thought of. Although he was decades ahead of this era in terms of economic policy, he did not expect the results to be so huge. And this series of preferential policies also made Shimura Danzō's reputation reach its peak in an instant, completely overshadowing the reputation of the 2 previous Hokages. What he did would definitely touch the interests of the Konoha family, and some people wanted to try to make other voices at the meeting, but who would dare to agree? Today, the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga clans all move closer to Shimura Danzō, the third Hokage. First-class families, Ino-Shika-Cho clans and other families have shown their favor to this third Hokage one after another. Among the leaves, Danzo of CGCI village can be said to have a single hand, and no one can oppose his decision. Sacrificing this small part of the benefits in exchange for greater benefits in the future, as long as they are not brain-dead people, they will not object. It's kind of dreamlike. Shimura Danzō came back to his senses, his eyes began to clear up. To be honest, sometimes he even felt that all this was a bit unreal, and even thought he was in a dream. In a blink of an eye, I was going to get married and start a family. Things that were not done in the previous life have been done now, so this makes Shimura Danzō feel in a trance. And the reason why he structured such a wedding process is also to make a fulfilling wish for himself in the previous life. Forget it, don't think too much about it. After all, we are getting married tomorrow. Shimura Danzō patted his cheek, shook his head and cheered himself up. For some reason, he suddenly became a little sad. It may be that there are suddenly more things that need to be carried on the body, resulting in a lot of pressure. Night. Moonlight falls on the courtyard outside Uchiha Yuri's room. There are 3 figures sitting in the courtyard. The only people who can sit here safely are those who are close to Uchiha Zili, and others dare not approach the courtyard where Uchiha Jiraiya is located. Not to mention the orders given by the patriarch Uchiha Naoya, they can't avoid werewolves like Uchiha Zili, let alone approach them. The 3 can be said to be the strongest existence in the Uchiha clan. It is precisely because of this that Uchiha Naoya's position as the patriarch is so firm that no one can oppose it. I didn't expect. You are going to get married here. Brother, what do you mean by that? After seeing the scene in front of him, Uchiha Kagami also spoke out to relieve the embarrassment in front of him. After all, we haven't been together like this for a long time. In an instant, Uchiha Naoya's complexion changed drastically, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and a flustered expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly denied it. Okay, let's let the children check it out tonight. Uchiha Kagami hurriedly smoothed things over, and then said in a somewhat complicated tone. As a result, Uchiha Zili also left 3 impressions in the family: cold, aloof, and peerless genius. Uchiha Naoya looked at Uchiha Zili in front of him, and suddenly sighed. No, that's not what I meant. 11. The words are full of gratification, but there is a trace of disbelief, which makes people feel that something is wrong. Okay, sister, big brother can't speak, you should understand. That's right, the 3 brothers and sisters of the same mother have not been together for a long time. My subconscious exclamation is indeed a bit weird, and it is normal for Uchiha Yuri to be angry. It is said that even the patriarch Uchiha Naoya is not the opponent of Uchiha Zili. Uchiha Jiraiya's face suddenly became a little unhappy, and hearing Uchiha Naoya's tone, it seemed that she thought it was a miracle that she got married. The 3 people in the courtyard are Uchiha Zili, Uchiha Naoya, Uchiha Kagami, the 3 siblings. Chapter 136. Before the wedding, their thoughts. Chapter 136. Night has enveloped the entire ninja world. After discussing with Uchiha Naoya and Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Jiraiya was finally relieved. Since the 2 of them have the ability to suppress those who have evil intentions in the clan, she can marry with confidence. After all, It is impossible for the Uchiha family to return to the family to intervene in any affairs, and this was what she was most worried about before leaving. Because the Uchiha family has some ambitions like the original Uchiha Madara, but they are not willing to follow Uchiha Madara and other ruthless people to leave. And if they leave Konoha, they will live a life of wandering, and it is obviously unwise to make enemies with Konoha, who has the god of ninja Senju Hashirama. The most important thing is that they have been coveting the Hokage position of their eldest brother, which is the most worrying point for Uchiha Yuri. If people from that faction were allowed to control the Uchiha clan, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Previously, Uchiha Zili had frightened them all, so that these people did not dare to have any crooked thoughts about the position of patriarch and could only lie down obediently. After all, Uchiha Zili's strength can be said to be invincible, comparable to Uchiha Madara back then, but without that ambition, that's all. What she was worried about was that once she left, this group of people would not be able to hold back their ambitions and they would start fighting. Now that big brother He Jing is so confident, he can rest assured a lot. Forget it, don't think too much. Since big brother and the others are confident, then I have nothing to worry about. Uchiha Yuri shook his head to shake off the worries in his head. After all, Uchiha Kagami opened the Mangekyo Sharingan in the first ninja war, which was a huge help to Uchiha Naoya, so the other faction didn't dare to take it lightly. Afterwards, Uchiha Zili took out a jade pendant from his bosom, held it tightly with both hands, and then placed it in front of him. Looking up at the bright moon in the sky, the exquisite jade face appeared complicated, and the eyes showed a trace of memory. Mother, I have finally found someone worthy of entrusting my life to you, as you said back then. Uchiha Yuri's pink lips trembled slightly, and whispered softly. She can't forget the sentence she said to her now. Shichong will think of this sentence. As long as she has spare time, Uchiha Yuri will let herself enter the memory state to relive the warmth. She showed great talent at a young age and was favored by many clansmen, so she surpassed her elder brother and younger brother in terms of cultivation, and she was several times better than other boys in every aspect. But one day, her mother suddenly said a word to her. Chili, one day you will be able to find someone worthy of entrusting your life, someone who will love you forever. At that time, Uchiha Yuri already had a different understanding of the meaning of love, so he didn't quite understand the meaning of his mother. Until meeting Shimura Danzō, getting along with each other, and the final confession, Uchiha Yuri understood what his mother said in an instant. Up to now, her mother's soft voice like the warm spring breeze has made her unable to calm down her state of mind. And tonight, not only Uchiha Yuri is like this, but Uzumaki Lingshui from the Senju clan is even more so. Her parents died early, she is more mature than her peers, and she also knows her status in the clan. She is the eldest lady of the Uzumaki family, the thorn in the side of the uncle, and the first heir of the Uzumaki family in the future. Because she has the blood of the legendary Uzumaki ninja, she is the most qualified to inherit the Uzumaki clan, even if she is a daughter. Many people in the clan hope that Miss Lingshui can grow up quickly and bloom the glory of the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan back then. Ask for flowers, so there are many elders who support her behind her back, but her decision disappointed those elders. It should be said that it hurt their hearts. Uzumaki Lingshui felt guilty about this. So they only have regrets and blessings, and they can only wish Uzumaki Lingshui a happy life in the future. Now she is finally getting married. After all, they all understand the reason why they would rather demolish 10 temples than destroy one marriage, not to mention Uzumaki Mido, the previous eldest lady of the Uzumaki family, standing behind her. Because these two jade pendants were birthday presents given to her by her parents before they left, she kept them until now and never left her side. But after these days of meeting with the elders who supported her, after the face-to-face discussion, the knot in her heart was untied. When everyone saw Uzumaki Lingshui like this, it was hard to dissuade her. If you knew about this in heaven, you would definitely tell me. After all, her husband is a world-class hero, and no one is better than him in any aspect. You must know that the person who can be called the eldest lady of the Uzumaki family is not because of her age. Presumably, if the parents in heaven knew about this, they would wish him blessings in his dreams. You can even tell everyone in the ninja world, who will be the number one in the ninja world. Everyone in Konoha fell into a dream, and some people even dreamed of the prosperity of Konoha tomorrow. Identity, blood, these 2 points are indispensable. Uzumaki Lingshui held the 2 split jade pendants in his hands, and couldn't help showing a happy smile on his face. Gradually, Uzumaki Lingshui also fell asleep in the memory. This wedding is not only a happy process for the 3 couples, but also shows the strength of Konoha today. Father, mother, I'm getting married tomorrow. Compared with Uzumaki Mido back then, Uzumaki Lingshui obviously wants to be better than blue. At night, it is so peaceful. Chapter 137, An Unprecedented Wedding Prosperity. Chapter 137. The next day, the wedding was held. The day that countless people in the ninja world have been looking forward to has finally arrived. Konoha village is filled with a happy atmosphere, and the lively level has reached an unprecedented glory. There are so many people, there is an endless stream, and everyone's face is full of cheerful and joyful smiles. And there are many ninjas from other countries in Konoha village, but no one is worried about this. Those who come are guests, not to mention that as long as these people are not stupid, they naturally dare not make trouble at this wedding. The news that Konoha Third Hokage Shimura Danzō is about to marry the eldest daughter of the Uchiha family and the eldest daughter of the Uzumaki family has already spread throughout the ninja world. As a big country, 990, the country of fire, naturally has extraordinary bearing and courage, directly opening the country's gates, allowing people to enter at will. Anyone who comes to congratulate Third Hokage on his wedding is regarded as a guest of the land of fire and is allowed to go with him. You have to ask what to do if someone with a different heart wants to make trouble at the wedding. In that case, Konoha will use his strength to tell the world who is the strongest village in the world. Anyone with a little brain must not be so stupid as to mess up today's wedding. Because that would have to bear an unimaginable consequence, and even cause the Ninja World War to start again. Konoha has this strength. On this day, the huge Konoha village was decorated with lights and streams of people. The grand scale and luxurious decoration make people dumbfounded, and it is impossible to believe the scene in front of them. Because this is really extravagant and wasteful, even equivalent to half a year's income of a small country. Countless people marvel at Konoha's luxurious handwriting and carefully appreciate this artistic decoration. But this time the people present were even more terrifying. The direct disciples of Second Hokage came to congratulate, and the daimyos from the surrounding small countries even came in person. Mist Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and all of them sent rich gifts to congratulate Shimura Danzō on his wedding. All famous people or businessmen in the ninja world came to Konoha to congratulate. Only one country, Rock Shinobi, did not send people. After all, they did not have any diplomatic relations with Konoha, and it seemed that they did not intend to enter into an alliance agreement with Konoha. It can be said that this wedding has completely reached an unprecedented prosperity. I believe this wedding can be said to be the grandest in the history of the ninja world. Even Senju Hashirama had never met before getting married. Today, Uchiha Zili and Uzumaki Lingshui, two heavenly beauties, are finally able to get their wish and get married with Shimura Danzō, and they will stay together ever since. In the huge banquet hall, there are already many people waiting for the appearance of the three protagonists. On the shiny sakura wooden floor, there are running lights at intervals, and the waiters light up one by one. Everywhere is dyed with a layer of warm colors. People were laughing or making noise, enjoying this prosperous wedding to their heart's content. The reason why such a huge banquet hall can be built is naturally the funding of the daimyo and the money paid by Shimura Danzō himself. After all, this hall is not just used as a wedding banquet hall. After this matter is over, this banquet hall will become a conference hall. That is, the hall needed for the Jonin meeting, otherwise the daimyo would not have agreed to Shimura Danzō's extravagant behavior. The table is covered with a variety of delicate dishes, which are all dishes passed down by Shimura Danzō, and have never appeared in the ninja world. Danzō, I never thought you could design such beautiful clothes. Uchiha Kagami looked at the handsomely dressed Shimura Danzō in front of him, and sighed in admiration. Although he said he had never seen this style of clothes, but now Shimura Danzō is indeed several times more handsome than when he was wearing the Hokage imperial robe. Really, I think so too. Shimura Danzō showed a chuckle, but this smile made some girls in the distance look a little absent-minded. Uchiha Zili said with a helpless smile, and then a complex expression appeared on his face. The bell of happiness has already sounded, and the wedding hall is about to welcome three new couples. Thinking of this, the corner of Uchiha Kagami's mouth twitched suddenly. Otherwise, tell me a few words and you're still out of breath. Just when Uchiha Kagami was about to sigh, Shimura Danzō rolled his eyes at him and said. Although these words are a bit stinky, Shimura Danzō is indeed handsome at the moment, and Uchiha Kagami has no way to refute. Bullying your sister, who do you think is her opponent in this ninja world besides Uchiha Madara and First Hokage who have passed away? Then she will be the happiest woman in the world all her life. Think about it carefully, it seems that this is the truth. Although he has never seen Uchiha Zili make a full shot, judging from the fact that the C-level fire style used by the opponent in 4.6 uses S-level power, Uchiha Jiraiya's current strength has reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. For a moment, Uchiha Kagami refuted Shimura Danzō's words. Don't worry, since I married your sister. Hey, Danzō, you have to promise me not to bully my sister. Thinking about his own strength, and thinking about his sister's strength, alas, he really wants to find a piece of tofu and kill him. Shimura Danzō patted him on the shoulder with a chuckle, and then walked towards the door. The strength of my sister is the ceiling of the Uchiha clan today, and even the tyrannical elder brother feels inferior. Forehead.